My daughter hit 105.2 inches, the ICU. Mom's only text, send $8,500 for bro's honeymoon. Dad, called 7 times. On 8th call, I finally answered and blocked them all. In the intensive care unit, where my daughter was battling a fever, there was no conversation among the family. My mother then sent me a message that came out of nowhere and said, "Your brother could really use $8,500 for his honeymoon. I take it that you are doing well?" Nothing was mentioned by me. I had just interrupted her. On the following day, my father spoke to me 7 times. I was able to respond and listen on the 8th. The first time I noticed the numbers on the thermometer was at 2:40 minutes after the clock struck 2. It is 105.2. Grace was trembling, she was only half conscious, and she was saying things that were completely incomprehensible. Shadless, I hurried her to the emergency room. It was only a sweater that I had thrown over my pajamas. There was no jacket on. They brought her straight to the pediatric intensive care unit. During the time that nurses were speaking in a manner that I was unable to completely comprehend, I signed forms with trembling hands. That was the beginning of the most difficult week of my entire life. When I was in the hospital, I recall the smell of antiseptic, the faint beeps of machines, and the way the physicians avoided making eye contact with me as they outlined the potential consequences of a systemic illness for a kid of her age. I sat next to Grace's hospital bed, watching her tiny chest rise and fall while I waited for her to show signs of progress, which happened in small increments. Over the course of 2 days, the hours became hazy. However, the quiet was the thing that kept playing over and over in my head. My family had been informed of everything. I texted them while I was in the corridor of the hospital. In fact, I posted in the chat room for the family group. Nobody gave a response, not even a thumbs up, nobody. When they were sick, I had to take time off from work to care for them. These were the same people. The exact same ones that I had driven to appointments, bailed out financially, and dropped everything for in order to attend. I made sure to bring my brother smoothies for a week after he was diagnosed with kidney stones. For the duration of my mother's hysterectomy, I slept on her couch for 3 consecutive nights in order to assist her with her meals and medications. In addition, they did not say anything when my daughter was battling a fever that had the potential to take her away from me. No, in point of fact, that is not the case. My phone rang 5 days into Grace's stay in the intensive care unit. This was the family conversation. In my haste to open it, I accidentally dropped my charger. The new statement caught my attention in a flash. It did come from my mother. "Hi there, Evelyn. It would be very helpful for your brother to have $8,500 for his honeymoon. I take it that you are doing well?" Yes, that was it. No. Greetings, Grace. Not at all, we are praying for her. It's just a request for money. A honeymoon costs $8,500 to plan. My gaze was fixed on the screen as if it were written in a different language. I failed to provide a response. I did not even bother to read it again. After leaving it on read, I closed the application. Next, I accessed the settings menu on my phone, scrolled down to contacts, and then pressed the block button. After my mother, my father, and finally my brother. As for me, I remained silent. I decided to cut them off. I was listening to a nurse describe how long Grace might need to recuperate when I heard my phone ring once more the following morning. At the same time, I was giving Grace ice chips with a spoon. I failed to pick up the phone. Then, after 2 minutes had passed, there was yet another one. By noon, 7 calls had been missed. I picked up on the 8th of the month. In his voice, there was a harsh and annoyed quality to it. "You think you're more capable than we are right now?" While I was standing in the hallway between the vending machines, I was holding the phone in one hand and pushing the other hand on my temple. I did not utter a single word. "You are completely disregarding your own mother in favor of a text message. You are exaggerating the severity of this situation. Hello, it is your brother. We are a family. Always keep in mind where you originated from." I hung up the phone. At no point did I utter a single word. In that same instant, everything underwent a transformation. They believed that I would finally give up, that I would become more lenient. They were unaware that something within me had recently exploded. What's more, once it happened, there was no turning back. However, they were unaware of the fact that I had receipts at the time, both literally and alliteratively. Over the course of many years, they have been their backup, their emergency contact, their free therapy, their babysitter, their emotional sponge, and everything else between. Moreover, I had nothing left for them at this point. There is only quiet. They maintained the same level of silence with me when Grace was on the verge of failing, and they were about to find out what the true significance of that was. There was a triumph for Grace. Before she was able to walk without stumbling, She had to spend 10 days in the intensive care unit, 3 days in the step-down unit, and 9 days at home. Her weight dropped, she had fits of sleep, and she clutched to me as if she was afraid that I might disappear if she let go of me. I remained silent while she was getting better. A total of 5 fresh email chains from my mother were subject. We need to talk. But I did not answer to any of them. Then, if $8,000 is too much, I did not respond to my brother's Venmo request for merely $4,000 just. However, I did not read the voicemails that were left for me by my father. As I was reading, I noticed one transliteration. It is not possible to simply leave your family just because you are in a bad mood. I choose not to erase it. An image was captured by me. One of the amusing aspects of retreating is that it causes people to become anxious, particularly if you were the person who said yes to them. At the time when my brother had used his credit card to its maximum limit on cryptocurrency, I had been the return policy on their poor decisions. When my mother was taken advantage of by a con artist who sold her a phony concert ticket through Facebook Marketplace, I paid her the remaining $1,200. By calling the vendor and pretending to be a lawyer, I was able to ask for a refund from her. At one point, I even paid the property tax that belonged to my father because the bank was being so absurd. People referred to me as unselfish. In the past, they had referred to me as a savior, but now I am the antagonist. Not reasonable at all. No one called to inquire about Grace's well-being. Not a single time. There were no flowers, no card, and not even a knock at the door. All they did was express their outrage that I would no longer serve them. At that point, I began organizing the receipts in a category. Statements from the bank, emails, and chat logs respectively. The folder that I created is titled "For When They Claim That I Was Never There." It was not because I intended to make use of it. Rather, I wanted to remind myself of having it. There is a potentially harmful consequence that can arise when you mature into a productive adult. You begin to believe that love is the same thing as usefulness. That the state of being cared for is synonymous with being needed. In the past, I believed that if I provided enough, they would notice me. Now I had a better understanding. Once, Grace inquired as to the reason why Nana had not come to visit her. I mentioned that Nana was quite busy. She did not inquire once more. After a week had passed, my parents ceased making direct attempts to get in touch with me, but the message was delivered in a new manner. Lauren, a friend of ours who we both share, gave me a screenshot. On Facebook, it was a public post that was made by my mother. There are those daughters who, once they begin earning money, forget about their family. Before it is too late, I pray that they forget who it was that brought them up. The comments were full of relatives who I hadn't seen in years, and they said stuff like, "Wow, and he kids these days." I chose not to reply on the post. I have now forwarded a link to my attorney. We had established a trust for Grace that was revocable the previous year. The following week, I went ahead and moved my assets into it. The only person who would ever come into contact with the aroma of what I had acquired was her. My will was altered by me. I am now using different emergency contacts. Everything was altered by me. I had reached the end of my role as their backup plan. It's only that they weren't aware of yet. Now it's been 4 months. When Grace returned to school, she was in good condition. She was laughing again, and she was painting space whales and glitter robots as if nothing unexpected had happened. Then again, I was not the same. The way I felt had changed in some way. My habit of checking my phone first thing in the morning has been discontinued. I no longer felt terrible about ignoring a communication that was sent to me. There was a return to tranquility. Next, the wedding took place. The wedding of my brother took place in the late spring. The destination, of course, was a lakefront property in Michigan that had a rustic chic atmosphere and included a weekend agenda that included paddleboard yoga. A cousin of mine tagged him in a post, and that's how I found out about it. I was not made a guest. Not in the way that I had anticipated. It was the GoFundMe page that initially drew my attention. Please assist us in making our ideal honeymoon a reality. We have put a lot of effort into our big day, and now we are asking our friends and family to help us cover the cost of a trip to Bali that will be once in a lifetime. There was a target of $11,000. A total of 5 had already been raised. Mother was the most generous benefactor. Additionally, the name of my father was included on that list. I then became aware of it. "Evelyn, you had better be contributing," was one of the statements that was made. "You make 6 figures, girl," said another cousin, including a laughing emoji in the communication. I failed to provide a response. There was a contribution from me. I referred to it as cost reimbursement. Despite the fact that they removed it the following day. The point was made. My father contacted me once more the following morning. During this moment, I responded, "I don't understand what the hell is wrong with you." I did not inquire as to what he meant. You continued for a continuous period of 4 minutes. Something to do with the fact that I was allowing money to destroy the family. The manner in which he learned that I had caused a commotion on the internet. When my mother saw my donation, she broke down in tears. It was quite awkward that people were inquiring about the reason why the older sister was not present at the wedding. Afterward, the bit that took me by surprise arrived. It was reported that his mother had fallen on ice the day before, shattered her wrist badly. Surgery was required. They were unable to provide the monies at this time. Insurance was a source of frustration. I was hoping that I could help them float for a short period of time. There are only a few thousand. I questioned her to see whether she was feeling okay. Although she is anxious, he assured her that she will be. Every one of us is anxious. You have the ability to make this disappear. It was my hope that she would recover swiftly. I hung up after that. In order to return the call, it took him 5 minutes. I was able to prevent him. Following a period of 3 days, I received an email from my brother, a single line with no subject. You are a self-centered person. It is not fair that you have a family. Although I did not respond, I did keep it. When I reached that conclusion, I made my choice. We will no longer tolerate silence or gradual fades. I was going to make certain that there was no misunderstanding about the position that we were in. I decided that I would no longer be their ghost, constantly lingering on the periphery of their life and patiently bearing the burden of their entitlement. Before I became valuable to them, they had forgotten who I initially was. They were going to remember in the future. It is not via words, through absence, through consequence, or through a type of cold that does not seem to melt. When it finally arrived, it was the latter part of July. In fact, it is. The envelope. Zip it up. Printed on the front is my name in handwriting. It was very close to being closed. I was under the impression that it was some kind of passive-aggressive request wrapped in a Bible passage, but it couldn't have come from my parents. It was from my aunt, Diane, who is the sister of my father. I had not communicated with her in more than a year. Since she lived in Arizona, she avoided getting involved in any of the family problems. When we were younger, she and I would send each other Christmas cards and occasionally send each other cat memes via email. She was the person who never asked for anything, and she was the one who kept to herself at gatherings. A little note, consisting of only a few lines, was found inside the envelope. How are you doing, Evelyn? I thought you ought to be aware of what's going on in this area. I didn't say it to you when I said it. Underneath, appeared to be a folded piece of paper. The email was printed, and it was from my mother. Moved forward. It is imperative that we have a conversation with Evelyn. That's right. The message was somewhat lengthy. A complete and total appeal to the rest of the family to conduct an intervention because I was destroying the future of the family by refusing to assist her when she is the only one who is capable of doing it. She enumerated the reasons. The assertion that my brother was barely surviving financially, that their retirement was in peril, and that my behavior was troubling were all things that she made. In her letter, she claimed that I might be mentally ill and recommended that they might want to consider taking legal action when they forsake me financially. I couldn't help but giggle at that particular part. After that, I viewed the attachments, which included screenshots of my LinkedIn page as well as old texts in which I had transferred them money, made trip plans, and managed their emergency. All of it had been preserved by her. To construct a case, not to recall the kindness I showed you. I did not feel angry. The fact didn't even surprise me. The fact that I had changed employment 6 weeks earlier piqued my curiosity because I hadn't yet disclosed this information to anyone. Quietly quit my technology company and joined a smaller business, accepting a lesser pay, more stock options, and fewer duties that required me to interact with the public. My LinkedIn profile was intentionally out of date. Moreover, I had transferred some of my money. Grace's savings have been moved into accounts that are in her name. Custodial trusts are used to be established. It is more difficult to discover and to touch. They believed they were aware of the location of my money. Absolutely nothing was known to them. I sent Diane a text message. Please accept my thanks. After that, I access a folder on my laptop that is referred to as the exit plan. I had been working on it for several weeks. It is a revised will. An inability to meet financial obligations. In preparation for Grace's 18th birthday, a lengthy letter to her. However, there was something that I had not yet completed. There is something conclusive. I then opened a blank email to my mother, my father, and Lucas. The subject is not anything. I did not add too much. I get it. At this point, I was never a member of the family. Just now, I was providing funding for it. Your identity has been made very evident. Permit me to make it perfectly apparent who I am at this moment. You are not going to get anything. Not at this time. By no means. Think of this as being permanent. Attached is a PDF file. It was a list that I used. Every currency, every flight, and every favor that is given. Each and every night, I showed up, sat at a hospital, paid a bill, and held someone's hand as mine shook. The title I gave it was Return Not Required. When I finally pushed the submit button, I finally experienced what it was like to be at peace. When I received a call from a number that I had blocked 7 days later, I was taken aback because I had not anticipated what would happen next. The call was left on my voicemail. There were 5 words in the message. Arrest has been made of Dad. Talk to me. Not a familiar voice could be heard. And all of this was just the beginning of the twist. There were 3 times that I played that voicemail. One could hear a clipped voice. A male. More mature. Certainly not my brother, and certainly not my father. I did not return your call. I bided my time. Within the next 4 hours, the news arrived in my inbox. An alert from Google. There was a link between the name of my father and a local story, which was about an investigation into fraud. When I clicked, I did so quickly that I almost spilled my coffee. It was discovered that my father had been operating a fictitious consulting business, in which he had been accepting deposits from small businesses for work that he had never intended to perform. As of this moment, the story reported that there have been 7 victims, one of which was a church. The charges against him included misrepresentation and wire fraud, and he had been detained. Fake invoices, shell accounts, and paper trails were discovered by our team. What he was doing was utilizing my name. That particular part was a potent blow. It had been asserted that I was his partner. I was even identified as the director of finance on a phony bio page for the company it was called. My previous photo, which was taken from LinkedIn. Additions made to my fabricated qualifications. Under the cover of a casual conversation, he had asked me how things worked in startups or what contracts typically look like. He had done this numerous times. It wasn't even a casual conversation. The man had been constructing a cover. I didn't make any phone calls. Instead, I decided to call a lawyer, and this time it was a real one. If you need assistance with your criminal defense, not for estate preparation. A formal statement was produced, and a cease and desist petition was sent. Following that, I sent an email to the church that he had deceived, in which I briefed them on everything, attached legal paperwork, and wished them success. It occurred to me that perhaps, just possibly, it would be the final chapter. Then, however, my brother arrived at my door, not in a metaphorical sense but in an actual sense. I have no idea how he was able to locate my new address. Diane is most likely. He never failed to have good intentions. In order to get a glimpse of his face, I opened the door slightly. It is Mark. His appearance was more slender than I had recalled. Still wearing the wedding ring, there was no greeting from him. He predicted that they would be unable to keep the house. I blinked my eyes. They used it as collateral for the loan. After that, he continued. The mother did not tell you. Last year, Dad utilized it in order to obtain a private loan. They have decided to call it in now. I was sitting there. He looked at me as if I were his final card in a terrible game of poker. He was staring at me. I am aware that we have made a mistake, he stated. However, this is not the same. You are not going to allow your mother to live on the streets, are you? It was the manner in which he expressed it. This is not a question but rather a statement. Indeed, I would be willing to assist. As if, that was still the person I became. I chose not to respond. The door was shut after I simply took a few steps back. For a brief moment, he remained in that position. At the same time that he was standing on my porch, looking around, and muttering something, I observed him through the peephole. Next, he departed. A voicemail from my mother was left for me the following day. She did not shed any tears. Her threat was made. He warned me that if I did not assist, she would go to the press and tell them that I was complicit, that I was aware of my father's scheme, that I was a part of it, and that I had benefited from it. Even more, she threatened to file a lawsuit for emotional damages. It was the most frantic thing I had ever thought I'd ever heard. I did something that was very cold. My attorney's contact information and a screenshot of the trust were both sent to her. After that, I left a message with just 2 words, good luck. It took her 2 hours to respond to my email. A biblical passage about forgiveness, all capital letters, and several paragraphs of rage and accusations. After archiving it, I went to check on Grace, who was in the living room constructing a pillow fort. I followed her to the living room. Smiling, she looked up at the sky. It was the only family that mattered, and it was the one I chose. And the storm that I had decided to leave behind was finally dissipating on its own. Now, there was only one component left. It was at this point that they realized that this was not an exile. Extinction was the result of. After a period of 4 weeks, the notice of foreclosure was made available through public records. I did not go there to look. I received an email featuring a link from a member of Diane's church group. An auction was scheduled to take place in 28 days for the house that I grew up in, which was a colonial-style home with gray siding and 3 bedrooms. Since 1994, it had been in the family's possession. While they were losing it, I had no feelings whatsoever. Not guilt, not satisfaction, just nothing. As if a door had finally shut in a house that I had stopped going to and that was inhabited by people that I had stopped recognizing. The day in question was Grace's play date. After driving her across town and dropping her off, I sat in the car for a few minutes, and scrolled through some old photographs and then drove away. Not of my parents, not of my daughter in that house, not of my daughter learning how to ride a bike in the driveway while my father held the seat, not of my daughter baking cookies with my grandmother, not of my daughter sliding down the staircase in a sleeping bag. But those were illusions, versions of people I had invented in my head. Because the truth was, when things got hard, when the panic set in, their first thought wasn't about family. It was about who could be used. And when I stopped being useful, they showed me what I really was to them. I hadn't heard from them since the threats. Not even after my lawyer sent a final notice detailing every false claim, every fake business record, every legal step I was prepared to take if they so much as said my name publicly again. They went quiet until one night, Grace was already asleep, and I got a text from a number I didn't recognize. It was a picture of my childhood room. No caption, no context, just hardwood floors and sunlight coming through the curtains I hadn't seen in years. It didn't take a genius to guess who sent it. A few hours later, another message from a different number, probably a burner account. Hope it was worth it. That was the last I ever heard from them. The auction went forward. Dad got sentenced 7 months later. 24 months probation, some community service, restitution to the victims. His mugshot was online for a while. Mom moved in with a cousin upstate. Lucas and his wife filed for bankruptcy and divorced quietly. The honeymoon he crowdfunded never happened. The family chat silent since spring. Diane and I still talk sometimes. She sends Grace postcards. We keep it light. I never told my daughter everything. Just enough that not all family is forever. That people show you who they are when you stop doing things for them. That we can forgive without reopening the door. She's doing great now. Her fever never came back. She's learning piano into astronomy. Wants to be an inventor who builds machines that help sick kids. I told her I think she already saved one. We live simply, just the two of us. Quiet mornings, warm dinners, a home filled with softness, and no expectations of repayment. And in that silence where my parents used to live, there's no anger anymore. A space that is precisely the same size as the past that I have finally left behind. Parents forced 4 sisters to be identical. They drugged us and put us on a luggage cart. Going to Mexico. Cops swarmed the gate. Parents wanted my siblings and me to look alike. Unsure how far they'd go. I was 7 and my youngest sister was 3 when my parents made us match. Despite our different ages and sizes, we had the same weight, ruler-measured haircuts, and outfits. Mom measured our hair every morning in line. If it was even slightly longer, she chopped it immediately. Puberty made matching risky. When our sister Madeline developed early, Mom passed out in gym class from tightly wrapping ace bandages on her chest. Mom gave everyone matching padded bras. Hair dye every 12 days burned our scalps and caused scabs. Our voices deepened, but Claire's stayed high. She practiced speaking lower until she lost her voice for a month. Teachers couldn't tell us apart, and we couldn't correct them. I wanted to play soccer, but Madeline hated sports, so we all did. Claire played violin well but quit because we were bad, making us different. I started menstruating at 12 and hid it for 18 months until Madeline did. Wadding up toilet paper to ask for pads would indicate developing differently. I regret bleeding through my pants in class while pretending nothing was wrong. Because they do, our bodies change. Dad made Lauren slump until her back broke after she grew 6 inches in one summer. Claire stayed small, so her shoes had high lifts that swelled her ankles. Then we changed faces. Madeline widened her nose. Cheeks were strong in Lauren. Claire had bigger eyes. Parents used facial exercises and bone reshaping masks. Trying to flee at 16. I reached the bus terminal before they caught me. Next, they installed outside-only locks on our bedroom doors. We had to check in every hour and every room had cameras. If we went to the bathroom too long, Mom would bang on the door and yell about secret uniqueness. Homeschooling prevented us from being influenced to be different. Sameness made me forget where I ended and my sisters began. A doctor who lost his American license but worked in Mexico was found. We were measured like animals while he discussed repairs. He'd shave Lauren's cheekbones, expand Claire's nose, narrow Madeline's, and pin my ears to match Claire's. He even matched our lips and hairlines. My parents spent $25,000, and organized everything for 10 days after my 16th birthday. Just 9 days before we left for Mexico, Madeline tried suicide by eating a bottle of sleeping pills. She survived, but the hospital questioned her years-long binding chest scars. Our parents lied about her body image issues causing self-harm. They said we needed surgery to be happy. We advanced our operation 48 hours before social workers arrived. Dad lectured us on Madeline's selfishness as perfection dread while Mom packed. Everyone knew we were going to a special camp. At 3:30 a.m., the airport van arrived. They gave us sleeping pills that night to stop running. I pretended to swallow but spat mine out as Mom looked away. Knowing we had surgery in 9 hours, I stayed awake listening to my sisters breathe. Mom said the final plan was to remove ribs to match our torsos and permanently alter our vocal cords. Around 3:18 a.m., the van arrived. They dragged my sedated sisters out one by one while I pretended to sleep. I lay limp as Dad lifted me to rush outside. I thought he'd notice my loud heartbeat. I felt a sharp pain in my neck when he reached the van. Mom held a syringe, smiling. Would we trust medicines alone? She asked as my vision dimmed. For years, this was planned. I went limp as they loaded me in with my sisters after the pills hit fast. I last saw the airport sign as we entered the highway. If the medications didn't knock me out, we wouldn't wake up from those surgeries. My head was awake enough to understand as my body relaxed as Mom requested. I barely saw the dashboard lights and dark road ahead through my almost closed eyes. Mom practiced telling airport workers we were going to a unique arts camp in Mexico in the passenger seat. Dad corrected her twice about where we were flying into, and she yelled at him to get it right because one mistake could ruin everything. My sisters breathed slowly and heavily beside me. Medication knocked them out. Car smelled like Mom's vanilla air freshener and our 2-day-old hair dye. Counting exit signs helped me focus and avoid drugs. Exit 6, 8, 10. My heart was racing, and I feared the quiet van would hear it. Dad entered the airport exit ramp, and our headlights illuminated the huge blue airplane sign. The end. This occurred unless the airport found 4 unconscious teenage girls. Father helped early morning travelers unload their bags in the departure drop-off lane. After leaving, he opened the van's sliding door to let cold air in. Despite wanting to shudder, I remained still. A luggage trolley from the rack was rolled over. I lolled as he took me out and put me on the metal cart with his hands under my arms. He stacked Madeline, Claire, and Lauren next to me like freight. Mom zipped my pink sweatshirt and smoothed Lauren's hair. She adjusted Claire's sleeve to match the others, muttering about how we had to look good now. People with rolling bags passed by as I barely opened my eyes. Long, a puzzled businesswoman stared at us. A father with 2 children carried his luggage to the terminal entrance after slowing down to look. Nobody stopped. No one asked. They ignored us like they were inconvenient. Mom pushed the cart through the terminal's automatic doors, and fluorescent lights cut my closed eyelids. The bright light made my eyes swim, but I couldn't blink. I heard announcements from high ceilings. Security and unattended luggage. Cart wheels creaked on polished floor. Dad carried our 4 passports and Mexico paperwork binder. Each cart push made my head bounce, so I had to stay limp and breathe normally. The terminal was mostly empty this morning. Not many exhausted travelers. An unopened coffee shop and a gift shop with a metal gate were there. Bright overhead lights hurt my eyes. Mom clicked her shoes quickly, showing nervousness. She sped the cart to the terminal's international check-in. The airline agent looked up from her computer as we approached. She was visible through my eyelashes. A bun-wearing early 40s woman, she looked at her screen, us, and back. She tilted her head and raised her eyebrows. Typing deepened her frown. She quickly called, and a supervisor vest-wearing agent arrived in minutes. We watched as they quietly talked, and the supervisor pointed to a computer screen. Agent 1 nodded and pointed to the trolley. Some hope flickered in my chest. Someone noticed. Someone noticed 4 identical teenage girls were still. I saw the supervisor ask my dad as she approached us. I found my chance. Even though the drugs blurred my vision, I focused. The agent approached to check our breathing, revealing her face inches away. I found my strength to cry. I felt the steady roll at my jaw. Jumping back, she grabbed the phone on the counter, widening her eyes. To the supervisor, she pointed at my face and said something nasty. The supervisor looked different and grabbed the phone. Mom spoke gently, but the agents ignored her. They called and looked at us with concern and alarm, not just confusion. An airport policeman approached quickly 2 minutes later, hand on belt. He was tall and black, with kind eyes that first looked at us before my parents. Man with Brooks' name tag took out a small notebook. He asked my parents why 14s were silent at 3:30 a.m. Dad started the practice story calmly and logically. Traveling made us nervous as nervous flyers. He said Mom gave us resting pills for travel. His attractive smile with teachers and doctors usually made people trust him and stop asking questions. Mom explained more, sounding like the world's most caring mother. She mentioned our Mexico arts camp. She said we were excited and sleepless for days. She said she gave us something moderate and safe to rest for the long trip. Responsible parenting, their best interests, and comfort were her priorities. She spoke to the medical staff in the same tone she used when Madeline tried to die, sounding like a dedicated parent who wanted to help her daughters and worked on everyone. As Officer Daniel Brooks crouched near the trolley, his face met mine. He gently took my hand, his warm skin against my cold fingers. He whispered, but I heard him. If I could hear, pinch his thumb. I summoned my drugged strength. I focused on my hand. It wasn't hard to squeeze because Mom injected something in my neck. His body froze. Looked at me and tightened his grip on my hand. Sensed it. He noticed I was awake. He realized the situation was dire. Brooks jumped up and took the radio from his belt. He called EMS urgently but calmly. My parents were told no plane would board until medical staff cleared us. In 90 seconds, 3 paramedics arrived with gear. Several checked Madeline while one took my pulse. First paramedic pulled my eyelid and lit my eye, then Claire's. He told his friend our students are too few. Our respiration was too shallow for sleep, according to another paramedic. They glanced at each other and Officer Daniel Brooks in disapproval. Mom's voice hardened. She said we were fine and would miss our flight. She said they exaggerated. She kept talking about camp and how late and useless we were. Dad stroked her arm, likely to calm her, but I could see their perfect parenting cracking as panic set in. Now, Mom's pleasant voice was sharp. Dad smiled tensely. I knew our parents were losing control for the first time in years as the paramedics checked us and talked to Officer Daniel Brooks. My first paramedic checked my pulse again and touched my neck where Mom had inserted the needle. He froze, then slowly tilted my head to see well. His companion quickly approached and looked at the small red mark on my skin, still bloody. The first paramedic radioed his supervisor while the second checked Madeline. He found her neck mark in the same place. He found Claire, then Lauren. All 4 of us had fresh, red injection sites. The radio buzzed with the supervisor's details request. The first paramedic mentioned many minors on coerced sedation and possibly non-voluntary medication. He looked at Officer Daniel Brooks and said, "This didn't look like parent-given anxiety medication." Brooks wrote in his notebook, and seeing someone drugging uninvited kids tightened his jaw. My parents were near the check-in counter when he asked Dad to verify our IDs. Dad was surprised but followed Brooks a few feet while another officer approached Mom. Brooks asked Dad about our trip after reviewing his notes. We went where in Mexico? City which? How was the facility named? Dad replied quickly that we were going to Tijuana camp. After writing it down, Brooks asked Mom the same questions. Our unique program was in Mexilay, she said. Brooks raised his eyebrows as he looked down at his notebook with both responses. Mom called the city Mexali when he asked again. Definitely Mexali. He showed her Dad's words, turning her white. She said they were right quickly. The program was in both cities. Confusion surrounded our initial facilities. Although Brooks kept writing, his expression showed he didn't believe her. He brought an evidence camera off his belt to me on the cart. He took many photos of my neck injection mark from different angles, flashing through my closed eyelids. He took photos of my sister's marks. Left and spoke in code I didn't understand on his radio. 2 times I heard trafficking and suspected abuse. Hearing that, made Mom cry immediately. These were not sad or scared tears. She thought they were ridiculous with an angry face and high, tight voice. We traveled as a family, dare they suggest something so awful? Though crying, her eyes were enraged. A gray-suited woman rushed across the station and approached us. A badge on her waist and a phone in her ear. After her call, she introduced herself as CPS on-call Karen Whitfield to Brooks. She said she received the case notice and needed to urgently tell him. 10 days prior, Madeline's hospitalization report was open. The hospital planned to evaluate Madeline's chest injuries from binding materials, but our parents took her out before the social worker finished. Karen said a worker was trying to arrange a home visit, but we were leaving the country at the airport. Brooks displayed our injection marks and notes about our parents' cities. Karen, then my parents, then Brooks, viewed the images. Airline supervisors denied our boarding. Airport medical staff and CPS must approve travel before we can leave. Brooks and Karen led our parents to the airport medical clinic. Dad immediately defended our rights and said they couldn't take us. Brooks signaled the paramedics to bring us even though Mom was screaming and said they were being persecuted for parenting. Parents had to keep up or fall behind. Dad grabbed Mom's arm and headed toward the parking garage halfway across the terminal. Brooks saw it and blocked their path. He stated that they would be imprisoned immediately if they left with us or interfered with medical evaluation. Dad screamed about unjust incarceration and illegal confinement as he turned red. Brooks was flanked by 2 more officers. Dad ceased screaming and closed his mouth. Mom wept but stayed. The airport clinic was small and bright, with white walls and chemical smells. A blue scrubs nurse greeted us at the door and told paramedics to wheel us into curtained areas. Another woman entered wearing blue scrubs and a forensic nurse badge, Dr. Susan Keller. Her first step was closing my test curtain. Asking if I could hear her, she whispered her plan. First, she checked my vitals, then carefully lifted my shirt to examine my torso. Her hand stopped when she saw my chest scars. Madeline's ties scraped my skin, leaving long red marks. Dr. Keller stayed calm, but her eyes grew sad when Mom made me match her. To examine my scalp, she gently parted my hair and lowered my shirt. She discovered rough, scarred skin and chemical burns from years of hair coloring. She meticulously photographed each injury with a medical camera. Heard her examine one of my sisters in the next curtain space. Through my curtain, Karen Whitfield entered. She sat facing me in a chair near the exam table. She quietly announced emergency protective custody. No going home with our parents today. We'd be safe during investigation. It shook me to see relief. My control slipped. I trembled and felt cold in the heated room. Dr. Keller returned and gently wrapped my shoulders in a warm blanket. Through the curtain, I heard Mom's lovely, worried voice talking to Karen. She recounted how she sacrificed everything to help us succeed. Karen spoke calmly and professionally. She said medical proof sufficed. Injection marks, binding scars, chemical burns, and custody were non-negotiable. Karen didn't change her tone when Mom grew agitated. 2 wheelchair-driving nurses prepared us for comprehensive exams at the main hospital. We were wheeled out one by one. I was hospitalized alone. I was alone without my sisters after the door closed. It was my first solo room since age 7. Space felt huge, empty, and wrong. I heard a loud silence. I almost shouted their names to confirm their proximity. I realized that our separation and loneliness could save us. I stayed quiet and cleared my surroundings. A giant black camera and flash from Rachel Moore woke me from the emptiness. She requested photos of my injuries for court, and I agreed because proof was my only weapon. She delicately parted my hair to photograph the rough spots where years of chemical dye had burned and disfigured my scalp. As the camera flashed, she carefully documented each damage area. She asked me to lift my top and photograph the red lines across my ribs where the binding materials had scraped my skin raw, even though I didn't need binding. Each flash felt like freezing the evidence, making it permanent, which worried and moved me. The purple injection site on my neck and Dad's hold bruises on my arms were photographed by Dr. Keller. After finishing, she silently thanked me and said these images will protect us. Karen returned after Dr. Keller left, bringing the chair closer to my bed and asking if I wanted to talk. The medication slurred and delayed my sentences, as I explained the operation plans and the Mexican doctor. I tried to explain the rib removal and vocal cord changes, but my sentences broke. Karen gently stroked my hand and said we could talk after the medications wore off. Though I couldn't speak, she sat there as I battled the fog. Mom kept asking to see me and saying she could attend any interview outside my door. Dad's harsh voice joined hers, and my chest tightened with old fear. I heard a calm male voice say only authorized workers could enter patient rooms, so hospital security blocked the door. Dad yelled about parental rights and wrongful detention. His voice reached that terrible tone that chilled us. The security guard's steady voice showed he wasn't afraid of Dad. Karen peered at the door and asked if the guard made me feel safe. Dad's rage through the door made me want to hide under the bed, but I nodded. After 15 minutes, Brooks entered my doorway and nodded to the security guard before talking to Karen. He said he had warrants to search our house for bedroom door locks, surveillance cameras, and other evidence of our parents' plans. Following our injection mark images in Mexico discussion, the court ruled in 35 minutes. After Karen asked the timeline, Brooks said his team was executing the search warrant and collecting the cameras, locks, and Mom's measurement logs. Knowing others were searching our house and documenting our parents' control made me guilty and relieved. A nurse ran by my door, shouting a psychiatric emergency code. Knowing the code was for Madeline's room, where she'd tried to die before, stopped my heart. Now we were apart and she was alone with her terror. I wanted to sit up, but Karen gently touched my shoulder and told me to stay still because Madeline had a skilled team. I shook all over as I lay down. Scared Madeline had fled again. None caught it in time this time. Karen went investigating, leaving me with people running down the hall and my monitors beeping. Dr. Keller returned 25 minutes later, pale and shaking, sitting on my bedside chair. She carefully detailed the Mexican doctor's procedures for us in medical textbook language. Lower Lauren's cheekbones and reshape our faces. Remove ribs to fit torso. To sound identical, vocal cord modification altered pitch and tone. Her list of procedure names and risks sounded like a surgery chart, making my stomach turn. Dr. Keller said Madeline was stable since it was a panic attack and not another attempt, but they were moving her to a safer unit for monitoring. Karen brought a folder and sat down to show me Mom's Mexican clinic emails. Her digital forensics team emptied our parents' phones with a warrant. The emails included Mom's handwritten notes on which features needed to be corrected for perfect matching and detailed measurements of our faces and bodies. Adjusting my nose width, ear angle, and jaw shape was necessary. We received photos of our faces from different angles with lines showing where the doctor would cut. I told Karen the clinic name. Mom planned the trip and I saw it on home paperwork. She urgently requested international medical licensure and patient safety alerts. Her voice was urgent and professional. She grabbed my hand and said I protected other kids who might have been taken there. Flag and investigate the clinic. It was heavy to think other families might try what our parents did. Karen said our guardian ad litem, Laura Bennett, would represent us in a temporary custody hearing this afternoon. Karen said a guardian ad litem's sole purpose was to assess our needs and inform the judge. She said Laura might ask for my input before the hearing. I was overwhelmed by all these new people, systems, and legal terms, but at least they asked what we needed instead of deciding like our parents. I lay there processing everything when the ceiling air vent made a faint sound. A name mimic whisper. I held my breath and listened harder, hearing it again. Claire's broken voice whispered my name through the ventilation system. By whispering, we could hear each other through the vents. We tapped simple patterns on the wall between our rooms instead of talking. 2 taps for I'm here, 3 for scared, 5 for love. This basic communication felt like a lifeline, proving we were still connected even though we were in different rooms for the first time in 9 years. Our nurse knocked and brought a plastic bag with my name. She gave me my phone, saying they got it from Dad's luggage when he was separated at the airport. I turned it on to find 2 voicemails and 23 missed calls from Mom. Latest from Dad's phone. I pressed play and heard his angry, tight voice blame me for being ungrateful and tearing the family apart when they tried to make us special. We could have been perfect together, he thought. I wasted it by causing airport trouble. Guilt's hot, sharp fist made me sick. But then I touched my neck injection mark, still sore and slightly swollen, and thought about rib removal and vocal cord changes surgery. Faster cooling accentuated guilt. No effort was made to distinguish us. They tried to make us alike, but they're different. Karen returned hours later with a generic spiral notebook and pen. She sat next to my bed and told me to write down what happened in my own words for my own record that no one else could see unless I wanted them to. She suggested it might aid my processing and recall. The morning they told us about Mexico, I started writing in the notebook. As I wrote, I used we and us like one person instead of 4. We feared. Going didn't suit us. Hiding. I realized I had lost track of where I ended and my sisters began as I stared at the words. Karen asked me why I was staring. After viewing the page, she nodded slowly and suggested I add my name. Claiming experiences as my own felt wrong at first. Forced myself. It scared me. Refused departure. Hiding. The first time I saw my experience written separately tightened but lightened my chest. Karen returned that night worried and holding her phone. She showed me a local news website with a brief airport child endangerment story. Despite our anonymity, the article reported that 4 minors were taken into protective custody after suspicious circumstances at the international terminal. Someone might discover us, and I was terrified. The neighbors knew we were traveling. Kids from our old school may remember us. If the story spread and someone linked it to our family, Karen must have noticed my panic because she sat down and explained that juvenile cases are sealed by law. News cannot publish our identities. She repeatedly assured our safety. My chest was too heavy with fear to move. Karen talked to people about foster placements through the door for hours while on her phone. 4 teenage girls are too many for most homes. Some held 2, others 3. No one could fit 4 of us. After everything we'd been through, being apart made me sick. We had to match for 9 years. We may actually get separated now that we've had a chance to be separate. I wanted independence without losing my sisters. Later, Karen came into my room and said she was still trying to find a placement that would keep us together, but her face showed she was concerned. The next morning, Brooks and his team executed our house search warrant. Karen showed me pics. As they documented each room, they texted her. The outside-only locks on our bedroom doors were installed so we couldn't leave at night. They found cameras in every room, including the bathroom, feeding to monitors in our parents' bedroom to monitor us 24/7. They found Mom's old hair logs with millimeter-accurate measurements and notes about who needed cutting. Ace bandages she used to bind Madeline's chest and padded bras she made us wear were found. The notebook with our regular school class schedules that Mom sent to the Mexican doctor to plan the surgery was found. Brooks and his team photographed and loaded everything into evidence bags. Karen said the amount of documentation they found helped the case because it proved it wasn't strict parenting. Control was planned and systematic. Other investigators interviewed our neighbors door to door while Brooks searched the house. Karen read some of their statements to me. Multiple neighbors said they never saw us outside alone, always together. One neighbor said we always wore matching outfits and marched like soldiers. Another said we never played with neighborhood kids. I was angrier when the woman 3 houses down said it. She told the investigator she liked how coordinated we were, like a synchronized swimming team. I wanted to scream at Cute. No one questioned Cute's control. Nobody wondered if 4 teenage girls moving in perfect unison was a sign of trouble. They thought it was cute and different and continued their day. I met Laura Bennett in the afternoon. She was probably in her 50s, with gray hair pulled back and direct eyes that looked like she wanted to hear me. She introduced herself as my guardian ad litem and explained that she would determine what was best for me and my sisters and tell the judge. She pulled a chair near my bed and asked me a new question. She wanted to know what I wanted, not what I thought I should say or what would please adults. After much consideration, I replied. I told her I wanted me and my sisters to be safe. Just stopping my parents was more important to me than punishing them. I wanted them to realize their actions were wrong, but I wasn't sure how. Without judging or trying to change my mind, Laura wrote down everything I said. She acknowledged my complicated feelings and said it was okay to want safety without revenge. The afternoon emergency custody hearing took place in a small conference-style courtroom. Judge at his desk, lawyers on both sides, Karen, Laura, and my parents with their attorney. I wasn't needed because it was temporary custody, not the full case. I could listen to Karen's phone recording later. My parents' lawyer spent most of his time arguing that CPS was persecuting them for homeschooling and traditional values. He kept talking about religious freedom and parental rights, ignoring what my parents did to us. He said the airport incident was a misunderstanding. We took medication voluntarily, and my parents monitored us. He said the planned procedures in Mexico were cosmetic choices like braces or acne treatment that many families make. I felt crazy listening to him twist everything, like he was describing a different reality than mine. The judge let the lawyer finish before reviewing the evidence. He saw our binding scars, chemical burns, and injection marks in photos. He narrated the surgery emails, including rib removal and vocal cord alteration. He heard Dr. Keller's testimony about the serious medical risks we faced, how some planned procedures could have caused permanent damage or death. Finally speaking, he was firm and clear. We were removed from our parents' custody temporarily, allowed only supervised visitation at approved facilities, and scheduled a full hearing for 4 weeks later. Listening to the recording in my hospital bed helped me breathe. I felt guilty for being relieved, like being away from my parents made me a bad daughter, even though they drugged us and planned to surgically alter our bodies without consent. Karen arrived in my room exhausted but determined after the hearing. She sat down and explained placement honestly. She found a foster home for 3 of us, not 4. Since that was the best option, she asked if one of us would go to a different foster home so the other 3 could stay together. I immediately volunteered. Words coming out without thinking. I was oldest. I got caught pretending to sleep instead of staying unconscious like my sisters, which created this situation. I should sacrifice. Karen looked at me for a while, before asking if I was sure or just following my instincts. Despite my doubts, I told her I was sure because someone had to choose and it should be me. That night, Karen drove me to a foster home 15 minutes away in a neighborhood with trees and unique houses. A 60s couple opened the door and introduced themselves, but I was too tired to remember their names. A small second-floor bedroom with pale blue walls and a backyard window was shown to me. The woman showed me 3 sets of pajamas in the closet and asked which one I wanted to wear tonight. I stared at them for a long time because I'd never been asked to choose before. And finally, I pointed to the middle one with small flowers on it. She smiled and left me alone to change, and I noticed the door had a lock, but it only worked from the inside. Nobody could lock me in. I sat on the bed after I changed, and the house was so quiet. I could hear the clock ticking downstairs. Without my sisters breathing nearby, the silence felt huge and wrong, like something important was missing. But it also felt lighter somehow, like I could breathe deeper without matching my breath to theirs. I lay down and pulled the blanket up, and for the first time in years, I fell asleep without listening for Mom's footsteps in the hallway or checking if my sisters were still there. The next morning, Karen picked me up and drove me to my first therapy appointment with a man named Dr. Michael Reynolds, who had an office in a building downtown. He was maybe 42, with a calm voice, and he didn't try to shake my hand when I came in, just gestured to a comfortable chair and sat down across from me. He explained that we were going to work on very small, realistic goals, things like getting through each day and starting to figure out who I was as a separate person. He didn't promise he'd fix me or heal me or make everything better. He just said we'd work on coping and surviving. That felt more honest than false hope would, and I nodded to show I understood. He asked me what I was feeling right now, and I told him I didn't know. Everything was too mixed up to separate. He said that was okay, and we'd work on that too, learning to tell one feeling from another. Later in the session, Karen joined us, and they discussed school re-entry plans, talking about whether I should go back to regular school, or continue homeschooling, or try online classes. I mentioned that I always wanted to try soccer but couldn't because Madeline hated sports, and if one of us did something, we all had to. Dr. Reynolds wrote this down in his notebook and said we could explore that, but he explained the timing might not be right yet while everything was so unstable with court dates and adjustments to foster care. I felt disappointed, but I understood what he meant. There was too much chaos right now to add more new things. A few days later, Laura came to visit me at the foster home and asked me to start keeping a journal of memories that were specifically mine, not shared experiences with my sisters. She wanted me to document how our individual identities got suppressed. Write down moments that belonged only to me. I sat with a blank notebook that night and tried to think of memories that were just mine, but everything was tangled up with my sisters because we were forced to do everything together. I couldn't remember the last time I did something alone or had a thought that was only my own. I wrote this down and showed Laura the next time she visited, and she said that struggle itself was evidence of what our parents did to us. The fact that I couldn't find individual memories proved how thoroughly they erased our separate selves. About 9 days after I started the journal, Karen called with news about the Mexican clinic. She told me they got word that the clinic had either shut down or moved locations, and the lead on the unlicensed doctor had gone cold. My stomach twisted when she said this because it meant he was still out there somewhere doing this to other kids, and I felt guilty even though I knew it wasn't my fault. Laura reminded me later that I was 16, and stopping international medical criminals wasn't my responsibility, but the guilt sat heavy anyway. I kept thinking about other girls who might end up on that surgery table because we didn't catch him in time. 9 days after the custody hearing, I was scrolling through social media on my phone when I got a message request from an account I didn't recognize. The profile picture was blank, and the username was just random letters and numbers. I opened it, and the message said, "We can still fix you. We can still make you perfect. We love you." I knew immediately it was from my parents violating the no contact order, and my hands started shaking so bad I almost dropped the phone. I screenshotted the message like Karen taught me to do and sent it to her right away. Then I blocked the account and deleted the message request. Karen called me back within an hour and told me she was forwarding it to Brooks and the prosecutor. 3 days later, Karen called again to tell me that Brooks traced the fake social media account back to Dad's work computer using the IP address. He was filing a motion for contempt of court since my parents violated the no contact order. Karen said, "This proves I was right to report it, and that consequences are happening, which helps calm the panic that flared up when I first saw their message." The next week, I had my first supervised visit with my sisters at a neutral visitation center, a plain building with meeting rooms and cameras everywhere. As soon as we were in the same room, we started arguing about whose fault this was and who should have done what differently. Madeline said, "I should have stayed quiet and we'd all still be together," and I snapped back that together meant drugged and heading for surgery. Claire started crying and saying she just wanted everything to go back to normal, and Lauren yelled that there was no normal to go back to. The supervisor sat quietly and let us work through it instead of shutting us down. And eventually, we were all crying and hugging each other and admitting we were scared and grieving even though we were also safer. We held on to each other for a long time, and I realized this was the first time we'd touched in weeks. The first time we'd been close without being forced to match. A few days after that visit, Karen took Lauren to an appointment with an orthopedic specialist who examined her back and took x-rays. The doctor confirmed that the forced slouching damaged her spine in ways that would require physical therapy and might cause chronic pain for the rest of her life. Lauren sat in the car afterward, looking angry and sad at the same time. And I didn't know how to help her except that some of what our parents did couldn't be undone. She kept asking why they would do this to her, why they couldn't just let her be tall, and I didn't have any answers that made sense. The following week, Claire saw an ENT doctor who looked at her throat and did tests on her voice. He diagnosed vocal nodules from the forced voice training and explained she'd need months of vocal rest and therapy, and even then, her voice might never sound exactly the same as it did before. Claire cried in the examination room because she was amazing at violin and singing, and now her voice might be permanently damaged. I held her hand while she grieved what was taken from her, And I thought about how our parents stole so many things from us that we'd never get back. 3 days after Claire's ENT appointment, Karen called to tell me Madeline had another crisis at her foster home, and they were moving her to an inpatient psychiatric program where she could get more help. I asked if I could visit her, and Karen said not yet, but I could write letters. So, I started writing Madeline every single day about completely normal stuff, like how the weather was sunny or rainy, what I had for breakfast, what show I watched on TV. I told her about the foster family's cat who sat on my lap while I did homework, and how the neighbor's dog barked at squirrels every morning. I wrote about the little things because I wanted her to know there was a regular world out here waiting for her when she was ready to come back to it. I never mentioned mom or dad or the surgeries or any of the bad stuff. I just gave her normal, boring details that proved life could be simple and safe. 9 days later, Karen came to my foster home and sat down at the kitchen table with me to explain that the prosecutor had formally filed criminal charges against our parents for child neglect and endangerment. She showed me the paperwork with all the official legal language and told me the court process would take months, maybe even a year, to work through the system. I felt this weird mix of relief that something was actually happening and exhaustion because it wasn't over yet, and guilt because they were still my parents even though they hurt us. Karen must have seen it on my face because she told me to talk to Dr. Michael Reynolds about it. At my next therapy session, I told Dr. Reynolds about the charges and how I felt relieved and exhausted and guilty all at the same time, and he said that was completely normal. He explained that having mixed feelings about people who hurt you didn't mean you were weak or confused. It just meant you were human and the situation was complicated. That helped a little bit, but the guilt still sat in my stomach like a rock. The following week, Laura came to the foster home and told me we needed to start preparing for the extended custody hearing where I might have to testify in front of the judge. We sat in the living room, and she asked me practice questions like, "Why didn't you tell anyone sooner? And why didn't you just run away?" I tried to answer calmly at first, but the questions made me so mad because they sounded like she was blaming me. My voice got louder, and I told her I was scared and controlled, and I did try to run away, and they locked us in. Laura nodded and said, "Good. That anger is good. I need you to be able to access it to protect yourself on the stand." She explained that my parents' lawyer would try to make me doubt myself and get confused, so I needed to practice staying strong and clear even when I was upset. We did the practice questions over and over until I could answer them without my voice shaking too much. A few days later, Karen forwarded me a legal document that my parents' attorney had filed with the court. I sat on my bed and read through it, and the words made me feel like I was going crazy. Their lawyer argued that homeschooling rights and religious freedom protected their parenting choices. He was trying to reframe everything they did to us as a family's private educational and spiritual decisions. The motion talked about parental authority and traditional values and family autonomy, like those words somehow made the chest binding and forced sedation acceptable. I read it 3 times, and each time I felt more disconnected from reality because they were describing a completely different world than the one I actually lived in. It was like they took all the facts and twisted them into something unrecognizable. I showed the document to my foster mom and asked her if I was the crazy one, if maybe I was remembering wrong. She hugged me and said, "No, you're not crazy, and sometimes people in power use fancy words to hide ugly truths." That weekend, I was unpacking a donated bag of clothes in my room, sorting through shirts and jeans that someone had dropped off for me. An old photo was accidentally mixed in at the bottom of the bag. My hands shook when I pulled it out because it was from before the matching, when I was 4 or 5. 4 little girls looked like 4 different people in the photo. Curly hair, straight hair, taller, shorter. They wore different shirts and smiled differently. I looked at my younger self in the photo and tried to remember who she was, what she liked, and what set her apart from her sisters. The memories were so faded and buried under years of forced sameness that I barely recognized them. Since it hurt to look at the photo, I put it in my nightstand drawer. The extended custody hearing began on a cold February morning 4 weeks later. Laura picked me up early and drove me to court. She advised me to speak slowly and look at the judge rather than my parents. Wood paneling and quiet fluorescent lights made the courtroom smaller than expected. Mom started crying when I entered as my parents sat at a table with their lawyer. I looked away to concentrate on the judge's desk. I put my hand on the Bible and swore to tell the truth when the bailiff called me to the witness stand. My voice shook when I spoke, but Laura was right. The going got steadier. I told the judge about the surveillance cameras in every room, including the bathroom, the chest binding that knocked Madeline out, and the forced sedation the night before the airport. I described the surgery plans, Mexican clinic, and $25,000 my parents paid up front. Looking at the judge instead of my parents helped me keep talking when my throat tightened. After my testimony, my parents' lawyer presented cross-examination. He smiled at me in a kind, but mean way as an older man, in a gray suit. He suggested that I frightened my sisters or made up the surgery plans to get attention because I was jealous of their bond. He spoke smoothly, like he was asking reasonable questions. I remembered what Laura taught me about using anger when it flared in my chest. I stared him down and gave him details. The clinic was Centro de Motific in Tijuana, I told him. I told him it was $25,000 wired on a specific date. I listed the plan: bone shaving, rib removal, and vocal cord alteration. I saw his face change when he realized I had more details than expected. He asked more questions, but I answered each with facts and dates, and he sat down. Dr. Susan Keller testified as an expert after a break. She described medical evidence in a calm, clinical voice in professional clothes. The binding injuries on Madeline's chest, chemical burns on all our scalps from hair dye, and forced sedation injection marks on our necks were explained. She spoke in medical terms, and showed photos on a screen about our serious health risks. Her scientific and factual testimony made it harder to dismiss what happened as strict parenting or cultural differences. No drama or emotion from her. She presented the evidence like a doctor. Brooks then testified about the airport intervention in chronological order. He mentioned seeing us unconscious on the luggage cart, the airline agent's concerns, and the injection marks. He said he found locks, cameras, and logs in our house. He showed the evidence chain's connections. His testimony shows how many systems missed this earlier. How many people saw us and didn't ask why 4 teenage girls looked alike. He describes how close we came to being on that plane to Mexico and what would have happened if the airline agent hadn't noticed something was wrong. The judge briefly reviews the evidence after testifying. As we wait in the hallway, I hear my parents talking to their lawyer through the door. "Hi," angry mom's voice. Returning inside, the judge looks tired. He briefly reads from his notes about the evidence, law, and his duties. He announces his choice. His decision extends our parental custody removal by a year. He orders psychological evaluations for both parents before reconsidering custody. He limits them to approved facilities with trained monitors for supervised contact. I'm so relieved I almost cry. The relief is tempered by a strange grief because my parents hurt us but are still my parents. Part of me wanted them to fight for us differently, admit their mistakes, and change, but they sit there angry and betrayed, like we hurt them. Karen smiles at me from across the room as Laura squeezes my shoulder. The judge bangs his gavel and declares, "Court is adjourned." And it all ends. My hands shake when Karen calls 12 days later with news. Her foster family accepted all 4 of us. A 50-something couple who fostered sibling groups and have enough bedrooms for everyone. On a Saturday morning, the foster mom shows us to our rooms, which feels weird and wrong at first, but then I hear Madeline's voice through the wall, Claire's footsteps upstairs, and Lauren humming in the bathroom, and the world settles down. Since being apart in separate rooms is too fast, we all sleep on the living room floor that night. Foster parents do not require us to return to our rooms. They bring down extra blankets and say, "We'll figure it out at our own pace." Dr. Michael Reynolds starts coming to the house twice a week for boundary practice group sessions. We all grab the same box of crackers from the pantry for the first exercise before realizing it. Dr. Reynolds makes us choose something different again, and I spend 12 minutes deciding between chips and cookies because I keep looking at my sister's choices. We try different TV shows, table seats, and shower times. It sounds silly, but my chest tightens when I choose differently from them. Claire picks grape juice, I pick orange, Madeline picks water, and Lauren picks lemonade, and we stare at our drinks like we did something dangerous. The foster father calls it the bravest thing he's seen in years. In our neighborhood park, I join a Monday-Thursday evening soccer clinic. The first night, I wear borrowed cleats that don't fit, and my own shorts, not matching anyone. I trip over the ball and kick it wrong in basic drills with the coach. However, when I run down the field chasing it with nobody matching my steps or speed, my chest loosens like a knot. My slowness, clumsiness, and burning lungs are mine. This awkward learning is mine alone. I text my sisters about my poor performance after practice. Getting laughing emojis back feels good too, being able to fail without dragging others down. Claire brings her violin to the Visitation Center's Friday afternoon music performance for the first time in months. She lifts the bow with shaking hands and makes scratchy, off-key notes. Since her voice is still damaged and hoarse, she plays a simple song without singing. The supervisor claps and says this is healing after she finishes. Not perfect, but progressing. Claire's eyes fill up, but she smiles, and I realize she hasn't smiled in years. Next week, we have our first supervised visit with our parents in a small room with cameras and a corner monitor. Mom cries at first sight, and Dad breaks up when he says our names. They ask for forgiveness and say they wanted to love and cherish us. Mom reaches for my hand, but I resist, remembering Dr. Michael Reynolds' boundaries. I tell them we can't talk about forgiveness until they take responsibility. Madeline claims the surgeries would have hurt us forever. Lauren says her spine hurts every morning. Claire touches her throat, where her voice was strong. The look on our parents' faces suggests they didn't expect us to speak up. Dad starts to argue, but the monitor says, "Our time is up." Walking out makes me feel guilty, relieved, and sad. Karen calls 5 days later about the Mexican clinic. An investigation is underway after authorities flagged the information in a federal database, likely protecting other families from what almost happened to us. I let go of my fear of other girls being operated on and sisters being cut apart to match. It doesn't improve what happened to us, but it suggests we may have prevented it. 5 months after the airport intervention, we eat tacos we made differently at the foster family's dinner table. Lauren suggests cutting her hair really short, possibly buzzed on the sides. Claire wants hers to grow past her shoulders for the first time since childhood. Madeline wants to wear red or purple, something different from the rest of us. We laugh at each other because we're deliberately choosing different looks to reclaim our faces. The foster mom offers to take us to the salon on Saturday, and we spend 45 minutes looking at hairstyles on her phone and choosing our own. Final custody hearings are held on cold November mornings. The judge reviews the evidence again and hears from Karen, Dr. Michael Reynolds, and our doctors. He gives the state long-term guardianship of our foster family. He orders individual education plans and medical care and therapy for us. He injuncts our parents from making body modification or medical decisions for us. This ending doesn't fix everything and make everyone happy. Real safety with legal protection matters more than perfection. I go to the drugstore alone to buy pads 6 months after everything changed. I don't hide them or pretend to buy them for someone else. The cashier rings them up normally because it is. On my way home, I text my sisters a silly period cramp meme, and they react differently. That afternoon in Dr. Michael Reynolds' office, I admit the road ahead is long and hard. He hears about my nightmares about waking up in that airport van. I mention how I sometimes choose what my sisters do without thinking. I also promise to never force us into identical bodies again. We're learning to love each other as 4 separate people. That's harder, better, and more real than before. I took my newborn to meet my parents. Wife called 911 to say I kidnapped her. The truth? Even though her relatives visited us every day, my wife forbade my entire family from seeing our newborn. The real reason was revealed by her own sister. My wife Madeline has refused to let any members of my family meet our kid, who was born 3 weeks ago. Not my parents, who are 20 minutes away. Not my sister, who had traveled from the other side of the nation via plane. Not even my 93-year-old grandmother, who might not have many remaining possibilities. Madeline's family has been making daily visits. In a sense, her mother resides in our nursery. 450 photos were taken by her father. Her siblings move in and out of the house as though they owned it. However, Madeline begins to complain about boundaries, safety, and the need for distance when my mother calls to ask when she might get to see her first grandchild. The justifications are constantly changing. First, the infant's immune system and infections were to blame, but her relatives had just returned from jobs at a gym, a hospital, and a daycare. When the baby was just 5 days old, her relatives had an 18-person party in our living room, which led to concerns about overstimulating the infant. The next step was to establish routines. However, whenever her mother visits, she frequently throws off our entire schedule. In order to view the baby once, my mother offered to put on a mask, wash her hands, stay outdoors, and stare out the window. Madeline said it was obsessive and unsettling. Even though her mother had stocked the nursery with things we didn't want or need, Madeline returned a present from my mother, saying we didn't have space for anything else. Madeline told me that life was unfair and that I should respect her as a mother when I tried to discuss fairness with her. She asserted that she had the right to decide who could see the baby because she had given birth. She said that I was controlling and that I didn't understand the mother-child bond when I mentioned that I was the father. She was supported by her mother, who viewed me as an abuser for requesting my family to meet my child and asserted that new mothers needed support rather than arguments. Meeting the baby was the main focus of my sister's entire visit. To avoid bothering us, she had booked a hotel room, bought an airline ticket, and taken time off work. For months, Madeline had been aware of this. Madeline abruptly grew nervous about guests when my sister arrived, saying she couldn't handle anyone save her immediate support network, which seemed to be restricted to her biological family. Before leaving for home, my sister stayed in her hotel room for 4 days while she awaited authorization to meet her niece. Saddened, Madeline posted on social media about the challenges of parenthood, but her friends assured her that she was doing great. In addition to posting pictures of the infant, my father-in-law wrote that he was the proudest grandfather in the world. My dad? Madeline deleted his message and blocked him after he asked when he might meet her. She told me that he was hostile and went too far in her posts. My grandmother's call from the hospital was the tipping point. She was being admitted for surgery after falling. Before her surgery, she requested to view a picture of the unborn child as a precaution. When Madeline heard me on the phone, she yelled at me, accusing me of taking advantage of my grandmother's illness to manipulate her emotionally. Before getting off, she grabbed my phone and called my grandmother poisonous for guilt-tripping a new mother. My grandmother was confused and thought she had done something wrong. Haley, Madeline's sister, came up to me at that point. After seeing everything happen, she was unable to remain silent any longer. She disclosed the true cause of Madeline's exclusion of my family. Prior to our marriage, Madeline was engaged to a man named Grant. His mother's involvement in wedding planning was something Madeline hated. Madeline promised that she would never let any mother-in-law to visit any children she had in the future after they broke up. Since she was pregnant, she had been planning this, informing her family that she would assert her authority early and make sure my mother knew that she was not in close proximity to the unborn child. Haley asserted that Madeline had a comprehensive strategy for forcing my family to beg and grovel before destroying their souls by refusing. In order to avoid dealing with them, she wished they would stop trying. Madeline boasted about squandering my sister's money on a pointless trip, saying it would teach her that she didn't have the right to the child, according to text conversations Haley shared with me. Haley also showed me Madeline's group chat with her friends, in which she made fun of my grandmother's hospital stay, called her theatrical, and asserted that elderly people typically manufactured health issues to attract attention. In order to avoid having to deal with visits, she had written that she hoped my grandma passed away before the baby was old enough to remember. Madeline tried to delete the messages from Haley's phone after I confronted her with them. They had previously been mailed to me by Haley. Madeline sobbed that Haley had violated their sisterhood out of jealousy. I was prioritizing my family over her and the child, she stated. I told her that I would not put up with her mistreating my family. That day, I brought the baby to see my parents. Madeline said I had stolen our daughter and called the police. I was asked if I was the father by the cops. Yes, I replied. After telling me that I had the same rights to take the baby someplace, they departed. When Madeline's mother arrived at my parents' place, she insisted that I give the child back right away. She yelled my name as she stood on the porch and insisted that I give her granddaughter to her right now. While my mother stayed inside with the baby on her shoulder, my father held his phone steady and recorded every word. I gently said that I was the parent and had every right to bring my kid in while I stood behind the screen door. Madeline's mother screamed that I was a kidnapper, that I had taken the baby, and that Madeline was having a panic attack at home because of what I had done. Her face turned scarlet. Without saying anything, my father kept filming and recording everything. She immediately threatened to call her attorney. She assured me that Madeline would have complete custody, that I would be fortunate to receive supervised visits once a month, and that she would make sure I never saw my child again. As she threatened, my father recorded every word on camera by focusing on her face. She yelled for 20 minutes, before getting back in her car, and leaving the driveway, almost running into the mailbox en route. After a little period of silence between my parents and myself, my mother asked whether I was okay. I had no idea how to respond to the inquiry. 3 hours later, I knew I had to sit down with Madeline and talk openly about our marriage, what was happening, and whether we could work it out. So I drove home. Every light in the house was on when I pulled into our driveway, and I could see shadows shifting across the windows. Madeline's entire family was in our living room when I entered through the front door. I barely had time to close the door behind me before her father jumped up and started yelling. He called me a kidnapper, said I had traumatized his daughter, and asked what kind of man would take a baby away from her mother without permission. Madeline's mother rushed in, saying they should call the police again, that I was dangerous, and that I was trying to kidnap the baby. I was accused of being domineering by her brother. I was abusive, according to her sister. There was a wall of loudness and animosity as they all spoke over one another. Madeline looked at me like I was a stranger breaking into her house while she sat in the center of the couch, holding our child and crying. I started to say something, but her father interrupted me by coming closer and pointing at my chest. Her mother claimed to require proof of my abusive behavior, so she pulled out her phone and started recording me. Madeline sobbed and pretended to be the victim as I stood there with my hands at my sides, not moving or shouting back, letting them attack me. I became aware of what was happening at that point. She had already given them her account of what had happened, made me the antagonist, and presented herself as the helpless mother protecting her child from her erratic husband. She had arrived before me, so nothing I said would matter. Madeline shook her head, suggesting that whatever I had to say could be said in front of her family, when I asked if we could speak in private. Madeline's mother agreed, saying she needed their protection and assistance. I spotted a stranger staring back at me as I turned to face my wife, who was holding our daughter. Her family didn't leave until after midnight. They all made sure to let me know that they were keeping an eye on me and that they would stop at nothing to keep Madeline and the baby safe. As the last car pulled away, Madeline and I sat in our living room in freezing silence, the baby sleeping in her bassinet between us. "You have a choice," she continued, glancing at me. I could promise never to allow my family to be close to our daughter without her express consent, repent to her entire family for what I'd done, and acknowledge that I was wrong to take the kid without her consent. Or I might refuse, and she would make sure I lived a lifetime regretting it. I told her that I didn't regret introducing my parents to their granddaughter. I was left standing alone in the living room as she took the bassinet and went to our bedroom, sealing the door behind her. Madeline wouldn't let me in to assist, so I spent the night on the couch staring at the ceiling and listening to the baby cry through the walls. The following morning, Madeline's family used every avenue at their disposal to begin an offensive. Before 7 in the morning, my phone began to buzz. Numerous text messages from her father, mother, and siblings, all of whom urged me to make amends and repair the damage I had caused. Madeline's mother posted on social media about shielding infants from dangerous individuals, but the statement was vague enough for readers to fill in their own worst fears. Her friends immediately offered their support, inquired about her well-being, and offered to help in any manner they could. Her father wrote articles about custody fights and parental rights, all of which included critical remarks about fathers trying to control their kids. After seeing the posts, my own family called by lunchtime to check in and find out what was going on. Even when I tried to explain, it sounded absurd. Her family visits the baby every day, but my wife won't let my family see it. When I took our daughter to see my parents, she called the police. Her whole family is now assaulting me via SMS and the internet. It sounded like I was the issue, acting irrationally. Madeline declined to speak with me directly, preferring to communicate through her mother, who called every few hours with fresh demands and threats. I received over 100 texts, emails, and social media posts by the end of the second day, all of which depicted me as an unstable father who had abducted his own child. Looking over her shoulder as she walked through the parking lot, as though she were being followed, Haley showed up at my place of employment during my lunch break. She requested if we could talk in privacy while holding her laptop under her arm. I felt sick to my stomach when she initiated a covert internet group chat while we were sitting in my car. Since the 6th month of her pregnancy, Madeline had been recording her strategy, including tips from other women on how to legally bar in-laws and have total control over baby access. The conversations spanned months, during which Madeline looked into our state's parental rights laws, inquired about ways to prove my instability, and gloated every time she was able to keep my family out of doctor's appointments and hospital stays. In order to identify a pattern of problematic behavior, one woman suggested that Madeline start recording everything I did incorrectly, including minor transgressions. Another advised Madeline to better understand her rights by speaking with a lawyer before the baby's birth. In response to that one, Madeline had said she had previously talked to someone and knew just what to do. As Haley read through each correspondence, she discovered Madeline's calculated scheme to restrict our daughter's access. I drove to see Adrian Caldwell, a family law lawyer my sister found while looking into parental rights, on a day off from work. I couldn't seem to go to his workplace, which was located in a downtown building, but there was nothing left for me to do. Samir went over everything I brought, placing the text messages, the police report from Madeline's fictitious kidnapping allegation, the video my father had created of Madeline's mother threatening me, and Haley's screenshots on his desk. According to him, Madeline could not legally stop me from taking our kid places. I had equal parental rights regardless of who gave birth, and her behavior pattern might be used against her in any custody dispute. He asked if I would like to give it a try. Preserve the union, or if I was ready to file for custody and separation. I don't know yet, I told him. All I had to do was find out what my rights were, and make sure my family could see their grandchild. Samir promised to write Madeline a letter outlining my parental rights and her legal responsibilities, and he warned that we might seek for formal custody if she persisted in interfering. Just a few hours after I left Samir's office, Madeline found out I had consulted with an attorney. There was no other way her mother could have found out that fast, so I presumed she was either following me or checking my credit card records. The locks on our bedroom and nursery had been changed when I got home that night. I was told to sleep in the guest room until I regained consciousness in a note that was posted to the bedroom door. When I tried the doorknob, I found it was locked. When I attempted to reach Madeline at her number, I was sent to voicemail. Her mother told me she had moved into our home to help Madeline at this difficult period when I contacted her on the second ring. Madeline and the infant were asleep in the nursery, she told me, and I was not allowed in either room until I apologized and complied with Madeline's demands. She told me that the guest room was quite nice and that some alone time would help me think about what I'd done when I asked where I was supposed to sleep. That evening, when I checked our bank accounts, I found that Madeline had transferred most of our money to accounts with just her name and changed all of the passwords. In an attempt to resolve the conflict before it became a full-fledged legal dispute, my mother got in touch with a qualified mediator she had found via our church. Remarkably, Madeline only consented to meet if her mother could make it. A neutral office in a structure close to the courthouse served as the venue for the mediation. With Madeline and her mother seated on one side of a conference table and my parents and I on the other, the mediator at the head of the table was trying to encourage conversation. It was clear within 15 minutes that this was a catastrophe. Before Madeline could respond, her mother took over the conference by talking over her, interrupting the mediator, and rejecting all of her suggestions. She had to be repeatedly asked by the mediator to allow Madeline to express herself. All Madeline did, however, was cry and scream that I had betrayed her trust. My parents made concessions, agreeing to allow Madeline to have limited interactions, supervised visits, and anything she needed to feel comfortable. Madeline's mother rejected everything, saying that my family was unreliable and had already shown disrespect for Madeline's limits by forcing me to remove the baby without her consent. Madeline never disagreed with her mother or added her own thoughts, but instead nodded in agreement with whatever she said. After a while, the mediator recommended that we take a break. When we got back, Madeline and her mother said that they were leaving because it was obviously a waste of time. 2 days following the unsuccessful mediation, a manila package with my name was delivered to my workplace. In front of my coworkers, I received court documents. Madeline had requested an emergency custody order, claiming that I had abducted our daughter, behaved erratically and threateningly, and that she was worried about the baby's safety while in my care. Affidavits from her mother and 2 of her friends were included in the petition, depicting me as violent and controlling. Although these statements were false, they sounded negative on paper. I sent Samir the documents right away, and he called me back a few minutes later, his voice strained with urgency. He advised me that we had only 5 days to respond to the emergency hearing, gather all of our supporting documentation, and get ready for the court appearance. The small courtroom used for the emergency custody hearing had fluorescent lights and uncomfortable chairs. Madeline's attorney used her comments and her mother's evidence to characterize me as dangerous and erratic, portraying her as a scared new mother, protecting her child from an unstable father. Then Samir got up and showed me Haley's texts, exposing Madeline's deliberate plan to keep my family out. The judge heard Madeline's statements about graveling, making them beg, and ruining their spirits while using her reading glasses. With disgust, she glanced up at Madeline and asked her attorney if she knew that her client had recorded her wish to control custody access. As the judge went through the messages, Madeline's face went white. The judge read aloud the passage in which Madeline wrote that she hoped my grandmother passed away before the baby was old enough to remember her, so she wouldn't have to deal with visits. She also called Madeline dramatic for laughing about my grandmother's hospital stay and said, "Old people always used health scares for attention." The courtroom fell silent. The judge raised her hand and carried on reading despite Madeline's attorney's attempt to interrupt the court, arguing that the messages were private conversations and not meant for legal proceedings. She skimmed over messages where Madeline detailed her intentions to break my family's spirit, force them to beg, and establish control right away. When she was done reading, she took off her spectacles and looked straight at Madeline, which made Madeline's mother pause. Citing a lack of evidence that I constituted a threat to our child, the judge categorically denied the emergency custody motion. Then, before a full hearing could be held, she imposed a temporary custody agreement whereby each of us would have the baby for 3 days at a time. Immediately, Madeline started crying, and her sobs reverberated throughout the little courtroom. However, the judge wasn't finished. She demanded that we both attend twice-weekly family counseling sessions with a therapist she would designate. Additionally, she cautioned Madeline that if the pattern persisted, the recorded remarks about deliberately neglecting my family might be interpreted as parental alienation. Madeline's mother confronted the judge, arguing that new mothers should be supported and protected rather than punished. And once Madeline gave birth, wasn't her fragility acknowledged by the court? The judge threatened to remove her from the courtroom, unless she sat down. As Madeline kept screaming, Madeline's attorney pulled her mother back into her chair, and I could see Samir beside me taking notes on everything. The judge gave us both explicit instructions to follow the 3-day timetable and scheduled the entire custody hearing 6 weeks in advance. Without court approval, there are no exceptions or accommodations. We traveled through a number of exits, and I spent 20 minutes sitting in my car in the garage, processing what had happened. I drove to the downtown office building 3 days later to see Dr. Genevieve Hart for our first required counseling session. Madeline's mother was sitting next to her, holding her hand, and she had already reached the waiting area, which featured terrible chairs and outdated periodicals. We were called back to Dr. Genevieve Hart's office, a little room with 2 couches facing one another and a chair where she sat with a notepad. Dr. Genevieve Hart stopped Madeline's mother at the door when she tried to follow us inside, saying that this was just for parents. When Dr. Genevieve Hart started the session by asking each of us to explain how we got here, Madeline started crying as she described how challenging delivery was, how overwhelmed she felt, and how nobody understood what new mothers go through. She talked about her birth experience, sleepless nights, and how terrifying it was to be responsible for a small child for about 20 minutes. Dr. Genevieve Hart paid close attention, taking notes and occasionally nodding. Her entire attitude changed when she confronted Madeline about the texts that exposed her scheme to keep my family out. She stopped crying and said that those texts had been misinterpreted, that she was only venting to friends like all new mothers do, and that when people are overwhelmed, they all say things they don't mean. Madeline's cheeks flushed as Dr. Genevieve Hart questioned what circumstances would justify wishing for someone's grandmother to pass away. She said that Dr. Genevieve Hart had misrepresented Madeline's words to make her appear awful, that she was biased against mothers, and that therapists were meant to be compassionate. Remaining composed, Dr. Genevieve Hart clarified that she was simply repeating Madeline's writing in her own words. Dr. Genevieve Hart noted that Madeline remained silent for the rest of the hour while crossing her arms. 2 days later, I was at work when my phone rang, and Haley's name came up on the screen. I needed to know what just happened. Madeline's mother had shown up at Haley's apartment that morning with $2,000 in cash spread out on Haley's kitchen table. Her voice was cracking as she spoke fast. She requested that Haley testify in court that she fabricated the texts, that I deceived her into providing them, or that she misunderstood Madeline's intent. As soon as Haley realized what was happening, she started recording on her phone, and she managed to capture everything. On the tape, her mother's voice sounded agitated as she gave the money and threatened to cut off Haley's financial support if she didn't assist Madeline. She told Haley that she would never be invited to family events again, that the whole family would turn against her, and that she would be held responsible for destroying Madeline's life. After Haley informed her mother that she would not lie in court, her mother abruptly left the $1,000 on the table and rushed away. While we were still on the phone, Haley sent me the recording file, and I could hear her crying as she said she was done protecting Madeline from the consequences of her own actions. She asserted that if doing the right thing meant sacrificing her connection with their mother, it was worth it. But as she spoke, her voice cracked. When I was younger, the first day of my 3-day custody period under the court order seemed like Christmas morning. When I picked up our child at Madeline's mother's house, where they had been staying, she handed her over without glancing at me. I drove straight to my grandmother's place, where she was recuperating from surgery. My whole family was waiting there already. And my grandmother started crying when I took care of the baby. For the first time, she held her great-granddaughter, stroking her tiny fingers and looking at her face as though she were learning every aspect by heart. 4 generations were photographed together by my mother. My grandmother with the infant in her recliner. I stand next to them, while my mother stands behind her. Eventually, my sister was able to hold her niece while she sat on the couch and just gazed at her for a few minutes. The infant was sleeping on my father's chest while he sat comfortably in his chair. And I saw a relaxation in his face that I hadn't seen in weeks. No one tried to overburden the baby or do too much. We simply sat in my grandmother's living room, giving each person a turn and gently passing her around. We ate lunch that my mother had made while the infant slept. And for a couple of hours, everything appeared to be okay and usual. Before I left, my grandmother told me that she had been praying for this moment, that she wasn't sure she would live to witness it, and that I needed to turn away so she wouldn't witness my tears. The 3 days I spent with my family passed quickly, and by Sunday night, I had to give the baby back to Madeline. Madeline's car wasn't in the driveway when I got to our house at the scheduled time of 6. Her phone went straight to voicemail when I called it. I texted her to ask where she was, but I didn't hear back. Every few minutes, I checked my phone while waiting in my car with the infant in her car seat behind me. 7 passed. Then 8. Madeline's mother finally texted me at 8:15, telling me that Madeline wasn't ready to return the baby quite yet and that I should be more accommodating with the timetable. I took screenshots of everything with timestamps, even the time on my phone, and ignored calls and texts. After that, I called Samir, who picked up on the second ring. He told me to report a custody order violation by calling the police non-emergency number, which I had to accurately record. The operator told me that officers would respond to Madeline's location when I called from my driveway. About half an hour later, 2 police officers showed up at our residence. When they got there, I was waiting outside after driving there, and while I waited on the sidewalk with the baby, they rapped on the door. In response, Madeline's mother started talking about how Madeline needed more time, how the schedule was too rigid, and how mothers have more rights than fathers. Madeline's mother was halted mid-sentence by a female officer. She was very clear that Madeline had to immediately comply with the custody order, which was a court obligation rather than a recommendation. The officer cautioned Madeline's mother that if she continued to violate the order, she may face contempt of court charges, claiming that the court did not comprehend the needs of new mothers. Eventually, Madeline came over to the door. The officer inquired if she was refusing to take custody of her child at the court-mandated time because her eyes were red from crying. I handed the infant to Madeline, who ran for it and started crying uncontrollably. Everything, including the time, the delay, and Madeline's mother's assertions, was recorded by the police in their report. They left after telling us both that if the next exchange didn't happen on time, there would be legal ramifications. 3 days later, we had another counseling session. Dr. Genevieve Hart started off by saying that she had reviewed her notes from our first session and had some ideas. She said, looking at Madeline, that she was suggesting individual therapy to deal with control issues brought on by past relationship trauma. Madeline's face became white and she started to speak up, but Dr. Genevieve Hart persisted. She claimed that although Madeline's feelings for her ex's mother were sincere, she was now punishing people who had nothing to do with the situation and that she had observed concerning trends in the way she used the child as a weapon against my family. She claimed that it was unhealthy for everyone when Madeline used our child to settle emotional scores from a totally unrelated relationship. Madeline intervened, saying that Dr. Genevieve Hart was supposed to assist, but was actually making matters worse, and that she didn't understand anything. Dr. Genevieve Hart maintained her composure, stating that she was trying to assist Madeline in identifying behavioral patterns before they negatively impacted her relationship with her kid. Halfway into the appointment, Madeline picked up her bag and left, leaving Dr. Genevieve Hart and I sitting alone. In her notes, Dr. Genevieve Hart made a commitment to include the information in her court report. I started to see gaps in Madeline's family support system over the course of the following 2 weeks. After moving out of her parents' house and into an apartment with a roommate, Haley completely agreed with me. Then Madeline's younger brother Chase started privately emailing me to say he thought his sister had gone too far. He said that when he attempted to discuss compromise with Madeline, she yelled at him, accusing him of deserting her, saying that she was the victim of all of this, and that everyone was against her. In order for the family to move on, Chase told me that their father was tired of the turmoil, and only wanted Madeline to come up with a reasonable parenting plan. As she backed Madeline's radical stance, Madeline's mother was becoming more and more estranged. Even some of Madeline's friends had ceased leaving comments on her posts on social media, and those who did advised her to get help or go to mediation. When their father said that Madeline needed to face reality and quit waging a battle she had already lost, Chase showed me screenshots of the family group conversation. In response, Madeline had entirely left the group conversation. Madeline texted me to ask if we could get together by ourselves. No relatives, no attorneys. We decided to get together at a parking lot close to our house, a safe place where neither of us would feel intimidated. When she came up next to me, she looked tired. I was the first to arrive and waited in my car. We both got out and sat in her car because it was raining. And we didn't talk for a few minutes. Then Madeline started talking, her voice weak and erratic. She claimed that ever since she became pregnant, she had been worried that she would lose control, just like she did with Grant's mother. That witnessing my family's joy had evoked all of my previous emotions of helplessness and overwhelm. She disclosed that Grant's mother had taken control of everything, including their life and the planning of the wedding, and that it was oppressive. She promised herself that she would never allow it to happen again once they broke up. However, she became aware that she had gone too far in the other direction. I told her that I understood her fear and how she felt about being harmed by past experiences. But both families should have met our daughter. I declared that I couldn't continue to be married to someone who would hurt the people I cared about by using our child as a weapon. I was unable to watch her punish my family for the actions of Grant's mother. Sitting in her car with rain on the windshield, we both started crying. I agreed with Madeline when she said she wasn't sure she could adjust enough to make this marriage work. We went back to court for the main custody hearing 6 weeks following the emergency hearing. Both sides had well-prepared cases this time, complete with supporting documentation, witness accounts, and expert recommendations. First to speak was Madeline's attorney, who emphasized maternal instinct, bonding, and breastfeeding. Samir then went over our evidence, which included a new tape of Madeline's mother trying to buy Haley off. Wilhelmina's detailed notes regarding Madeline's withdrawal from therapy, together with a police record from the custody violation. In addition to highlighting Madeline's improvement in acknowledging her control difficulties, Wilhelmina's written report recommended equal custody with structured exchanges. It also documented Madeline's steadfast unwillingness to provide my family unsupervised contact to the baby. The judge carefully went over everything, taking her time to ask questions about particular incidents and schedule details. She then created a long-term custody agreement whereby each of us would have the child for alternate weeks, and both families would be allowed to visit during those times without the consent of the other parents. Madeline started crying once more, but she didn't argue, and her attorney said they would abide by the decision. Madeline started going to her individual therapy sessions on Thursday afternoons with a different therapist who was licensed by the court, while I started going every Tuesday evening. Wilhelmina kept up her independent work with us both, asking how we were handling the custody agreement and whether we were making headway on the problems that had led us to court. After one of her sessions with Madeline, Dr. Genevieve Hart called me about 6 weeks into the new schedule and asked if we could get coffee to talk about something private. She told me that Madeline was now confronting her Grant trauma instead of blaming everyone else for her struggles as we sat in a quiet corner of a coffee shop close to her place of employment. She said Madeline had been avoiding and making excuses for weeks, but something had abruptly shifted, and she was starting to realize that she had imitated the exact control dynamic she hated, but this time she was in total control. Dr. Genevieve Hart wanted me to know that Madeline was truly improving and had the potential to be a good co-parent in the future, but she was unable to share specific details because of confidentiality. Even though it didn't change the fact that our marriage was probably over, I thanked her for the information. 3 days later, at approximately 8 p.m., Madeline gave me a call during her custody week. We usually just texted about pickup times and baby stuff, so I almost didn't answer, but I felt obligated to. I hadn't heard her voice in months. It sounded different, quieter, and less defensive. She expressed regret for everything. She expressed sincere regret without offering any justifications or placing blame on others. And she said that her therapist was helping her realize how she had harmed my family by using our daughter as a weapon out of fear of losing control once more. She told me how Grant's mother took over their wedding preparations, choosing everything without consulting Madeline, including the guest list, menu, and flowers. She talked about how it felt like she was drowning, like she was a prop at someone else's event. She made a self-promise to never feel so helpless again after the engagement ended. However, when she became pregnant and witnessed my mother's excitement, all of those memories returned. Rather than discussing it with me, she came up with a scheme to make sure my family knew they had no control over our child. She expressed regret for what she had done to my parents, sister, and grandmother, saying she had realized she had gone too far in the other direction and had turned into the domineering person she had hated. We both knew it was bad for our marriage. But for the first time, instead of rationalizing her behavior, she took full responsibility for it. Now that the custody arrangement was finalized, the two families met in Wilhelmina's office 2 weeks later for a mediation session to set clear boundaries and a visitation schedule. My parents looked cautious but hopeful, and Madeline's mother came looking tense and unhappy. Dr. Genevieve Hart started off by saying that both sides would have to make concessions in order to create regulations that benefited everyone. Madeline's mother said right away that since she was the maternal grandmother and had a unique bond with the child, she should be permitted to visit whenever she pleased during Madeline's custody weeks. Wilhelmina gently corrected her, saying that both grandparents were equally important in the baby's life and that this is precisely the kind of thinking that had caused problems. We took 2 hours to work out a schedule that would allow both sets of grandparents to visit during our individual custody weeks, but everyone had to give us advance notice and respect our choice if it wasn't convenient. The hardest to accept restrictions was Madeline's mother, who insisted that she should not be treated the same as my parents, who had been shunned, because she had been there from the start. However, Madeline was sincere in her support of the boundaries we were setting, telling her mother that although she could visit during Madeline's weeks, she had to call in advance and could no longer simply show up. We set up a shared calendar on our phones so that everyone knew the schedule, and there was no doubt about who had the baby when. My parents unanimously agreed to the same terms. My family established a comfortable routine during my custody weeks, with my parents typically joining us for dinner twice a week on Tuesday and Friday evenings. Every Sunday morning, my sister started video calling me from all over the country to check on the baby and give me an update on how things were going. My grandmother would come over every Sunday afternoon, sit in my living room with her great-granddaughter, and tell tales of my father's early years. With consistent interaction with both families, the baby was thriving, and I could see that she was starting to recognize new people and react to those she knew. During those Sunday visits, she had grown accustomed to my grandmother's comforting voice and would smile when my mother picked her up and reached for my father's glasses. Even though it meant losing our marriage, my mother told me one evening as we were cleaning up after supper that she was happy we had fought for this because our child would grow up knowing she was loved by all of the family, not just one side. I was living in my own apartment about 15 minutes away from our old house 6 months after that terrible day I brought the baby to meet my parents. Because we were no longer aiming for marriage and could instead concentrate on raising our daughter, Madeline and I had established a healthy co-parenting relationship that was superior to our marriage had been near the end. Every Sunday night at 6 o'clock, we met in a parking lot halfway between our residences to switch the baby. Reports on the baby's routine, and any supplies that needed to be refilled were typically included in the dramatic and short handoffs. During each of our weeks, both families had regular access, and since the court decision had permanently settled that matter, neither parent's consent was needed. Madeline even called my grandmother one afternoon to personally apologize for the hurtful remarks she had made while she was in the hospital. Because that was the kind of person she was, my grandmother wept and quickly forgave her. Instead of growing up in one home, our daughter would spend half of her time with Madeline and her family and the other half with me and mine. When we got married and decided to have kids together, it was not the life I had imagined. However, she would be aware that her family loved her and wished to be involved in her life. Sometimes that is the best outcome that can occur when adults make mistakes that cannot be undone. When you can still make something beneficial for your child, but the damage to your marriage is too great to repair. I was sad that our marriage had failed. It's regrettable that instead of growing up with both of her parents, my child will live in two different homes. However, I was happy to defend my family's right to know their grandchild. When Madeline attempted to use our baby as a weapon, I was proud that I refused to back down. Who would ever marry you? My dad sneered in front of everyone, so my fiancé stepped in and shut him down. When my father laughed at my ring, something cracked. Not loud or theatrical, just sharp enough to hurt. Engaged, he remarked, smiling broadly for everyone to see. Stop pretending. Who would want to marry you? People laughed, and plates clinked. Somebody literally snorted. I stood there in uniform slacks and borrowed patience, smiling as I'd been taught to do under pressure. 4 minutes later, a car door closed in the driveway, and the man my father did not want to meet, strolled through the gate, looked me in the eye, and said, "I'm her fiancé." I knew I'd made a mistake the moment I stepped into my parents' backyard. Not because of the foldable chairs arranged as if they were ready for a town hall meeting. Not because of the cheap Bluetooth speaker blasting out old summer tunes, as was legally required at family reunions. Not even because my aunt was already squinting at me and saying, "You look tired," as if to convey something different. It was the fragrance. Burgers, lighter fluid, warm potato salad, and the subtle chemical tang of sunscreen melting into skin. The fragrance of pretending everything was fine. I hadn't been home for a few months. Not really. Just a quick visit. Fly in, fly out, and leave it clean. I persuaded myself that this was different. A basic family cookout. Nothing formal or heavy. That was my first error. My mother noticed me right away and waved as if she were welcoming a camera. She hugged me quickly, stiffly as if for a photograph, then took a step back and examined me from boots to collarbone. "You look thin," she said. "I'm fine," I responded automatically, since that's what you say when you're in the military and don't want to unpack your life next to a plate of fried eggs. My father stood near the cooler, one hand resting on the top, as if being close to ice were a personality trait. He did not come over right away. He never does. He prefers to make entrances without making them. Relatives who I scarcely recognized smiled and nodded. Cousins I hadn't seen since high school looked at me, as if they were trying to recall who I was before I became the problematic one. Someone inquired as to how work was doing. Someone else questioned if I was still in the military. I nodded. I smiled. I kept my voice even. Years of training had taught me how to stand in difficult situations without expressing it on my face. What it hadn't taught me was how to face my own family as they waited for me to fail. I hadn't planned on making any announcements that day. I did not bring a speech. I did not bring a ring light or a theatrical reveal. I just had a ring on my left hand. The type you wear when anything in your life is solid, peaceful, and genuine. I should have held my hand down. My cousin Hannah Collins noticed first. Her gaze shifted to my fingers, then back to my face. She smiled, small and cautious. A warning smile. Too late. My father eventually turned. His eyes were drawn to my hand like magnets. "Well, look at that," he exclaimed, loud enough for half the yard to hear. "What is this supposed to be?" I felt a familiar constriction in my chest. "The kind that comes right before impact. It's a ring, you said." He laughed. A hearty laugh. A confident laugh. The kind of chuckle that encourages others to join in so they do not feel excluded. "Don't tell me you're engaged," he remarked, shaking his head. "Come on. Stop pretending." Who would want to marry you? The yard fell silent for a brief moment. Then somebody laughed. Then another. It wasn't precisely cruel laughing, more like uneasy relief. Thank God, he said at first. I stood there with the sun in my eyes and my hands at my sides, feeling every pair of them stare at me, waiting to see what I'd do, whether I'd cry, snap, or finally prove them wrong. My mother did not look at me. She looked at my father. Don't start, she said, not to him but to me. Do not start. Don't make things awkward. Do not ruin the day. I swallowed. I tasted metal. I did not say anything. I responded quietly. My father smirked as if this was confirmation. I am simply being honest. You've always had a strong personality. A familial euphemism. Strong, demanding, and too much. I looked around. Plates quickly became intriguing. Several individuals stared at the lawn. One of my cousins shifted, as if she was about to say something, but then decided against it. I'd been sent to settings with less tension than that backyard. I wanted to escape. I wanted to turn around and walk back to my car without explaining myself again, but I didn't. I stood there because walking away is always interpreted later as weakness. So I stayed. My father leaned back against the cooler, crossed his arms. So, he asked, stretching it out, where is your hypothetical fiancé held up? At the toy store. A few individuals chuckled. Someone mumbled, Jesus. My expression remained calm. Inside, something had settled. Not rage or hurt, but recognition. This was not a joke. This was a move. I gazed down at my ring. It was not flashy. There's no big diamond screaming for attention. It was simple and clean, the type of ring someone would buy if they knew you. My father didn't like it. I could tell because his smile tightened. He needed it to be phony. He needed the story to remain intact. Relax, he said, waving his hand. I'm just saying what everyone's thinking. That's the problem about my family. Someone always volunteers to say the silent bit aloud, then claims they did you a favor. I sensed a presence move behind me. Not loud or dramatic, simply a subtle change in the air, like when the wind shifts before a storm. A car door shut in the driveway. I heard footsteps on the gravel. Before I could turn, a voice behind me stated calmly and warmly, "Sorry, I'm late." Traffic was heavy. I recognized that voice. I knew it. The way you recognize something that seems like home. I turned. He was standing in the side gate, sleeves pulled up, holding a small bread box as if it mattered. He smiled at me first. Always me first. Are you okay? He asked softly. I nodded once. He looked up and extended his hand. I'm Lucas Moreno, he said. I'm her fiancé. The resulting hush was impolite. It was stunned. And when I looked back at my father, his face had turned pale in a way I'd never seen before. My father's laughter cut off my mid-beat breath, as if someone had pulled the plug. Nobody moved for a second, not my mother, my aunts, or the cousins who had been laughing a little too loudly. The backyard froze in that awkward half-beat when everyone knows something has changed, but no one wants to be the first to notice it. Lucas Moreno stood next to me as if he belonged there. Not puffed up, not defensive, simply steady. The bakery box in his hands appeared almost absurdly conventional, given the situation he'd stumbled into. My father stared at him. Not in the hazy, polite way you might gaze at a stranger. You look at the person you're attempting to find with a piercing, probing gaze. His eyes narrowed slightly, as if he were going through a mental filing cabinet and didn't like what he found. Your fiancé, my mother finally replied, blinking as if the word itself need time to register. Lucas Moreno nodded. Yes, ma'am. He said it sweetly and quietly, as if he had nothing to prove. My father cleared his throat once and then again. Lucas, he said carefully, as if uttering the name aloud may set something off. And you are? Lucas Moreno extended his hand. Lucas Moreno. That was it. I saw the recognition appear behind my father's eyes in real time. It wasn't spectacular. There was no gasp or step back, just a quiet tightening around his mouth and a spark of something that appeared to be calculating. Because my father did not know Lucas Moreno through social media, he didn't recognize him from me, he knew him by reputation. Lucas Moreno spoke at a veterans event that my father attended last year. He was introduced as a former officer who now works in compliance and risk management for government contractors. The type of job that does not generate headlines but causes serious consequences for those who cut corners. My father boasted about shaking his hand thereafter. Now the same hand was extended to him. My father waited half a beat too long to take it. Good to meet you, he murmured, his voice suddenly lower and softer. Lucas Moreno smiled. Likewise. The silence was broken in parts. Someone laughed too loudly. Someone person said, "Well, isn't that a tiny world?" My aunt leaned in to whisper something to my mother. The Bluetooth speaker continued to play as if nothing essential had happened. I stood there, feeling the sun's heat on my shoulders, and for the first time in the afternoon, I wasn't being examined. My father gazed at me, then back at Lucas Moreno, and finally at my ring. "So," he replied, attempting a giggle that did not quite succeed. "This is real." Lucas Moreno did not respond for me. He glanced at me instead, his brow raising slightly, allowing me the opportunity to respond if I desired. "Yes," I answered. "It is," my mother replied, smiling tightly. "Careful. Why haven't you told us?" I gazed at her. "You didn't ask." That hit harder than anything I could have said. Her mouth opened and then closed again. "In my family, you are not supposed to say that. You're meant to hint, soften, and make sure no one is uncomfortable but you." My dad adjusted his weight. "Well, congratulations," he replied, clapping his hands once as if he were ending a conversation. "You could have saved us from the surprise." Lucas Moreno tilted his head slightly. She didn't think it was something she needed to defend. The word defend sat there silently but sharply. My dad's jaw tightened. No one said anything about defending. Lucas Moreno remained silent. He simply nodded. Of fact, it was the case with Lucas Moreno. He didn't take the bait. He did not have to win the moment. He allowed people express themselves. My cousin Hannah Collins stepped in. Bless her. "Hello, my name is Hannah," she stated, beaming genuinely at Lucas Moreno. "I've heard a lot about you." Lucas Moreno shook her hand. "Nice to finally meet you." "Finally." My mother flinched. My father tried again. "So, Lucas, what do you do now?" Lucas Moreno responded nicely. "I oversee compliance and internal risk assessments, mostly contracts, making sure people follow the rules they agreed to." My dad's nod was too swift. "Important work." "It can be," Lucas Moreno answered. I felt something shift behind my ribcage. Not relief or triumph, but something more stable, affirmation, perhaps, or the sheer comfort of not being alone in the line of fire. My father's eyes darted over the yard. He could feel it. The way the room, yard, or whatever, was slanted. He was no longer the unquestionable authority. He was simply another man standing next to a cooler, hoping no one would see the sweat on his neck. My mom clapped her hands. "Okay, let's eat before everything gets cold." Food is important, the universal reset button. People approached the tables, thankful for an excuse. Conversations resumed in low, guarded tones. Lucas Moreno leaned in gently. "Are you okay?" he asked. I nodded. "Yeah, that wasn't a lie." "Not entirely." My father did not join the line right away. Instead, he watched us. I observed how Lucas Moreno remained near. Not possessive, simply present. I watched how I didn't fold. When he eventually approached, it was with a prepared smile. "Lucas," he suggested, "try the burgers." Lucas Moreno smiled politely. "I'd love to." My father leaned closer to me as we waited. "We'll talk later," he said quietly. There it was, a warning disguised as concern. I met his gaze. "Okay." But something in my tone must have alerted him. Since his smile faded for a moment, he disliked the fact that he no longer had control over the plot. My phone buzzed in my pocket as we ate, alerting me to a text from my mother, who was only 5 feet away. "We need to discuss afterwards." I gazed at the message and placed the phone back into my pocket without responding. Lucas Moreno noticed. He always does. "Later," he muttered. "This is not a question." "Later," I said. Across the yard, my father was laughing again. This time, it was louder. It's too loud. People laugh like this when they're striving to recover territory. I watched him out of the corner of my eye and felt the old pressure develop. Because I knew what would happen next. The public portion was over. The reckoning took place behind closed doors. My father waited exactly 4 minutes after everyone started eating before making his move. That's how he has always done it. Long enough for the shock to subside. Nobody has been distracted yet because it is brief. He feels that timing is a sort of intelligence. He caught me near the rear door, where the noise level was just low enough to feel private. My mother hovered a few steps away, pretending to organize napkins that didn't require it. So, he replied, folding his arms. Do you want to explain what that was? I looked at him. Really stared at him. The sun had carved deeper wrinkles into his face over the years, but the look remained the same as I had grown up with. The expression on his face indicated that he was already persuaded he was correct and only needed me to confess it. What do you mean? I asked. He scoffed. Al, you show up with a ring. Don't say anything. Let everyone believe you're making stuff up. Then you bring him. Who? Not Lucas Moreno. Not my fiancé, only him. I did not bring him to make a point. I explained that he came because he was invited. By whom? My father snapped. By me. That landed poorly. My mother instantly stepped in. Your father just means it caught us off guard. I didn't take my gaze away from him. So did the comment about no one wanting to marry me. He brushed it off. Do not be theatrical. I was joking. I nearly laughed. Not because it was hilarious, but because it seemed so familiar. You were laughing, I replied. Everyone else followed. My father leaned in closer, his voice softening. You embarrassed me. There it was, the true insult. I embarrassed you, I reiterated. Yes, he said forcefully. In front of my family, my friends. I looked toward the yard, where Lucas Moreno was standing with my cousin, patiently listening to a story he'd undoubtedly heard twice before. He appeared relaxed, as if he wasn't preparing for collision. I didn't do anything, I replied evenly. You did. My father clenched his jaw. You could have told us. You could have handled this like an adult. I am dealing with it like an adult. No. He screamed. You are managing it like you always do. Acting superior. Acting as if you are superior to everyone because you wear a uniform. That one was successful, but not in the way he had hoped. I wear a uniform because I earned it, I replied. And I won't bring it up. You do. My mother hissed my name quietly as a warning. Do not push him. Don't make things worse. I felt an old urge tug at me. The one who tells you to back down, smooth things over, and apologize, even if you did not start the fire. I did not. My dad exhaled through his nose. He joked. But you still need us. I looked him in the eyes. No, I replied. I don't. That's when his expression changed. Not anger, but something colder. We'll see. He replied. He turned away before I could respond and called over his shoulder. Your mother and I will talk to you later. Not with. But to you. I stood there for a second, allowing the noise of the party to wash over me. Someone laughed. Someone dropped a plate. The speaker switched songs. Lucas Moreno appeared beside me, as if he had sensed the shift. Are you okay? He asked quietly. I nodded. He's not done. Lucas Moreno looked toward the cooler, where my father had resumed his position as if nothing had happened. I assumed we didn't discuss it then. We ate. We smiled when necessary. We did our part because sometimes survival requires patience. But I noticed something. My father kept glancing at my hand. He asked Lucas Moreno just enough questions to assert himself without revealing his unease. My mother looked at me as if she were waiting for me to explode so she could justify everything. When it was time to leave, my father gave me a firm hug. We'll talk. He reiterated. I drove away with Lucas Moreno next to me, the house shrinking in the rearview mirror. You don't have to go back, he said gently. I know, I said. I did not express what I was thinking. That I had been going back all my life. That each visit was simply another iteration of the same test. That night, my phone buzzed nonstop. Texts from my mother, an aunt, and a cousin I rarely spoke with. You could have handled things differently. Your father didn't mean it that way. He was simply surprised. I did not respond. I received an email from my mortgage lender at 11:52 p.m. Subject, action required, and pre-approval review. My stomach dropped before I opened it. Lucas Moreno observed my face change. What is it? I handed him the telephone. He read it twice. That's odd, he said cautiously. I know, I said. The email was polite and neutral, the type of language that pretended not to panic you while actually doing so. An item has appeared on your credit report that needs to be clarified before we can proceed. I sat on the edge of the bed. My heart steady but heavy, not racing or calculating. I didn't open anything. I explained. I have not missed any payments. I've been careful, Lucas Moreno said, nodding. I know. I opened my credit monitoring app. Green check marks are loaded one by one. Then red. A small retail account. Low limit. It opened months ago. My name, social security number, and parents' address. That's not mine, I said quietly. Lucas Moreno leaned in. Are you sure? I'm sure. I stared at the screen, a cold realization sinking into my chest. My mail still arrived at their house. It always has. Deployments and moves. It was easier. This was a mistake. I felt something shift inside of me. Not in panic or fear. Clarity. This isn't an accident. I explained. Lucas Moreno looked at me. What do you think of your father? I believe someone in that house decided that my life was theirs to manage. I took a screenshot, then another. I made a new folder on my phone and named it simply Family. Lucas Moreno said nothing. He did not need to. We both knew it wasn't over. It was simply transitioning into a different phase. I didn't get much sleep that night. Not because I was spiraling or replaying my father's words on repeat. I had done that years ago. This was different. This was the level of alertness that occurs when something transitions from emotional to operational. By sunrise, I was already dressed, coffee in hand, and uniform pressed without permission from muscle memory. The world outside my apartment felt peaceful in a way that my parents' backyard never did. Orderly and predictable. Nobody here was concerned about my ring, my father, or what others thought of me. They cared if I arrived on time and completed my duties. So I did. The day progressed in clean blocks, with briefings, emails, and checklists, the kind of rhythm that keeps you steady. Around mid-morning, my phone vibrated again. This time, we're sending a group text. Start a new thread. Mom, we need to talk tonight. Dad. Respond to your mother. Aunt Susan, why did you leave like that? I stared at the screen, felt the familiar pressure build, and did something I'd never done before. I muted the whole thread. Nothing dramatic, no announcement, just silence. Lucas Moreno texted a bit later. How are you this morning? I typed fine, deleted it, and then wrote, something is wrong with my credit. I'm handling it. He replied almost immediately. I'm here if you need me. I appreciated that he didn't ask any questions yet. He understood better. That afternoon, I sat in my car before heading home and checked my credit reports directly. Not the summarized app, but the complete documents. TransUnion, Experian, and Equifax. Same account, same balance, same address, and one detail that made my jaw tighten. Authorized contacts are listed. I did not recognize the number at first. Then my brain caught up. My dad's. I didn't react immediately. No yelling or shaking hands, just a slow, steady inhale through my nose. This was not carelessness. This was not confusion. This was access. I drove home on autopilot. Lucas Moreno was already present when I arrived, sitting at my small kitchen table with his laptop open. He looked up as soon as he noticed my face. Did you find anything? He stated. I handed him the phone. He scanned the screen once and again. His expression did not erupt. It focused. That's your father's number, he explained quietly. Yes. He closed the laptop halfway. Okay. Then we'll stop guessing. I nodded. Document, lock it down. Dispute. Lucas Moreno nearly smiled. Exactly. I froze my credit first. The PIN for all 3 bureaus has been set. Confirmation emails are saved. Then I started the dispute process. There are no accusations or family narratives, only facts. This account was opened without my consent. Correspondence appears to have been sent to an address that I no longer live at. Submit. Only after that did I look at my phone again. My mother missed 5 calls. I received a voicemail from my father. I hadn't listened to it yet. Instead, I received a text. Mom, your father says you are accusing him of something. This is becoming ridiculous. As I stared at the word accusing, a bitter laugh bubbled up. I had not accused anyone. I had filed paperwork. That terrified them more than any confrontation ever could. Lucas Moreno observed me. They're feeling pressure. They should. I responded. An hour later, my phone rang again. This time, it's an unknown number. I responded. Hi. Is this a woman? She paused, checking her notes. Is it Claire Bennett? Yes. This is Rachel Monroe from HR from Lucas Moreno's office. My heart did not race. It's settled. Lucas Moreno's eyes met mine. He gestured for the speaker. I put it on. You're not in trouble, Rachel Monroe said quickly. We received a concern and are conducting a routine review. Lucas Moreno leaned forward. Hi, Rachel. This is Lucas. I'm here. Thank you, she responded. We're just confirming the details. Claire, did you meet Lucas through his workplace? No. Was your father or any other family member involved in Lucas' professional role? No. There was a brief pause and the sound of typing. Okay, Rachel Monroe said cautiously. We have also received additional communications from the same person. Lucas Moreno's jaw tightened almost imperceptibly. We're also reviewing those. When the call ended, the apartment became noticeably quieter. She escalated, I explained. Lucas Moreno nodded as he crossed the line. My phone vibrated immediately. Dad, you're making this much bigger than it should be. I finally heard his voicemail. His voice was soothing, reasonable, and almost hurtful. I was only trying to help. You constantly jump to conclusions. Help. That word, again, the family's preferred disguise. I did not respond. Instead, I opened the Notes app and started making a list. Dates, times, messages, calls, everything. Lucas Moreno looked at me and said softly, You don't have to manage this alone. I know, I replied, but I'm done letting it slide. That night, my mother called. I declined. Then my father called. Declined. Then a request for a video call. Declined. Finally, my mother sent a text that sounded like a threat. If you don't fix this, you're going to split this family up. I placed the phone face down on the table. Lucas Moreno reached over to squeeze my hand. You didn't break it. I exhaled slowly. No, I had not. I've just stopped covering for it. And I knew for certain that the next move would not be subtle. The credit bureau sent a confirmation email at 6:18 a.m. I was already awake, lying on my back and staring at the ceiling, counting the cracks that seemed to rearrange themselves into answers if I looked long enough. Dispute received. An investigation has been initiated. I didn't feel relieved. When something is over, you feel relieved. This wasn't over. It provided clarity. Lucas Moreno was still asleep, with one arm thrown across the pillow as if he had unintentionally claimed the space. I watched his chest rise and fall for a moment before quietly sliding out of bed and into the kitchen. The apartment was quiet, in that early morning way that feels honest. No music, no voices attempting to control the narrative. I opened my laptop and looked up the retailer's account information again. This time, I dug deeper. Not summaries, but original records. It took a few clicks to find what I was looking for. Account application PDF is attached. I opened it. My name appeared neatly at the top. Correct spelling and date of birth. My social security number was masked. But it was unmistakable. The address listed was not my apartment. It was not even my final duty station. It was my parents' home. My jaw tightened, but my hand remained steady. Panic does not help when reading fine print. Then I scrolled. There it was. Authorized contact phone number. I did not need to dial it. I knew it by heart. I memorized it as a child, just like you memorize emergency numbers before you know why you need them. My father's number. I stared at the screen for longer than necessary. Perhaps if I gave it enough time, the digits would rearrange themselves into something less ugly. They did not. I saved the file, took a screenshot, and another of the metadata. Date created, location, and timestamp. Boring evidence is more likely to survive. Lucas Moreno appeared in the doorway, rumpled hair and sharp eyes. He only looked at my face and did not ask what was wrong. You found it? he replied. I turned the laptop towards him. He read it silently. Once and then again. His expression did not erupt into rage. It hardened into something precise. That's him, he stated. Yes. He leaned against the counter and crossed his arms. Okay. Then this just crossed from family mess into identity misuse. I gave a raised eyebrow. They'll call it helping. They always do, he said. My phone vibrated on the table. I did not pick it up. Lucas Moreno took a quick glance at it. You don't have to. I know. I replied. So I picked it up anyway. Mom, we found some of your emails. You should come and pick it up. Found, not forwarded, not forgotten to mention. Found. I showed the message to Lucas Moreno. He exhaled slowly. They knew. He replied, I know. I typed back one sentence and nothing else. Please leave my mail unopened. I will arrange for pickup. 3 dots appeared, disappeared, and reappeared. Mom, you are overreacting. I placed the phone face down. Overreacting. My family uses this word when they realize something is slipping out of their control. An hour later, my lender called. I answered the second ring. She spoke calmly and professionally, without taking sides. This doesn't kill your application, she said after I explained. It pauses it. We'll need the dispute resolved or proof of removal. Pause instead of kill. I could work with pauses. When I hung up, Lucas Moreno handed me a mug of coffee, as if it were a ceremonial object. You're handling this clean, he said. I've had practice, I explained, just not with credit. The call began around noon. Not from my parents, but from extended family. Aunt Susan left a voicemail. Your mother is heartbroken. A cousin texted, why are you doing this to him? Someone from my mom's church sent a Facebook message. Family is everything. I didn't reply to any of them. I saved the messages instead. Screenshots, timestamps, and names. Lucas Moreno watched quietly. They're building a chorus. They always do, I said. It makes them feel justified. That afternoon, my phone buzzed again. Unknown number. I responded. Claire, a woman asked. Her voice was bright in a way that made my stomach tighten. Yes. This is Rachel Monroe from HR. Lucas Moreno was already sitting up straight. I put it on speaker. I want to reassure you. Rachel Monroe continued. You're not in trouble. We received a message regarding a potential conflict of interest. Lucas Moreno's jaw tightened. Was the message anonymous? I asked. A pause. It came from a personal email address. Of course it did. We've also received follow-up communications, Rachel Monroe added carefully. We're reviewing those as well. When the call ended, I stared at the wall for a long moment. They're not stopping, I said. Lucas Moreno shook his head. No, they're escalating. My phone buzzed again almost immediately. Dad, you're really going to do this? I did not respond. Another message. Dad. I was trying to protect you. Protect? The final refuge of people who refuse to take responsibility. I opened my notes app and added a new heading. Boundaries. Under it, I wrote. No access to my mail, no use of my information, no third-party contact, any further interference handled officially. I didn't send it yet. I just wrote it. Sometimes writing the line is the first act of crossing it. Lucas Moreno watched me, eyes steady. They're trying to make you doubt yourself. I looked at him. They've been doing that my whole life. He nodded. Then it's good you're not letting them do it now. That evening, my mother finally called again. Video this time. I declined. Then a text. Mom, we need to talk. Your father is devastated. I stared at the screen until the words stopped feeling like language and started feeling like pressure. Then I typed back, we can talk tomorrow on video with Lucas Moreno present. 3 dots appeared instantly. Mom, why does he need to be there? Because the truth holds better when witnesses are involved. I set the phone down and leaned back in my chair. Exhaustion finally catching up to me. Lucas Moreno rested a hand on my shoulder. Tomorrow. He said, we do this once. Clean. I nodded. Because this wasn't about proving I was right anymore. It was about making sure they couldn't do this again. We scheduled a video call for the next afternoon. Not because I needed time to prepare what to say, but because I needed everything documented, calm, and impossible to twist later. Lucas Moreno set his laptop on the kitchen table and angled the camera so it caught both of us. Neutral background, good lighting, nothing dramatic. This wasn't a confrontation, it was a record. My phone buzzed a few minutes before the call. A text from my mother. Please don't turn this into something bigger than it already is. I didn't reply. At exactly 3:15 p.m., the screen lit up. My mother's face appeared first, already tense, lips pressed together like she'd rehearsed disappointment. My father sat beside her, arms crossed, jaw set. He didn't look angry. He looked offended, like I'd violated an unspoken rule. "Hi, Mom," I said evenly. She didn't return it. "Why is Lucas Moreno there?" Lucas Moreno inclined his head slightly. "Hello. I'm here because this situation has crossed into professional and legal territory." My father scoffed. "That's ridiculous." I leaned forward just enough to stay in frame. "No, what's ridiculous is using my personal information without my consent." My mother inhaled sharply. "Claire, no one used anything. Your father was helping. You've always been bad with paperwork." There it was, the rewrite. I didn't raise my voice. The account application lists Dad's phone number as the authorized contact. My father's eyes flicked away for half a second, long enough. "That doesn't mean anything," he said. "I was listed so I could make sure nothing went wrong." "Something did go wrong," I replied. "It blocked my VA loan." My mother shook her head. "You're blowing this out of proportion." Lucas Moreno spoke then. Calm. Precise. HR has received multiple communications, attempting to frame this as a conflict of interest. That's escalation. My father straightened. "I never contacted his job." Lucas Moreno didn't blink. "The messages came from an email associated with your household. They included personal details not available publicly." Silence stretched. My mother's eyes darted between us. "This is tearing the family apart." "No," I said, "this is exposing a problem." My father's voice hardened. "So what? You want an apology?" I considered that. Really considered it. "No," I replied. "I want boundaries." He laughed. Short and bitter. "Boundaries? That's what the internet teaches you kids now." Lucas Moreno stayed quiet. This part was mine. "Here they are," I said, pulling up my notes. "No one in this family has access to my mail. No one uses my information. No one contacts my employer or my fiance's workplace about me. If it happens again, I handle it officially." My mother leaned forward. "You're threatening us." "I'm stating consequences," I replied. "Those are different." My father's face flushed. "After everything we've done for you." I felt it then. The old pull. The guilt. The pressure to fold. I did not. "I didn't ask you to manage my life," I said. "And I'm not apologizing for protecting it." My mother's voice dropped. "Cold now. Then don't come to us when you need help." I met her gaze. "I don't." The silence after that wasn't explosive. It was stunned. My father stood abruptly, the camera shaking. "This is unbelievable." He reached for the laptop. "Wait," my mother said sharply. "Too late." The screen went dark. I sat there for a long moment, hands folded, breathing steady. My heart wasn't racing. It felt clear. Lucas Moreno exhaled slowly. "You did exactly what you needed to do." I nodded. "They're not done." "No." He agreed. "But now they know the rules." My phone buzzed almost immediately. "Dad, you've crossed a line." I didn't reply. Then another message. "Mom, we just want peace." I saved it, added it to the folder. That evening, I checked my credit alerts again. No new activity. A small relief. Temporary. But real. An email from the credit bureau came in later that night confirming receipt of additional documentation. Another from the retailer acknowledging the dispute. Paper trails do that. They move quietly, but they move. Lucas Moreno made dinner. Nothing fancy. Pasta, garlic, normally. We ate on the couch. The TV on low. Halfway through, my phone buzzed again. Unknown email. Subject line, question regarding your relationship. I opened it. "I hope you know your fiancé is involved with an employee." Lucas Moreno's jaw tightened. "That's bait." He said, "I know." "Forward it," he added. I did. He sent it to HR with a single line. Additional anonymous communication. Pattern noted. I set my phone down and leaned back, exhaustion finally settling into my bones. They're trying to scare me, I said quietly. Lucas Moreno nodded. And it's not working. I thought about my father, about how loud he'd laughed at my ring, about how small he'd looked when he realized the story wasn't his anymore. I don't need revenge, I said. I just need distance. Lucas Moreno looked at me. Sometimes that's the same thing. I didn't sleep perfectly that night, but I slept better. The kind of sleep you get when you stop arguing with reality and start working with it. In the morning, a notification waited on my phone. Credit dispute update available. I smiled just a little because, for the first time, this wasn't about what my family thought of me. It was about what the system would prove. The update came in on a Wednesday afternoon. The kind of ordinary day that never looks important until it is. I was sitting at my desk with a mug of coffee that had gone cold while I answered emails that didn't matter when my phone buzzed with a notification from my credit monitoring service. Dispute resolved. Account removed. I stared at the screen for a full 12 seconds before I let myself breathe. Removed. Not paused. Not under review. Gone. I opened the attachment with hands that didn't shake anymore. The retailer confirmed the account had been opened without my authorization. The payment history was wiped. My score recalculated. Clean. I forwarded the confirmation to my lender with a short message. Issue resolved. Documentation attached. Her reply came back within minutes. Great news. We'll resume processing your VA loan. Resume. Not restart. Resume. I leaned back in my chair and felt something loosen in my chest that I hadn't realized I'd been holding for years. Not just the tension from the last few weeks, but the older kind. The kind that comes from always waiting for the next shoe to drop when it comes to your family. That evening, Lucas Moreno came over with takeout and the kind of quiet smile that meant he already knew. You got it, he said. It's gone, I replied. Clean. He nodded, satisfied. Good. We didn't celebrate. Not really. No champagne, no speeches, just dinner at my small kitchen table and the hum of normal life returning. My phone buzzed once during the meal. Mom. I didn't open it right away. When I finally did, it was short. We didn't realize how serious this was. I read it twice. Not an apology, not accountability, just a statement that kept the responsibility comfortably vague. I typed a response, then deleted it. Then I wrote something else. I need space right now. I'll reach out when I'm ready. I hit send and set the phone face down. Lucas Moreno watched me closely. You okay with that? Yes, I said, and I meant it. The calls slowed after that, then stopped. The group texts went quiet. The extended family found other things to talk about. They always do. My father didn't contact me again. Not directly. I heard through my mother that he was hurt and confused and didn't understand how things got so out of hand. I understood perfectly. For the first time in my life, I hadn't rushed in to fix the discomfort. I hadn't apologized to smooth things over. I hadn't accepted blame that wasn't mine just to keep the peace. Peace, I'd learned, isn't the absence of conflict. It's the presence of boundaries. 9 days later, the lender called again. Final approval. Dates discussed. Numbers finalized. After I hung up, I stood in my living room and looked around at the place that had been mine alone for years. Small, clean, temporary. Soon it wouldn't be. Lucas Moreno leaned against the doorframe, watching me. You did this the right way. I did it the only way that works, I said. I thought back to that backyard, to the laughter, to my father's voice cutting through the noise like it owned the space. Who would want to marry you? The answer, it turned out, wasn't just Lucas Moreno, it was me. I wanted to marry the version of myself who didn't shrink, who didn't explain, who didn't beg for permission to live her own life. The military taught me discipline, not silence. Discipline is knowing when to stand still, and when to move. My family thought control meant access, thought love meant obedience, thought jokes could cover cruelty if they were delivered with a smile. They were wrong. What stayed standing after everything else fell quiet wasn't anger, or revenge, or even vindication. It was clarity. I didn't need to punish anyone. The system handled what the system handles best. Facts. Paper trails. Consequences. All I had to do was stop protecting people who were willing to hurt me to feel powerful. That's the part no one tells you. That's sometimes the bravest thing you can do isn't fighting back. It's stepping back. If this story stirred something in you, if you've ever been told you were too much for simply protecting your own life, I'd love to hear from you. Drop a comment below and tell me where you're listening from. Share this with someone who might need to hear it. And if you want more stories like this, real stories about boundaries, resilience, and quiet strength, subscribe so you don't miss what comes next. We're still telling them, and we're not done yet. Don't come, you'll ruin it. I obeyed, then the groom's meltdown went viral and my dad demanded I fix everything. The first time my phone exploded with missed calls, I was standing in the Nevada sun, staring at a stretch of desert that most people don't think exists. Facebook was still open in my fingers, locked on a grainy video of my sister's wedding reception, with screaming guests, shattered glass, and a groom shouting words that could never be taken back. My father's name popped up on the screen again. I didn't respond. He had warned me 4 days previously that if I showed up, I would shame everyone. The perfect day he had envisioned without me was now burning down in real time. And somehow, I was the one they suddenly required. My father's precise words returned to me with painful clarity. "You're so awkward that everyone is uncomfortable," he said. "Don't come." He did not raise his voice. He did not have to. That calm confidence, as if he were speaking an obvious fact, stung more than yelling. I recall sitting on the edge of my bunk that night, phone to my ear, staring at the scratched concrete floor of my quarters. Outside, the desert wind blew fine sand against the building in quiet, regular taps, like a clock counting down to something I couldn't quite understand. He continued, because of course he did. He always justified himself as if reasoning could eliminate harshness. "Your sister's fiancé is an extremely significant man. He stated that his family is observing everything. This wedding needs to be perfect. You don't fit in that setting." I waited for him to soften his tone, for a pause, for some indication that he understood he was speaking to his daughter. Not a liability. None arrived. "I do not want any scenes," he ended. "Simply stay away." I said nothing for a long time. Around my father, I had developed a skill for remaining silent. Growing up, I quickly realized that words only made everything worse. If I tried to explain myself, he would sigh. If I pushed back, he would call me theatrical. At the very least, silence allowed me to maintain some dignity. "Okay," I said finally. He sighed, relieved. "Good. That is for the best." The call ended, and I remained there long after the screen went black. I was active duty, serving my country in a location that most Americans dismissed as a fantasy. I made a living by following directions. I conducted my life with discipline, responsibility, and accountability. However, in my own family, I was still the problem child, the one who didn't smile properly, didn't laugh loudly enough, and didn't know how to enchant a room full of strangers. My sister Haley was the opposite. She'd always been. Haley moved through life with an ease that I never understood. She knew when to touch someone's arm, when to bend her head just right, and when to laugh at an unfunny joke. People around her felt seen. Or at the very least entertained. My father adored something about her. He adored the way she made him appear. Her fiancé, Grant, was an ideal fit for the image. My father worshipped wealthy family, private schools, and the assurance that comes from never having to question your place in the world. My father talked about him in the same way that some men talk about trophies, not as individuals, but as confirmation that they had done something good. I'd met Grant 3 times. He shook my hand both times, as if he were checking off a list. He quickly looked beyond me, returning his attention to my father, Haley, and the people who mattered. I did not take it personally. I was used to remaining invisible. Still, being told flatly not to attend my own sister's wedding seemed different. The invitation remained unopened on the small metal desk in my room. Cream-colored envelope with gold lettering. I hadn't even bothered to tear it open. What was the point? I already knew where I stood. The irony was not lost on me. I could handle classified material, manage pressure, and function in high-stakes situations without hesitation. But put me in a ballroom with strangers wearing expensive clothes, and I became an embarrassment. The decision not to go did not seem dramatic. It seemed inevitable. Rather than requesting leave or reserving a flight home, I confirmed my return to the base. Area 47 was not glamorous. It was silent, controlled, and brutally honest. Out there, no one cared how lovely you were. You either accomplished your job or did not. Your worth was determined by your competence rather than your attractiveness. My father sent a final message the day before the wedding. Do not do something silly. Do not show up. I looked at the text for a long time. Then I set my phone face down and returned to collecting my belongings. If he wanted me gone, I would leave totally. The morning of the wedding was clear and ruthlessly bright. The Nevada desert has a way of reducing things to their core. There are no lush diversions or soft edges, only sky, sand, and heat. I enjoyed that about it. It didn't pretend to be anything other than what it was. I went about my day as usual, wearing boots and a uniform and drinking coffee that tasted faintly burned. As I strolled across the base, the sun was already rising. I felt a peculiar peace come over me. In the back of my mind, I knew my sister was getting ready. Hair, makeup, and photographers flocked around her. My father was undoubtedly pacing, practicing discussions with Grant's family, making sure every detail reflected positively on him. And I was not present for one of the first instances. That did not feel like a failure. It felt like relief. I took a break late in the morning and went along a familiar trail near the border, with the desert stretching eternally beyond the fence. I took out my phone, more out of habit than interest. I told myself I was only killing time. That is when I opened Facebook. At first, it was precisely how I expected. Photos of flowers, happy people, and Haley in white, shining. My father stood tall alongside her, chest out, pride written across his face. I nearly closed the app. Then I saw the video. It was not polished. It was not framed carefully. Someone had hit the record button in a frenzy. The camera trembled, voices overlapping, and anxiety crackled across the screen. I recognized the welcome area immediately. My father insisted on everything being beautiful, including crystal chandeliers and linen draped tables. Grant's voice broke through the background noise, piercing and nasty, and in that moment, standing beneath the limitless desert sky, I felt something shift. A previously unnoticed pressure in my chest relaxed, giving way to a cold, sinking certainty. I mumbled to myself, scarcely audible against the wind. What have you done? My phone vibrated in my hands. Dad is calling. I didn't respond. I didn't respond to my father's call. Not the first one, not the second. I put my phone into my pocket, hoping that this simple act would keep the insanity at bay. Beyond the boundary gate, the desert was unconcerned about weddings or reputations. It didn't matter who embarrassed whom. The wind blew across the sand in the same way it usually did, uncaring and unrelenting. I completed my shift on autopilot. My body understood what to do, even when my mind was elsewhere. Checklists, protocols, and calm professionalism. A few folks nodded in passing. No one asked any questions. Nobody anticipated explanations. That, more than anything, reminded me of why I chose this life. By late afternoon, the sun had turned cruel, reducing the world to sharp lines and blinding glare. I located a shady bench near one of the administrative buildings and finally got my phone out. I received 15 missed calls. 9 from my father, 3 from my stepmother, 2 from Haley, and 1 from a number I couldn't recognize. I opened Haley's message first. Kindly call me. Something is wrong. No apologies, no admission that she had agreed to my exclusion. It's just fear bleeding through the screen. I stared at her words for a long time, a familiar sense of responsibility rising in my chest. It was the same emotion I'd felt throughout my life. The desire to step in and smooth things up, making life simpler for everyone else. I ended the message without answering. The number I did not recognize left a voicemail. I hadn't listened to it yet. I already knew what it was going to say. The wedding had disintegrated, and I was no longer an inconvenience. I was a resource. As the dusk cooled, I returned to my quarters. The sky was orange and purple, the type of sunset that people pay thousands of dollars to shoot. It had always struck me as absurd that something so lovely could exist in a place most people connect with secrecy and danger, yet that was the reality. Appearances were rarely the entire story. I showered, changed into civilian clothes, and sat on my bed, back against the wall. Only then did I allow myself to replay the footage in my head. Grant's voice. The way it cut through the room. My father's expression. Somewhere between fury and surprise. I hadn't seen it all yet, but I'd seen enough to realize it wasn't a little hiccup. This was a rupture. My phone vibrated again. Haley. This time I let it ring out. I kind of despised myself for it. But I knew if I answered, I'd fall back into old habits. I'd listen. I'd absorb. I'd rush in without being asked why I was kicked out in the first place. Instead, I opened the voicemail from an unfamiliar number. "Is this Morgan?" A man inquired, his voice tense. "This is Uncle Frank. I'm at a wedding. Or, rather, what's left of it. Your father is asking for you. He says it's critical." "Important?" The word tasted bitter. I lay back and stared at the ceiling. The sound of the building's ventilation system filled the silence. In my field of business, important typically meant urgent, time-sensitive, and sometimes dangerous. In my family, it meant that inconvenient truths were undermining the picture they had worked so hard to establish. I remembered my father as he had been when I was growing up, a man preoccupied with order and appearance. He was not cruel in visible ways. He provided. He attended school functions when it suited him, but everything was subject to certain constraints. Approval was transactional. Love was something you earned by behaving properly. Haley learned this early on. She became precisely what he desired. I did not. He was initially proud of my decision to join the military. It sounded wonderful when he told people that his daughter was serving her country. But his pride waned when he realized it wouldn't work well at cocktail gatherings. I wasn't ascending a corporate ladder. I wasn't marrying for money. I was doing something that made him uncomfortable because he had no control over it. Area 47 had served as my escape. The one location where skill was more important than appeal. Where being awkward did not prevent you from belonging. No one here asked me to grin anymore. I grabbed my phone again and went through social media, bracing myself. The video had spread. Shares multiplied by the minute. Comment sections erupted with speculation and indignation. People I didn't know commented on my family as if they were characters in a show. "Did you hear what he told the bride's father? Rich dude meltdown. Shocking. That poor girl." I watched the video again, trying not to look away this time. Grant's face was flushed, his jaw tightened, and his eyes were crazy. He was no longer charming. He was not polished. He was exposed. And my father, my unshakable, image-obsessed father, appeared little. For a brief and terrible moment, I felt vindicated. They had hoped for a nice day without me. They'd thought I was the variable who could wreck everything. Even without my presence, the mask had slipped. The problem was not mine. The realization sank heavy into my chest. The phone rang again. This time, I responded. "What?" I asked, keeping my voice bland. "Where in the hell are you?" My dad demanded. The cool authority he usually possessed was vanished, replaced by primal panic. "Have you any idea what is going on here?" "I have a pretty good idea," I said. "You ought to return home," he said. "Now." I closed my eyes. "You told me not to." "That was strange," he remarked. "This is an emergency." "It's funny how that works," I remarked quietly. "I am an embarrassment until you need me." There was a pause. I could practically hear him recalibrating and changing strategies. He said, "Your sister needs you. This family needs you." I giggled quietly, surprising even me. "No," I replied, "you require damage control." His breath caught. "Morgan, do not do this. Do what I ask. Follow your instructions." The silence stretched between us, thick and oppressive. "Just think about it," he concluded. "Please." The phrase hung there, delicately. He had never mentioned it to me before. I said, "I am thinking about it." And meant it. I stopped the call and put my phone down. The desert outside my window was dark now. The sky was strewn with stars. I felt a pull in two directions, responsibility and distance, habit and self-respect. For the first time, I didn't rush to pick them. I lay there, listening to the silence, knowing one thing for certain. If I went back, I would not be the daughter who apologized for her existence. It would be under my terms. The night went with no sleep. Not the restless tossing kind, but the attentive quiet of someone awaiting the inevitable. I lay on my bunk, staring at the faint shape of the ceiling and listening to the bass's steady hum as it settled into its nocturnal routine. A vehicle was seen moving in the distance. A door closed, and everything became silent again. The kind of silence that gives your thoughts too much space to roam. Morning arrived, pallid and harsh. The desert does not ease you into the day. It throws the sun at you and expects you to adapt. I got dressed, tied my boots, and went through the motions. Coffee. Check in, a nod here and a little conversation there. As I passed, I glimpsed my reflection in a window, composed and controlled, just as I had been schooled. Nobody could see the little fracture that ran through me. Today was my sister's wedding day. I did not say that aloud. I did not need to. The thought sat in my chest like a weight I'd learnt to bear silently. I saw Haley putting on her dress, our stepmother hovering with tissues, and my father straightening his tie and checking his watch, already thinking about the visitors who mattered most. I wondered if Haley had detected my empty seat in her head yet, or if the noise around her was too much. By late morning, my phone had become silent. The calls had ceased. That concerned me more than the ringing ever did. Silence in my household usually indicated that decisions were being made without my input. I took a rest near the base's edge. When the terrain flattened out into something seemingly limitless, the fence formed a clear line across the horizon. Beyond it, the desert glowed in the heat. I'd always enjoyed this location. It reminded me of the borders I couldn't cross and those I no longer had to. I sat on a low concrete barrier, letting the sun sink into my shoulders. I took a moment to close my eyes and breathe. I assured myself I was all right. I told myself I chose this. Both statements were correct, and neither made the situation easier. I checked my phone out of habit and curiosity. There were new notifications, no calls this time, tags, messages, and a flurry of activity that hadn't been present an hour before. When I opened Facebook, I expected more polished wedding photographs, perhaps a beautifully worded remark about a personal family situation. Instead, I witnessed chaos. The first video loaded slowly, the desert's poor signal expanding with each second. The image focused as a voice broke through the noise, angry, loud, and clearly, Grant. The camera swung frantically, capturing flashes of white tablecloths, overturned chairs, and shocked faces. Somebody yelled. Glass broke. My breath caught. I froze as Grant leaned toward my father. His face twisted with an ugly and unrestrained expression. The words poured out of him in a slurred, venomous rush. He mocked. He accused. He said things that could not be brushed aside or excused later. The room became deathly quiet around him, the kind of silence that occurs when people realize they are witnessing something permanent. Then the video was cut. I stared at the screen, my heart racing in my ears. Around me, the base continued as usual. A pair of coworkers walked by, laughing about something mundane. A truck drove by. The contrast was surreal, as if I were standing between two worlds that refused to recognize each other. I scrolled. There were more videos, different angles, and short clips uploaded by guests who clearly began recording once they realized this wasn't a misunderstanding, but rather a meltdown. In one, Haley stood to the side, her hands pressed to her mouth, her white dress standing out against the chaos. In another instance, my stepmother attempted to intervene, her voice shaking as she begged Grant to stop. And in each one, my father stood rigidly, his face flushed and his jaw set. The man who took pride in having control had completely lost it. Not because he was screaming, but because he couldn't stop what was happening. Comments came in faster than I could read them. What have I just watched? This is insane. Those poor brides, he just ruined his own wedding. I swallowed hard. My phone felt heavy in my hand, as if it was dragging me down with it. I watched one clip again, forcing myself to take everything in. This was real. This was happening, and I was watching it from a location where I had been told to stay. Haley sent a message that appeared. He is not himself. I am scared. My chest tightened. Fear, genuine fear, ran through her words. Despite her ease and charm, Haley had never been good at dealing with chaos. She thrived in controlled settings, where everyone smiled and followed the script. This was something else entirely. I typed a response, deleted it, typed again, and then stopped. Another message arrived, this time from my father. Call me right now. I looked up from my phone and saw the desert stretching endlessly beyond the fence. Heat rippled into the distance, bending the horizon. For a moment, I felt detached from my body, as if I were watching myself from afar. The daughter he had rejected, the soldier he didn't quite understand, and the person he now needed. I remembered hearing his voice on the phone a few days earlier. Do not come. You will embarrass everyone. A bitter thought emerged, uninvited and sharp. They didn't need my help to ruin things. The realization did not provide satisfaction. It provided clarity. I was not the problem they had made me out to be. I'd never been. The flaw in their perfect picture had always been there, hidden beneath the charm, money, and meticulously curated appearance. All I'd done was remove myself from the frame. My phone vibrated again. Haley is calling this time. I stood, the concrete warm beneath my palms, and pushed myself up. My legs felt steady and grounded. Training kicked in, silent and reassuring. Evaluate, breathe, and decide. I responded. I mentioned Haley. Her voice broke instantly. She whispered, I don't know what to do. Dad is trying to deal with it, but it's getting worse. People are recording everything. He's saying something. I know, I interrupted gently. I've watched the videos. There was a pause. Have you? Yes. I'm very sorry. She rambled on about everything, regarding Dad's request that you not come. I closed my eyes. The apology felt fragile, late, but genuine. We can discuss that later, I said. Right now, I need you to listen to me. She sniffed. Okay. Are you somewhere safe? Yes, I am with Aunt Diane. Good, I replied. Stay there. Do not go anywhere alone, and do not speak to Grant. He keeps texting, she admits. Do not respond, I said firmly. Not yet. I heard my own voice then, steady and authoritative, the one I used at base when things went wrong. It did not waver. It did not apologize. Haley clung to it like a lifeline. When the call ended, I slowly lowered my phone. The desert air felt thicker, charged with something I couldn't identify. I knew this moment was important, and whatever happened next would have long-term consequences. I hadn't planned to attend my sister's wedding at all. But from a quiet stretch of sand inside a place most people weren't supposed to know about, I realized I was about to be drawn into it in ways neither of us could undo. I remained where I was long after the call with Haley ended. My phone was resting in my palm, like a live wire. The desert stretched out in front of me, deceptively calm, as if nothing in the world was changing. But inside my head, pieces were already falling into place, creating an image I didn't like and couldn't ignore. I walked slowly back to my quarters, letting the heat and distance keep me steady. Training had taught me that panic was contagious. The same was true for clarity. If I was going to return to my family's chaos, I needed a ladder. By the time I got to my room, my phone had exploded again. Notifications stacked on top of one another. Each one is a small alarm bell. The story had been picked up by various news websites. Not the respectable ones yet, but the quick-moving blogs and local publications that thrived on scandal. Headlines were already creating narratives without waiting for facts. The viral wedding meltdown shocks guests. The wealthy groom loses control during the lavish ceremony. I clicked on one article and read it quickly. My jaw tightening. The author cited an anonymous guest who described Grant as erratic and verbally abusive. Another claimed to have been drinking heavily all day. Someone else mentioned that this wasn't the first time he'd behaved this way. That last part made my stomach drop. I sat on the edge of my bed and watched the videos again. This time, I'm not a shocked sister or a hurt daughter, but someone who has been trained to read situations under pressure. Grant's posture, pacing, and tone of voice escalated before becoming cold and threatening. I'd seen that look before in men who thought consequences were for others. My phone vibrated with a text from my stepmother. Your father is barely keeping it together. Kindly call him. I replied before I could overthink it. Is Haley safe? The reply arrived almost immediately. For now. That was sufficient. I called my father. He answered the first ring, breathless. Morgan, thank God. Where are you now? I said I'd be staying at base, as you had instructed. Listen, he said quickly, the words rushing out of him. It has gotten out of hand. Grant isn't cooperating. His family is infuriated. They say we provoked him and humiliated him. I closed my eyes and forced myself to remain calm. Has he threatened anyone? There was a pause. Too long. He said some things, my father explained, but people say things when they are upset. Dad. I said, my voice rising. Has he threatened Haley? Another pause. Then, reluctantly, he told her that they needed to talk in private, and that she was making matters worse by listening to us. I tightened my grip on the phone. That's not okay. I understand. He snapped. But we need to manage the situation right now. The press is calling. His family has lawyers. They're discussing defamation. I stated that there is no defamation if it is captured on video. And there are several videos. He sighed deeply, frustration seeping through his fear. This is why I did not want you involved. You always jump to the worst-case scenario. I laughed briefly and without humor. No, this is precisely why you should have wanted me involved. Because I don't believe that just smiling will make problems go away. Silence cracked between us. What do you want from me? He inquired finally. The question startled me. He'd never asked that before. He had always told me what he wanted and expected. This was unfamiliar territory for both of us. I asked you to stop thinking about how this looks. Start thinking about Haley's safety. She is with her family, he said defensively. Family didn't stop him from exploding in front of dozens of people, I responded. Safety is not about proximity. It's about behavior. Another pause. Then quieter. What do we do? I exhaled slowly. This was the moment everything changed. First, I stated that Haley does not meet him alone at all. Second, you discontinue communication with his family without legal counsel. Third, document everything. Messages, calls, and voicemails. You sound like a lawyer, he muttered. No. I replied, I sound like someone who has dealt with volatile people before. He did not argue. After we hung up, I sat there for a while, my mind racing. I couldn't shake the feeling that this wasn't just another wedding gone wrong. This was a pattern that revealed itself under pressure. Money and charm had successfully hidden it until they couldn't. I did something that surprised even myself. I looked up Grant's name. At first, nothing alarming appeared. Polished profiles, charity events, and articles praising his entrepreneurial endeavors. Then I refined the search, added keywords, and went a little deeper. That's when I discovered it. A brief mention in a local newspaper from 3 years ago. A domestic dispute in an apartment complex. No charges were filed. Another entry, a lawsuit was quietly resolved. The specifics are not revealed. A third, a former business partner, accuses him of using intimidation tactics. My pulse quickened. I browsed forums and archived posts, places where most people never bother to look. A comment here and a vague warning there. Women spoke carefully, never naming him directly, but describing the same behavior, the same charm that turned sharp, the same rage when control was lost. I took screenshots, saved links, and put everything in a folder on my phone. Train again, gather intelligence, verify, and prepare. Haley called as I was still putting it together. Her voice was hoarse and exhausted. He's been messaging nonstop, she said, apologizing before blaming me. He claims this would not have happened if I had stood up to Dad. That's manipulation, I explained gently. Do you know that? She sniffed. I believe so. I just keep replaying everything, wondering if I've missed anything. You didn't, I stated firmly. This is not your responsibility. There was a beat of silence. Dad thinks you're overreacting. I closed my eyes. Of course he does. I'm glad you aren't here, she said quietly. I wish you were, but I don't think I can handle both of you right now. Regardless, a small smile tugged at my mouth. That might be the kindest thing you've ever said to me. She laughed weakly. I am serious. So am I responded. Listen to me. I'm returning home, but not tonight, and not to play happy family. Her breath caught. Okay, until I arrive, do exactly as I said, stay with people. Do not respond to him. Save everything. I will. When the call was over, I leaned back and stared at the ceiling again. The hum of the ventilation system seemed louder now, as if the base itself was listening. I hadn't planned on going home. Not like this. Not ever. Perhaps. However, the pieces had become too clear. It wasn't about the wedding anymore. It was about exposing the truth behind a carefully constructed illusion. About a man my father trusted because he looked good, said the right things, and came from the right world, and about a daughter he rejected because she didn't. I opened my calendar to see what flights were available. The earliest one would take me home the following evening. It wasn't inexpensive. I went ahead and booked it anyway. As the confirmation email arrived, I felt something settle in my chest. Not fear or anger, but resolve. I was heading back, not as the awkward daughter who needed to be managed, but as the one who witnessed what was going on and refused to turn away. The airport felt surreal, like a liminal space where time thinned and emotions faded just enough to be bearable. I moved through security using muscle memory, shoes on, bag zip, eyes forward. Nobody there understood why my jaw was so tight or why my phone never left my hand. To them, I was just another traveler with a one-way urgency and a look that said, Don't ask questions. On the plane, I took the window seat and watched Nevada deteriorate into rust and bone. Somewhere below, the base returned to secrecy, doing what it always did, remaining silent while the rest of the world made noise. I closed my eyes as the engines roared, the vibration pressing against my ribs as a reminder to breathe. As soon as we leveled off, my phone buzzed. "Dad, where are you?" I didn't respond. I wasn't prepared to give him coordinates. I needed the distance to complete its task first. Haley texted a minute later. "Haley." He arrived at the house. Mom wouldn't allow him in. He parked across the street. I sat up straighter. The calm I had developed coming into focus. This was the escalation I had been looking for. "Me? Is he alone? Haley?" "Yes." He kept texting. "He says he only wants to talk." "Me? Do not engage. If he refuses to leave, call the police." "I mean it." A pause. Then Haley's father says calling the cops would make matters worse. I stared at the screen, heat rising behind my eyes. The same old reflex, manage appearances and minimize reality. "I hope danger will behave if you ignore it." Me. "It will only make matters worse if you continue to pretend that this is normal." The typing bubble appeared, disappeared, and reappeared. Haley. "Okay, I will tell Mom." I slowly exhaled and leaned back, forcing myself to zoom out. I couldn't fix it from 32,000 feet. But I could plan. I opened the folder on my phone, and went over what I had gathered. Articles, screenshots, timestamps, patterns, and the story behind the story. My father called. I left it ringing until it stopped. Then I deliberately called him back. "Where are you now?" he demanded, abandoning all pretense of civility. I said, "On my way. We'll be landing tomorrow evening." A heartbeat. Relief was quickly masked. "Good. We must coordinate." "No." I responded. "We have to prioritize. Morgan, please listen to my voice." Even Grant arrived uninvited. "He's putting pressure on Haley. That is not a PR issue. That's a safety issue. He simply wants to explain himself," Dad insisted. "His family claims he was provoked. Because I asked. And was told no." Silence. "I've been looking into him," I explained. "This is not new. There are incidents, settlements, and people who have learned to remain silent." "You don't know that," Dad snapped. "I do," I said. "And I have receipts." That stopped him. "What do you want us to do?" he asked, the edge dulling. "I want you to stop trying to control the narrative and start protecting your daughter," I said. "I want you to stop taking calls from his family. I want you to tell Haley she's not meeting him alone. Not now. Not ever. And I want you to accept that this isn't going away." He sighed a long, tired sound. "You always make things so complicated." I smiled, thin and sad. "No, Dad. I just refuse to make them small." We ended the call without resolution, which was fine. I wasn't coming back to negotiate my worth. When the plane landed, it was raining, the steady, persistent kind that slicks roads and softens edges. I took a ride share straight to my parents' house, watching familiar streets blur past the window. The place looked the same as it always had, manicured lawn, warm lights, a careful calm that tried to convince you nothing bad could happen there. Inside, the tension was immediate. My stepmother hovered near the kitchen, eyes red. My father stood by the fireplace, hands clasped behind his back, jaw working. Haley was upstairs. "You came?" my father said, as if surprised. I said I would, I replied. "Where is he?" "Gone," my stepmother said quickly. For now, I echoed. Haley came down the stairs slowly, wrapped in a sweatshirt that swallowed her hands. She looked smaller than I remembered, the aftermath of adrenaline and shock hollowing her out. She crossed the room and hugged me without asking. I stood stiffly for a second, then held her back. "He's been texting nonstop," she whispered into my shoulder. "He says I owe him a conversation." "You don't owe him anything," I said, "and you're not having that conversation." My father cleared his throat. "We need to be careful," he said. "His family has lawyers. They're already talking about defamation." I turned to him. "Careful doesn't mean quiet. You're not understanding." "No," I interrupted. "You're not listening. There's a difference." I pulled out my phone and set it on the table. "This is what I found," I said. Incidents? Settlements? Patterns. You didn't see them because you didn't want to. You saw money and polish and assumed character would follow. My father's face hardened. You're accusing me of negligence. I'm accusing you of choosing optics over reality, I said. And it almost cost Haley. Haley stared at the table, tears slipping free. Dad, she said softly. He scares me. That did it. My father's shoulders sagged, the fight draining out of him. He looked older in that moment than I'd ever seen him. What do you want to do? He asked her. She looked at me. I want it to stop, she said. I want him away from me. Then we document, I said. We set boundaries. We involve professionals who don't care about his last name. My stepmother nodded, resolute. I'll call a lawyer. Good, I replied. And we call the police if he comes back. My father hesitated, then nodded once. Okay. It wasn't an apology. It wasn't accountability, but it was movement. That night, I slept on the couch, my phone charging on the coffee table. I dreamed of desert skies and rain-soaked streets, of lines finally crossing where they needed to. When I woke, the house was quiet, the kind of quiet that follows a decision. I sat up, stretched, and checked my messages. None from Grant. Not yet. I knew better than to believe it was over. But for the first time since the wedding video lit up my screen, I felt aligned with myself. I hadn't come back to be managed or minimized. I'd come back to tell the truth, and to make sure it stuck. Morning light crept into the living room in thin gray bands, illuminating dust motes and the quiet aftermath of the night before. I lay still on the couch, listening. The house sounded different when it wasn't trying to impress anyone. No clatter of preparation, no forced cheer, just the low hum of the refrigerator and the soft tick of the wall clock counting forward whether we were ready or not. I checked my phone. Still nothing from Grant. That didn't comfort me. Silence from men like him was rarely surrender. It was recalibration. Haley came downstairs around 8, hair pulled back, face bare. She looked exhausted, but steadier than the night before. She poured herself coffee and sat across from me at the table, wrapping both hands around the mug like it was an anchor. I didn't sleep, she said. Me neither, I replied. She hesitated, then met my eyes. I should have fought harder. About you. About the wedding. I held her gaze. You were raised to keep the peace, I said. So was I. We just learned different versions of it. She nodded slowly, absorbing that. Dad's on the phone with his lawyer, she added. He asked me if I wanted to press charges. My eyebrows lifted, and I said I want a restraining order, she said. Her voice shook, but she didn't back down. I don't want to see him again. I felt a quiet surge of pride. That's a clear boundary. My father appeared in the doorway, then Ty, already on phone, pressed to his ear. He ended the call when he saw us. For a moment, he just stood there, taking in the scene, his 2 daughters at the table. No smiles, no performances. We have a meeting at 10:30, he said. The attorney thinks a temporary order is doable given the videos and messages. Good, I replied. He nodded, then paused. I also spoke to Grant's father. I stiffened. And he's furious, my father said. Not at us. At Grant. He claims he had no idea about any of this. Did he apologize? Haley asked quietly. My father shook his head. He said this should have been handled privately. I let out a short, sharp laugh. Of course he did. My father looked at me, irritation flaring. This doesn't have to become a spectacle. It already is, I said calmly. The question is whether you keep pretending you can put it back in the box, he bristled. You think I don't understand that? I think you understand it intellectually, I replied. But emotionally, you're still trying to save face. The words landed hard. He opened his mouth to argue, then closed it again. For once, he didn't deflect. I made mistakes, he said. Finally, the admission sounded unfamiliar, like a foreign language he wasn't fluent in. I trusted the wrong things. I ignored signs. Haley's hands tightened around her mug. You ignored me, she said. When I said he scared me. The room went very still. My father swallowed. I thought you were just nervous. I thought it was wedding stress. And when I said I didn't want Morgan there. Haley pressed. That was about stress. Too. He winced. I told myself it was easier, he said quietly. That fewer variables meant fewer problems. I met his eyes. People aren't variables. He nodded once, sharply, as if the motion hurt. I see that now. It wasn't an apology. Not yet. But it was closer than we'd ever been. The rest of the morning passed in logistics. Calls. Emails. Printing screenshots. Saving voicemails. I moved through it all with practiced efficiency, stepping in where things bogged down, explaining procedures when emotions threatened to derail them. My father watched me differently now, less like a liability, more like a colleague he hadn't realized he needed. At 10:30, we sat across from the attorney in a quiet conference room downtown. She was direct, unflappable, unimpressed by Grant's last name. She asked Haley questions and listened without interrupting. When Haley faltered, she waited. This is coercive behavior, the attorney said matter-of-factly. The public incident strengthens your case. So do the messages. My father leaned back in his chair, the weight of it all pressing into him. What about retaliation? He asked. His family has resources. They also have reputations, she replied. And this is not a fight they won in public. I watched my father absorb that. It was the first time someone had spoken his language. Power and consequence. Without flinching. By mid-afternoon, the paperwork was filed. Temporary order requested, documentation submitted, a line drawn where there hadn't been one before. On the way home, my father drove in silence. Rain streaked the windshield, blurring the world beyond it. At a red light, he spoke. You didn't have to come back, he said after what I said. No, I agreed. I did not. Why did you? He asked. I considered the question. Because Haley asked for help, I said. And because I'm done letting silence decide things. He nodded slowly. I underestimated you. I didn't respond. The admission mattered more than the acknowledgement. That evening, a news alert popped up on my phone. Grant's family had released a brief statement expressing deep regret and asking for privacy. Comments flooded in. Anyway, the narrative was shifting away from spectacle and toward accountability. Haley read it over my shoulder. Do you think it's really over? No. I said honestly. But it's different now. How? Now there are boundaries. I said. And witnesses. She exhaled a long, relieved sound. Thank you. I looked at her, really looked at her, and saw not the golden child or the easy one, but a young woman relearning her footing. You're doing the hard part. I said. I'm just here for backup. That night, as I packed my bag for the return to base, my father stood in the doorway. I told you to stay away, he said quietly. Because I was afraid of what I asked. That you would see the cracks, he admitted. That you would see me. I zipped the bag and met his eyes. I see you. I said. Now you have to decide what you're going to do with that. He nodded once. A small decisive motion. I left the next morning before dawn. As the car pulled away, I felt the familiar calm settle in. I wasn't running. I wasn't hiding. I was returning to where I belonged, having finally claimed the right to do so on my own terms. I was back at base when the temporary restraining order was approved. The email came through just after sunrise, the desert sky still pale and undecided. I read it twice to make sure I wasn't imagining the words. Granted. Effective immediately. No contact. No proximity. No excuses. I let out a breath I didn't realize I'd been holding. Out here. The world made sense again. The rules were clear. Actions had consequences. Lines once drawn mattered. I walked across the gravel path toward my building, boots crunching softly, and felt the tension in my shoulders finally ease. I wasn't home, not in the traditional sense, but I was grounded, Haley called that afternoon. It went through, she said. Relief woven through every syllable. He's not allowed near me. Not the house, not my work, nothing. That's good, I said. How are you feeling? Tired, she admitted. But lighter, like I'm not bracing for impact anymore. I smiled. That's what boundaries feel like. She hesitated. Dad wants to talk to you, I figured. I told him he should, she added quickly. Not because you owe him anything, just because he needs to say it. I was quiet for a moment, watching heat ripple across the horizon. I'll listen, I said. That's all I'm promising. That evening, my father called. His voice sounded different, less controlled, more human. I owe you an apology, he said without preamble. For what I said, for what I've been saying your whole life. I leaned against the railing outside my building, the metal warm beneath my palms. Go on. I told you not to come because I was ashamed, he admitted, not of you, of myself. I built my identity on appearances, on what other people thought. And you? You didn't fit into the story I was trying to tell. I closed my eyes. The words landed heavy but clean. So, I tried to manage you. He continued. Minimize you. And when you didn't disappear the way I expected, I pushed harder. Yes, I said simply. I was wrong, he said, about you, about what matters. Silence followed, thick but not hostile. I could hear his breathing, uneven, uncertain. I'm not asking for forgiveness, he added quickly. I know that's not how this works. I need you to know that I see you now. I see your strength. I see what I missed. I thought about the years of quiet dinners, of standing just outside the circle of approval, about the phone call where he told me I would embarrass everyone. About the desert sun beating down on me as his perfect day fell apart without my involvement. I hear you, I said. But seeing me isn't the same as respecting me. I know, he replied. I'm trying to learn the difference. That was new. My father didn't try. He dictated. The admission didn't erase the past. But it cracked something open. We'll see, I said. Time will tell. After the call, I sat there for a long while, listening to the quiet hum of the bass settling in for the night. I didn't feel triumphant. I didn't feel vindicated. I felt steady, like something inside me had finally aligned. Weeks passed. The story faded from headlines, replaced by the next outrage, the next spectacle. Grant disappeared from public view. His family issued another carefully worded statement and then went silent. The machine moved on. Haley started therapy. She sent me photos of her small apartment, sparsely furnished, but hers. She went back to work. She laughed more easily now, less guarded. We talked regularly, not the polite surface-level check-ins we'd mastered as adults, but real conversations about fear, about guilt, about who we'd been taught to be. I'm figuring out who I am without trying to impress anyone, she told me one night. It's harder than I thought. It's worth it, I said. My father made changes too, slow and imperfect. He stopped correcting me when I spoke. He asked questions and waited for answers. Once, he even admitted he didn't understand my work and asked me to explain it. That alone felt like an earthquake. I didn't move back home. I did not need to. My life was full where I was. Purposeful. Earned. One evening, as the sun dipped low and painted the desert in shades of copper and gold, I found myself walking the same stretch of fence where this all began. The place where I'd stood, phone in hand, watching my family's illusion shatter from a distance. I thought about the girl I'd been, quiet, conditioned to stay small, convinced that love was something you earned by not being inconvenient. I wished I could tell her what I knew now. That being excluded isn't the same as being unworthy. That silence isn't the same as peace. That sometimes the moment you're told to stay away is the moment you finally see the truth. I didn't get revenge in the way movies promise. I didn't burn bridges or humiliate anyone on purpose. I didn't win by destroying them. I won by refusing to disappear. By choosing honesty over harmony. By setting boundaries instead of begging for acceptance. By standing still while the people who underestimated me scrambled to catch up. If there's one thing this story taught me, it's this. The people who call you awkward, difficult, or embarrassing are often just uncomfortable with the fact that you can't be controlled. And the moment you stop trying to fit into their version of you, everything changes. If this story resonated with you, if you've ever been made to feel like you were too much or not enough or simply in the way, I'd love to hear from you. Leave a comment below and tell me where you're watching from. Your story matters. 2. We share real experiences here, the kind that don't always get told out loud, but change lives all the same. Subscribe so you don't miss the next story, and let's keep this journey going together. She dumped our father's ashes like garbage 4 weeks later. I walked back in as owner, while federal agents led her out in chains. Please pay the $52,000 within 36 hours or quit the premises. Prior to my removal of my funeral attire, my sister had already passed the bill across the counter. It was not a note of condolence. It was a rent bill for the 6 years I spent caring for our dying father while she was busy establishing her career. Vanessa Reed mentioned that she will be listing the house on Monday while casually checking her diamond watch, so that she wouldn't have to. She was paying me to witness his death. Please leave a comment letting me know your current location and the hour so that I may tell you precisely what I found in her trash can that ruined her career. The story's trajectory intrigues me. I kept my voice down. Begged? Not me. I retreated from my sister's presence, entered my father's study, and sealed the thick oak door. The sole response she could expect would be the sound of the deadbolt returning to its locking position. Vanessa Reed mistook her for a bereaved daughter who had occupied herself with changing linens and calculating morphine dosages during the past few years. There was a complete coward in her opinion. She failed to remember that I was 31 years old, and worked as a senior forensic auditor before becoming a caregiver. My name was Claire Holloway. I worked my way through my 20s discovering hidden wealth for federal agencies and divorce attorneys. I know how to follow the money, even if Vanessa Reed knows how to manage a beauty company into the ground. Sitting at the mahogany desk that belonged to my dad, I pulled out my laptop. My trembling hands had subsided. Their movements were steady, as if they had practiced them 1,000 times. I went to the site for family trusts. When my dad could still talk clearly 4 months ago, he whispered the password to me, and I entered it. No access granted. As a matter of fact, Vanessa Reed was not naive. As soon as the coroner's van drove away, she contacted the bank to reset the credentials. To her, it looked like checkmate. Unfortunately, Vanessa Reed is the type of girl who would likely use the same password for both her Instagram account and her bank. Her haughtiness prevents her from comprehending the ins and outs of security protocols. The password had been updated, but she had no idea how to disengage the device-linked two-factor authentication. That code was crucial. I required the singular tool that my dad invariably had on hand. I got to my feet and looked around the room. There was nothing on the desk. Then I recalled the sound in the hallway, her dumping unwanted items into a mound in preparation for the estate sale from earlier. I sneaked into the hallway after unlocking the door. A landfill was the best description. Everything my dad owned, clothes, books, and his life piled into trash bags. I ignored the constriction in my chest and pushed aside his beloved cardigan as I rummaged through the heap. And then I stumbled upon it. Beneath a pile of periodicals lay his ancient iPad, display side down. The corner of the screen was spiderweb thin, and there were cracks all over it. The home button was pressed by me. Not a single thing. The power source had died. After a quick dash back inside the study, I emptied all of the drawers until I spotted a charging cord. While nervously staring at the blank black screen, I connected it. I was only a girl living on the streets with a laptop if this didn't power on. Time slipped away. Next, there are two. At long last, the screen flashed with the red battery icon. As the proportion increased, I did nothing except wait. 2%. 3%. A ding. I sent the code again on my laptop. An illuminated iPad appeared. There is a code for you. 7384. It was typed by myself. As soon as the dashboard loaded, the facts were neatly displayed in digital rows. The pending transaction was displayed just beneath the balance. Lumina Ventures was a shell corporation that Vanessa Reed had arranged to receive $520,000. Within 72 hours, it was signaled to clear. Right away, I wanted to cancel. Instantly, I could put a stop to it. I could initiate a civil war, call the bank, and freeze the account. However, a sister would act in such a way. Someone with expertise in auditing would know better. The reason I am halting the transfer is because it is a civil issue involving an inheritance dispute within my family. However, wire fraud would have occurred if I had allowed her to send the money or transfer it across state lines into an ill-gotten account while I was the power of attorney. That violates federal law. The transfer remains intact. My plan B was to go to the FinanceN portal via a new tab. A report on suspicious activity was begun by me. I entered the beneficiary information, sums, and account numbers. Even if I tried, I couldn't rescue her from herself. The plan all along was for her to be the one to place the handcuffs on herself. I had the document saved and was prepared to go the second she took action. No one heard the movers knock. At 6 in the morning, they began banging on the massive oak door. A steady thudding sound that reverberated through the wooden floors where I had spent the past 6 years pacing. As she sipped her latte in the entryway, Vanessa Reed seemed to be clearing away the wreckage of my existence. The crew foreman, please take the guest room first, she requested. Anything that appears valuable stays. Anything in cardboard boxes goes to the curb, she said without looking at me. The moment our father's heart stopped beating, she saw me as nothing more than a squatter, another renter she was evicting. Upstairs, I began folding the few items of clothing that I had neglected to pack earlier. I didn't actually have a bedroom in my room. I picked out that repurposed closet adjacent to Dad's bedroom because I could still hear him coughing in the wee hours of the morning. I smelled the house as I took the sheets off the small bed. I didn't smell lemon polish like yesterday when I was cleaning with Vanessa Reed. I smelled antiseptic, old paper, and the metallic aftertaste of oxygen tanks. I had been enchanted by this scent for 6 years. In my 20s, I was finally starting to figure out who I was, as Vanessa Reed would often tell her friends. She envisioned her sister, who was unable to maintain gainful employment, as a troublemaker who ended up crashing at Dad's apartment. The truth was that when Dad was unwell, his insurance covered 45% of the home care, according to the bank statements I had retrieved the night before. Vanessa Reed declined to help out with the remaining tasks. I cashed out my $401K after she claimed her cash was all over inventory. My savings from auditing IT corporations were drained. The nurses, medication, and specialty bed that she was now attempting to market for a profit were all paid for with the $95,000 that I personally spent. That fateful night when the doctor broke the news to us was fresh in my mind. Holding Dad's hand, I attempted to commit the patterns on his palm to memory. In Cabo, Vanessa Reed was. She was unable to return by air. Her fragile spirit couldn't withstand the negative energy of a hospice, she said, adding that she was too kind to witness him in such a state. That evening, she uploaded a sunset photo to Instagram and captioned it, "Healing." As she guarded her calm on the beach, I was figuring out how to change adult diapers and regulate morphine drips. Carrying the one box that housed my entire existence here, I walked by her on my way out. With a furrowed brow and a step back, she acted as though my sadness could spread to her. While looking through her phone, she warned that the keys should be left on the counter. Additionally, Claire Holloway, when you depart, do not cause a commotion. No one is watching the neighbors. After giving her my full attention, I saw that she didn't perceive a sister. She noticed a liability on the balance sheet. A multi-million-dollar brownstone had been inhabiting her for free, and she felt bad about evicting the parasite. I sacrificed my job to save the man she disregarded, and I slept through the night, but she still didn't understand that the rent she wanted to charge me yesterday had already been paid. Just because she had the deed didn't mean she was winning, she reasoned. I walked out of that house with the one thing that would destroy her, but she had no idea, the real story behind the disbursement of funds. Entering the living room, I took one more glance. Not in the living room, but on the mantel of the fireplace. The urn rested there. It wasn't ostentatious or costly. 4 years earlier, Dad had chosen the plain brushed metal container on his own, joking that he didn't want to be flashy in heaven. In the settlement correspondence, that was my sole specific request. Neither the furnishings nor the artwork were important to me. He was everything I wanted. The mantel had been swept clean and was completely naked. A generic abstract picture now occupied the space where his image had once been. At its center, a vase of perfectly symmetrical and emotionless white lilies stood. In the sunroom, I discovered Vanessa Reed. A stagehand was following her instructions as she demonstrated the correct placement of a throw cushion. Saying, "Vanessa Reed," I managed to sound calm even to myself. "Where is the urn?" She remained still. All she did was point at the front of the home with her hand. "Claire Holloway." I had to wipe the surfaces clean. The real estate agent mentioned that purchasers had a tougher time imagining themselves living here due to personal belongings. Psychology 201 is the course code. While drawing nearer, I clarified that I had not inquired about the psychology. "Who is our father?" I wanted to know. At long last, Vanessa Reed pivoted. Her expression was one of annoyance, as if I had rudely broken into an important business meeting to inquire about a misplaced sock. She described it as macabre as she fluffed her silk blouse. At the center of the room, there is a large metal container holding ash. The aesthetic was offended. It was disorder. "Clutter," I said again. Metal was the flavor of the term. Clutter. Indeed. Consequently, I removed it. The hallway's boxes caught my attention. "Where does he fit?" A brief, piercing sound accompanied Vanessa Reed's laughter. "He defies categorization, Claire Holloway." I threw it away. She gestured with a neatly manicured finger toward the huge bay window that faced the street earlier today. At the last possible second, I peered out to observe the city sanitation truck grinding its way away from the curb. I felt a grinding, crushing sensation in my teeth as the mechanical whine of the compactor reverberated through the glass. I beheld as the vehicle rounded the bend, transporting the carcass of the man who had imparted cycling skills to Vanessa Reed. She had her first business loan co-signed by this individual. I had held this man as he breathed his last. Much time passed as I remained motionless. Ashes are merely small pieces of carbon and bone, as the auditory part of my brain had previously informed me. However, a switch flipped in my daughter's brain. This was not a vacation. It was a hardening of the bone. My guiding principle up until now had been a desire for fairness. Please. I wanted to put an end to her theft. Defending the estate was my top priority. However, the objectives changed as I observed the truck go from sight. There was no longer any legal dispute. It was not a friendly argument over money or property. It was a fight for respect and honor. The attention of the staging assistant was quickly returned to Vanessa Reed. Consider the blue vase as an alternative. According to her, the room is being washed out by the white. In her mind, she had triumphed. She believed she had erased him when she threw away his ashes. She had erased me by forcing me to leave. Little did she know that she had just freed me from my sole constraint. I had more in mind than merely going to the police to report her. It wasn't going to be as simple as filing paperwork. I was prepared to meet her gaze as her entire world crumbled. My laptop bag strap was a bit tight, so I tightened it. The proof of her deceit and the imperative need to destroy her made it feel heavier and more burdened than before. "Leave me, Vanessa Reed," I uttered. There was silence. She had too much on her plate trying to fix the lights in a house she had sold. I got to the financial district 45 minutes ahead of schedule. I had to have that break. Reputting the armor required me to gather my thoughts. My sole decent suit was a navy blue number that I typically saved for government audits, and my heels clicked authoritatively as I strode down the sidewalk. Going into that meeting, I was not a distraught daughter. As an expert who knew the precise locations of the graves, I was going in. As I rounded the bend toward Vanguard Law, I mentally prepared for the impending confrontation. At that moment, I beheld him. A poorly secured trench, encircled by orange cones, was left open 2 blocks from the entrance by a construction crew. An elderly man in a wheelchair had tried to navigate the narrow plywood ramp, but a wheel had slipped. He was stuck. One side of his chair sunk deep into the wet, clay, heavy mud. People were walking past him. Businessmen in $3,500 suits stepped around the scene, like he was a traffic cone, their eyes fixed on their phones, terrified that acknowledging him might cost them 35 seconds of their day. I checked my watch. I had 35 minutes. If I stopped, I risked being late. If I stepped into that mud, I risked ruining the image of competence I needed to project to Vanessa Reed. But then I thought about the urn in the trash. I thought about the way Vanessa Reed looked at clutter. To the people walking by, this man was clutter. I was careless. I stepped over the caution tape. The mud sucked at my heels, immediately coating the leather in thick gray sludge. "Don't move," I said, dropping my laptop bag on the dry concrete. "I've got you." The man looked up. He had sharp, intelligent eyes, but his hands were shaking as he gripped the armrests. "You're ruining your shoes, miss," he said, his voice raspy. "You look like you're heading somewhere important." "I am," I grunted, getting a grip on the metal frame. "But shoes are depreciating assets." "People aren't." I heaved. It took everything I had to dislodge the wheel from the suction of the clay. My skirt was splattered. My hands were filthy, but with one final pull, I got him back onto the plywood, and up to the sidewalk. I grabbed a tissue from my purse, and tried to wipe the worst of the mud off my hands. The man watched me, studying my face with an intensity that felt familiar. It was the way a judge looks at a defendant. "Thank you," he said. He adjusted his own suit jacket, which was immaculate, despite the near accident. Most people wouldn't have stopped. They calculate the cost of the interruption and decide it's not worth the return on investment. "I know people like that," I said, picking up my bag. "I'm related to one." He glanced at the building I was staring at, the steel and glass tower of Vanguard Law. Then he looked at the folder tucked under my arm. "You're going to Vanguard. Unfortunately, are you seeing Ethan Caldwell?" I went completely still. "How did you know?" His expression hardened. The frailty vanished, replaced by a steeliness that made me want to straighten my spine. "Because Ethan Caldwell is the kind of lawyer who thrives on chaos, and you look like someone walking into a war zone." He wheeled himself closer. "My name is Arthur Whitman, and I have a history with that firm." I hesitated. I didn't have time for a conversation. "I have to go. Arthur Whitman. My sister is waiting to strip me of my inheritance." "Then let me come with you." I blinked. "Excuse me? I'm not just an old man stuck in the mud," he said quietly. "I'm the chair of the State Bar Disciplinary Board. I've been building a file on Ethan Caldwell for 8 months. I've watched men like him destroy lives because the legal system is too slow to stop them. It's the cost of silence. Good people see the rot, but they don't intervene because it's not their case, not their problem. I'm done being silent. If you're walking into a room with Ethan Caldwell, you need a witness, and I need to see him in action." I looked at this man, mud on his wheels, fire in his eyes, and I realized this wasn't a coincidence. It was ammunition. Vanessa Reed wanted to see me broken. Fine. I'd walk in, covered in mud with a beggar in tow. I'd feed her arrogance until she choked on it. "Okay," I said. "Let's go." The Vanguard Law conference room was a sterile glass box in the clouds. When Arthur Whitman and I entered, Vanessa Reed and Ethan Caldwell were already waiting. Ethan Caldwell looked like every corporate predator in a tailored suit. Vanessa Reed looked flawless. Too. Flawless. They stared at the dried mud on my shoes. Then at Arthur Whitman in his wheelchair, his suit still streaked with clay. Vanessa Reed waved a hand. "You smell awful." "And who is this? Did you pick up a stray?" "This is a legal meeting," Ethan Caldwell smirked. Want security to escort him out? He's a witness, I said softly, gripping the chair. I didn't want to come alone. Fine. Vanessa Reed sighed. Put him in the corner. I shrank into my seat, trembling on purpose. Predators drop their guard when they think you're beaten. Ethan Caldwell slid over a contract. Sign the waiver. $7,500. You give up any claim to the estate. Considering what? I whispered. Considering you're broke. Vanessa Reed snapped. I let tears rise. What about Dad? The DNR order? The doctor said he could recover. Ethan Caldwell stiffened. Medical issues aren't relevant. He was taking too long. Vanessa Reed cut in. Excuse me? To die? She hissed. I needed the estate. I have just over $600,000 in balloon payments due Friday. If I didn't get liquidity, I'd be in federal prison for embezzlement. She leaned back. So, yes, I signed it. Now, sign the waiver. Ethan Caldwell looked sick. My phone blinked red beside the contract. I can't, I said calmly. Why not? Because I don't deal with murderers. I tapped the screen. Her recorded voice echoed through the room. Ethan Caldwell shoved back his chair. I wasn't party to that. I'm here for estate settlement only. Vanessa Reed laughed. You think that matters? I'll be on a non-extradition island before anyone hears it. She spun her laptop. I didn't sell the brownstone. I leveraged it. Hard money loan. They wired me $2.1 million an hour ago. House is theirs unless you pay $2.3 million. She pulled out her phone now. Excuse me. Go ahead. I said. She hesitated. Excuse me? Send it. Smiling, she hit confirm transfer. The screen flashed red. She froze. Why is it declining? Ethan Caldwell squinted. That's not a decline. That's an administrative lock. I opened my laptop. Check your email. Account frozen. Federal investigation pending. I filed a suspicious activity report 4 days ago. I said they were waiting for a trigger. Wiring estate proceeds to an offshore shell company. That's money laundering. You just confirmed it for the FBI. Her phone dropped onto the marble. Arthur Whitman rolled forward. His voice sharpened. Ethan Caldwell. Explain to the State Bar why you facilitated a fraudulent loan. Ethan Caldwell stared. Chairman. Arthur Whitman. That's correct. Ethan Caldwell bolted upright. I didn't know about the DNR. I'll testify. I want immunity. Vanessa Reed lunged for me. Then the door slid open. Agents entered. As they cuffed her, she screamed. You ruined everything. The clicks of the cuffs answered for me. 4 weeks later, the loan was voided. The house returned to the trust, then to me. I tracked the sanitation trucks myself, dug through intake lines in Brooklyn. The urn was scratched, but sealed. Back on the mantle, the house finally smelled like dust and lemon oil instead of fear. I sat in my father's chair. No empire, no offshore accounts, just my home, my dignity, and the debt finally paid. My mother refused my newborn during my car accident. She said figure it out, while boarding an 11-day cruise. My mother encouraged me to figure it out while I lay in a hospital bed with a broken femur, a dislocated shoulder, and an 8-week-old baby at home who needed me. They were her exact words. Figure it out. She said these while standing in a boarding line for an 11-day spa trip in the Bahamas. I could hear the ship's horn in the background. I could hear champagne glasses clinking, and my mother chose a vacation over her daughter and grandchild without hesitation. My name is Claire Bennett. I am 32 years old, and until October 7th of last year, I believed that family meant anything. The blood was thicker than water. That when you genuinely needed your mother, she would arrive. I was mistaken about everything. Let me take you back to Tuesday afternoon, October 7th, at 3:12 p.m. I was driving home from my job as a billing expert at a veterinary clinic in Bowling Green, Kentucky. I had left a bit early since my neighbor, Mrs. Whitaker, was minding Ellie, my 8-week-old daughter, who had a dentist appointment at 5:30. My husband, Jack, was 52 minutes away in Elizabethtown, installing a new air conditioning unit for a commercial building. The plan was straightforward. Pick up Ellie, cook dinner, and wait for Jack to come home. The idea worked until I got to the intersection of Scottsville Road and Campbell Lane. I never saw a FedEx truck. I overheard it. This enormous scream from an engine that should not have been there, because my signal was green. I know my light was green. And then the world changed to glass, metal, and spinning. The truck impacted my driver's side door at least 45 miles per hour. My small 2015 Ford Focus with 139,000 kilometers had no chance. Neither did I. I awoke inside an ambulance. The ache was unlike anything I'd ever experienced. This white-hot fire ran from my hip to my knee. My shoulder felt strange, twisted somehow. Every breath was like a stab in my ribs. The paramedic repeatedly told me to be calm. Stay still. Help was on the way. All I could think about was my baby, Ellie, who was watching over my baby. They escorted me to room 428 of the Bowling Green Medical Center. I will never forget that number. Fractured right femur requiring surgical repair, dislocated left shoulder, and 4 cracked ribs. The doctor explained everything properly and professionally, and all I heard was that I would recover in 7 to 9 weeks, possibly longer. You will be unable to care for an infant alone. I called Jack first. He answered the second ring. When I told him what had happened, his voice cracked in a way I had never heard before. He stated that he will come. He'd figure out work. Please hold on. He arrived at the hospital at 5:25, which meant he had driven 52 minutes and probably 39. He had already picked up Ellie from Mrs. Whitaker. He was holding our daughter in one arm and my hand in the other. And he appeared to have not breathed since my call. Jack may take 6 days off. That was the maximum. Unpaid, because HVAC specialists do not have extensive leave policies, and if he missed more than a week, they'd give his position to someone else. Our mortgage payment was due on the 15th. $1,465 was an amount we couldn't afford to lose. We had approximately $4,300 in savings. The mathematics was already impossible. I hadn't even undergone surgery yet. That's when I contacted my mother, Linda Harrington, 61, remarried to a man named Robert, who treated her like a queen and lived in a magnificent 4-bedroom house in Louisville that she frequently photographed for Facebook. I'd been sending $425 to my mother every month for the previous 36 months to help with property taxes. My mother, to whom I had donated $2,950 3 months earlier for an emergency roof repair, had promised to repay me by September. She answered the 5th ring. I could tell she was somewhere bustling and boisterous. There was music. There was discussion. There was the distinct sound of vacation. I described everything. The accident, the injuries, the surgery I needed, the baby I couldn't care for, and my husband's 6-day leave. I urged her to come to Bowling Green for about 10 days, just until I was able to walk again. Just until I could carry my own daughter without assistance. Her response was an audible, annoyed sigh. She informed me she was in Miami. She was about to board the Serenity of the Seas for a spa cruise with Robert that she had planned 9 months in advance. She couldn't cancel just now. Did I know how much those tickets were? Did I realize how long she had been looking forward to this? I stated, "Mom, I can't walk. I have a newborn. I need help." And she delivered the words that brought an end to whatever remained of our relationship. "Claire, your sister Brooke never puts me in such circumstances. Figure it out. I've had this cruise scheduled for 9 months. Then she claimed she had to leave. They were calling her boarding group, and she hung up. I lay there in the hospital bed. I had a morphine drip in my arm, my leg was in traction, and I was staring at the ceiling. There was a water stain on the tile directly above me. I spent 4 hours staring at it before surgery. It was shaped exactly like my mother's face, displeased, disdainful, and staring down on me. I am not saying it was a sign, but I am also not saying it wasn't. My mother was sitting on a deck chair sipping champagne while I was in surgery to have a metal rod placed in my femur. While I was learning to use a bedpan because I couldn't walk to the restroom, my mother was having a seaweed wrap at the aboard spa. While my husband was juggling being a new parent, a full-time employee, and a caregiver for his wife, sleeping maybe 3 hours a night, my mother was posting images on Facebook with captions like, "Self-care isn't selfish," and "pampering myself because I deserve it." I watched the posts from my hospital bed. Each one was a little knife. But here's the deal. They also clarified what I had refused to see for years. I considered the $425 a month I'd been sending her. 36 months. That is $15,300. I considered the $2,950 for the roof that she never paid back. I remembered last Christmas, when I bought her a cashmere sweater and she gave me a candle from HomeGoods with a sale tag still on the bottom. I thought about my wedding, which she felt was too far away to drive to despite the fact that it was only 2.5 hours away. I thought of my sister Brooke, who received a brand new Kia Sportage as a gift from Mom last year, while I'm still driving a car with 139,000 miles that was recently totaled by a delivery truck. Your sister Brooke never puts me in such circumstances. Brooke is 29 years old and has never worked for more than 6 months. Brooke borrowed $16,000 from our mother and never returned a thing. Brooke did not attend my wedding since she had a migraine. That's Brooke. That is the benchmark for decent behavior. That is what I am meant to live up to. Something changed in me that night. Not broken, but moved, like a bone moving into a new position, different and permanent. I wasn't sure what I was going to do about it, but as I lay in that hospital bed, I realized I was done being the daughter who figured it out. I was done working it out for folks who didn't bother to show up. Before we begin, please subscribe and let me know where you're watching from and what time it is. Thank you very much for being here. Now where was I? Right, laying in a hospital bed doing arithmetic that didn't add up and figuring out how to care for an 8-week-old infant while I couldn't even rise up to use the restroom. Jack took 6 days of unpaid absence. 6 days. That was what we had before reality hit us. Our savings account held $4,450. The mortgage totaled $1,465. That left us only $2,985 to live on until I could return to work, which the doctor estimated would take at least 7 to 9 weeks. Here's more math that kept me awake at night. It is costly to hire a night nurse. In Bowling Green, Kentucky, in October of last year, a skilled night nurse cost $30 per hour. If I needed someone at 9 p.m. to 6 a.m., 9 hours. That's $270 every night. Or $1,900 per week for one person to assist me in not dropping my baby because I couldn't raise her with a dislocated shoulder and couldn't stand due to a fractured femur. I spotted Evelyn Carter on care.com at 1:30 a.m. swiping through my phone with my one good arm while pain medicine caused the screen to swim. Evelyn was a 69-year-old former NICU nurse from Elizabethtown who specialized in emergency situations and tough families. I hadn't realized how great that description was. She started the following night. $270. Gone. I canceled our anniversary dinner reservations. Jack's birthday was approaching in November, and I'd already purchased him a new drill set, the cordless variety he'd been wanting for a year. I returned it and received $189. Then I did something that was more painful than my shoulder. I sold my grandmother's pearl earrings through Facebook Marketplace. A woman from Nashville drove up to fetch them. They gave me $200 cash. Those earrings were all I got from my grandmother, who genuinely loved me. Who showed up when I needed her? Who died when I was 19? $200. That's what I was doing when my mother was having supper at the captain's table, publishing images with the message, living my best life with my love. Robert smiled awkwardly alongside her, wearing a blazer. Day 4 at the hospital. I tried one more thing. I called my sister. Brooke responded like if I had disrupted something essential. I could hear reality television in the background. I explained the problem. Version was shortened. Only the essentials. Car accident. A broken leg. I need help with the baby. Mom is on a cruise. Brooke laughed. Actually laughed. This snort of disbelief. As if I had just told her the funniest joke. She stated that she was not particularly fond of babies. She remarked, I knew that about her. She added, besides, she was going through something right now, and she really needed to focus on herself. Going through something. I inquired as to why Mason broke up with her. Mason, 24, worked at Cloud9, a vape business. They had been together for 3 or 4 months. Brooke described it like a death in the family. She said she couldn't care for an infant right now. Not with everything she was going through. I wanted to say something. I wanted to ask her whether she was aware of what I was dealing with. I wanted to tell her that I drove 3.5 hours to help her move residences last year. Despite the fact that I was 6 months pregnant and my back hurt. I wanted to tell her that Mason from the vape shop was not worth the mascara she was undoubtedly sobbing into her pillow over. I did not mention any of that. I simply said okay and hung up. Brooke's romance with Mason lasted exactly 70 days. I know because she wrote about their anniversary on Instagram, followed by their breakup 3 months later. That's about how long his employee discount lasted. I'm not saying my sister is shallow, but she cried more when the discount stopped than he did. Day 6. Jack returned to work. He did not want to. I could see it on his face. This torn-apart gaze indicated that he was abandoning me. But we'd already done the arithmetic together in that hospital room, using a calculator and a spreadsheet. And there was no version in which he could stay at home while we kept the house. So he kissed me and Ellie goodbye before driving to Elizabethtown to fix affluent people's air conditioning as I laid in bed watching our savings disappear. On day 8, I was transported to a rehabilitation center, also in Bowling Green, but in a different building with different ceiling tiles to stare at. Ryan, the physical therapist, was a jovial guy who appeared to be offended by my shattered femur. He kept saying things like, "We're going to get you walking again, and you're stronger than you think." His optimism was tiresome, but I admired it. That is when Robert called. My mother's husband of 12 years, Robert Harrington, a retired regional manager for a trucking firm, now works from home as a consultant. 64 years old. Quiet. Polite. The type of man who holds doors open and addresses waiters as ma'ams. I'd always liked Robert. Even though I didn't know him well. He stayed out of family drama. He left my mother handle the daughters. The voyage had ended. They were back in Louisville, and Robert had read a message on Facebook from my Aunt Vivian about the tragedy, asking for prayers for my recovery. He sounded confused. He sounded embarrassed. He claimed Linda informed him I had a minor fender mishap, a little whiplash, and nothing significant. She told me I was okay. He had no knowledge of the operation, the fractured femur, or the weeks-long recovery. He offered to drive down that day for 5 hours. He'd arrive by dinner. I said no. And meant it. I wasn't proud, but Robert didn't owe me anything. Robert didn't know the truth about his wife, and I wasn't about to make him clean up her messes. This was not fair to any of us. I had Evelyn. I was managing. But I thanked him sincerely. After I hung up, I considered what he had said. Linda informed him that it was a little fender bender. She didn't simply refuse to aid me. She aggressively lied to her husband so that he wouldn't realize she had refused. She created an other universe in which I was all right, her decision to stay on the cruise was acceptable, and she was not the villain. This was new information. That altered things. Then came the family grapevine. Aunt Vivian, my mother's older sister, called to check on me. She's 65, widower, and lives in Lexington. She's always been the quiet one in the family, the one who keeps the peace and makes things go smoothly. But that day on the phone, her voice had an edge I hadn't heard before. She informed me what my mother had said to our extended family. That I exaggerated my injuries to get attention. I had a husband, so she didn't see why I wanted her to drop everything. That some people just enjoy playing the victim. I listened. I did not argue. I did not defend myself. There was no point. My mother had already written the script, and she had placed herself as the reasonable one, with me as the theatrical daughter causing issues. But what Aunt Vivian said stuck with me. She said she needed to speak with me in person. She stated there were some things I should know. She stated she should have told me years ago and was sorry she delayed so long. 3 days later, she arrived at the rehabilitation institution with a tuna casserole and a manila folder full of documentation. And that was when everything I thought I knew about my family crumbled. Aunt Vivian sat in the plastic chair next to my bed, without touching the casserole she had brought. She simply gazed at me with an emotion I'd never seen on her before. I felt guilty, sad, and determined all at the same time. She began by apologizing. She claimed she should have notified me 36 months ago when it happened. She said she had been a coward. She claimed my mother had threatened her, and she had believed it, and she had despised herself ever since. I didn't comprehend what she was saying. Not yet. Vivian advised me to think back to March 2021. When my father died. Thomas Harrington, 63. Suffered a heart attack in his sleep, and died before anyone could say goodbye. Naturally, I recalled it. I recall the funeral. I recall my mother handling everything, including the arrangements, paperwork, and estate. I recall being relieved that someone else was managing it since I was too distraught to function. What I did not recall was asking about money. I'd been too devastated to consider inheritance. But Vivian remembered. She remembered because she had seen the life insurance policy years ago. My father had shown it to her while he and my mother were still married. He wanted Vivian to know just in case. Just in case Linda tries anything. That is what he said. Just in case Linda tries anything. The $90,000 policy was shared equally between his two daughters. $45,000 to me, $45,000 to Brooke. Not to Linda, but to us, his children. It was his wish. Vivian observed how I processed this. She could see the math behind my eyes. I never got $45,000. I never got anything. When I approached my mother about it months later, softly and gently, not wanting to appear greedy, she informed me that the funeral expenses had depleted everything. There was nothing left. I believed her. Why wouldn't I believe my own mother? The funeral cost $9,200. I knew because I had helped plan it. I'd been present when Linda chose the casket, flowers, and reception hall. Linda stated she was overwhelmed and stressed, so I gave $2,200 of my own money toward the expenses. And couldn't I help? Couldn't I help you with something? $9,200. Not $45,000. Not even close. Vivian delved into the manila folder and took out the paperwork she'd been holding for 36 months. The life insurance policy is clear as day. Claire Bennett, beneficiary 1, will receive $45,000. Beneficiary number 2, Brooke Harrington, receives $45,000. Policy number. Insurance company, payout terms, all official and documented. My father gave Vivian these copies a year before his death. He indicated he did not trust Linda with money. He stated that he wanted someone outside the circumstance to know the truth. He advised Vivian to inform his daughters if anything appeared to be amiss after he had left. Vivian tried. 3 years ago, after the funeral, she spoke with Linda about the insurance benefit. Just simply checking. Linda's reaction was not casual at all. She drew Vivian aside at a family barbecue and made it obvious that if she continued to raise questions, she would no longer be welcome at family gatherings. She would be cut off, erased, and alone. That threat was effective on a 65-year-old widow whose entire social life revolved around family gatherings. Vivian shut up. She hated herself for it, but she remained silent until now. Until she saw what happened in my accident and realized that her silence had allowed Linda to continue hurting me and taking from me, and she couldn't take it anymore. I asked an obvious question. If Brooke and I were each supposed to receive $45,000, and Brooke clearly received hers because she bought a used car 6 months after Dad died and boasted about paying cash, where was my $45,000? Vivian didn't know for certain, but she had an idea. And it was about something Linda had said at Christmas 2 years ago. Linda's house, a family party, and way too much wine. Vivian was assisting Linda in cleaning up the kitchen when she became chatty in that loose, unguarded manner that drunk people sometimes exhibit. She started talking about money, security, and how every smart woman requires something her husband is unaware of. She informed Vivian that she had a secret account, an emergency fund she referred to as rainy day money. She explained that Robert is in charge of everything else. But it is mine. This is my safety net. At the time, Vivian dismissed it as drunken bragging and rich people nonsense. But now, sitting in my hospital room, the pieces fit together in an unappealing manner. My father's money, my inheritance, was hidden in an account that Linda's husband had no idea existed. I felt something cold settle into my stomach. Not surprising. More like a confirmation. As if I had always known something was wrong. And I finally had proof. But Vivian was not done. She had one more piece to the puzzle. Linda had been complaining to her for years about Brooke's spending habits. The credit cards, the shopping, the debt that just kept increasing. $27,000 on 4 cards. Brooke was unable to make the minimum payments, as far as Vivian knew. She didn't have the money, so someone else made them for her. Linda, it costs $450 to $550 per month to keep Brooke's credit from completely collapsing. Linda asked Vivian for a loan 2 years ago. Said it was to help Brooke with her debt, but only temporarily, until Brooke could get back on her feet. Vivian refused. She didn't have that much money. And, besides, she knew Brooke would never get back up as long as someone caught her every time she fell. Shortly after Vivian refused the loan, I began sending my mother $425 per month in property taxes. The timing matched. The amounts matched. I wasn't helping my mother pay her property taxes. I was paying my sister's credit card bills without realizing it. $15,300 over 36 months. Plus $2,950 for the fraudulent roof repair. Plus my stolen inheritance. After funeral expenses, the total is $54,050, or $35,800. That is what my mother had taken from me, through deception, manipulation, and outright theft. Around $55,000. And I'd thanked her for the opportunity to give it. I did not cry. I wanted to cry, but they wouldn't come. Perhaps I was overly tired. Perhaps I was overly drugged. Perhaps a part of me had always known. And receiving confirmation was almost a relief. At least I wasn't crazy anymore. At least now I knew I wasn't imagining the imbalance, the unfairness, the constant feeling of giving and receiving nothing in return. Vivian held my hand. She apologized over and over. She said she should have informed me sooner. She said our father would be disappointed in Linda, and proud of me for being so unlike her. I asked her to send me the insurance documents, including official copies and certified mail. I gave her the address of the rehabilitation facility. She said they'd arrive within a week. When she left, she hugged me gently, avoiding my bad shoulder, and said something I will never forget. Linda's grandmother always said she peaked in high school, at homecoming court in 1985. It's been 41 years of downhill skiing without mountains. I laughed. It hurt my ribs, but I laughed regardless. Alone in that room, I stared at the ceiling. Different tiles, same sensation. And I considered what I was going to do. My first instinct was to confront. Blow everything up, call my mom. Scream at her. Demand answers. Inform the entire family of what she had done. But that is what the old Claire would have done. Claire figured it out. Who kept the peace and let herself be used because fighting back seemed too difficult. I wasn't that person anymore. The accident had broken something in me. Yes, but it also broke down a barrier I had built to keep myself from seeing the truth about my own family. I didn't want vengeance. I didn't want drama. I only wanted what was mine, and I was going to get it. The documents arrived on October 24th via certified mail, just as Vivian promised. I held them in my hands. I began to plan after learning of my father's wishes and my mother's betrayal. Not a scene, not a confrontation, but something quieter, smarter, that my mother would not see coming until it was too late. October 25th. 3 weeks and 2 days after the incident that changed everything. I came home. Not exactly walking, but rather shuffling with a walker. My right leg is still refusing to cooperate properly. Jack had rearranged the living room so that I could move from the couch to the bathroom without having to navigate around furniture. He'd set up a small station next to the sofa with a phone charger, a water bottle, pain medication, a baby monitor, and a laptop, putting everything I needed within reach. Evelyn switched from every night to as needed. We couldn't afford her anymore. Not really, but she insisted on checking in once a week regardless. She explained that she wanted to see Ellie's progress. I believe she wanted to ensure I hadn't lost my mind. To be honest, I understand your concern. I spent a lot of time staring at spreadsheets. The certified documents from Aunt Vivian were in a folder on my coffee table. I had probably read them 45 times by now. Policy number, L, I78345521. Thomas Harrington has State Farm life insurance. Claire Bennett receives $45,000. Brooke Harrington received $45,000. It's clear as day, black and white, and undeniable. On October 27th, I called State Farm and provided my father's information, the policy number, and my own information as a listed beneficiary. The customer service representative was courteous and professional, and confirmed everything Aunt Vivian had told me. Both checks were issued in April 2021. Both checks were cashed. The estate had been settled. State Farm reported that everyone had received their money. Everyone but me. I began building my case. Not for court. I wasn't there yet, just for myself. I needed to see the entire picture right in front of me. So, I made a spreadsheet, because that's what billing specialists do when everything stops making sense. We create spreadsheets. Column A is what I gave. Column B is what I received. Column C. What was stolen? 36 months of bank statements show $425 monthly transfers to my mother's account. 36 payments. $15,300. I told myself it was for the property taxes. I told myself I was assisting my mother in keeping her home, which she had purchased outright after marrying Robert, and which had no property tax issues because Robert handled all of the finances and would never leave a bill unpaid. I have been paying my sister's credit card minimums for 36 months without realizing it. Next line. July 2024. $2,950 for emergency roof repair. The text messages remained on my phone. My mother promised to pay me back by September, saying it was only temporary and thanking me for being such a good daughter. September has come and gone. There's no money, no mention of it. I did not bring it up because I didn't want to appear petty. Petty. I thought asking for my own money back was petty. The final line concerns inheritance. $45,000 minus $9,200 in funeral expenses. And I had contributed $2,200 of it myself. So, technically, the math should be different, but I was trying to be fair. $35,800. My father wanted me to have money that would help me build a life, buy a house, and raise a family. Gone. Total, $54,050. I stared at that number for a long time. Around $55,000. That was a down payment for a house. Ellie spent 4 years in daycare. That was a safety net. A cushion. And a future. And my mother had taken it while beaming at me across Thanksgiving tables, accepting my birthday cards, and telling me she cherished me. But here's the deal. I did not want to go to war for $48,000. I did not want lawyers, courtrooms, and family drama that would last for years. I didn't want to be the villain in my mother's story, the ungrateful daughter who sued her own family. I only wanted one thing. The inheritance. $35,800. My mother stole my father's money, which he had left to me. That was clean, documented, and mine, under every legal and moral standard that existed. The monthly payments and roof repairs were technically gifts. I gave them willingly, albeit under false pretenses. A lawyer would tell me it would be difficult to recover. My mother would argue that she needed the help, that I had given it freely, and that I couldn't return a gift just because I was angry. However, inheritance was a different story. It was theft, fraud, and could be proven. So, I made my decision. One number, one demand, and no wiggle room. I could have thrown everything at her, including the roof and monthly payments. But I do know my mother. Give her too many things to argue about, and she will argue indefinitely. She will muddy the waters until no one remembers why they were fighting in the first place. That is her specialty. That's how she survived so long. One number, $35,800. Now all I needed was the right moment. November 4th. For the first time in 36 months, I did not send $425 to my mother. I didn't announce it. I did not explain. I just did not do it. I had set up an automatic transfer years ago. I canceled. It took approximately 30 seconds. 36 months of payments. It ended with a few taps on my phone. I figured it would take her some time to notice. My mother is not the type who checks her bank account every day. She'd assume there was a delay, a glitch, or a holiday slowdown. She would wait. Her pride would not allow her to ask directly. No, not at first. She'd convince herself that there was a reasonable explanation other than her daughter finally waking up. On November 11th, 5.5 weeks after the accident, I walked into my physical therapy appointment with a cane instead of a walker. Ryan, my therapist, applauded. He told me I was ahead of schedule, that most femur fractures don't progress as quickly, and what was motivating me. I told him that revenge is excellent cardio. He laughed. I was not joking. That same week, I returned to work part-time at the veterinary clinic for 4 hours per day, sitting at my desk, processing invoices and insurance claims. My coworkers had sent flowers while I was in the hospital, a lovely arrangement with a card signed by everyone. They also covered my shifts without complaint and saved all of my files exactly as I left them. That is what most people do when someone they care about is hurt. They help. They show up. They do not board cruise ships. November 15th. My phone rang. Brooke's name appeared on the screen. I hadn't spoken to my sister since the hospital, when she said she wasn't a baby person and hung up on me. I answered anyway, curious what could have prompted her to call. Turns out she needed $650. Her credit card got declined at Nordstrom Rack, and she was so embarrassed, and could I just help her out this once, and she'd totally pay me back. For a moment, I didn't say anything. I just sat there, phone pressed to my ear, thinking about the last 3 years. Every time I'd said yes. Every time I'd figured it out. Every time I'd been the responsible one so that Brooke could be the mess and our mother could play the hero cleaning up after her. I said, no, not with anger. Not with a lecture. Just no. I can't do that right now. Brooke's voice changed instantly. Disbelief. Then, irritation. Seriously, it's just $650. You're being ridiculous. No silence. Then she hung up. I sat there with my phone in my hand, heart pounding like I'd just run a marathon instead of saying a 2-letter word. My whole life, I'd been trained to say yes. Yes to my mother. Yes, to my sister. Yes to anyone who needed me, regardless of whether they'd ever be there when I needed them. That single no felt like breaking a bone and setting it correctly all at once. It hurt, and it was exactly what needed to happen. Now I waited. Linda would call eventually. That $425 was part of her budget. She was counting on it, and when she realized it wasn't coming, she'd want to know why. When she called, I'd be ready. November 21st, 7:52 p.m. Jack was in the bathroom giving Ellie her evening bath. I could hear splashing, his voice making silly sounds. Ellie's little gurgling laughs. Normal sounds. Safe sounds. Our house. Our family. Our life. My phone rang. I looked at the screen and felt nothing. No fear, no anger, no dread, just a calm, cold clarity, like I'd been preparing for this moment without realizing it. Linda Harrington. Mom. I answered. Her voice was warm. Too warm. That particular tone she uses when she wants something but doesn't want to admit she wants it. She asked how I was feeling, how the recovery was going. How was that precious baby girl? First time she'd asked about Ellie since before the accident. First time she'd called at all since that day in the boarding line when she told me to figure it out. I gave short answers. Fine, better, growing fast. We made small talk for about 3 minutes. The weather in Louisville, Robert's consulting project, her book club's latest pick. I let her ramble, let her fill the silence, let her work up to the real reason she'd called. Finally, she got there. So, honey, I noticed the transfer didn't come through this month. I just wanted to make sure everything's okay with your bank. There it was. The reason for the warmth, the sudden interest in my life, $425, hadn't appeared in her account, and she wanted to know why. I kept my voice neutral, steady, like I was reading a report at work instead of confronting my mother about years of lies. There's no problem with my bank, Mom. There won't be any more transfers. We need to talk about something else. Silence on her end. I could almost hear her recalculating, trying to figure out what was happening. I laid out the facts. No accusations, no emotions, just information. Dad's life insurance policy, $90,000 total, $45,000 to each daughter. Both checks cashed in. April 2021. Brooke received hers. I never received mine. The funeral costs were $9,200, and I contributed $2,200 of that myself. So where is the remaining $35,800 that belongs to me? The silence stretched. 5 seconds. 10. 15. Then came the defenses, one after another, like she was flipping through a playbook. First, confusion. I don't know what you're talking about. That money was handled years ago. I have the policy documents, Mom. I have the beneficiary information. I called State Farm and confirmed both checks were issued and cashed. Second, deflection. Your Aunt Vivian has been filling your head with lies. She's always been jealous of me. You know that. This isn't about Aunt Vivian. This is about $35,800 that my father wanted me to have. Third, justification. There were expenses you don't know about. Settling an estate is complicated. Things got absorbed into different accounts. It wasn't intentional. I helped plan the funeral, Mom. I know what it cost. $9,200, not $45,000. Fourth, attack. After everything I've done for you, this is how you treat me. I raised you. I sacrificed for you. And now you're accusing me of stealing. I didn't say the word stealing. You did. Fifth, victimhood. Her voice cracking now. Tears threatening. I can't believe my own daughter would do this to me. You've always been difficult, Claire. You've always looked for reasons to be unhappy. I let her finish. Let the performance play out. I'd seen this show before. Every holiday, every disagreement, every time anyone challenged her version of reality, the tears, the accusations. The way she'd flip the script until somehow she was the victim and everyone else was the villain. When she was done, when the sniffling had subsided into wounded silence, I spoke again. I'm not trying to hurt you, Mom. I'm not trying to start a war. I just want what's mine, what Dad wanted me to have. I also told her I knew where my $425 a month had been going. Brooke's credit card payments, 3 years of me unknowingly paying my sister's bills while my mother pretended it was property taxes. She didn't deny it. She couldn't. The silence told me everything. Then she tried one more play. Even if there was some misunderstanding about the insurance money, it's gone now. I don't have $35,800 just sitting around. That's when I used the card I'd been holding. I think you do, Mom. I know about the account Robert doesn't know about. Your emergency fund, your rainy day money, the one you mentioned to Aunt Vivian at Christmas 2 years ago after you'd had too much wine. Dead silence. Not confused silence, terrified silence. I'd found her real secret. The inheritance was one thing. She could spin that, explain it away, claim misunderstanding, but the secret account was different. That was her private safety net, her exit strategy, her proof that she was smarter than her own husband. If Robert found out about that account, he'd start asking questions. Questions about where the money came from. Questions about what else she'd been hiding. I didn't threaten her directly. I didn't have to. I said, you have 28 days. If I receive $35,800 by December 23rd, this stays between us. If I don't, I'll be contacting a lawyer on December 24th. And at some point, Robert is going to need to know where that money went. I'd rather he heard it from you than from a court document. She tried one last time. Her voice small now, defeated, but still defiant. You're making a huge mistake, Claire. You're going to regret this. You're going to destroy this family. I thought about that word family. What it was supposed to mean versus what it actually meant in my life. Maybe. I said. But I regretted the last 36 months more. Goodbye. Mom. I hung up. My hands were shaking. My heart was beating so hard I could feel it in my throat. But I was standing, literally standing, in my living room, leaning on my cane, looking out the window at the dark Kentucky evening. Jack came out of the bathroom with Ellie wrapped in a towel, her little face pink from the warm water, her hair sticking up in damp tufts. How'd it go? He asked. I looked at my daughter. 8 weeks old when the accident happened. Now almost 4 months old. She'd never remember this. She'd never know how close we came to losing everything because of people who were supposed to love us. Ask me in 28 days. I said. He nodded. He didn't push. That's the thing about Jack. He knows when to talk and when to just be there. He handed me Ellie, and I held her against my chest. And I thought about the kind of grandmother I wanted her to have. Maybe none at all was better than one like Linda. If this story has meant something to you, please take a second to hit that subscribe button. It really does make a difference, and I'm so grateful you've stayed with me this far. Now, let's finish this. The 28 days passed slowly. No calls from Linda, no texts, no Facebook messages, no emails, no communication of any kind. Complete radio silence from Louisville. I checked my mailbox every day like a kid waiting for a college acceptance letter. Except, instead of hope, I felt something closer to grim satisfaction. Either the check would come or it wouldn't. Either way, I'd know exactly who my mother was. December 20th. Nothing. December 21st. Nothing. I started researching estate lawyers in Louisville. Found a few with good reviews. Made a list of phone numbers. I'd call on the 24th if I had to. I hoped I wouldn't have to. December 23rd, 4:30 p.m. The mail came. One envelope with no return address, but I recognized the handwriting immediately. My mother's careful looping script, the same handwriting that had signed my birthday cards for 32 years. Dear Claire. Happy birthday. Love. Mom. Like love was just something you wrote at the bottom of a card instead of something you actually felt. I opened the envelope standing in my driveway. December wind cutting through my jacket. Inside was a check. $35,800 made out to Claire Bennett. Signed by Linda Harrington. There was also a note card. 3 sentences. This money was always meant for you. There was a misunderstanding with the bank that delayed the transfer. I hope we can move past this. No apology, no admission of wrongdoing, no acknowledgement that she'd stolen my inheritance and spent 36 months lying about it. Just a fiction about a bank error. A hope that I'd pretend nothing had happened. A quiet expectation that we'd go back to normal now that she'd been forced to pay up. I almost laughed. Almost. Instead, I just folded the note card carefully, put it back in the envelope, and went inside to deposit the check. Some people might ask why I took the money. If I really believed my mother was a thief and a liar, why accept a check from her like it was a normal transaction? Why not fight for more? Demand a confession? Insist on accountability? Because $35,800 was my father's money. He worked for it. He wanted me to have it. And now I had it. That was the point. Not revenge. Not punishment. Not making my mother suffer. Just getting what was rightfully mine so I could move on with my life. I opened a $529 college savings plan for Ellie. Deposited the full amount. My father never met his granddaughter. He died 2 years before she was born. But now his money would pay for her education. Someday, when she's older, I'll tell her about her grandfather, Thomas. How he loved his daughters. How he tried to provide for them even after he was gone. How his wishes were honored in the end, even if it took longer than it should have. That felt right. That felt like closure. Except it wasn't quite the end. December 27th, I was folding laundry. Ellie napping in her crib. Jack at work. My phone rang. Louisville area code, but not my mother's number. Robert. His voice was different than the last time we'd talked, heavier, tired. He said he needed to ask me something, and he needed me to be honest with him. He explained that he'd been doing their end-of-year finances, tax preparation, account reconciliation, all the stuff responsible people do in late December. He was going through their bank statements when he noticed a withdrawal from their joint account. $35,800. When he asked Linda about it, she said it was for Brooke. Emergency dental surgery, root canals, crowns, complications, expensive, but what could she do? Her daughter needed help. But Robert looked at the cleared check on the statement. The payee line didn't say Brooke Harrington. It didn't say any dental office. It said Claire Bennett. Did your mother give you $35,800? He asked. And if so, why would she lie to me about it? I stood in my living room, phone pressed to my ear, clean laundry forgotten on the couch. I had a choice to make. I could protect my mother one more time. Smooth it over, make an excuse, say it was a misunderstanding. Keep the peace like I'd always kept the peace. Or, I could tell the truth. Robert, I said, I think you should ask her about my father's life insurance policy. And while you're at it, ask her about the account she has that you don't know about. Long pause. I could hear him breathing, processing, pieces clicking together in his mind. Thank you, Claire, he said finally. I'm sorry to bother you. He hung up. I didn't feel triumphant. I didn't feel vindicated. I just felt tired and sad and relieved that I'd finally stopped lying to protect someone who'd never protected me. December 28th. Through Aunt Vivian. I learned that Robert had moved out, packed a bag, went to a hotel, called a divorce attorney. 12 years of marriage, and it took one bank statement to unravel everything. Linda was calling everyone in the family crying about how I'd destroyed her life, how I'd turned her husband against her, how I'd always been jealous, always been difficult, always been the problem child. Brooke left me a voicemail calling me selfish and vindictive and saying I'd never be welcome in her home again. I didn't respond to any of it. There was nothing left to say. December 30th. New Year's Eve. Jack and I stayed home, ordered Thai food, watched a movie, put Ellie to bed by 9:15. We weren't big party people even before the accident. Now, after everything, a quiet night at home felt like luxury. Felt like peace. At 8:53 p.m. My phone rang. Linda Harrington. Mom. I looked at the screen for a long moment. The name that had meant so much to me once. The person I'd spent 32 years trying to please, trying to help, trying to earn love from. The woman who'd told me to figure it out while she boarded a cruise ship. The woman who'd stolen my inheritance and lied about it for 36 months. The woman who even now was probably calling to yell at me, or manipulate me, or make herself the victim one more time. I looked at Jack. He was watching me, not pushing, just present. I looked at Ellie's baby monitor. The little screen showing her sleeping peacefully in her crib. I pressed decline, put the phone face down on the coffee table. Went back to my pad thai. The phone didn't ring again. You know, my physical therapist, Ryan, asked me something at my last appointment. He wanted to know if I'd noticed any lasting effects from the accident, any permanent changes. I told him, yes, I developed a severe allergy to guilt trips and a sudden intolerance for cruise ship photos on Facebook. He laughed and said that sounded like a full recovery to me. I think he was right. For 32 years, I tried to earn my mother's love by being useful, reliable, generous. I sent money I couldn't afford. Drove hours to help with problems that weren't mine. Smiled through holidays where I was treated like a second-class citizen in my own family. I thought if I gave enough, eventually I'd get something back. But love that has to be purchased isn't love. It's a transaction, and some transactions need to be closed permanently. My leg healed, my shoulder healed, my ribs healed, and somewhere in the middle of all that recovery, something else healed, too. Something that had been broken a lot longer than 7 to 9 weeks. I don't know what happened to my mother's marriage. I don't know if Robert went through with the divorce. I don't know if Brooke ever paid off those credit cards or if Linda still posts vacation photos with inspirational captions. I stopped checking. What I know is this. I have a husband who shows up. I have a daughter who will never question whether she's loved. I have $35,800 in a college fund and $0 going to people who don't deserve it. And I have something my mother never gave me, but my father somehow did, even from beyond the grave. I have proof that I was worth providing for, that I mattered, that someone somewhere wanted to make sure I was taken care of. That's the inheritance that matters, not the money. Although the money is nice, the knowledge that I was worth it, even when my mother made me feel like I wasn't, even when I forgot it myself. Thanks so much for being here with me today. I really appreciate every single one of you. If you want more stories like this one, they're waiting right there on your screen. My stepmom said, "Your money is family money." I looked at my father, and ended every polite conversation that night. I finally spoke the words I had been suppressing for years as I looked directly at my father across the kitchen table. There won't be any more courteous exchanges if your wife says anything more about my money. I'll personally let her know exactly where she stands and why my money isn't hers. There was silence in the room. The refrigerator was humming. Halfway to my stepmother's lips, her coffee cup froze. My father gave me a look, as if he had lost sight of his own daughter. Everything changed at that point. I grew up thinking that neighbors whispered about noisy family breakups, including screaming matches, slamming doors, and shouting. One courteous smile at a time, I had no idea that they could also break silently. Like a knife, one inconspicuous remark slipped beneath the table. At the age of 14, my mother passed away. Cancer, quick, violent, and merciless. She was lamenting a dull ache in her side one summer. People complimented me on my strength as I stood at her grave in borrowed black shoes that pinched my heels by winter. That was a word I detested. Being strong meant you couldn't let yourself crumble. Before introducing us to Margaret Collins, my father waited for approximately 10 months. She wasn't mean. Not publicly. That was the issue. When she spoke to me as if we were already close, she touched my arm, spoke softly, and smiled excessively. She brought wine to dinner parties, and casseroles to her neighbors. Everyone admired her. Everyone commented on how fortunate my father was to be happy once more. By then, I was 18, young enough to keep quiet, but old enough to know better. 3 years later, my father gave me a strong hug and expressed his pride when I left for basic training. Margaret Collins shed just enough tears to appear encouraging without smearing her mascara, saying, "We'll take care of everything here." I trusted her when she said, "You just focus on your future." Or perhaps I had to. I learned control, patience, and discipline in the military. It taught me to read a room, to wait, and to listen more than I talked. Even though I was unaware of it at the time, those lessons ultimately saved my life. During my 3rd year of service, I received the first remark regarding my finances. We had a video call going on. Margaret Collins sat on the couch next to my father, her hand lightly resting on his knee as if she had to remind everyone of her place in the world. "You must be doing well now," she remarked with a smile. "With your pay, your housing allowance, all those bonuses." I laughed. "I manage." "Well," she went on, "it's good to know the family has security." Her use of the word, family, annoyed me. The remarks continued. Always courteous, always presented as a concern. Have you given long-term planning any thought? If your father assisted with the management, wouldn't that make things easier? You're very young. It can be overwhelming to deal with money. My father would steer clear of my gaze and nod softly each time. On leave, I noticed changes when I returned home. A modern glass table had taken the place of my mother's desk. The room felt cleaner, according to Margaret Collins. My mom had lost the old filing cabinet that held everything from birthday cards to insurance documents. Margaret Collins waved a hand in response to my question. I immediately began to worry. Oh, those old things we organized. You don't need to worry about that stuff. I put down my fork when Margaret Collins brought out dessert one evening after dinner and said in passing, "We should really talk about consolidating accounts. It just makes sense for families. My accounts are doing well." Unconcerned, she grinned. Of course, just a thought. I was lying awake in my childhood bedroom that night, gazing at the faint outline of my mother's calendar hanging on the wall. In a place that was once mine, I felt like a visitor. There was no shouting at the breaking point. Paperwork was included. While I was on duty, I received a bank notification in my email. Incorrect verification, an attempt to gain access, and a regular security alert. I went cold. I was the only one with my information. The bank asked me over the phone if I had recently given someone permission to handle my money. I hadn't. They brought up a question regarding my father's address. Something hardened inside of me at that point. 3 weeks later, I was on leave and returned home. I made no accusations. I didn't speak louder. I observed. Margaret Collins spoke more than usual about investments, bills, and the high cost of housekeeping. She also mentioned how my father deserved to unwind after everything he had been through. She finally said it. I turned to face my father and said, "Well, your money is really part of this household anyway." He didn't correct her. Then, calmly, clearly, and without anger, I got up, walked to the table, and spoke the words that had been brewing inside of me for years. I looked him in the eyes and said, "There will be no more polite conversations if I hear one more sentence from your wife about my money. I'll let her know exactly where she stands and why she doesn't have my money." Do you get it? The smile on Margaret Collins' face vanished. My father's face lost its hue. He gave a faint nod. However, I was already aware that respect and understanding were not the same thing. And I had had enough of begging for respect. After that warning, I didn't think anything would change right away. Margaret Collins and others did not back down when confronted. They adapted. They grinned more tightly. They awaited a more favorable view. It was quiet for a month or so. Too silent. Margaret Collins no longer made direct reference to money. Rather, she gravitated towards stories and lengthy, rambling discussions about stress, responsibility, and how difficult it was to keep everything together while I was away. She never made direct requests. She was not required to. Like humidity before a storm, she allowed the implication to linger in the air. In the meantime, my father shrank. I saw it in the way he looked at her before responding to even basic questions, and in the way he deferred to her during conversations. She would shift in her seat or clear her throat, causing me to interrupt him mid-sentence. It was subtle, but once you noticed it, it was impossible to ignore. I had learned a valuable lesson from the military. Force isn't always the source of control. It is frequently the result of conditioning. Margaret Collins didn't test the boundary at home the next time. Distant relatives appeared at a family get-together, one of those long dinners, acting as though we were closer than we actually were. The type that has too much wine, too much food, and enough time to bring up old grievances. Margaret Collins said to my aunt, "Well, with her military income, we're very lucky. Not many families have that kind of stability these days." My fork stopped halfway to my mouth as I sat at the table. Margaret Collins escaped my gaze. I turned to face my dad. He laughed. It was. "She's doing well." The crack was that. I pulled him aside later that evening. We were standing outside my former bedroom in the hallway. The door shut. Behind us, the sounds of conversation were muffled. Silently, I set a boundary. She went over it. "She was just talking," he said, massaging his forehead. "You're reading too much into it." "I'm reading exactly what's there," I replied. "And I'm asking you one time to handle it." He let out a sigh. "You don't understand how complicated things are." I learned everything from that sentence. Usually, complicated meant that someone had already made an excuse. The bank sent out another alert 4 days later. This was not an attempt at access. It was a beneficiary-related information request. The process for adding an authorized user had been questioned. I didn't go up against them. I kept a record of everything. Times, dates, statements, emails, screenshots, and comments. Emotions waned, as I had long since learned. Documents didn't. After that, Margaret Collins became more assertive, assuming my silence meant that I had given up. She began making jokes out of her remarks. She would laugh and say, "Be careful, or she'll cut us off." People chuckled. I didn't. At the kitchen counter one evening, she gave my father a stack of papers. She said sweetly, "These are just estimates. I thought we could discuss our options." The top page's logo was familiar to me. My bank. I didn't get any sleep that night. As I lay in bed, I could hear the air conditioner clicking on and off, the pipes rattling, and the house breathing. Something settled inside of me as I gazed at the ceiling. Clarity. Not rage. I went for a run shortly after sunrise the following morning. Grounding and steady. Cold air burned my lungs. I repeated everything I had seen and disregarded with every step because it was simpler than facing reality. Margaret Collins refused assistance. She desired authority. And my dad was letting her handle it. Margaret Collins was already dressed and drinking coffee at the counter when I got back. When she saw me, she grinned as if nothing were wrong. "It was morning," she said. "Sleep well." "Fine," I said. Her head was cocked. "You haven't said much lately." For a brief moment, her smile wavered. "I've been listening." I called for the first time that afternoon, but it wasn't to Margaret Collins or my father. I gave the legal aid office a call. At first, I didn't call them names. I presented scenarios, hypotheticals, and facts. After patiently listening, the officer on the other end posed a question that made my stomach turn. "Did you give your approval for any of this?" "No." "Then you have good reason to be worried." "Are you worried?" "Not overly dramatic, not suspicious." Confirmed. The outline of what I had to do was starting to take shape by the time I hung up. Margaret Collins and I were not going to argue. I had no intention of begging my father. Furthermore, I had no intention of waiting for another boundary to be crossed. I was going to get ready. Margaret Collins made a final attempt that night, tactful and gentle. She put a hand on my arm and said, "You know, this family is the reason behind everything we do." I looked her in the eye. "It's not my money." She let her hand fall. I could sense it as I left, even though she didn't say anything more. The change. The knowledge that I wasn't merely resisting. I could no longer be controlled. More than anything I could have said, that frightened her. Because individuals such as Margaret Collins were not afraid of conflict. They were afraid of losing power. The truth wasn't revealed to me all at once. It arrived in pieces. Little, commonplace items that only became hazardous when combined. The first was an unsolicited letter. It was forwarded from my father's address and arrived while I was back on base. The envelope had been carelessly opened, resealed, and then carelessly tossed into the outgoing mail pile. It contained a thank you note from a credit card company to my father for his recent inquiry about authorized users and balance transfers. It wasn't his name on the account. I owned it. With the paper trembling a little in my hands, I sat on the edge of my bunk and felt that distinct, chilly feeling creep up my back. Recognition, not fear. The kind you get when something you've suspected finally comes to light and confronts you. I immediately gave the number on the letter a call. The representative spoke with composure, professionalism, and caution. She validated my preconceptions. Options for account access had been requested by someone using my personal information. Not yet, not successfully, but purposefully. Why would someone believe they have the right to do that? She inquired. Margaret Collins' hand on my arm came to mind. The silence of my father. Family is used as a key. "No," I replied. "There isn't." That same afternoon, I secured everything. Verbal passcodes, new security questions, and new passwords. I marked my accounts for closer scrutiny. With a steady and comforting voice, the woman on the line guided me through every step. She hung up after saying, "You made the right decision by calling early." Early? Lingered because it implied that if I hadn't, something worse might have occurred. During my subsequent trip home, the final piece came together. I was searching for an old notebook that my mother used to make lists in. It wasn't anything significant, just something that would make the house feel less strange. I looked in the drawer underneath the phone and then in the hall closet. At last, I opened the study's tiny cabinet. I discovered the folder there. It wasn't concealed. That was the error. Nestled between tax returns and household manuals on the middle shelf, it was labeled planning in neat handwriting. A list of my assets, loan projections, budget drafts, and printed emails were all contained within. I never saw my name before, but it kept coming up, neatly typed at the top of pages. Temporary transfers, family use, and eventual consolidation were mentioned in the margins. My throat became parched. The sound of Margaret Collins moving around the kitchen, plates clinking, water running, the typical soundtrack of a house that no longer felt like a home, was playing as I stood there with my folder open. I was completely stopped after reading one page. Folded and hidden behind a spreadsheet is a handwritten note. It said, "She won't say no forever. She will realize it's better this way, once she grasps responsibility." No signature was present. It wasn't necessary. I silently left the study after carefully closing the folder and sliding it back into position. I had steady hands. My heart wasn't. Margaret Collins discussed inflation, growing expenses, and the unpredictability of the future during dinner that evening. She didn't ask permission. Instead, she spoke with the polished cadence of someone laying the foundation. My dad gave a nod in agreement. As I observed them both, I thought back to all the years I had stood up for his kindness and quietness, and how frequently I had told myself that he was simply worn out, grieving, and attempting to maintain harmony. I understood that peace came at a cost. And the person who was asked to pay for it was me. My father knocked on my door later that night. He stood clumsily, eyes tired, hands in his pockets. "Your stepmother mentioned you seemed distant," he stated. I didn't invite him in. "I found the folder," I responded. He tensed up. "You looked through our belongings." I recognized my own name. I said on plans I didn't make. He exhaled slowly. "She was just thinking ahead." "For whom?" "She worries about the house." "About us? And what about me?" He looked away. That was my answer. After he left, I sat on the edge of the bed and let myself feel it. Not rage, not grief, but the dull ache of clarity. The understanding that my father wasn't being manipulated. He was participating. I made a call to the fraud department the following morning. I didn't use hypothetical language this time. I explained the handwritten note, the address, the documents, the letters, and the questions. Immediately, the other end's tone changed. The agent advised against confronting them. "Proceed with the documentation. We are going to open a file." A document? It had weight even though it sounded so official and little. I had a system by the time I got back to base. Every document I came across was scanned. I took pictures of handwritten notes. I recorded conversations, dates, times, and precise wording in emails that I saved. I stored copies in 2 safe places. I became aware of the laws pertaining to my accounts, state, and circumstances. I learned how to prepare for emergencies in the military. I did, then. My father was not the first to notice the change, Margaret Collins was. She said in a light voice over the phone, "You've been very busy. These days, you hardly ever tell us anything." "I'm focused," I said in response. "That's good," she remarked. "We all have to do our part." I nearly burst out laughing. Rather, I added her words to my log and ended the call. The last bit was a surprise. A loan officer accidentally sent me an email rather than my father. An attachment and a brief apology. Expected future income was included in a draft application collateral. Mine. That's when I realized. This wasn't going too far. It wasn't miscommunication. It was a tactic. Additionally, tactics could be broken down. That night, I didn't get much sleep. I was awakened by the familiar sounds of the barracks, the hum of fluorescent lights, and the rhythm of breathing all around me. I recalled how meticulous my mother had been, how she had labeled everything, and how she had once said that preparation was a way to show love. At last, I realized what she meant. The sorrow had hardened into resolve by morning. My silence was interpreted by them as permission. My distance was interpreted by them as ignorance. They were mistaken. They would soon discover just how mistaken they were. I didn't immediately behave differently. It would have been way too clear. When they sense resistance, people who assume control become sloppy, but only if you first give them a sense of security. I remained courteous as a result. Margaret Collins called, and I took her calls. I answered my dad's messages. During video chats, I grinned and discussed work without disclosing specifics. I made an effort to sound interested by asking about the house, their health, and other topics, but nothing came to light. I was constructing something exact inside. Before reporting for duty each morning, I went over my notes, dates, times, and statements, as well as the words Margaret Collins used when she felt she was being subtle. The times when my father waited rather than stepping in. I handled it as I had been taught to handle intelligence. Check, confirm, and record. Here, emotion was of no use. There was no structure. My family had never used the bank where I opened a new account. My deposits were redirected. I set up alerts on all of the current accounts. My credit was frozen. I archived the confirmation emails in a folder called Evidence, as soon as they arrived. I sought advice from legal assistants once more. This time with names, documents, screenshots, and specifics. No one was interrupted by the officer. He folded his hands and reclined in his chair when I was done. Calmly, "This isn't a misunderstanding," he stated. Hearing it stated aloud affected me. This is attempted financial exploitation. It removed the final shred of uncertainty. There was no family strife here. It was wrongdoing. I said, "What are my options?" He described them in detail. Civil remedies, safeguards, and, if required, Criminal escalation. He stressed control and choice. You decide how far this goes, he stated. I gave the bank another call that evening. My case is being handled by the fraud unit, not the general line. I made inquiries. I became knowledgeable about procedures. I became familiar with timelines. I discovered the precise types of documentation that were valued and those that were disregarded. During the call, I received a message from Margaret Collins. I wanted to check in. Your father has been under stress. All of us are concerned about you. I kept it. The hardest part came next. I had to give them the impression that it was effective. I mentioned in passing that it was exhausting to handle everything by myself. I claimed to be overburdened. For the first time, I allowed Margaret Collins to hear the hesitancy in my voice. Without delay, she leaned in. She gently remarked, "You don't have to do this by yourself. Families share burdens. Families share burdens. I know," I answered. "I just don't know where to start." Her tone softened. "Your father can help. We both can." I could tell she thought she had won at that point. She cautiously pushed for the next few weeks. A comment about how much simpler it would be if everything were centralized, a form here, a suggestion there. Although she presented it as support, the documentation revealed otherwise. Every attempt was recorded in my file. Every time the subject came up, my father avoided looking at me. She was never stopped by him. That quiet became a record in and of itself. I began strategically, rather than emotionally, practicing the conversation I knew was coming. Where I would pause, where I would let silence speak for itself, and what I would and wouldn't say. I picked the location on purpose. Neutral territory. A family meal, and witnesses close enough to make a difference but not enough to turn it into a theater. I had no desire for spectacle. I desired lucidity. Margaret Collins looked radiant in the evening. When she felt in charge, she was. She expressed her pride in our girl and talked about stability in the future. She mentioned it halfway through dessert. She noted, "We've been thinking." As she looked at my dad. "Maybe it's time to formalize some things." I put down my spoon. "What things?" I inquired. She grinned. "Just safeguards in case anything happens." "To whom?" I inquired. She paused for only a second. "To all of us." I gave a slow nod. "I've already safeguarded my accounts." Her smile wavered. "Oh yes," I replied, "and I've spoken to my bank and legal assistants." There was silence at the table. My father's face lost its hue. Margaret Collins's gaze became more focused. Her tone was light but strained as she asked, "Why would you do that?" "Because someone tried to access my finances without my authorization," I replied equitably. She chuckled quietly. "That sounds dramatic." The answer was, "It's documented." "Quiet. I warned you," I said, turning to face my dad. I set a boundary. He took a swallow. "We were just trying to help." "You were trying to decide for me," I replied. "There's a difference." Margaret Collins's expression cooled as she reclined in her chair. "You're overreacting." "No," I replied. "I'm prepared." I didn't speak louder. I made no accusations. I made no threats. I just told them that I was no longer the silent version of myself. Margaret Collins attempted to corner me in the kitchen after supper. She said sharply, "You're turning this into something ugly." "It already was," I answered. I just stopped pretending it wasn't. She gave me a calculating look. "You think you have power here?" "I know I do," I replied. Because she realized then what my father had not, that I wasn't bluffing and that I wasn't emotional. That was the first time she appeared scared. I was methodical, and once they get going, methodical people never give up. Margaret Collins came up with the idea for the dinner. It should have been my first clue when she presented it as a gesture of reconciliation. People who have wronged you typically don't want to make amends unless they are attempting to regain ground. She recommended inviting her aunt and other family members. There were a few family friends who remembered me as a quiet child and continued to talk to me as such, and I hardly spoke to a cousin who constantly asked intrusive questions. Margaret Collins said, "It'll be nice, over the phone. A chance to reconnect. We're all under so much stress lately." She also used the word stress to refer to leverage. I instantly agreed. She was shocked by that. When she refocused, I could hear it in the silence before she answered. "Good," she replied. "I'll make your favorite." She wasn't corrected by me. She couldn't recall what that was. The evening was cool and crisp, the kind of fall evening that filled the house with the aroma of cinnamon and roasted vegetables. With her fine china arranged like a stage, Margaret Collins had meticulously set the table with candles spaced precisely. Her cream-colored sweater gave her a cozy, friendly appearance. My father repeatedly dried the same glass while hovering close to the sink. The hallway was filled with coats and conversation as the guests arrived in groups. They gave each other hugs and compliments. Someone expressed their pride in me for serving my nation. Margaret Collins seized the opportunity. Brightly, "She's doing very well," she said. We're so grateful. Not many families have that kind of security. Once more, there it was. My father looked at me. He turned his head away. Dinner came slowly. The sound of silverware clinking, stories, and laughter. Margaret Collins led discussions with ease, constantly bringing up accountability, planning, and the value of planning ahead. I waited. Dessert was when it arrived. With a smile on her face, my aunt said, "Will you remain in the military for a long time?" "Maybe," I answered. "I like what I do." Margaret Collins gave a nod. "She will also have a lot of options with that kind of income." I put down my fork. I said, "What kind of options?" She blinked. "Well, investing, helping family, making sure everyone's taken care of." The table became silent, curious rather than tense. I took a thin envelope out of my bag and set it on the table between us. Margaret Collins's gaze instantly fell upon it. Asking, "What's that?" "A summary," said I, "of recent activity connected to my finances." My dad tensed up. Margaret Collins chuckled. "Is this really the time?" "I think it's the perfect time," I answered. I kept the envelope closed. I didn't move documents around the table. I allowed it to remain closed, its weight greater than anything contained within. "I've been contacted by my bank," I said coolly. "There have been multiple attempts to access my accounts, requests for information, draft applications, none of them authorized." The room became very quiet, uncertain. My aunt glanced between us. Someone cleared their throat. Margaret Collins said, "That sounds like a mistake," without pausing. "Banks get things wrong all the time." "Not like this," I replied. "Not repeatedly." At last, my dad said something. "We can talk about this later." "I'm comfortable talking about it now," I responded, "since it's already been discussed publicly." Margaret Collins clenched her jaw. I went on, "I've opened a file with the fraud department, and I've consulted legal assistance." The change, the instant the air changed, was there. Margaret Collins reached for her glass of water, her hand shaking. Her smile hardened as she took another sip. "This is unnecessary," she declared. "We're family. That's exactly why it matters," I answered. Nobody said anything. Candles flickered. I looked at my dad. "I warned you." I set a boundary. It was crossed. His gaze was fixed on his plate. "I'm not accusing anyone tonight," I replied. "I'm informing you. There will be a meeting soon with professionals. We'll discuss what happens next." Leaning back in her chair, Margaret Collins's calmness cracked slightly, exposing the calculation underneath. "You're threatening us." "No," I replied, "I'm giving you clarity." The remainder of the meal went by in a daze. Conversations resumed, awkward and forced. People stayed away from my eyes. Margaret Collins gave each guest a firm hug as they started to depart, her smile never faltering. It appeared to be a successful evening to anyone observing. Margaret Collins turned against me as the final car drove away. "You humiliated me," she growled. My response was, "I told the truth." "You did this on purpose." "Yes." With his shoulders slumped, my father stood between us. "Can we just calm down?" When I said, "I am calm, that's the point," Margaret Collins gave a brittle, sharp laugh. "You think you've won something?" Saying, "I think you understand now, and that's enough for tonight." The envelope remained on the table, and she gazed at it. "What's in it?" "You'll see," I said, "at the meeting." She parted her lips to protest, then shut them again. She appeared unsure for the first time since I'd known her. I slept better that night than I had in months. Because this is the nature of leverage. It ceases to function once it is exposed. Margaret Collins was aware of it. The meeting was set for Tuesday at 10:30. Not in a cafe, not at home. An office with glass walls, neutral art, and a neutral floor. The type of place where the furniture isn't marred by emotions. I made a conscious choice. Emotions obfuscate boundaries. They are sharpened by paper. My dad was the first to arrive. He appeared more mature than he had been a week before. He hunched his shoulders. His tie was too tightly knotted, as though he had pulled it that way to remind himself that he was still in charge. When I stepped inside, he gave me a stiff, unsure nod. Margaret Collins was precisely 5 minutes late for her appointment. She announced her presence as if she still thought this was a stage she could control. Wearing a dark blazer and heels that clicked sharply against the floor with every step, she grinned at everyone but me, including the receptionist, and the framed certificates hanging on the wall. We took a seat. The mediator introduced herself, followed by the lawyer. I had hired a reserved, accurate woman who only spoke when called upon. Margaret Collins was staring at her hands rather than her face. I learned something from that. The mediator said, "Let's start." I didn't say anything first. It was Margaret Collins. "This is all very dramatic," she remarked nonchalantly. "We're here because of a misunderstanding." A folder was slid across the table by my lawyer. She stated, "It's documented." Margaret Collins gritted her teeth. The mediator cleared her throat. Perhaps we should start with the facts. So we did. Dates, timeline, unauthorized inquiries, attempted access, draft applications, and the handwritten note. My expected future income is listed in the collateral. Every item was presented in a composed, methodical manner without any accusations or loud voices. Just the facts. My father's jaw was clenched as he gazed straight ahead. Margaret Collins crossed and uncrossed her legs as she shifted in her chair. This doesn't prove intent, she stated. My lawyer questioned. People plan. Families plan for other people's money? Quiet. The mediator looked at me. What outcome are you seeking? I inhaled. It was the steadiness, not the words, that I had practiced. First, I responded, a formal acknowledgement that my finances are mine alone. No shared access, no inquiries, no future planning without my written consent. Margaret Collins parted her lips, then shut them. Second, I went on, a signed statement confirming that any prior attempts to access or leverage my accounts were unauthorized. My dad winced. Third, I replied, a commitment that my name, income, and expected future earnings will not be used in any financial discussions, applications, or representations going forward. Margaret Collins bent forward. And if we don't agree? I looked her in the eye. Then the fraud file moves forward. The room fell silent. At last, my dad said something. You do that to us. I gave him a look. I already did it to protect myself. He used both hands to rub his face. We were just trying to make things easier. For whom? I inquired. He didn't respond. The mediator gently interrupted. There are alternatives to escalation. Settlement. Boundaries, I said. That's what I'm offering. Margaret Collins chuckled quietly. You're enjoying this? No, I answered. I'm ending it. She looked at my dad. You're going to let her do this? He paused. I only needed that he hesitated, that gap where he ought to have stood up for me years ago. Another document was put on the table by my lawyer. She stated, this outlines the terms. If signed, no further action will be taken. As she read, Margaret Collins' expression changed as she swiftly skimmed the page. This limits us, she snapped. My response was, it protects me, she insisted. And what about family? Family doesn't require access to my accounts. I replied. She turned back to my dad. Say something. He took a swallow. Margaret Collins, maybe we should just sign. She jerked her head in his direction. After everything I've done for you. The mediator raised a hand. Let's keep this productive. Margaret Collins leaned back, her composure cracking. You're choosing her over me. My father stared at the table. I'm choosing to stop this from getting worse. She laughed, then bitter, sharp. You always do this. You retreat. I watched them detached, as if observing a pattern finally visible from the outside. I'm not asking you to choose sides, I said. I'm drawing a line. The mediator slid the pen across the table. Margaret Collins didn't reach for it. My father did. Wait, she said. If we sign this, what happens? The matter ends here, my attorney replied. Provided there are no further violations. Margaret Collins' fingers curled into her palm. And if we don't? Then the documentation is forwarded, I said. Today. She gave me a look. Really looked at me. For the first time without calculation. You think you're so disciplined? She said quietly. So controlled. I am, I replied. That's why this works. She turned away, jaw tight. My father signed first. The sound of the pen on paper was louder than I expected. Margaret Collins stared at the document for a long moment. Then snatched the pen, and signed with a sharp, angry stroke. The mediator collected the papers. Thank you, she said. We'll finalize this. As we stood, my father lingered. Can we talk? He asked me quietly. I shook my head. Not today. Margaret Collins walked past us without a word, her heels echoing down the hallway, each step heavy with something like defeat. Outside, the air was cool and clear. I took a breath and felt something loosen inside me. Not relief exactly. But completion. I hadn't won. I had concluded. And sometimes that was better. The silence afterward was unfamiliar. Not the awkward kind that followed arguments, or the brittle quiet that settled over a room when someone refused to apologize. This was not like the others. It was clean, unoccupied, like a space that had finally been cleared of furniture you never chose in the first place. I returned to base 3 days later. The drive was long, stretching through flat highways and early morning fog. I kept the radio off. I wanted to hear my own thoughts, to test how they sounded now that I wasn't constantly defending myself inside my head. They were quieter. My father sent one message that week. Just a few words. I hope you're okay. I didn't respond. Not because I was angry. Anger would have required energy I no longer wanted to give. But because the message was incomplete, hope without accountability was just another form of avoidance. I had spent years filling in gaps for him. I was done doing that. Margaret Collins didn't reach out at all. I learned later, through a relative who still thought updates were helpful, that she was telling people I'd become cold, that the military had changed me, that I'd turned money into something ugly. I let her have that story. People like Margaret Collins needed narratives. They needed to be wronged, misunderstood, diminished by forces beyond their control. I didn't need to correct her. Anyone who mattered had already seen enough. What surprised me most was how little I missed the house. I'd expected grief, nostalgia, a sense of loss for the place where I'd grown up. But when I thought about it, the house I missed hadn't existed for a long time. Not since my mother died. Everything after that had been a version edited by someone else. On my first free weekend back, I drove to the cemetery. It was quiet, the grass trimmed neatly, the headstones catching the afternoon light. I brought nothing with me. No flowers, no prepared words. I didn't need them. I stood in front of my mother's grave and told her the truth. I handled it. I said softly. I didn't let them take what wasn't theirs. I thought about the girl I'd been when she died, how desperate I'd been to keep things together. How willing I'd been to disappear to make space for other people's comfort. I wished I could tell her that it hadn't been weakness, just youth, just love misdirected. I learned how to say no, I said, and how to mean it. The wind moved through the trees, gentle and steady. For the first time in years, I didn't feel like I was waiting for permission to breathe. Life settled into a new rhythm after that. My finances stayed exactly where they belonged. My name stayed off everything that wasn't mine. The fraud file was closed. Marked. Resolved. The folder labeled evidence went into storage untouched, but available. Not a threat, just a reminder. My father tried once more several months later, a voicemail this time. He sounded tired. Older. I should have protected you, he said. I didn't. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I listened to it 3 times. Then I archived it. Apologies didn't rebuild trust. They acknowledged damage after it was done. I wasn't cruel enough to deny him the chance to reflect, but I wasn't obligated to resume a relationship just because he finally understood the cost of his silence. Some lessons arrived late. That didn't make them my responsibility. The military gave me structure. My mother gave me values. And this experience, unwanted, exhausting, necessary, gave me something else entirely. Boundaries. Not walls, not punishments, just clear lines drawn with intention. I didn't walk away with satisfaction. There was no victory lap. No dramatic sense of triumph. What I gained was quieter than that. I gained ownership of my life. I gained the understanding that respect didn't require permission, and that being difficult was sometimes just another word for being unwilling to be used. Most of all, I learned that family wasn't defined by access. It was defined by care. If this story resonated with you, if you've ever had to draw a line where one didn't exist before, I'd love to hear from you. Leave a comment and tell me where you're watching from, or what part of this story stayed with you. These are the kinds of stories we tell each day. Stories about boundaries, resilience, and finding your footing again. If you don't want to miss the next one, subscribe and stay with us. Let's keep walking this path together. The younger sister mocked the soldier's uniform 10 days later. Her Tesla became legal evidence. I was unaware that my parents had quietly and sensibly sold my grandfather, Colonel James Carter's, military memento. I discovered that while my younger sister Madison Carter's brand new Tesla gleamed in the driveway like a trophy no one had earned, I stood in my childhood home, staring at an empty display case. Eleanor Carter, my grandmother, didn't raise her voice when she finally heard what they had done, that is, how they had sold the one item my grandfather had left for me. She refrained from crying. Before she could finish speaking, the color left the faces of my parents, Richard and Linda Carter, as she grinned and said very softly, "That keepsake." As soon as I entered through the front door, I knew something was amiss. When a house is rearranged, you can sense it without being asked. The air has a different position. Where sounds shouldn't reverberate, even the smell shifts. It no longer smells like furniture polish and old wood, but rather like something that has been too thoroughly cleaned, as though someone was trying to hide evidence. I had just returned from vacation, a few days in between duty rotations. Enough time to sleep in a real bed, and remember what silence sounded like without boots marching through it, not the festive kind with banners, hugs, and a roast in the oven. I saw that I still had my duffel bag slung over my shoulder. The display case was positioned against the far wall of my parents' living room, exactly where it had been for as long as I could remember, that is, since my grandfather moved in with us in the last 10 years of his life after retiring from the military, but it was empty now. The glass was too spotless. No dust outlines, fingerprints, or faint impressions where things had been for decades. Only room. My chest tensed, suddenly and sharply, as it does just before an impact. The way it had done overseas, just before a blast that permanently altered the sound of my own breathing. I moved in closer. The meticulously mounted medals with labels in my grandfather's exact handwriting had vanished. The ceremonial dagger that had been given to him when he attained general rank was no longer there. Its hilt was wrapped in dark leather that had been smoothed over time and had not been used. The folded flag, which had never been folded again since the day he put it there himself, was gone. And most importantly, the handwritten letter he had left to me, tucked behind the frame, was gone. Slowly, as if a sudden movement might break something delicate inside me, I put my bag down. "Mom," I called. No response. Instead, I heard laughter outside. My sister's laugh was bright and carefree. I noticed it when I turned to face the front window. In the driveway, a shiny black Tesla sat with sunlight gliding across its surface as if it were alive. It still had the temporary tags on it. The interior appeared pricey, immaculate, and undamaged. Madison stood next to it, aiming for the ideal shot while holding up her phone. She flipped her hair, shifted her weight, and grinned as if she hadn't just placed her joy on top of someone else's past. My brain briefly refused to make the connection. Then it did, and I experienced the disciplined, familiar stillness that the military had ingrained in my bones. It would have been simpler if it had kept me going when I was in a panic. I went outside. Then she saw me. Her smile paused for a moment. She said, "Oh, you're at home." I gave a nod. "Where is Grandpa's exhibit?" She blinked. "What? The situation?" She shrugged, already bored, and I replied, "Inside." That response alone told me everything. Ask Mom. My parents were in the kitchen when I got inside. Linda, my mother, was stirring coffee as if nothing had changed. Richard, my father, was sitting at the table, scrolling through his tablet, serene as only those who think they are untouchable can be. I didn't sit down. "Where is it?" I inquired. Before I could finish the sentence, my mother let out a sigh. "Will you at least greet me?" I turned to face my dad. "Where is Grandpa's memento?" He didn't raise his head. "We handled it." The words "took care of it" struck me more forcefully than any yelled confession ever could. "How did you take care of it?" My mom put down her spoon. "This sounds dramatic to you. You made a sale," I said. Not a query. Quiet. At last, my dad raised his head. "Yes." The final word fell flat. "You sold it," I said again. "Everything, the letter, the dagger, the medals." My mother blurted out, "It was valuable." And it remained motionless. I said, "He left it to me, and it was his." With keys jingling in her hand, my sister wandered in. She remarked lightly, "It's not like you were using it. You're never present. You're never present." I looked over at her. "I'm serving, which is why." She gave an eye roll. "You are compensated for that." Before I could stop them, my hands clenched into fists. My dad cleared his throat. "We are related. We all own what he left behind." "No," I said, now speaking quietly. He was very explicit. The look on my mother's face hardened. Something inside of me broke when he said, "He didn't need it anymore." "And you didn't consider telling me?" I inquired. My dad reclined. "We didn't want to cause you any trouble." My dad reclined. "We didn't want to cause you any trouble." "No," I replied. "I didn't want to stop you." "You said," my mom gestured to the window. "Your sister required a modern, safe, and dependable vehicle." I gave a brief, resentful laugh. "You got her a Tesla?" "Then," my sister grinned. "Isn't it lovely?" I turned to face the empty living room wall, where my grandfather's legacy had once resided. At that moment, I came to a cold, sobering realization. They had not simply sold a product, they had sold evidence. Evidence that I had been believed in by someone in this family. I didn't scream. I refrained from arguing. I grabbed my bag. As I made my way to the door, my mother sternly said, "Don't tell your grandmother. She doesn't require the tension." With my hand on the knob, I hesitated. I said, "She deserves the truth." And they appeared terrified for the first time since I had entered. The following morning, before the heat could seep into the pavement and make everything feel heavier than it already was, I drove to my grandmother's house. Early light has a way of exposing everything. There are no soft edges to obscure the truth or shadows to conceal it. That's how I liked it. Her building was located at the end of a peaceful street with oak trees that had survived most of my family's disputes. The kind of place my mother liked to refer to as safe and managed, which actually meant clean, orderly hallways, courteous smiles, the subtle scent of lemon cleaner, and an overly ambitious flower. I took the elevator up by myself after checking in at the front desk. The sound of it brought back memories of spending long nights on base waiting for doors to open and for orders that were always given too quickly or too late. I knew she would be awake when the doors slid apart. Sleeping through significant events had never been my grandmother's style. When I knocked, she was sitting by the window, her silver hair gleaming in the sunlight. She had an open book on her lap with a finger marking the page as if she had been interrupted in the middle of something and didn't like it. "You look like your grandfather did when he knew someone had crossed a line," she said, glancing up at me once. After shutting the door, I took a seat across from her. Built for people who didn't intend to be pushed around, the chair felt more sturdy than it needed to be. I remarked. "They sold it." She didn't inquire about it. She held out. "The memento," I went on. "Everything. The letter, the dagger, and the medals. It sold for nearly $78,500. Even so, she didn't respond as one might anticipate when a number like that is dropped into a room. She inhaled steadily and slowly through her nose, without a gasp or trembling hands. "What did they purchase?" she inquired. "A Tesla," I uttered. "For Madison." She smiled at that point. A small, knowing curve of her mouth, as if she had finally arrived at the part of a story where the conclusion made sense, rather than a joyful or even resentful smile. "All right," she muttered. "That clarifies the haste." Confusion tightened elsewhere, but something in my chest relaxed. "Are you not upset?" Through her glasses, she gazed at me. She declared. "Anger is loud. It informs others of your plans. Silence is what I prefer." At that time, I told her everything. The way my parents discussed it was just as important as the sale itself. A family possession. He was no longer in need of it. "You're never present." Madison Carter, my sister, jingled the keys like a victory bell, and I mimicked her laugh. Eleanor Carter, my grandmother, listened as she always had, attentively, no interruptions, no inappropriate nodding. She carefully closed her book and placed it on the side table after I was done. She said, "They told you not to tell me." "Yes," she said with a slightly sharper smile. "They did, of course." I swallowed. "Grandma, please don't be hurt by this." She made a move for my hand. Her hold was firm and warm. "Child," she uttered. "Your grandfather taught officers for his entire life that avoiding discomfort only postpones the consequences. In either case, pain occurs." I let out a slow breath. "How do we proceed?" She took a while to respond. Rather, she got up and moved to a tiny cabinet by the wall. She took a thin folder with clean, worn edges out of it. Without opening it, she placed it on the table between us. "Your grandfather became very particular about paperwork when he got sick," she said. I wasn't surprised by that. He had been picky about every detail. She went on. "He didn't trust assumptions. Or sincere intentions. He had faith in documentation." The folder was opened by her. There were pictures in there that I immediately recognized. The memento, assembled piece by piece, with serial numbers clearly visible, appraisals signed and stamped, and insurance documents with dates spanning years. A copy of his will, with a section highlighted in neat, purposeful strokes, was at the bottom. My name was clearly written in black ink. She tapped the page and said, "This is known as a specific bequest." My throat constricted. It was family property. They said. She looked directly into my eyes. I gazed at the page and thought. They say many things. They therefore had no right. "No," she replied coolly. "They didn't." I felt a weird wave of relief and sorrow. I'm glad I didn't think he had that in mind. I was saddened by how easily my parents had disregarded it. "They moved quickly," she continued. I can tell they were concerned because of that. I remembered the pristine glass case, the dust that had vanished, and the Tesla tags that were still hanging. "Now what will happen?" I inquired. She slid the folder back into the cabinet after closing it. My heart skipped a beat when she said, "Now we let them believe they've won." "That's it for now." She grabbed her phone and began to browse. "I will require the buyer's details. I don't possess it." She grinned once more. "We will." Despite their advanced age, her fingers remained steady as I watched her type. "You're quite composed about this." She looked up. "The officer who doesn't speak up is the most dangerous one in the room, according to your grandfather." After making a call, she spoke effectively and quietly. I didn't recognize any names. There was nothing she needed to explain. "I'll handle this," she said, looking at me after hanging up, and I felt a twinge of guilt. "You shouldn't be involved in family matters." She chuckled quietly. "When they sold something that wasn't theirs, family drama pulled me into it." For a moment, we sat in silence, the kind that doesn't beg to be filled. A nurse with a cart went by outside. A television whispered somewhere down the hall. "What should I do?" "Finally," I asked. She squeezed my hand as she reached across the table. "You resume your life. You carry out your duties. You don't quarrel. You failed to provide an explanation. I nodded. And you don't warn them. And when they invite you over to celebrate that car, you come. She said softly. As I got up to go. At the door, I hesitated. Why? Her eyes met mine, piercing and unblinking. Because some lessons require witnesses. She explained. I felt as though the earth had moved beneath my feet as I left her apartment. I was going to find out who in my family would survive the truth. Not because I was losing anything. Nothing occurred immediately. The most difficult part was that you are taught to anticipate cause and effect in the military. Something reacts when you take action. The world adapts when you move. There is structure to even waiting, including deadlines, checkpoints, and updates that let you know if you're still on track. This was not like the others. After a few weeks, my family acted as though they had gotten away with something irreversible. 3 days after seeing my grandmother, I went back to base. My muscle memory carried me through mornings that began before sunrise and ended long after the day had burned itself out, and I slipped back into routine as usual. Training runs that left my lungs raw and my mind too exhausted to wander. Boots, formations, and paperwork until they weren't. When the noise eventually subsided at night, I reflected on the empty display case, and my grandfather's big, steady hands, positioning each medal precisely not to brag, but to remember. Unless I specifically asked him, he had never discussed his career. Stories, in his opinion, deserved to be told, and it hadn't felt like favoritism when he had subtly and purposefully selected me to receive those mementos. It had been a sense of trust. My sister, meanwhile, posted as if she had just discovered a new dimension of life back home. I couldn't even count how many times the Tesla showed up on the screen of my phone. Photographs taken in the daytime, at night, and in close-ups of the interior. The caption reads, "Hard work pays off," and finally, and shows her hand on the wheel with flawless nails. My parents congratulated me and left heart-shaped comments. None of them mentioned my grandfather at all. I remained silent. I didn't respond. I did not make a call. I did exactly what my grandmother told me to do. I was discovering that silence did not equate to inaction. It served as a kind of discipline. After about 5 weeks, my mom called. I allowed it to ring. Instead, she texted. "This weekend, we're hosting guests. A small gathering. You ought to attend." Just an invitation wrapped in normalcy, with no acknowledgement or apology. I took a long look at the message before responding. "I'll be present." Nothing more was added by me. The following morning, my grandmother called. As if talking about the weather, she said. "They've planned a party. Indeed, they believe it has to do with the vehicle." I am aware. A pause occurred. I've also extended invitations to a few others. For the first time in days, I grinned. "Your friends?" "Sort of," she remarked. "Remember to bring your uniform." That weekend's drive home felt more burdensome than the first. I wasn't nervous, not because I was. Uncertainty is necessary for anxiety. It was like watching experts carefully set charges while standing on the brink of a controlled demolition. When I arrived, my parents' house looked different. Emotionally, not physically. The street was lined with cars. From the backyard came the sound of laughter. The music was played too loudly, the kind of upbeat sound that would announce victory to anyone in earshot. And there it was. The Tesla washed to a gleam so brilliant it was nearly painful to look at as it sat in the driveway. One of the side mirrors had a red, absurd ribbon tied around it. For a moment, I stood with the key still in my hand. I considered the funeral for my grandfather. The manner in which my grandmother had been holding the folded flag. Her hands were shaking, but her voice remained steady as she thanked the officer. After that, I squared my shoulders and entered. The backyard had been turned into a catalog-worthy space. Neighbors I hardly knew holding drinks as if they had been invited to a victory lap, string lights, and a grill going full blast. I was first noticed by my sister. She smirked as she looked at my uniform. "Did you actually wear that?" "Howard." "Yes," I said. She chuckled. "Calm down. It's merely a celebration." A few moments later, my parents joined us. Linda Carter, my mother, gave me a tight hug, taking care not to wrinkle anything. Richard Carter, my father, gave me a shoulder pat as he always did, pleased with the appearance if not the content. My mother said, "We're glad you could make it." I glanced at the car over her and said, "We didn't know if you'd be free." It seemed significant. Madison Carter, my sister, smiled. "Isn't it?" People assembled. The compliments came pouring in. Someone inquired about my work, but halfway through my response, they became disinterested. Another person questioned my sister about the features of the vehicle. With practiced enthusiasm, she rattled them off. I said nothing. The gate then opened. Before I saw it, I heard it. The way the conversation changed subtly, the way the laughter wavered and faded. I pivoted. Eleanor Carter, my grandmother, entered with a composed expression and a straight posture while sporting a pale blouse and dark slacks. A man in a fitted suit with a thin leather folder was standing next to her. Another woman, a family friend from my grandfather's professional days, who I vaguely recognized from old photos, appeared behind them. The color faded from my mother's face. She hurriedly said, "Mom," and moved forward. "You ought to have informed us of your arrival," my grandmother said with a charming smile. "I was invited." She gave me a look at that moment, and we exchanged an unspoken message. A silent nod. My dad cleared his throat. "What's the deal?" My grandmother pointed out various areas of the yard. "A celebration, apparently." The man next to her took a small step forward without saying anything. Individuals moved uneasily. Drinks decreased. They stopped talking in the middle of a sentence. My sister scowled. "Now isn't the time, Grandma." My grandmother turned to the man holding the folder and nodded, saying softly, "Oh, it's just the right moment." Suddenly, the party was no longer a party. Nobody declared the party to be over. It simply stopped breathing. Before someone finally reached for the speaker and turned it down, the music continued to play for a few seconds longer than necessary. It was happy and out of place. Talk broke up into bits and pieces. Somewhere by the grill, a laugh escaped and died instantly, as if it had embarrassed itself. My grandmother remained silent. Her attention was not demanded. She just stood there and waited with her hands loosely folded in front of her. She got it from people. My mother tried to recover first. With an overly broad smile, she moved in closer, positioning herself between my grandmother and the small group of people as though she could physically stop whatever was approaching. "Mom," she uttered in a tight voice. "Let's enter." My grandmother cocked her head, saying, "It's noisy out here." My father looked around, suddenly conscious of the audience, and said, "I won't be long. This is inappropriate." "Given the situation," my grandmother said, "that's an interesting word." My sister's arms were crossed. "Grandma, you're making this awkward." My grandmother looked at her for the first time. Observe her closely. Not unkindly, not warmly either, just clearly. "Awkward?" she repeated. "Is that what you think this is?" The man beside her, her lawyer, opened the folder. The sound of paper sliding free was quiet, but it carried. It always does when people know what documents mean. "I won't read everything aloud," my grandmother said, turning slightly so her voice carried without shouting. "But I will say this much." She paused just long enough for my parents to feel it. "The military keepsake your father left behind was not a family heirloom in the way you've chosen to believe." My mother's lips parted. "Mom, it was a specific bequest," my grandmother continued, "documented, appraised, insured, and placed into a trust with one clear beneficiary." She turned her head and looked directly at me. "My granddaughter." I felt the attention shift instantly. Not sympathy. Recognition. My father shook his head. "That's not how we understood it." My grandmother smiled faintly. "Understanding is not the same as ownership." The lawyer stepped forward. His voice even and practiced. "The items were sold without legal authority. The buyer has been notified that the sale is under dispute." My sister laughed nervously. "This is insane." "Is it?" my grandmother asked. My mother's hands trembled. "We didn't know about any trust. That," my grandmother said calmly, "was intentional." The word settled like dust. "You planned this?" my father asked, disbelief creeping in. "I prepared," my grandmother corrected. "Your father taught me to." She gestured toward the driveway, toward the Tesla. "The funds from that sale were used to purchase a vehicle," she said, "which means that vehicle is now part of the dispute." My sister's face went white. "You can't take my car." My grandmother's gaze sharpened. "It was never yours." The lawyer extended a single document toward my parents. "Notice of intent," he said. "You'll be receiving formal paperwork within 10 days. My father didn't take it. My mother did, and then dropped it like it burned. "This is cruel," she whispered. "No," my grandmother said softly. "This is consequence." I felt something steady settle into my spine then. Not triumph. Not revenge. Alignment. I stepped forward, finally speaking loud enough for the group to hear. "My grandfather didn't leave me that keepsake because I'm special," I said. "He left it to me because he trusted me to protect what it stood for." My sister scoffed. "You're never even here." "I'm serving," I replied. "And I didn't think that meant I had to guard my inheritance from my own family." Quiet. Somewhere behind us, a neighbor cleared his throat. Another glanced at their watch. People were already planning exits. My grandmother turned back to my parents. "You sold something you did not own," she said. "You benefited from it, and now you will undo that benefit." My father's voice cracked. "You're choosing her over us." My grandmother didn't hesitate. "I'm choosing what's right." At that moment, I came to a significant realization. This wasn't about me versus them. It was about the moment my family lost the ability to pretend. My sister grabbed her keys from the table. "This is unbelievable." She stormed toward the driveway, stopping short when she reached the Tesla, like she expected it to reassure her. It didn't. My mother looked around at the guests. I think we should wrap this up." People nodded too quickly. Drinks were abandoned. Goodbyes mumbled. The party dissolved into embarrassed movement. As the yard emptied, my grandmother turned to me. "It's in motion now," she said quietly. I nodded. "Thank you." She squeezed my hand once. "You didn't ask me to do this." "No," I replied. "You chose to." She grinned. "Exactly." Behind us, my parents stood frozen in the wreckage of their own choices. And for the first time in my life, I didn't feel responsible for fixing it. The consequences didn't arrive all at once. They crept in one by one, the way reality does when it's done waiting for denial to catch up. 3 days after the party, my mother called me for the first time since I'd left the house. Not a text. Not a carefully worded message she could revise before sending. A call. That alone told me she was scared. I let it ring 4 times before answering. "We need to talk," she said, skipping. "Hello. I'm at work," I replied. "Is someone hurt?" A pause. "No. Then it can wait." Her breath caught. "They're saying we have to pay it back." I leaned against the cool metal railing outside the building, the morning air sharp in my lungs. "Who is they?" "The buyer," she said. "And some attorney he hired. He's furious. He says the sale wasn't clean." I shut my eyes. "Of course it wasn't. They're threatening legal action," she continued. "They want the full amount returned immediately." "And?" I inquired. "And we don't have that kind of money just sitting around," she said, voice rising. "We already spent it." I thought of the Tesla, of the ribbon, of my sister, Madison Carter's smile. "I'm sorry," I said, and meant it in the way you mean it. When something inevitable finally arrives, that sounds difficult. There was a sharp intake of breath. "How can you say that? How can you say that? Because this isn't happening to you," I replied evenly. "It's happening because of you." She went quiet. "They're talking about the car," she said after a moment. "Something about asset tracing." "Yes," I said. "That's how it works." She spoke more softly. "Can you talk to your grandmother?" I laughed softly. "You should." "She won't answer my calls," my mother, Linda Carter, whispered. I ended the conversation there. The next call came from my sister. She didn't bother pretending to be calm. "This is your fault." She snapped the second I answered. "You sicked her on us." "I told the truth," I said. "That's all. They're saying the car might be taken," she said, panic bleeding through the anger. "Do you know how humiliating that is?" I pictured her parking it carefully, avoiding scratches. The way she'd circled it during the party like a prize animal. "Yes," I said. "I do. You're enjoying this," she accused. "No," I said quietly. "I'm watching you learn." She hung up on me. 4 days later, the keepsake came home. It arrived in a reinforced case, delivered by a courier who treated it like something fragile and irreplaceable, which it was. My grandmother, Eleanor Carter, insisted we open it together. She laid everything out on her dining table with the same care my grandfather once had. The metals caught the light first, then the dagger, its edge still pristine, and finally the letter. My hands shook when I unfolded it. "If you're reading this," it began. "It means you didn't flinch when it mattered." I swallowed hard. He'd written about service, about integrity, about how family isn't defined by blood alone, but by who respects what you've earned. My grandmother watched me quietly. When I finished, she reached out and covered my hand with hers. "He knew," she said, even before the rest of them showed us. The legal fallout escalated quickly after that. The buyer wanted his money back. The funds had to come from somewhere. My parents scrambled accounts, emptied favors, called in pride shredded. When it still wasn't enough, the car became leverage. The Tesla disappeared from the driveway one gray morning. No ribbon, no photos, just an empty space where my sister's certainty used to be. My father, Richard Carter, came by my grandmother's place unannounced that afternoon. He looked smaller than I remembered, older, like a man whose authority had finally been questioned and found lacking. "You didn't have to let it go this far," he said. My grandmother met his gaze. "You didn't have to steal from your own child." His mouth tightened. "She's not a child." "No," she said. "She's a soldier. And you treated her legacy like spare change." "Do something worse." He looked at me then. "You could have stopped this." I shook my head. "I didn't start it." He left without another word. The house I'd grown up in didn't belong to my parents anymore. Not in the way they'd assumed. Titles and trusts have a way of clarifying that. Plans were revised, permissions revoked, futures adjusted. My sister moved out within a month. My parents followed soon after. When the dust finally settled, the silence felt different. Earned. I mounted my grandfather's keepsake in my own space, not to display it, but to live with it. A reminder that what we inherit isn't always meant to be shared. Sometimes it's meant to be protected. And that sometimes the strongest response isn't confrontation, it's letting the truth finish what it started. Once the noise faded, what remained was paperwork. That's the part people never talk about when they imagine justice. They picture shouting, dramatic exits, maybe a slammed door or two. They don't picture emails with subject lines like formal demand or envelopes marked certified mail. They don't picture dates, signatures, deadlines. But that's where everything becomes real. My grandmother handled it all with the same calm precision she'd brought to the party. She didn't gloat. She didn't lecture. She reviewed documents at her kitchen table every morning, glasses low on her nose, pen moving steadily, like this was just another task on a long, sensible list. I watched her one afternoon as she organized a stack of papers into neat piles. One for the buyer, one for the bank, one for my parents. She slid the last pile into a folder and closed it with finality. "They're going to be very tired soon," she said. I understood what she meant 6 weeks later. My mother showed up at my door without warning. Not my grandmother's door. Mine. I opened it and barely recognized her. Her hair was pulled back hastily. Her eyes were rimmed red, not from crying. My mother rarely cried, but from exhaustion, the kind that seeps in when your usual tools stop working. "I just need a minute," she said already, stepping inside. I didn't stop her. She sat on the edge of my couch like she wasn't sure she deserved the space, her hands twisted together in her lap. "We're losing the house," she said. The words hung there, bare and unadorned. I waited. "They say the repayment has to be made in full," she continued. "The accounts we used, they were flagged. Everything's frozen until it's resolved." I gave a slow nod. "That's what happens when money changes hands illegally." She flinched. "We didn't know." "You didn't ask," I replied. Her voice broke then, just slightly. "Your sister is blaming us." I almost smiled. "Almost. And Dad?" I inquired. She looked down. "He's angry at everyone, mostly himself, I think." There it was, the part of the story I'd been waiting for. Regret. Not for what they'd done to me, not for ignoring my grandfather's wishes, but for miscalculating the cost. "You could tell your grandmother to stop," my mother said quietly. "She'd listen to you." I met her gaze. "No. She wouldn't. And even if she did, I wouldn't ask." Her shoulders sagged. "I raised you better than this," she said weakly. I got up. "You raised me to respect what doesn't belong to me." Most today. She left without saying goodbye. The next casualty was my sister's certainty. She called me late one night, her voice unsteady in a way I'd never heard before. "They're taking everything," she said. "Do you know what that feels like?" "Yes," I answered. "I do." She was quiet for a moment. "I didn't think it would end like this. I didn't think it would begin like that," I said. The call ended with no resolution, just the sound of two people realizing they'd never be on the same side of this. 6 weeks later, the house was empty. The one I'd grown up in, the one my grandfather had lived in, the one my parents had treated like a guarantee. My grandmother walked through it one last time with me. She ran her fingers along the banister, paused in the doorway of the living room, glanced at the blank space where the display case had once stood. "Funny," she said softly. "They cleared out everything but the truth." We locked the door behind us. That evening, back at her place, she handed me another folder. "I updated the trust," she said. "It's all protected now. No one can touch it without your consent." I opened it, scanning the pages. My name appeared more than once. "I didn't ask for this," I said. She smiled gently. "Your grandfather didn't ask to be honored either. He earned it. He earned it." I thought about the months I'd spent believing I needed to stay small to keep the peace. About how often I'd swallowed anger because it felt easier than conflict. I thought about the empty display case. And then I thought about the quiet weight of the medals now resting safely in my home. Some families survive by pretending. Mine survived by being exposed. And in that exposure, something unexpected happened. I stopped apologizing for taking up space. The first night I slept in my own place, with my grandfather's keepsake displayed properly, I didn't turn on a single light. I let the room stay dim, lit only by the street lamp outside, and the faint glow of the city settling into itself. The medals rested inside a simple frame on the wall, no glass glare, no spotlight. The ceremonial dagger lay beneath them, secured, quiet, and the letter, his letter, was folded back into its place, not hidden, just respected. For the first time since he died, I felt like I'd brought him home. I stood there longer than I meant to, boots off, uniform jacket draped over a chair. The silence wasn't empty, it was full in a way I hadn't known I needed. No raised voices, no guilt disguised as concern. No expectation that I make myself smaller so everyone else could feel bigger. Just stillness. My grandmother, Eleanor Carter, came by the next afternoon. She moved slowly, carefully, but her eyes were sharp as ever. She studied the wall, nodded once, and said he would approve. That was all. We sat at my small kitchen table with mugs of tea that went cold while we talked about nothing urgent. The weather, a neighbor's dog, a book she'd started and put down because it bored her. Then, eventually, she said, "Your parents are asking around." I didn't look up. "About what?" "About you," she replied. "About whether you're angry." I thought about it. "I'm not," I said. "Honestly, I'm done. Don't look Lee on the wash." She smiled at that. Not the sharp smile from before. Not the strategic one. A softer version. That's usually when people finally understand the damage they caused. "Do you think they will?" I inquired. She considered it. "They'll understand the loss. Whether they understand why is another matter." Matter. I nodded. That felt right. My sister, Madison Carter, sent one last message 10 days later. It was short. No blame, no apology either. I didn't know it would end like this. I stared at the screen for a long time before replying. "Neither did Grandpa," I typed. "That's why he planned." She never answered. And, strangely, I didn't feel the urge to chase the silence this time. Life moved on. I went back to duty, back to early mornings and long days, to orders given and followed, to the strange comfort of structure. But something inside me had shifted. I stopped explaining myself to people who weren't listening. I stopped softening my words to make others comfortable. And I stopped believing that loyalty meant surrender. When I thought about my parents now, it wasn't with anger. It was with distance. The kind that lets you see a pattern clearly. Once you're no longer trapped inside it. They hadn't stolen from me because they hated me. They'd stolen because they believed I would endure it. They were right about my strength. They were wrong about my silence. One evening, months later, I received a small package in the mail. No return address. Inside was a photograph I hadn't seen in years. My grandfather, much younger, in uniform, standing beside my grandmother, his hand resting lightly on her shoulder. Both of them looking straight at the camera, not smiling, not posing. Sure. I turned it over. On the back, in my grandmother's handwriting, were 4 words. "You did not flinch." I framed the photo and placed it beside the keepsake. Not as a shrine. As a reminder. A reminder that honor doesn't belong to the loudest voice in the room. That family doesn't get to redefine your worth. And that sometimes the greatest act of revenge isn't destruction, it's preservation. If this story resonated with you, if you've ever been told to stay quiet to keep the peace or watched someone mistake your strength for permission, I'd really like to hear from you. Leave a comment below and tell me where you're watching from or what part of this story stayed with you the most. These are the kinds of stories we tell each day. Stories about boundaries, truth, and the moments that change us. So, if you don't want to miss the next one, make sure you subscribe and stay with us. We're walking this road together. They disowned me for being a single mom. When they came back for help, my daughter spoke first. With the exception of my 9-year-old and myself, my mom invited everyone to her 62nd birthday party. With the exception of Rachel, every one of her children contributed to the family's esteem, she wrote. Still, she opted to be a frail single mother. As a daughter, she is no longer in my eyes. No, I kept my tears bottled inside. I hope you've never had a child ask you a question that makes your blood run cold because the next time she saw me, she got pale. Your child needs meals, not a breakdown, so you stand there smiling even when someone stealthily pulls the rug out from under you. On Wednesday, things were as usual if you ignore the reality that primary schools function best when there is an abundance of glitter and mayhem. At the kitchen table, my daughter Lily was practicing spelling words. Her jaw clenched as she leaned over the page, her tongue hanging out the side. She gave her "I'm taking this seriously" expression. I was attempting to keep track of whether tomorrow was the day for crazy hair or favorite color while also listening and putting her lunch together. Institutions of higher learning value themes. My mom was a huge fan of standards. As I was going around Lily's worksheet, she suddenly materialized at my elbow, her small phone cradled in both of her hands. Her large, uncertain eyes were not yet watery. Her name was Mom, and that was her response. "Oh, my darling," she whispered under her breath. "What does it mean to be lowly?" Like a shattered plate, the word fell on the table between us. I maintained a neutral expression, as one does while attempting not to frighten a youngster who says something scary. "Where was that spotted?" I inquired as if she had just discovered a new term in a dictionary. And certainly not when my mom says it. I was the recipient of Lily's phone call as she switched it to me. Ethan, sent it to me. I felt sick to my stomach. Ethan was born to my sister Vanessa. He is 11 years old. Old enough to understand all of the text. Just the right age to still believe grown-ups are mostly reasonable. Lily swiftly added, "He warned me not to show you, but I found it both unappealing and confusing." The image displayed was a snapshot taken during a family group conversation. Not my conversation, not my mom's chat at school. In contrast, there is the one pertaining to the family. The one that my mom cherished as if it were her own little bulletin board. My mother's message immediately caught my attention. The style was that of an announcement, as if she were canceling an event or dismissing an employee. "This next Saturday at 7, we will be celebrating a 62nd birthday with a meal. Except Rachel, everyone is welcome." As if that weren't evident enough, every one of my children, with the exception of Rachel, contributed to this family respect. Still, she opted to be a frail single mother. As a daughter, she is no longer in my eyes. Reactions were listed beneath it. In response, my biological father had given the signal for approval. Vanessa had responded compassionately. Daniel, my brother, wrote agreed. Claire, my younger sister, remained silent. She found it enjoyable. As an example, my mom shared a picture of her brand new drapes. My disownment was like a decorative accent for my house. Lily was completely ignored. At least once. I detected the subtle buzzing of our refrigerator. A speck on the table caught my eye. In an effort to conserve power, my brain went through that bizarre emergency mode where it becomes unusually silent and efficient. In the manner that children do, Lily kept a close eye on my face. Young children do not require clarifications. It only takes a glance. I worked hard to keep my voice down. I explained that the term lowly is often used to degrade someone. Miss Lily scowled. For what reason would somebody opt to do that? I nearly said it since my mom believes that one must earn love by one's appearance. Sometimes grown-ups get weird. I countered, and Lily returned her gaze to the TV. I nodded once to indicate that I had read Grandma's book about you. The word "yeah" eluded her as she paused. Perhaps you committed an offense? Yes. I saw it. The subject matter beneath each and every child's inquiry. A youngster, faced with the terrible alternative, assumes that someone must have deserved it if an adult is unkind. I went to grab Lily's hand. I said no. You and I both did not do anything wrong. Her irises glowed. Instead of crying, she remained composed. Lily refuses to budge. I own that. It would be deemed unfortunate by my mother. I handled the phone with care and placed it on the table with its face down, as if it were radioactive. I proceeded to do what my mind told me to do next. Yes, I did my best to initiate the family talk personally. In my mails, I touched the name of the group. Not a single thing. I looked. Not a single thing. I scrolled back as if it were a hidden message among the reminders for my dentist appointment and the option to pay my electricity bill. Not a single thing. A knot formed in my chest. No invitation had slipped my mind. Then I was eliminated, Lily muttered. Therefore, we are not invited. Sucking hard, I choked. No. Her spelling sheet seemed to have betrayed her as she gazed at it inconsolably. The birthday of Grandma, though, is a constant. Since it had nothing to do with me, that unassuming paragraph hurt more than the screenshot. Lily came to understand that her position within the family was contingent upon a number of factors. I drew a deep breath in. Just saying Lily, with a constant tone helped. Get a toothbrush and floss, all right? Choose a dragon book. The dragon always wins, she said, pausing at the threshold. Are you all right? My statement, I'm okay, was not an exaggeration. Not precisely. I stood tall. My heart was beating. In the kitchen, with spelling words and lunchboxes, I remained a mother. All right, Lily said, and then she patted away. I refocused my gaze on the screenshot. Words remained distinct. They remained firm. I wanted them to be less true, but that didn't happen. My phone began to ring. Hello, Vanessa. Sure thing. Before I could move, I needed one more item, so I responded yes, it is confirmed, keeping my sanity at stake, not my emotions. Rachel, Vanessa remarked, her voice betraying her irritation at how being disowned had inconvenienced her. Pay heed. Am I dreaming? Excuse me? I inquired. Wait a second. A long exhale. You beheld it. Consequently, it is genuine. According to Vanessa, Mom was upset. You are aware of her style. She informed everyone in the family that I am no longer her daughter. What gives? Why are you treating this like a major issue? Furious, Vanessa lost her temper. I clenched my fist around the handset. Reason being, I just got your mom's message from my 9-year-old, so I kept my cool. Lily wanted to know what lowly means, so Ethan emailed her a screenshot, and I told her. No one spoke. Not startled quiet. Quiet contemplation, not embarrassment. Finally, Vanessa argued that Ethan shouldn't have sent it, but she missed the point so badly that it was almost like she had a choice. Oh. I replied. So. You're saying it's authentic. Vanessa let out a sharp breath. My mom's birthday is today. Stay out of the drama. The screenshot was re-examined by me. A thumbs up from my dad. I agree, Daniel. Described Claire. My entire family was standing in a line behind her as if my presence were irrelevant. I made it clear that I hadn't intended to cause any trouble. It is my intention to discontinue communication. Scarlett scoffed. Absolutely unbelievable. Never did I dispute. I refrained from taking a stand. Like I was submitting an application for love, I didn't beg. Just after saying, "Tell mom she got what she wanted," I ended the call. My mom was blocked. Dad. I blocked you. Alex, Vanessa, Daniel, and Claire were all blocked by me. Silence instead of a warning, a paragraph, or an emotive TED Talk. Why? Because I refused to put up with individuals who saw my suffering as an inconvenience. As usual, Lily clambered onto my lap as soon as she returned in her pajamas, clutching her dragon book. Her little frame felt solid, weighty, and warm. Do you read? Inquiring, she spoke up. Yeah, I murmured as I ran my lips over her hair. Let's read. I made a vow I would never break, even as the dragon slew monsters and rescued towns. My child would never be made to feel inferior by anyone. Under my supervision, that will not happen. For the time being, this is all the information you need to know about the reason I am telling you this, or at least why I am able to remain calm enough to do so. My loved one's expressions changed to one of profound regret the next time we crossed paths. Typical beginnings for families like mine do not involve a single major betrayal in a film. The first ones are minor scrapes, the kind of slip-ups you can brush off if you're really determined to maintain your sense of belonging. Even though she wasn't an influencer, my mom Margaret on paper was completely preoccupied with her image. Older, more refined, the type of persona one forms in community get-togethers and church foyers when everyone acts as if everything is great. Despite our middle-class status, my mom treated it like a passing fad. If only we had made the right decision, we could have been admired. Among her classmates, Vanessa stood out. My mom would find Vanessa's mischievous sneeze endearing. Among them, Daniel could boast the most. It was not because of his kindness, but rather his seeming achievement. People nodded at his job title. And he waxed his car like it was his personality. As the peacemaker and let's not upset mom's sister, Claire kept to herself. In the midst of a house fire, Claire might mutter, "Let's not make a scene." Meanwhile, I was there. I was being really careful. My actions were not careless. My grades were good. I was employed. I took care of my financial obligations. Along with gifts and casseroles, I arrived with a smile that begged, "Please don't decide I'm too much today." However, I was far from effortless. It was the easygoing types that gave my mom the impression that she had accomplished everything she set out to do. "Are you okay?" was not the first thing my mom said when I became pregnant with Lily. "They wanted to know if you were married." An imaginary inquiry. She was aware that I was single. No. Deeply involved. No. She seemed to have swallowed something sour, as her face tensed up. Discussions will ensue. People. Ever present. "I am keeping my baby," I informed her, said with composure. Yes, I did. Things that my mom did seemed to be supportive. Her visit was brief. She had a blanket with her. She nonchalantly asked, "Don't post it with any details. Okay?" After taking 2 shots. I don't want questions. It's the type of statement that sticks with you for a long time. In and of herself, my mom did not despise Lily. Lily was everything that she despised. A life that deviated from the traditional family story. And as time went on, that led to errors. Lily was 3 years old when the first one occurred. That I clearly recall. The residence of my aunt was the site of a family BBQ. For weeks, it was the talk of the town. Sides were being coordinated by Vanessa. Daniel claimed credit despite not having coordinated anything. My mom was in charge of the mood. That was never my invitation. Never received a "Hey, are you coming? Hey, are you calling?" Absolutely nothing. "Oh, you should have seen Dad trying to grill," Vanessa said after the fact, and that's when I found out. I smiled as if I weren't choking because it was so funny. It was completely unknown to me. In response, Vanessa drew back her eyes. She proceeded to make an act of being astonished. "Stop what you're doing." In her words, "Mom told you." No, she hadn't. Vanessa interrupted, her voice betraying her frustration with reality. "You're kidding," she shouted. "Sure, you're welcome to join us the next time around. For the future." My request seemed like it belonged on a mailing list. If I admitted my family could pretend I didn't exist, I would have to confess it was a mistake, therefore I wanted to believe it was. And then it occurred once again. Same emotion, different situation. Afterward, someone brought up a minor point as if my absence hadn't made much of a difference. I refrained from making accusations after my mother said, "Oh, I thought you knew." To my inquiry, I kept my voice down. In an effort to maintain my lovability, I did what women do. I gulped it down and pretended I was being overly sensitive. Later on, the children began to mimic the adults. A group of adults were chatting in the kitchen one day, as Lily and Ethan played in the living room. As I was washing the dishes, I could make out Ethan's self-assured voice. "Your mom complicates matters, according to Grandma, which is why you guys don't show up to events." Lily didn't move. "No, my mom isn't tough." She added that Ethan resumed, but he halted when he noticed my expression. Children mimic what adults say. The gravity of the situation is lost on them. Like a toy, they simply give it to you. Stepping inside, I knelt after drying my hands. Being at their level, I could see them both clearly. "Please don't bring anything negative that Grandma says about me into this room, Ethan," I whispered. Ethan's cheeks turned red. Lily's pupils widened. I had a revelation that altered my perspective at that precise time. My mom wasn't merely passing judgment on me. Even the following generation would learn from her example of how to evaluate me. I began to draw lines at that point. No fanciful lines here, just actual ones, shutting doors. "I will not be welcomed if Lily is not," said with composure. Yes, I did. My mom would give the impression that she understood, then subsequently pretend as if nothing had happened. Why? Because some people, like my mom, refuse to acknowledge the existence of limits. When you need anything, they think you'll eventually learn to control your temper. After that, Lily's initial group chat message arrived. I wasn't the only one my mom left out. She made a note of it. "Now it's official," she said. With an air of normalcy, my dad and siblings concurred. Then it hit me, they were no ordinary slip-ups. Most people see no interaction as quite dramatic. My bad. Generally speaking, it's really silent. With a somber violin accompaniment, no one will ever knock on your door. Simply put, you must cease answering your phone, not checking it, and ceasing to mentally practice conversations that will never bring you the parent you desire. At first, the stillness seems out of place, as if you had accidentally left the house keyless. After a while, it begins to resemble oxygen. During the subsequent 3 years, Lily's height increased from 9 to 12 feet. Her opinions, her voice, and her lengthened legs all grew stronger. Initially, it seemed like she was waiting for something to happen before she paid any attention to me. She eventually gave up waiting. She reverted to her childhood activities until she suddenly exclaimed, "Mom, I'm glad our house is quiet." Children often have more insight than adults give them credit for. Sometimes they struggle to find the perfect words. But money was still real. Not a good vibe, being a single mother. No brainer. The fact that my mom put me down in a group conversation is irrelevant to math. Rent, groceries, childcare, and that one school charge that always seems to pop up out of nowhere all demand payment by tomorrow. According to the math, I worked, but not in the adorable boss babe way. Rather, I stayed up even though my baby was sleeping because I would not allow her life to be diminished in any way. I was Lily's entire universe when we were in school. Once the flat was completely silent that night, I settled down at the kitchen table with my laptop and a straightforward objective. Whatever my mother wanted to say about me was all right with her. Life would be very lonely for me. Quiet and unstoppable, that's me. I began assisting a few of nearby companies in taming their chaos. I didn't freak out over work because I appreciated having food on hand and being able to put my daughter to sleep without her hearing my frantic cries. I was ideal for the job as no one brags about it. Thank yous weren't necessary. I required support. Next, I became aware of something. There was a unifying cause for why everyone was drowning. Complete anarchy with a glimmer of hope. And relying on luck is not a method. As a result, I produced one. There was no need for a TED Talk because it was unremarkable. Nothing fancy, just a simple system that prevented funds from slipping through the cracks and kept everyone on track. Everything went smoothly. As if it were illegal, people began requesting it, then sharing it, and finally sending it on to their friends. I found that I no longer needed to pursue clients. Every email was hounding me. I stared at the 4,200 paying users as if it might vanish if I blinked when we reached that milestone. Just 4 years ago, I was keeping track of money for groceries. I was now constructing a vehicle capable of transporting us. "Mom, you don't look scared anymore." That was the moment I realized something had changed. Sweet, blunt Lily. A tiny local business article then made reference to my firm. Just enough to get my name out there without drawing too much attention to myself. I kept it to myself. I purposefully refrained from publishing it. I failed to mention anyone. Oh, I nearly forgot something. Eyes were still in my family. There was no apology accompanying the initial re-entry attempt. Obviously not. It arrived with a voicemail from an unknown number and began with my mother's voice acting as if we hadn't been strangers for 4 years. Rachel, she remarked, was intelligent and well-versed. Get in touch with me. Speak to each other. Urgent. Not luxuriant. Need. She proceeded to add as if she were presenting me with an offer. It appears that you are thriving. Yes. I had a feeling you would. It was erased. Because being a messenger bestows power on Vanessa, she was the one to carry out the second attempt, a message from an unknown number. Vanessa here. It is Mom's desire to reconcile. Quit being so obstinate. No. I apologize. Yes, that was incorrect. Please, don't be defiant. For example, I had an attitude problem with my boundaries. It went unanswered. I felt a chill run down my spine during the third try. While eating breakfast, Lily's child's phone beeped. She silently slid the screen toward me after taking a quick look at it. On top, Grandma flashed. Mama had tracked down Lily's contact information. Like a snake in my kitchen, I stared at it. As my jaw clenched, Lily observed. She swiftly clarified that she had not given it to her. This is my solemn vow. I know. I replied. I took it seriously. Lily isn't cunning. Her candor has that innocent, carefree quality that makes you wish you could apologize to any grown-up who misunderstood you. I allowed it to reach voicemail. It sounded like my mom was announcing a bake sale as her voice chirped through the speaker. Salutations. Lily. My grandma is calling. Just have your mom give me a call again. Your presence is greatly missed. Something unique is waiting for you. Anything noteworthy? The lure that my mother adores. Lily's face twisted. I don't want something special. I did what I've learned to do when I felt rage rising up. I put it in a box and kept it from spilling onto my child. Okay. I said calmly. We're going to handle this. I didn't call my mom. I didn't open the door to a conversation she could turn into a weapon. I called Lily's school and asked them to update her file. No contact with extended family without my written permission. Period. It wasn't dramatic. It was adult. It was the kind of boundary you build with paperwork. That same week, I got another call. This one from a cousin I still trusted. The kind of relative who doesn't love drama but also doesn't lie. Just so you know, she said carefully, your mom's been telling people she always supported you. She's saying the family is very proud. I let out one short laugh, not because it was funny, because the audacity was almost impressive. And Daniel, my cousin added, hesitating. He's been mentioning you in meetings like you're connected. Connected. My brother Daniel wasn't reaching out because he missed me. He was reaching out because my name was now useful. A week later, the fifth attempt arrived in the most my mother way possible. A polite email, not to me, to the event organizer of a business awards night I was scheduled to attend. The organizer forwarded it to my assistant with a simple question. Is this legitimate family? My assistant brought it to me with that careful, professional face people wear when they're trying not to pry. The email was from my mom. She wrote, I am Rachel's mother. Our family will be attending to support her. Please ensure we are seated appropriately. Appropriately. Like love comes with assigned seating. I stared at the screen, feeling that old familiar tightness in my chest. And then I understood exactly what was happening. My family wasn't coming to celebrate me. They were coming to be photographed near me. They were coming to cash in the story they'd rewritten. Proud parents, supportive siblings, loving grandparents, a family that never disowned anyone. The only problem was I had receipts. I opened a folder on my computer titled Proof, because yes, I'm a single mom, and yes, I'm petty in a responsible way. And I pulled up the screenshot of my mother's group chat message. Then I forwarded it to the event organizer with one calm note. Thank you for checking. This person disowned me in writing. They are not authorized VIP or family section guests. Please notify security if they approach the stage or my daughter. No rant. No essay. Just facts. Because facts are harder to gaslight. That night, after Lily went to bed, I sat at my kitchen table and stared at the blank space where my mother's love used to be. No, I kept my tears bottled inside. I didn't spiral. I didn't even feel surprised. I felt steady. At the time, I thought the worst thing had already happened. I didn't know yet that the next time my family showed up, it would end with them wishing they'd never said my name. The night of the event, Lily stood in front of the mirror, twisting her hair, trying to decide whether she looked fancy enough for a room full of people in blazers. She was 12 now, still my kid, still stubborn, just tall enough to see over the lies. Do I look okay? Inquiring, she spoke up. You look perfect, I said, smoothing her collar. We arrived early. The venue was all high ceilings and flattering lights. The kind of place where people pretend they've never ugly cried in a car. Cameras by the entrance, a step and repeat backdrop, tiny glasses of expensive liquids that taste like regret. Lily squeezed my hand. Why are there so many people? Because grown-ups like to clap for each other. I said. It's basically a pep rally, but with blazers. She giggled, and for a second, my chest loosened. Because no matter what happened, Lily and I were together. We always had been. This was a public event. Anyone with a ticket could come in. Which meant my family could show up. But they weren't getting anywhere near us this time. So when Lily and I sat near the front, my name printed in the program, I felt steady. Then the air changed. You know that feeling when a room shifts before you see why? Like your spine gets an alert. I felt it. Lily felt it, too. Her hand tightened around mine. Mom. She whispered. I turned my head just enough. There they were. My mom, my dad, Vanessa, Daniel, and Claire filed into the back rows under the dimmer lights, the way you see people who arrived late and expected VIP. Anyway, my mother was dressed like she'd planned a photo. Pearls, cream, respectable from head to toe. From the back of the room, it didn't look respectable. It looked desperate. She spotted me and lifted her chin like she was about to reclaim territory. Then she stood up and started moving down the aisle. Of course she did. Lily's voice went thin. Is she coming here? She's trying, I murmured. And that's when my mom tried to walk toward the stage. Not at a run, not making a full scene yet, just a steady march toward the front rows, the cameras, the family section she believed she deserved. An event staff member stepped into her path with a polite smile and a spine made of steel. Ma'am, she said gently. Your seats are in the back. My mom's mouth tightened. I'm her mother. The staff member didn't blink. Your seats are still in the back. My mom tried to step around her. The staff member moved with her like a living boundary. I didn't move. I didn't rescue her pride. She'd spent years burying mine. My mom argued for one more beat, long enough for heads to turn, then finally backed down and walked stiffly back to her row. Vanessa's smile vanished. Daniel leaned in, whispering fast. My dad stared forward like he didn't want to be recorded having a conscience. The program continued. Speeches, awards, applause. Then my name was called. Lily looked up at me like I was about to jump off a cliff. Go. She whispered. I walked to the stage, took the microphone, and looked out at the room. I saw cameras. I saw a live stream screen off to the side. I saw a sea of faces. And in the back, I saw my family sitting where they belonged, far enough away that they couldn't pretend we were close. I took a breath. I'd planned not to mention them. I wanted to win without speaking their names, but then I remembered Lily's voice at our kitchen table. What does Lily mean? And I realized something. If I stayed silent, the shame would stay ours. So, I made a choice. I'm a single mom, I said. And I built this without a safety net. A few people nodded. The room got quieter. My daughter and I started in a small apartment with a kitchen table that doubled as a desk and a dinner table. There were nights I wanted to quit, but I couldn't because I had someone watching me learn what worthy looks like. I paused just long enough for the room to lean in. 4 years ago, my mother wrote in our family chat. All my children brought this family respect except Rachel. Still, she opted to be a frail single mother. As a daughter, she is no longer in my eyes. The room went still in that stunned public way. Not gossip still, truth still. I kept my tone calm. Not angry, not theatrical, just factual, like reading something that should never have been written. I'm not sharing that for sympathy, I continued. I'm sharing it because it's part of what I overcame and because if anyone has ever tried to make you feel small for surviving, hear me? You can build anyway. I didn't look at the back rows. I didn't need to. I could feel them shrinking from across the room. Then I pivoted because I wasn't giving them my whole speech. I thanked my team. I thanked the people who supported me. And I thanked Lily because she was the only family I needed to name. Applause broke out. Real applause. When I stepped off stage, Lily launched into me, whispering, Mom, you were so strong. I held her close and whispered back, so were you. We headed toward the lobby. That's when Daniel intercepted us, moving fast like he was trying to catch the story before it ran away. What was that? He hissed. I didn't stop walking. The truth. He blocked my path. You didn't have to say that. I finally looked at him. You didn't have to agree with it. His face tightened. My mom appeared behind him, eyes glossy with rage. How could you do that to me? I didn't raise my voice. You wrote it. That was private, she snapped. I let out a short, humorless laugh. You posted it to the family and everyone reacted to it. That's not private. That's a declaration. Vanessa jumped in, whispering urgently. People will think. I don't care what people think, I said steady. I care what my child learns. My dad finally spoke, quiet and weak. Rachel. He caught my gaze. You gave it a thumbs up. He flinched like he'd forgotten receipts existed. Lily squeezed my hand. I turned away from them without another word and walked out with my daughter. And for the first time, the story wasn't theirs to spin. 18 months later, life didn't magically turn perfect, but it did turn solid. The company grew. We landed a major partnership big enough to make the local news. One of those look at her now segments people watch while folding laundry. Lily sat on the couch beside me, staring at the TV like it was a portal. When the anchor said my name, Lily smiled and said simply, "That's my mom." That sentence was worth more than any number on a screen. Then the doorbell rang one Saturday afternoon. 3 quick chimes. Urgent. I opened the door and there they were. My mom in the front. My dad behind her. Daniel and Vanessa off to the side. Claire lingering like she'd been dragged there against her will. My mom's eyes flicked over the house and the quiet and the safety, and you could see calculation behind her expression. Then she put on her face, the reasonable woman mask. "Rachel," she said softly. "We need help." "Sure thing." Not "I'm sorry." Not "I was wrong." "Help." Daniel stepped forward. Already angry. Like it was my fault. After that night, things got complicated. I tilted my head. Interesting choice of word. His jaw clenched. Clients backed out. Partners got cold. People sent that clip around. They said I misrepresented connections. Connections meaning me. My mom's voice trembled. "We might lose the house." My dad cleared his throat. "We are related." Behind me, Lily appeared in the hallway, silent and watching. I looked at my mom. "You wrote. You didn't see me as your daughter." My mom's eyes flashed. I was upset. "You were clear," I said. Lily took one small step forward and said, quiet but steady, "You called my mom lowly." My mom flinched because it hits different when a child says it. I didn't gloat. I didn't preach. I didn't perform forgiveness. I just said the truth. "You don't get to disown me and then show up when you need money." I said. "That's not family. That's an emergency fund with a face." Daniel's voice sharpened. "So, you're just going to let us lose everything?" I held his gaze. "You lost me first." No sound. Then I stepped back and closed the door. Not slammed, not dramatic, just closed. Lily looked up at me. "We're not lowly," she said. I smiled. "My darling, no. We're not." And that was the last time I saw them. So, tell me, did it go too far or not far enough? Let me know in the comments. And if you want more stories like this, you know what to. My sister flaunted her status, while mocking me, then froze in shock when the club named me keynote over CEOs and senators. At the Sunday brunch at the Riverside Country Club, my sister Victoria was making a regal entrance while mimosas flowed freely. The gold writing glinted in the chandelier light as she delicately spun the embossed membership card between her immaculately manicured fingers. She reiterated the announcement of full membership 3 times to be sure that everyone in our extended family heard her. Neither an associate nor a junior member, full voting rights granted. Are you aware of the uniqueness of this? A 12-year waiting list is in place. Mom virtually radiated as she clenched her hands together. "My darling, we are elated. Riverside is proud to have the Hawthorne family as members. At last, it's as if our family's value had been in doubt for a decade until Michael, Victoria's husband and an investment banker, pulled the proper strings to avoid the long wait." Victoria went on to say that the spring gala is in 4 weeks. Her voice adopting that distinct air of superiority that I had come to recognize in our 34 years of sisterhood. It's the season's most anticipated social gathering. Joining the mayor, state senators, and CEOs of every major company in the region are those who attend. Naturally, though, she froze. Attendance is limited to members and their invited friends only. From his seat at the head of the table, Dad grinned. "We are all grateful to you, Michael, for all that you have accomplished. This will open a lot of doors. That is," he was trying to say, "this gives us the social access we've craved for generations." The Hawthorne family is finally mixing it up with the powerful and well-connected. This is all because of Michael's business connections and Victoria's strategic marriage. Mom added, mentally shopping, that will surely need new clothes. This gala is unlike any other. All the important people will be there. And black tie is required attire. Making a good first impression is crucial. Nodding enthusiastically was my younger brother Ethan. It was reported that the charity dinner held last year brought in $2 million. It seems like a Forbes power rating is based on the guest list. That is why it's important to dress a certain way, Victoria remarked. The connections you make at these kinds of gatherings have the power to alter the course of your life. Businesses close deals. New partnerships emerge. Impressions are formed. Allowing the chatter to envelop me like background noise, I sipped my orange juice in silence. I felt at home here. My relatives' fixation on their social standing, their conviction that if they had the correct connections and appeared at the proper events, everyone would acknowledge their value. Victoria glanced over at Elena and observed. "You're awfully quiet." Her expression was a mix of concern and disdain. Please don't be upset. I know you're sorry you won't be able to make it. By next year, perhaps Michael will be able to get you up on the associate member path. It's a first step. That's thoughtful. I responded indifferently. She went on to say, I mean, I know your work is important to you. Subtly implying that my job was unimportant. Your nonprofit organization. Remind me, what is it called? Something educational. A program for international student performance. I see. Service to others. Assisting disadvantaged youngsters is a truly admirable endeavor. Those in the political and business spheres are the only ones who genuinely attend the event, though. Even if you didn't, you might still feel awkward. My mom gave me a comforting pat on the hand. It's true. Victoria. These social occasions might be somewhat intimidating if you're not accustomed to them, my dear. Continue doing what you are familiar with. Evidently, my family had written off my little nonprofit for the previous 9 years as Elena's pet project, but I was actually running it. The fact that Global Education Initiative had expanded from a local group helping 250 children to a worldwide foundation with a $195 million yearly budget is something they were unaware of because they had never inquired. Impact statistics indicating 2.7 million children educated or relationships with 18 national governments were not important to them. What did matter, though, were social visibility and country club memberships. Under my breath, I whispered that I had indeed received an invitation to the gala. All conversation ceased at the table. Victoria's grin ceased moving. Excuse me? At the spring gala. Roughly 7 weeks ago, I got an invitation. Victoria stated in a harsh tone that it was impossible. We haven't sent out our invitations yet, and only members are allowed to do so. We're meticulous in our selection. No one was invited as guests. It was sent out by the gala committee itself. Michael seemed doubtful as he leaned forward. Major contributors and VIP speakers are the only ones the committee invites directly. Someone has to be mistaken. I took out my phone, accessed my email, and scrolled to the message from the events director at Riverside Country Club. I passed the phone to Victoria by sliding it over the table. The more she read, the more expressions her face went through. Perplexion, shock, and then what appeared to be fear. She spoke with a compressed voice, stating that this indicates you are the featured speaker. Regarding the spring gala, yes. I see your point. At the most prestigious event of the year, you will be delivering the keynote speech. It was more of an attempt to clarify the meaning of the words than a query. The phone was seized by Dad. Take a look at that. It was read twice by him. Global Education Initiative's founder and current executive director, Elena Morrison, will be the featured speaker. The gala committee did contact you in December, though. They were hoping for an expert on international aid and educational equity to talk to them. It seems that this year's charitable efforts were in line with our work in Southeast Asia and Sub-Saharan Africa. Mom seemed really perplexed. Although you are the director of a modest nonprofit. To what extent are you even known to the Riverside Gala Committee? Mother, we are no longer so little. On multiple occasions, we have collaborated with the United Nations, the Gates Foundation, and UNICEF. Because of our fresh take on technology in rural schools, we were profiled in The Economist last year. Do you mean The Economist? Her eyes widened in Ethan's. Much like The Real Economist. Yes. In addition, our TED Talk has garnered nearly 9.4 million views, and it has been published in Foreign Affairs and the Stanford Social Innovation Review. The air was devoid of sound. Softly, I could make out the clink of cutlery from other tables, the hum of classical music coming from the club's sound system, and the quiet murmur of conversations that weren't about families dealing with the news of their underappreciated daughters. Most importantly, Victoria discovered her voice first. We have 9.4 million views. I checked. And it was 9.6. This was also not brought up by you. I gave it my best shot. The TED Talk was brought up during Thanksgiving. Dad remarked. That's nice. And then he inquired about Michael's investment results. I mentioned our collaboration with the Rwandan Ministry of Education over Easter. You shifted the conversation to your next kitchen remodel. While I was in the middle of describing our technology pilot program at your anniversary party, Mom stepped in to connect me to someone through our daughter, who is a child care professional. The words lingered. A small accusation for each. The feeble response from Mom was that they had no idea it was such a powerful group. You were unaware since you refrained from inquiring. You saw a nonprofit in education and thought it was just some minor charity job that had no chance of competing with Ethan's legal career or Victoria's world of investment banking. My efforts did not conform to your standards of success, which were based on things like country club memberships and corporate titles. With an increasingly uneasy expression on his face, Michael continued to swipe through his phone. The operating budget of your foundation is $195 million. With the new government collaborations, we are anticipating $240 million next year this year. Partnerships with the government, he gently reiterated. Regarding which administrations? At the moment, we have signed with the following countries: Indonesia, Vietnam, Cambodia, Tanzania, Rwanda, Vietnam, and the Philippines and Bangladesh. India and a number of Latin American nations are now in negotiations with us. Dad's complexion had turned white. Foreign governments are involved in your work. Yes. Our services include the provision of technological systems, teacher training programs, and educational infrastructure. Because of how perplexed everyone got when I tried to explain it during family dinners, I eventually gave up. My phone's email had not escaped Victoria's gaze. It is customary for the club president to introduce the keynote speaker. The program for the event will include your bio. Word on the street is that your sister is the head of a huge worldwide charity. Of course, I think they will. She mumbled something about how she had informed everyone that you were employed by a small charity. I mentioned before that you had a gentle side when dealing with kids, but you lacked commercial acumen. What you said was exactly what was necessary for you to continue being the family success story, as I mentioned before. It makes sense to me. You've been doing this for quite some time. Condensation gathered on the white tablecloth as Mom's mimosa sat unattended. You mentioned that you occasionally met with government authorities while on the road for work. On other occasions, it was education ministers, UN bodies, partner organizations, or foundation funders. A meeting on worldwide literacy programs took place in Geneva 6 weeks ago. Nairobi, where we held our East Africa Regional Conference 2 months prior. According to Mom, you never mentioned how vital it was. I mentioned that I will be giving speeches at conferences globally. You took them for casual academic get-togethers. I brought up gatherings with ministers of education. Evidently, you mistook me for referring to principals at nearby schools. We are entering new international markets, as I mentioned before. Nodding and smiling, you wanted to know if I'd met any good guys on my travels. The cold, unpleasant, and unavoidable reality was falling over the table like fog. Something went bump on my phone. Tomorrow at 8:30 a.m. My aide will be calling the Dutch Minister of Education. This is a confirmation SMS. Times Eastern, UTC. The World Bank also gave its stamp of approval to the $18 million, 4-year grant plan. Good job. After taking a quick look, I put the phone down. $18 million. Just a small fraction of our annual budget. But it's still a big win. Could you tell me who it was? Victoria timidly inquired. I am only verifying a call with the Minister of the Government, my assistant. Which executive branch? The country of the Netherlands. Their goal is to create refugee education programs that are similar to ours in terms of technology. The sound of Ethan's laughter was piercing and nearly maniacal. Messiah Jesus Christ. Hi, Elena. The governments of Europe are advising you. Entry have a metaclator. A growth to vising you may Jesus Christ. I counted multiple. Yes. Everyone deserves an education. Effective models are cross-border scalable. Presently, Dad's fingers were swiftly gliding across the screen of his phone as he read something. Numerous articles have been written regarding you. Money Magazine, news website, and philanthropy journal. You're being hailed as a leading voice in the fight for educational reform on a global scale. That makes me feel good. Adding appeal? Subtly. His voice grew louder. This is the second time you've briefed the United Nations General Assembly. Developing regions' access to education and technological integration are two separate but related issues. Mom seemed on the verge of sobbing. We were unaware. Honestly, we had no idea. Perhaps you preferred not to be informed. Neither a corner office nor membership to a country club were perks of my job that I could boast about at social gatherings. Therefore, you disregarded it as volunteer labor and proceeded to focus on more captivating subjects. As Michael's cheeks turned redder, he continued scrolling. Since the organization's inception, you have successfully raised more than $485 million. Who's keeping score? $495 million. I felt confident in my abilities as a manager of a $215 million fund. I told you that you were doing great. I must admit, both of our works are amazing. Your loved ones rejoiced at your successes, but mine failed to notice or appreciate them because they failed to grasp their significance. The slightest tremor was evident in Victoria's hands. After considering venture capitalists and CEOs of Fortune 500 companies, the Gala Committee selected you to be the keynote speaker. Rather of focusing on financial gain, they preferred an individual who prioritized social effect. This year, our efforts were in harmony with their objective. But as a new member, I've been preparing an event at my country club, and you're going to be the guest speaker. You can expect all eyes to be on you. That was the crux of the matter. I was unintentionally stealing her thunder at her social triumph, not that she had disregarded me or my efforts for years. I didn't intend for this to make you look bad, I said. I thought it would be a great opportunity to showcase our work and maybe make some connections with possible funders, so I accepted the offer. I didn't realize this was your first big event there or that you had just gotten your membership. She remarked. But it is. Her voice quivering slightly. I aim to create a good impression as this is my first event. I was hoping that people would recognize me for more than just my sister-in-law status as the keynote speaker. But apparently that won't happen. She spoke with an almost agonizing candor. I spoke softly to Victoria. Your presence is significant. Keep up the good work. Your successes are tangible. However, surpassing me in intelligence or achievements will not elevate your value. That can't last, and it's unfair to us both. Using a napkin, Mom wiped her eyes. I mean, come on. We've been awful. You've acted like a standard human being. Prioritizing what you comprehended allowed you to disregard that which you did not. I made it through the pain. Still, I managed to create something substantial. We will not stand by you. Dad responded firmly. Thanks to my board, contributors, employees, and the communities we serve, I was able to succeed even without your acknowledgement. I didn't need your approval to be validated. I could just do my work. Other families were still enjoying brunch, rejoicing in their own successes as they ate and laughed with one another. At our table, however, there was nothing except awkward quiet and the disintegration of long-held beliefs. The question is, what comes next? Finally, Ethan inquired. In 4 weeks, I will deliver my keynote speech. As invited guests of Victoria and Michael, you are all here today. It is likely that we proceed. Out of the blue? Vicky's voice had a sharpness to it. Basically, we act as if we never wrote you off all those years ago. No. We take stock of what happened and choose whether or not to improve, but I have no desire to see you grovel or feel any worse than you already are. Adding family drama management to my already full plate is not going to help. Michael squawked his jaw. Please accept my utmost apologies. I should have just asked you straight out what you do instead of assuming anything from Victoria's portrayal. Much obliged. Victoria whispered to Elena. I apologize. I felt envious. You had a mission. Status is something I continually pursue. I put you down instead of owning up to it. She hadn't spoken so frankly in years. I am grateful for that, I responded. My mom held my hand. I promise we'll improve. About your job, we will find out. We'll be there, front row, to cheer you on during the gala. I would appreciate that. My relatives were true to their word throughout the following weeks. Each piece was read by Dad. Mom went to a volunteer meeting. With the grants, Ethan was a big favor. Victoria went so far as to solicit financial support. With meticulousness, they got ready for the gala. It was a dazzling sight at the Riverside Country Club. Orchids, chandeliers, and golden tableware. With poise and elegance, my family made their grand entrance. Seated in the first row, many people showed up. Mayors, senators, CEOs, old money families. It was Victoria's universe, but she wasn't the center of attention this evening. The president graciously welcomed me backstage. You motivate me with your work. Many were hoping you would deliver your speech at a more convenient time. You can even get help from the Dutch consulate. I hoped my family was proud as I said thank you. A flurry of introductions and networking caused dinner to fly by. A tense expression was visible in Victoria's eyes as I stole a glimpse at her, despite her smiling. Following that, the moment has come. I was introduced by the president with nothing but admiration. Then I got up on stage. I shared the story of how we went from a humble flat to a global audience of 2.7 million youngsters in 52 different countries. Success isn't about validation. I informed them. The focus is on effect. Even when my loved ones failed to comprehend, I decided to keep creating. Crying. Victoria sat in the very front row. I recounted tales. A girl from Kenya who became a computer programmer, a teacher from Cambodia who taught 50 more, and a village in Tanzania that constructed a school. A wave of emotion washed over the room. There was a 4-minute ovation. Subsequently, contributors contributed millions. Officials have asked to meet. A visit to Amsterdam was extended to me by the Dutch. However, in the most crucial moment, Victoria located me. I was captivated by your speech. Apologies for my previous omission. Much obliged. In recognition of my effort, he handed me a check for $75,000. It's a first step. Donations from Michael and me will remain ongoing. Partnership meetings have also been organized by me. Her embrace was mine. She muttered. I'm so proud of you. No one could hear her, a proud sister to you. My parents and Ethan all came together, confessing they had let me down, but pledging to improve going forward. Instead of pursuing status, my family that night utilized their connections to back my cause. I was joined in arming by Victoria as we departed. Whenever you return as keynote speaker next year, I will be the most enthusiastic admirer. Or, I suggested, come perform with me. At that point, she halted. Oh, is that so? I don't see why not. We are related. We ought to encourage one another. What was once Victoria's vision for the spring gala is now something else entirely. That night, my family finally grasped the concept of true success. My golden child brother called me selfish for keeping my house, then got arrested inside it. He lost his job, his marriage, and his dignity. I work for a healthcare organization as a senior software architect. My name is Emily Carter. I have been financially self-sufficient since the age of 22, and my yearly income is a respectable $19,400. I'm 36 years old, and for the past 11 years, I've been the proud owner of my 4-bedroom craftsman house in Portland. I am the only owner on the deed. There is no mortgage. However, as far as my parents are concerned, my golden kid brother Jason has always been an open book. On the day everything went boom, it all started out normally enough. I had finished reviewing some code on my laptop while working from home in the sunroom that I had refurbished 3 years ago. At 10:58 a.m., the doorbell rang. It was completely unexpected. Jason, his wife, Lauren, and both of my parents were standing when I opened the door. An idling U-Haul parked at the curb was visible behind them. Get everything you need. Mom warned me that my brother and his wife would be moving in tomorrow without even greeting me. Mentally rearranging my stuff, she was already staring into the home past me. Suddenly, I blinked. My apologies. Excuse me? Emily, please don't complicate matters. The way Dad stated it made it sound like I was being unreasonable from the start. This home is ideal for Jason and Lauren. An infant is expected soon. In the 11 years that I've lived here, I've stared at them. In fact, Dad chuckled. It was rude and uncaring. Dear Emily, you do not possess the family house. That house was our purchase. From the beginning, we considered it to be part of the family. I was taken aback by the boldness. In 2013, I had paid for this house out of my own pocket. No one from my family had ever given us a dime. No one had ever lived here before. I spoke gently, saying that this wasn't the family home. My humble abode. I purchased it. The deed has my name. All by myself. Mom seemed to be getting annoyed with me and waved her hand. Logic and concept analysis. The down payment money was given to you by your father. His answer is no. For the down payment, I put $82,500 aside on my own. For each deposit, I have the corresponding bank statement. With an air of artificial calm, Jason finally raised his voice to speak. Emily, your dramatics are unnecessary. Lauren has been pregnant for 5 months. Our apartment is too small for our needs. All by yourself in this place. That's arrogant. I said it again. Selfish. So I can settle down in the home I bought. Adding, you're being difficult on purpose. Lauren placed her hand on her little bump. No one helps out their own family like a family. Just as we do for you. So, do we. That couldn't have been more incorrect. 8 years ago, when I needed assistance relocating, neither Jason nor my parents were available. They suggested that I hire movers because I was already making a good living. Let me be crystal clear. I set out. From a legal and economical standpoint, this is my home. Do not attempt to enter. No one asked you to come. A shadow fell over Dad's face. This is not an inquiry for approval. The house is more important to Jason than it is to you. Downsize to a more manageable flat is an option. For just one person, a 4-bedroom house with a yard is excessive. Then I took out my mobile. Tell me what you're up to. Mom insisted. I had already scrolled to Daniel Brooks' number when I claimed I was calling my lawyer. Both the acquisition of my home and the preparation of my will were handled by Daniel. His attention was piqued by the second ring. Emily Carter here, Daniel. You must come to my house without delay with the necessary paperwork to establish my ownership of the land. No one has ever requested my family to leave my house before, and now they're trying to move in without my permission. Additionally, I require you to get in touch with the sheriff's office. A trespassing incident is about to unfold. I'll be there in 9 minutes. Daniel announced without delay. I will personally contact Sheriff Karen Miller. Keep them outside. With that, I hung up. All eyes were on me as my loved ones looked on. Did you contact an attorney? What the fuck? Jason exclaimed. For your own loved ones? Are you trying to break into my house? Flatly, I said. Would you like to know what I anticipated? A scowl spread across Mom's face. Emily. This is totally you. Constantly freezing. Invariably prioritizing acquaintances over relatives. Your upbringing was more than this. You instilled in me the values of independence and self-sufficiency, I pointed out. I'm just being myself. Thanks to you. My dad tried to shove past me and into the home as he went forward. I remained steadfast at the entranceway. Get out of here. Jason's belongings will be emptied soon. Arrest me for trespassing and breaking and entering the moment you step foot in my house without my consent. Although his voice betrayed his uncertainty. Dad insisted that you wouldn't. Look at me now. For precisely 13 minutes, we stood there in nervous stillness. After that, Daniel Brooks retrieved his suitcase from a BMW that had pulled up behind the U-Haul. A sheriff's police vehicle showed there 45 seconds after that. A neutral-looking woman in her 50 seconds named Sheriff Karen Miller came over, having previously helped me with a neighbor conflict. Your lawyer has already mentioned that you and Miss Carter are involved in a property dispute. These people are trying to get into my house without my permission. I politely explained. Claiming ownership rights that do not exist is their position. Just then, Daniel began to open his briefcase. I am the legal owner of this land, Sheriff Miller. The owner is none other than Emily Carter. June 2013 is the date of purchase. Only one owner, and one cosigner. Full payment of the mortgage was made in 2018. In addition, I have the property tax records and title insurance paperwork that prove Miss Carter has been the only owner of this property for the past 11 years. She received a folder from him. Her examination was thorough. While pointing to my relatives, Sheriff Miller inquired about these people. I mentioned my brother and parents. They are not entitled to this property under any law. They have no connection to the area, have never paid rent, and have never had a home here. My parents were the ones Sheriff Miller turned to. Is there evidence that you are the legal owner of this property? Dad had a flushed face. We can get by without the paperwork. We've raised her. She was given the funds to purchase it. Can you provide evidence of that monetary donation? With ease. Daniel inquired. Money orders, bank drafts, and a loan contract. No sound. After all, I have all of Miss Carter's 2012 and 2013 financial documents, Daniel went on to say. Her down payment savings account was funded in full by direct deposits made by her employment. Large deposits have not been found in any other location. Mom was now appearing very distressed. Everything about this is ridiculous. Reassure them. Emily. That there was just a misunderstanding. We're quite close. It's not a miscommunication, I clarified. You showed up unannounced at my house, took possession of my belongings, and then tried to force me out. It's trespassing and attempted stealing. Miller, the sheriff, shut the folder. To cleanse this property, I will require the assistance of everyone here except Miss Carter. The owner has requested that you vacate the premises because it is privately owned. Jason lost it. He thought it was absurd. I am her sister. Laura is expecting a child. We are in dire need of this villa. According to Sheriff Miller, your wants should not be prioritized over property law. You must depart immediately or face trespassing charges. Lauren broke down in tears. She felt her mother's embrace. Emily, spare a thought for your nephew or niece. Find them a loving home. After I've taken care of myself, I told Jason he should do the same. My father's wrath was evident as he glared at me. Be prepared to feel regret after doing this. You've served your purpose. Done and done. I expressed my willingness to accept that. After that, they departed. Regardless of what they had piled into the U-Haul, it sped off. Daniel created duplicates of all the paperwork, and Sheriff Miller took my formal statement. Would you like to press charges? After the sheriff departed, Daniel inquired. Not quite yet, I emphasized, record every detail. This, I fear, is far from ended. Then I was correct. There were 53 calls from different relatives that I got in the next week. Aunt Susan said I was nasty and self-centered. According to Uncle Michael, I was ruining the family. Megan, my cousin, wrote a lengthy text expressing her concern that my late grandma would be disappointed. Most of them were barred after they flat out refused to listen to me. Jason launched an initiative on social media. He shared on Facebook how his cold-hearted sister was keeping a family home she didn't need and ignoring her pregnant sister-in-law. Friends, distant relatives, and high school classmates were among the persons he tagged. Before I took a screenshot and emailed it to Daniel, the post had 412 shares. Defamation is what Daniel called it when he saw it. His baseless accusations are hurting your credibility. No family ever considered the house their own. Could we possibly issue a stop order? Sure thing. Tomorrow I will have it written. 3 days subsequently, the certified letter requesting that Jason cease and desist reached his flat. Within an hour after that, he contacted me 71 times. No, I said. Finally, my mom got in touch. Emily, there were legal threats issued to your brother, your very own sibling? On my property, he lied about me in front of everyone. It's called defamation. Things have distressed him. Lauren can't stop sobbing. They have to make do with a very little accommodation. On Jason's wages, they just cannot afford anything more substantial. Jason earned around $49,000 per year from his sales job. Lauren was not productive. In terms of money, they made their own decisions. Giving up my house won't fix that for me. You taught me that Jason's needs were always more important than mine, and I told him, we raised you to care about family. Therefore, I believe that. I made the necessary corrections. My realization as an adult that that wasn't healthy or normal put an end to that. After she hung up, I returned home from work 2 weeks later to discover that someone had changed the locks. It was useless. Right away, I dialed Daniel's number. Next, the authorities. Emily, finally ready to talk since. Did you change my locks? Dad said as I phoned from my car to my parents' house. Jason had changed the locks. This morning, he and Lauren relocated inside. Being reasonable about this will allow you to gather your belongings. It was strangely peaceful. As a result, Jason secretly changed the locks on my residence. There's no breaking in. Under the flower pot, you store a spare key, and he utilized it. 6 years ago, I took the spare key out, but it seems Jason duplicated it first. And that means he had been plotting all along. The cops will be contacted. I informed him. Jason has broken into my home, changed my locks without permission, and is unlawfully occupying my property. Trespassing and burglary are the right terms to use. Nobody would dare. After hanging up, I dialed 911. The cops showed up within 6 minutes. They saw my utility bills, property tax statements, driver's license with this address, and deed. I was the one who owned it all. In Jason's name, there was nothing. Jason and Lauren were unloading boxes in my bedroom when the police came to my house, which I had authorized as the legal owner. In the garage, my possessions were tossed into trash bags. Arrest warrants were issued for Jason. Lauren there as well, but she cried her way through it all. Criminal trespassing, vandalism, and burglary were the charges. As they pried open my bedroom door, they broke it. As the police were loading Jason into the car, my parents pulled up. I was yelled at by my mom. Someone is going to arrest your sister-in-law because she is pregnant. Which monster type are you? I called her the type who refuses to let burglars into her home. Dad appeared devastated. You will always have our eternal regret. That's fine with me. For Jason and Lauren, they posted bond. Both for $1,750. They borrowed money to pay for it. The following day, Daniel sought a restraining order. In light of the arrest and break-in, the judge authorized it without delay. Jason and Lauren, my parents, were required to maintain a minimum distance of 750 feet from both me and my property. Then their situation deteriorated further. The news of Jason's arrest reached his employer. In addition to the arrest record, someone also handed them screenshots of his Facebook posts. They let him go. Their stance was crystal obvious. Workers were fired without delay after their arrest for theft-related offenses. Lauren and Jason would be unable to pay rent on their flat without Jason's salary. They took up residence in the modest 2-bedroom condo that my parents were renting out. It was as claustrophobic as they had hoped for. I didn't recognize the number my mom contacted me from. I responded without first verifying. Excuse me, Emily. You have asserted your position. Let the charges go. It was Jason's last day on the job. There is nowhere for them to go. A crime was committed by him. I mentioned that those are the results. It was your brother that attempted to burglarize my residence. Allowing them to remain there will result in us paying the rent. No, really. No. The house belongs to me. They will never set foot in this place. I won't repeat the names she used before she hung up. Things progressed in the criminal case. Due to Jason's social media defamation campaign, Daniel put me in touch with a prosecutor who took a keen interest in the matter. He went to extreme lengths to publicly humiliate you into selling your land. This was clarified by Allison Grant, the prosecutor. He then committed burglary after that failed. This demonstrates deliberate planning and purpose. The judge will not be pleased by that. An attempt at a plea bargain was made by Jason's public defender. Without a permanent no-contact agreement, public repudiation of all defamatory claims, and complete reparation for damages, Daniel and I would not budge. Jason declined. His victim complex persisted. 5 months subsequent to that, the trial took place. It was 3 days long. The proof was indisputable. I own the house, according to the deed. According to the locksmith's records, Jason had commissioned a new set of locks. All the paperwork from the police, Daniel's statement, and Sheriff Karen Miller's testimony, as well as the Facebook post revealing his campaign against me. All charges against Jason were found guilty. In addition to a $26,400 fine for damages to my property, legal fees, and the cost of resecuring my home, the judge imposed a 24-month prison sentence, suspended his probation with 520 hours of community service, and a restitution order. Along with defaming me on Facebook, he had to publicly recant his statements, which he did under the same account. Although his initial post had 412 shares, this one only managed 38 likes. The fact remained hidden from most people. Even though Jason was out doing community service, Lauren went ahead and filed for a divorce. It was back to her parents' Ohio house that she returned. 4 months subsequent to the study, a female was born. Visitation with Jason is monitored once a week. Because his probation prohibited him from leaving the state without supervision, my parents drove him to Ohio for these visits. Members of my extended family split up, siding with my parents and Jason. Approximately 55% criticized me for being harsh and unkind. Roughly 1/3 of them silently acknowledged that I had acted morally but chose not to intervene. I received support from approximately 10% of my extended family, primarily younger cousins who had also experienced scapegoating within their own families. Uncle Dad's younger sister, Aunt Rebecca, contacted me 6 months following the trial. She then admitted that she should have spoken up sooner. Jason was always the favorite child of your parents. Throughout your life, I have seen them rationalize his shortcomings while belittling your achievements. You were more intelligent, diligent, and responsible than Jason, and they hated you because of it. I know, I whispered softly. Bravery was required of you when you stood firm, set limits, and refused to be taken advantage of. That's great. When they attacked you, I should have defended you. I'm sorry. Thank you was more than just words to me. A full 10 months following the trial, my parents attempted one last manipulation. Concerns about stress and hypertension were among Mom's medical diagnoses. Another unknown number called Dad. As a result of all the tension you've generated, your mom is unwell. Her well-being is entirely dependent on you. It had been 8 months since I had started treatment. The decades-long pattern of emotional abuse and manipulation was finally made clear to me by my therapist, Dr. Laura Bennett. I repeated the script that Dr. Bennett and I had practiced, telling Mom that her health is her responsibility and the doctor's concern. The actions of those who choose to harm me are not my responsibility. You lack empathy. Those are my bounds. Distinction exists. With that, he ended the call. My parents and Jason and I haven't had any communication in the past 3 years. I extended the restraining order before it ran out of steam. Despite successfully completing probation, Jason's criminal record continues to pose obstacles to his employment prospects. He does warehouse work on the side. Our parents still live with him. Due to Lauren's mistrust, he only sees his now 3-year-old daughter once a week while she is accompanied by an adult. Due to taking out loans for Jason's bail and legal defense, my parents are still living in their 2-bedroom condo, and are having a hard time making ends meet. My dad had to put off retiring for at least 6 more years. I have not left my house yet. After Jason and Lauren wrecked the bedroom, I converted it into an office for my house. There was a promotion for me last year. I'm now earning $228,000 a year as a principal architect. Andrew Collins is an environmental lawyer and a wonderful human being who supports my boundaries and finds them attractive. I'm seeing him. My nights are restful. Many have asked me whether I am sorry for my harsh treatment of my family or if I wish I had been more tolerant. Yeah, that's true. There was no error on the part of my family. They deliberated over trying to take something that rightfully belonged to me, prioritizing Jason's needs over my rights. They got even worse when asked to go. They broke the law after receiving legal warnings. They prioritized their entitlement over respect at every turn. Those lives were not ruined by me. Because they thought they were entitled to my possessions, my work, and my sacrifice, they destroyed their own lives. The fact that I would not take part in being a victim was enough for me. This is what Dr. Laura Bennett terms recovering from compulsory sacrifice, the belief that some family members should give up all they have for the sake of other family members without regard for justice or reciprocity. I had been the chosen one, the scapegoat, to have my accomplishments downplayed and my assets treated as community property so that Jason could reap the benefits for 32 years. Most of my family's relationships with me suffered when I broke free of that role, but those relationships had been based on my exploitation. They were effective only when I did nothing to address the unfairness, gave more than was reasonable, and accepted less than what was rightfully mine. They aren't missed by me. My idealized vision of what they might be has faded. Bodies whose parents took great pride in their offspring. A sibling who, rather than bemoaning my achievements, rejoiced in them. A family where unconditional love did not require the bereavement of oneself. Their true identities, though, remain a mystery to me. My home's value has skyrocketed. Nearly 3 times what I paid for it. Its current value is $745,000. For my golden years, I have saved $395,000. Thanks to my own efforts, I have achieved professional success. My friends hold me in high esteem. Care for one another, not forced sacrifice, is the foundation of my relationship. What my loved ones can't take away from me is the respect I have for myself. 3 years after she accused me of being heartless, my cousin Megan finally got in touch with me last month. A loan for her brother's bankrupt business had just been demanded by her own parents, and she was asked to co-sign. They threatened to cut her off and accused her of being selfish, when she declined. Writing, "I thought you were cruel," she expressed her feelings. "Ah, I see. You were the only one who had the guts to decline. Would you like to have a chat?" We met up for coffee last week. My whole therapeutic journey was recounted to her. Boundary scripts that Dr. Laura Bennett taught me were something I shared. My point was that no matter how much you love your family, you should never let them take advantage of you. "Will they not cut you off?" "Excuse me?" she inquired. "They already did," I remarked. It was the most thoughtful present they had ever given me. Freedom. Next month, she will begin therapy. He's motivating. Equally so. Because I've learned this. Chasing after your own happiness instead of trying to win over toxic people isn't cruel. We're just trying to stay alive. You're being healthy. It's the sole option that can bring about harmony. It was my decision. This is the decision I would repeat. Furthermore, I would strongly advise anyone facing a comparable predicament to act similarly. This house is all mine. I own my life. I am at peace. And none of my loved ones, my responsibilities, or my shame will ever be able to take those things away from me. Airport police pulled me aside before boarding. My own parents filed a threat report to erase me from Grandpa's inheritance hearing. My boarding pass flattened on the gray plastic tray like it was a delicate object, and my belt was looped over my wrist. Liquids in the small bag, laptop out, shoes off. Everyone in the TSA line pretended not to see anyone else as they shuffled slowly and irritatedly. This wasn't a vacation. Therefore I was keeping an eye on the clock above the checkpoint as if it might physically advance the minutes. It was a race. Rio Arriba County held my grandfather's probate hearing early that morning. The section when the court finally places names next to assets and cash rather than grief is the will and estate. My parents wanted me to be gone, and ever since the burial, they had been circling that hearing like vultures, saying things like, "We'll handle it, and you'll just complicate everything." They wanted me to arrive late. Where my name should have been, they wanted the judge to see an empty chair. The tray pushed forward, and just as I was about to approach the metal detector, an airport police stood in front of me. Not TSA, not a blue-shirted supervisor, nor a dark uniformed airport police officer with a composed expression that didn't fit on a typical travel day. "Ma'am," he said in a forceful yet hushed voice, "come with us." My mind argued with reality for a whole second. Me? I glanced over my shoulder as if the remarks were intended for someone else. He remained still. "In order to prevent you from running away without creating a scene." His partner took a step closer and angled slightly. My voice remained calm even as my stomach constricted. I said, "What is this about?" "We need to ask you some questions," he responded. "Right now." The line behind me fell silent, as happens at airports when one person receives too much attention. Eyes, phones, and people choosing what tale to tell later were all palpable to me. My hands suddenly became empty in the most vulnerable way as I looked at my wallet, boarding card, tray, and belt. I answered cautiously. "I have a flight." "You must accompany us," he said again. Then, his buddy said more softly. "If you have an ID, please bring it." Slowly, I reached into my carry-on and took out my driver's license, holding it between two fingers to prevent anyone from thinking I was reaching for anything. They led me over to a little area on the side. A desk, glass walls, and a chair fastened to the ground. The kind of space that is intended to make you feel as though you have already committed a transgression. After examining my ID, the officer turned back to face me. "Claire Whitmore, is that your name?" he inquired. "Yes," I said. He gave a single nod and took out a tablet. He scrolled, the screen glowing on his face. He declared, "I'm going to read what we received. You can then reply." I refrained from interjecting. I didn't beg. I didn't ask him to comprehend. Because I now have a better understanding of authority. Giving them emotion while they ask for facts is the quickest way to lose. He cleared his throat. He said, "We received a report early this morning." The room tilted when the caller said, "Caller states you're traveling today and may be a threat." "A threat to who?" I inquired. He looked down. "To the public," he stated before continuing to read. "Resev, caller states you made statements about making them pay and that you might attempt to cause an incident at the airport. Airport police pulled me aside before boarding. My own parents filed a threat report to erase me from Grandpa's inheritance hearing. My boarding pass flattened on the gray plastic tray like it was a delicate object, and my belt was looped over my wrist. Liquids in the small bag, laptop out, shoes off. Everyone in the TSA line pretended not to see anyone else as they shuffled slowly and irritatedly. This wasn't a vacation, therefore I was keeping an eye on the clock above the checkpoint as if it might physically advance the minutes. It was a race. Rio Arriba County held my grandfather's probate hearing early that morning. The section when the court finally places names next to assets and cash rather than grief is the will and estate. My parents wanted me to be gone, and ever since the burial, they had been circling that hearing like vultures, saying things like, "We'll handle it, and you'll just complicate everything." They wanted me to arrive late. Where my name should have been, they wanted the judge to see an empty chair. The tray pushed forward, and just as I was about to approach the metal detector, an airport police stood in front of me. Not TSA, not a blue-shirted supervisor, nor a dark uniformed airport police officer with a composed expression that didn't fit on a typical travel day. "Ma'am," he said in a forceful yet hushed voice, "come with us." My mind argued with reality for a whole second. Me? I glanced over my shoulder as if the remarks were intended for someone else. He remained still. "In order to prevent you from running away without creating a scene." His partner took a step closer and angled slightly. My voice remained calm even as my stomach constricted. I said, "What is this about?" "We need to ask you some questions," he responded. "Right now." The line behind me fell silent, as happens at airports when one person receives too much attention. Eyes, phones, and people choosing what tale to tell later were all palpable to me. My hands suddenly became empty in the most vulnerable way as I looked at my wallet, boarding card, tray, and belt. I answered cautiously. "I have a flight." "You must accompany us," he said again. Then, his buddy said more softly. "If you have an ID, please bring it." Slowly, I reached into my carry-on and took out my driver's license, holding it between two fingers to prevent anyone from thinking I was reaching for anything. They led me over to a little area on the side. A desk, glass walls, and a chair fastened to the ground. The kind of space that is intended to make you feel as though you have already committed a transgression. After examining my ID, the officer turned back to face me. "Claire Whitmore, is that your name?" he inquired. "Yes," I said. He gave a single nod and took out a tablet. He scrolled, the screen glowing on his face. He declared, "I'm going to read what we received. You can then reply." I refrained from interjecting. I didn't beg. I didn't ask him to comprehend. Because I now have a better understanding of authority. Giving them emotion while they ask for facts is the quickest way to lose. He cleared his throat. He said, "We received a report early this morning." The room tilted when the caller said, "Caller states you're traveling today and may be a threat." "A threat to who?" I inquired. He looked down. "To the public," he stated before continuing to read. Recev. Caller states you made statements about making them pay and that you might attempt to cause an incident at the airport. I knew exactly who would use that words, so I felt cold not because the charge made sense. In a sentence, my father loved using ambiguous words that sounded serious and couldn't be refuted. Words like unstable, dangerous, and threat allow institutions to slow you down. My face remained motionless. The report was made by whom? I inquired. The officer paused long enough for me to understand that the name would be important. He said, "I'm not going to talk about that yet." His spouse kept a careful eye on me as if she had been warned to expect a meltdown. That's not what I gave her. The officer's eyes pricked up when I said, "I'm traveling to a probate hearing for my grandfather's estate." Probate? He said it again. Yes, I said. His partner's visage tightened somewhat, as if she had heard this scenario before, but he didn't respond to the statement. If I miss it, my parents get what they want. Once more. The officer scrolled. The caller asserts that you have previously been reported and that you recently made alarming emergency calls. My pulse shifted, becoming heavy and slow. Calls for emergencies. The tell was that. Not only did my parents want me to be delayed. A record that could track me into a courtroom was what they wanted. Unstable daughter, questionable behavior, safety danger. They could appear responsible when they appear in probate court later if they could plant that now. I bent forward just enough to see my hands on my knees. Calmly. I said, "Officer. Now pull the emergency call log." He gave one blink. "What?" I reiterated. "Pull the emergency call log associated with this complaint. The recording, not a synopsis, and the caller details from the initial call that caused this." His companion scowled. "Ma'am. That's not always." I interrupted her without raising my voice, saying, "It will be there. As whomever did this was depending on you not to check." "All right." The officer remarked after observing me for a moment before tapping his screen and shifting his grasp as if he had decided to test me. "Let's see." He pulled open another panel. I observed his expression as he read, incident details, dispatch notes, call history. He initially had a neutral appearance. Then his gaze faltered. His thumb froze. His voice shifted. Not drastic, just more cautious, and sharper. He glanced at his partner and tilted the tablet slightly away from me, as if he didn't want the following scene to be captured by the lobby cameras if the glass reflected it. "What?" she murmured. He took a while to respond to her. "Away?" he asked, gazing at the line on the screen once more as if he wished it were something else. Then he turned to face me again. Slowly, he said, "Miss Whitmore. You mentioned that your parents would prefer that you skip a probate hearing." "Yes," I said. "That's the idea." After swallowing once, he looked down once more. "Because the reporting party is listed by name in the call log," he replied in a quiet voice. He raised his gaze to meet mine. "Richard Whitmore, your father, is listed as the caller." The atmosphere became more acute as soon as he uttered my father's name. It was more than humiliation. The system's realization that it had been used was the sound. Now that I was close enough to see his name tag, Officer Mark Reynolds glanced back down at the tablet as if the screen would automatically adjust itself. It didn't. Officer Priya Patel, his partner, moved in to read the sentence for herself. Her jaw stiffened. Quietly, she said, "Richard Whitmore, relationship listed as father." Reynolds gave a single flex of his jaw. "Have you had any prior incidents at the airport?" he asked, "Miss Whitmore?" "No," I said. "None." "Any restraining orders, protective orders, pending charges?" Patel inquired. "No," I repeated. Reynolds selected another tab. "Additionally, he asserted that you made certain threats." I didn't laugh when he remarked, "She said she'd make us pay." I refrained from rolling my eyes. "I kept it tidy." I said, "My grandfather passed away. His estate is what my folks want. All week long, they threatened to deal with me if I caused any trouble. This is how you handle things." Patel's eyes remained fixed on mine. "Where is your hearing?" she inquired. I said, "Rio, Arriba County Probate Court. Early this morning." Reynolds looked at the wall-mounted clock. "What's your flight?" he inquired. I claimed I was boarding in around 18 minutes. "I won't be present when the judge calls the case if I miss it." Reynolds let out a breath through his nostrils and at last complied with my initial request. He opened the actual call log. A new panel with a timestamp, dispatch ID, and play audio button emerged. He was hesitant, not because he didn't want to hear it, but more because he knew that once he did, it would be proof that my father had tried to use them as weapons. Reynolds hit the play button. The tiny room echoed with my father's speech. Too forthright, too self-assured, too concerned. This is Richard Whitmore. He introduced himself. I'm calling because my daughter is flying today, and I'm afraid she's going to do something. She's been unstable. She's made comments about making people pay. I'm scared for the public. Patel's eyes weren't moving. Reynolds' shoulders tensed, but his face remained composed. The recording went on. My father went on to say, she's going to probate court today, as if to give some useful background. Reynolds stopped the recording and said, she's upset about the inheritance. She's not thinking rationally. My father's voice was followed by a tremendous quiet. Patel was the first to speak. He included the word probate. She stated bluntly. With his mouth clenched. Reynolds nodded. He said. And he framed it like she's a threat because she wants to attend a hearing. I spoke in a steady tone, and kept my hands visible. I said. He's trying to make a record. Therefore, whether I arrive late or not at all, the judge perceives me as unstable. Reynolds gave Patel a look. Patel gave one nod. All right. Reynolds continued. We're going to do a few things. We're going to document that the call appears retaliatory and connected to a civil matter, and we're going to run a quick check to confirm there's nothing else attached to your name. I told you to do it. Patel went outside for a moment and came back with a form, she said. This is a voluntary statement. Just a few facts. Based on a complaint from my father, Richard Whitmore, I was stopped at security. I'm not threatening anyone. I think the report was submitted to prevent me from traveling to Rio Arriba County for a probate hearing. I asked that the call logs and audio be preserved. After scanning it, Reynolds tapped his tablet once more. Miss Whitmore, he said. An accusation you made regarding emergency calls is also included in the call. Pull the emergency call log, you said. Yes, we did. This report is associated with a single pertinent call. After pausing, he muttered something that caused the room to tilt once more. He indicated it wasn't the first call of the morning. It was the fourth. Patel raised his head. She read over his shoulder and remarked. I've had 4 calls from the same number. Before dispatch responded, 3 previous calls were dropped. That meant my father had phoned 3 times, hung up, and then called again as if he was practicing the lie until he found someone who would take it seriously. Which made my mouth go dry. Reynolds' tone remained steady. He stated that's important since it implies intent. He got up, opened the door, and said softly to a TSA supervisor outside. I managed to catch pieces. Father, retaliatory, probate, and devoid of criminal signs. After that, Reynolds returned and declared, we're going to let you continue to your gate. I felt a surge of relief in my chest, but I kept it to myself. Not quite yet. I said, thank you. For a moment, Patel raised 2 fingers. Not finished, she said. For this stop, we will additionally provide you with a case incident number. You can bring this up if your parents try to repeat it. Reynolds printed a little slip that resembled a receipt, tore it off, and moved it across the desk. Keep this, he said. It demonstrates that we looked over the audio and recognized the reporting party. This document disproves any later accusations that you were arrested for aggressive behavior. Something clicked into place as I gazed at the slip's number. It wasn't only me getting out of their trap. I was gathering evidence that they attempted to construct it. Reynolds' expression stiffened as Patel took another look at her screen. Wait, she said. A note from the reporting party is included. Reynolds scrolled. There was a follow-up added. He claimed to have read silently for a moment before glancing up at me with a different level of caution. Whitmore, miss, he said, your father told dispatch you might be carrying documents related to the probate hearing and that you might destroy them if confronted. My father wasn't merely attempting to prevent me from traveling, which made my stomach turn cold. In order to get permission to search my suitcase and take whatever documents I had, he was attempting to convince the police that I was dangerous. With a steady voice, I leaned forward. I said, I'm carrying one thing. A copy of the emergency call log from the night my grandfather passed away. Patel's gaze became more focused. Call log for emergencies? She said it again. Yes. I said. In court, My dad doesn't want it. Reynolds's stance shifted a bit. Miss Whitmore, he said. Why would an emergency call log from the night your grandfather passed away be crucial to a probate hearing? I looked him in the eyes and replied with the only relevant truth. I stated that my grandfather modified his will because my parents informed the court that he was confused and under duress. Additionally, that call log demonstrates who was and wasn't with him. I didn't give a speech to waste the officer's time. I tucked the incident slip into the back of my phone case, slipped my boarding pass receipt into my wallet, and stood like you do when you're trying to look normal while your life is silently burning. First to open the door was Officer Reynolds. He said, "You're free to go. You will be escorted back to the checkpoint." The word walk was important. It wasn't because I needed an escort, but rather because I would be moving with 2 uniforms on display. It prevented my father from subsequently accusing me of running away or acting strangely in public. Officer Patel kept up with me, looking straight ahead. She said, "You mentioned that you have a call log from the night your grandfather passed away." "Yes," I said. Reynolds looked back and said, "A CAD printout and the dispatch summary." He questioned, "Why do you have it?" "Because my parents filed in probate saying he wasn't lucid when he changed his will," I replied. "They're claiming he was confused and manipulated." Patel's eyes became piercing. "And the call log contradicts that," she stated. "It contradicts who was with him." I replied. "Who didn't turn up till it was convenient is contradicted. Additionally, it records something that the court has not yet seen." Reynolds didn't ask questions. He simply gave me a single nod as if he thought my explanation made sense. My tray had been pulled aside as we arrived at the conveyor. My boarding pass remained flat like a small white joke, and my belt remained in place. After listening to Reynolds for 10 seconds, a TSA supervisor nodded and passed me through with little fuss. My parents never understood that aspect, so I put on my shoes with steady hands. Being calm is not a sign of weakness. Control comes from being calm. I looked at the departures board as soon as I got past the checkpoint. I had a new gait. It had, of course. I didn't run. Instead, I moved quickly while navigating perfume kiosks and rolling bags, my heart racing on its own. I focused on one item and kept my eyes on the signage. Board the aircraft, then take care of the rest. My phone started buzzing after about 2 terminals. An airline email. "We've updated your itinerary." My stomach constricted. Then, there was another buzz. "We have canceled your flight." A man behind me hit my shoulder as I stopped walking so suddenly. Canceled. As I read the rationale paragraph in the email, I felt my throat tighten. Canceled at the client's request. It's a customer request, not the weather, maintenance, or a gate adjustment. The airline hotline was not called by me. Time is eaten by hotlines. I immediately proceeded to the closest service desk. Placed my ID on the counter. And spoke at a level voice. I mentioned that my flight was canceled about 12 minutes prior to boarding. That wasn't what I asked for. Until he noticed the timestamp, the agent appeared exhausted. Then his eyes became more acute. He said, "Let me pull it up." He scowled at the screen after typing and clicking. He answered slowly. "I see a cancellation. Someone who responded to your security question asked for it." My heart fell into my palms. I replied that I didn't share my security answers with anyone. Uncertain, he looked up at me. "Does your profile contain an approved traveler?" he inquired. "No," I replied. "Not at all." Once more, he clicked. "They made a call. They had your confirmation code," he said. "They did, of course. My parents never used crowbars to steal. They had access to steal." I leaned forward a little. "Is the number that called visible to you?" I inquired. He paused. "Not all the time." I cut through softly and murmured, "Please. Interfering with a judicial hearing is what this is. My father made a bogus report, which led to the airport police stopping me. My incident number is." The term police caused a change in the agent's expression. I took the slip out of my phone case and used it as a key to slide it across the counter. After reading it, he returned his attention to his screen with a newfound sense of gravity. He said, "I can see the caller ID. The notes contain a record of it." He read it aloud after pausing. Richard Whitmore was the caller's name. I clenched my jaw. I didn't have a big reaction. I failed to satisfy the universe. "Did he explain why my ticket was canceled?" I inquired. The agent scrolled. "You're not well, and it's not safe for you to travel alone," he said. He read. He requested that we prevent you from boarding the aircraft. I let out a slow breath through my nose. Once more. There it was. Different institution. Same language. Concern is being turned into handcuffs by my father. I said, I need you to turn it back. I also require the notes to be printed. The agent's fingers lingered. He stated that the availability of seats determines whether it can be reversed. I said, I can pay for a new ticket. All I have to do is get there. He made a click. The screen was updated. Then, without using the word lucky, he said, You're lucky. There's 2 seats still available. It was delay, not certainty, that my father had sought. Instead of me sitting calmly in a plane with proof in my pocket, he wanted me to be sweating at the gate's edge. A fresh boarding pass was printed by the agent and presented to me. He then printed the internal notes, 2 pages with a call record and a timestamp, and my father's name typed neatly in an official-looking field. Silently, he said, Keep that. Tell them to flag your profile for in-person verification only if he does it again. I will. I replied. He spoke more softly. I'm sorry. Ma'am? He continued. And it was recognition, not sympathy. I thanked him only once. I didn't stay. With a fresh boarding pass and a second document proving my father wasn't concerned about my safety, I hurried over to the gate. He was concerned about my presence. Boarding had already begun at the gate. When I gave the scanner my pass, it beeped. The world's most basic color, green, felt like oxygen. I didn't turn around once I got onto the jet bridge. I finally gave myself a private moment to shake, just in my fingers, once I was seated. I then made them remain motionless. I opened my folder to make sure the call log packet was still there, with crisp corners that suggested it was meant to be read by someone important. My phone then buzzed once more. My mom sent me a text. You're trying to stir things up, and we know it. Turn around. You'll be sorry. I didn't answer. One more buzz. An email notification from the court system to which I had not subscribed. Update on the hearing notice. Thomas M. Whitmore's state. As I opened it, my stomach constricted. 90 minutes had been added to the hearing time. My parents were no longer merely attempting to prevent me from flying. Even if I did land, they wanted to make sure it would be too late. The aircraft retreated from the gate. I looked at the notification as the engines started up and took the only action that was still within my power. I made a call to the office of the probate clerk. After 3 rings, a woman, alert and exhausted, answered. Probate in Rio Arriba County, she said. With a steady voice, I introduced myself as Claire Whitmore. Today's estate hearing includes me as a beneficiary. I recently learned that the hearing was rescheduled. I need to know if the court will permit a remote appearance or postpone the case until I get there because I am currently traveling due to interference. As she typed. There was a pause. Her tone then became a little less formal. Miss Whitmore, she said carefully. The time change was requested early this morning as an emergency accommodation. By who? I inquired. She didn't answer immediately. Her fingers kept tapping. Then she said it was requested by counsel for Richard and Elaine Whitmore. My chest went cold because the pattern was now complete. Airport police report, airline cancellation, hearing moved earlier. 3 systems, 1 goal. I kept my voice low. Has the court granted anything yet? I inquired. The clerk hesitated. Miss Whitmore, she said. Your parents' attorney also filed a motion to proceed without you based on a claim that you were detained by airport police for threat-related behavior. I stared out the airplane window as the runway blurred into motion because I wasn't just late anymore. I was being written out in real time. By the time the plane leveled off, my hands were steady again. Not because I felt safe, because I knew exactly what my parents were doing. They were building a paper version of me that didn't exist, then walking it into court like it was fact. I paid for the in-flight Wi-Fi before the seatbelt light even turned off. The connection stuttered, then caught. My phone lit up with notifications I didn't open yet. I stayed on the one thread that mattered. The probate clerk. Ma'am, she had said your parents' attorney filed a motion to proceed without you based on a claim you were detained for threat-related behavior. I pressed my call button again. Rio Arriba County Probate. She answered. Same brisk voice. This is Claire Whitmore. I said. I need an email address for emergency filings or supplemental exhibits. I have documentation that contradicts the claim in that motion. There was a pause, keys tapping. We don't accept filings by email, she said automatically. I understand, I replied. I'm not asking you to file it for me. I'm asking where I can send supporting documents for the judge to review in chambers because the motion contains a factual misrepresentation that is being used to deprive me of my right to appear. One more pause. Her tone shifted a fraction. Less script, more human. Are you represented? She inquired. Yes, I said. My grandfather's counsel is listed on the case. Daniel Brooks. She typed again. Mr. Brooks is on today's docket, she said. He's in the building. Then please note this, I said, voice controlled. I was stopped at airport security because my father filed a report. Airport police identified him as the caller. I was not detained for threat behavior. I was cleared. I have an incident number and a printed airline record showing my father also canceled my flight by calling customer service and claiming I was unstable. The clerk went quiet for a beat. Do you have those documents in hand? She inquired. Yes, I said. All right, she said slowly. You can send them to the clerk's secure exhibit inbox for judge review. It is not a formal filing, but it will be associated with your case for today's hearing. She read out an address letter by letter. I repeated it back, then hung up and immediately started building the cleanest package of proof I'd ever assembled. I opened a new email. Subject line, Estate of Thomas M. Whitmore supplement our false detention claim, no emotion, no adjectives. I attached 4 things. 1. A photo of the airport incident slip with the number clear and my name legible. 2. The airline service desk printout showing caller identified as Richard Whitmore and the note about not safe to travel alone. 3. Screenshots of my mother's text threatening to label me unstable and push a guardianship hold. 4. The updated boarding pass issued after reversal. Then I wrote 6 sentences, each one a brick. I deny any threats or criminal conduct. Airport police stop was initiated by false report. Officers identified him via call log and audio. I was cleared and released to travel. My flight was canceled roughly 12 minutes before boarding by Richard Whitmore, impersonating authorized access to my reservation. Airline printed internal notes. The motion to proceed without me relies on false statements, and I request the court allow remote appearance or continue the hearing until I arrive. I sent it. The Wi-Fi wheel spun long enough to make my palms damp. Then the message whooshed into sent, and I felt something settle. Not victory. Leverage. Next, I called Daniel Brooks. He answered on the second ring, voice low like he was already standing in a courthouse hallway. Claire, he said, no greeting fluff. I got your text. Tell me where you are. On the plane, I said they moved the hearing earlier and filed a motion claiming I was detained for threat behavior. A pause. I heard a paper shuffle. I just saw it, he said. They filed it with a declaration from their attorney's office. No police report attached. Because there isn't one, I said. I know, he replied, and his tone sharpened into something colder. Did you send proof? Yes, I said, to the clerk's secure exhibit inbox, airport incident number, airline printout, and my mother's text threatening guardianship. Excellent. He said, I'm walking into the courtroom now. Stay reachable. My throat tightened. Can the judge let me appear remotely? I asked. Brooks exhaled. He can, he said. He doesn't have to. But when a party's absence is caused by the opposing party's interference, judges don't like being used. Used. That word made my heart slow because that was exactly what this was. My parents didn't just want the estate. They wanted the court's authority to back their story. Listen, Brooks said, voice dropping. They're also asking to be appointed temporary personal representatives today. They're framing it as urgent administration because you're unstable. I clenched my jaw. So they can control the assets immediately, I said. Exactly right, he replied. And they want the judge to sign it without you present. I stared at the tray table in front of me, smooth plastic, harmless, and felt the same cold clarity I'd felt at security. Stop it, I said. I intend to, he replied. But I need one more thing from you. The emergency call log you mentioned, do you have it with you? Yes. I said. Print it. Good. He said. Because their entire capacity argument is built on the claim your grandfather was confused and easily influenced. If that log shows he was coherent, and who was with him, it matters. I didn't tell Brooks the part my parents didn't know yet. That the call log wasn't just a timestamp. It was a story in boxes. Caller name. Caller number. Location, notes typed by a dispatcher who didn't care about family politics. And one line in those notes had been haunting me since I read it the first time. I spoke in a calm tone. "I can take photos and send it," I said. "Do it now," he replied. Before we go on record, I pulled the packet from my folder and flattened it on the tray table. My hands didn't shake. I took photos page by page, making sure the case number and the timestamp were clear. Then I sent them in another email to the clerk inbox and copied Brooks. About 3 minutes later, my phone buzzed. A reply from the clerk. No greeting, no sympathy. Just one sentence that changed the air in my chest. The judge has reviewed your exhibits and is considering the motion at the start of the hearing. Please remain available by phone. I stared at that line until it felt real. My phone then buzzed once more. This time it was Brooks, and his voice was different. Lower, tighter, like the room around him had just turned quiet. "Nah," he said. "Your father just stood up and told the judge you were removed from security in handcuffs." I felt my pulse hit my fingertips. "Tell the judge the truth," I said. "I am," Brooks replied. But wait. I heard muffled courtroom sound through his phone. A chair scrape, a cough, the faint echo of a judge speaking. Then Brooks said very softly, "The judge just asked the clerk to read the airport incident number into the record." My breath caught because my father had tried to plant a story, and now the court was about to read my proof out loud. I stayed on the line with Daniel Brooks while the judge called the courtroom to order. I couldn't hear every word, but I could hear enough to understand when the atmosphere changed. The murmur quieted. Chairs stopped shifting. Someone coughed and then immediately regretted it. Brooks whispered. "He's looking at the exhibits." My parents had expected an empty seat. They'd expected to speak into silence to let their attorney paint me as unstable and absent, and therefore irrelevant. Instead, I was a voice in the judge's ear through a phone, and my proof was sitting in the court system, like a weight no one could pretend not to feel. I heard the judge's voice. Older, flat, not unkind. "Counsel," he said. "I'm looking at a supplemental exhibit containing an airport incident number. I'm also looking at airline notes identifying the caller as Richard Whitmore." A beat of silence. Then my father's voice rose. "Too fast. Too defensive. That's just what she wants you to believe," he said. "She's manipulative." The judge didn't take the bait. "Mr. Whitmore," he said evenly. "You are not under oath right now, but you are in a court of record. Choose your words carefully." Brooks's breathing was controlled, but I could hear the slight edge of satisfaction in it. He whispered. "He's irritated." "Good. Because irritation is the first crack in arrogance." The judge continued. "I have an airport police incident slip here. It indicates stopped, identified, and cleared to proceed. No arrest, no handcuffs, no detention for threats." Another pause. I pictured my father standing in his expensive suit, mouth tightening as the system refused to carry his lie. My mother, probably with her hands folded like prayer, ready to cry on command, and the attorney ready to pivot. The judge's voice sharpened slightly. "Now," he said, "I also have a statement from the reporting party's attorney claiming M. Whitmore was removed from security in handcuffs. That statement appears false." Brooks whispered. Almost too low to hear. "He's looking at their motion." My father tried again. "Your Honor, she's unstable." The judge cut him off. "Mr. Whitmore, you do not get to diagnose your daughter as a strategy." Silence again. Then the judge said, "Counsel for Richard and Elaine Whitmore, do you maintain this motion?" Their attorney spoke smooth. "Your Honor, we filed in good faith based on information provided to our office." "Information provided by whom?" the judge asked. The attorney hesitated for a fraction of a second. "By our clients." "Your Honor." "And your clients," the judge said, "appear to have initiated an airport police report and then contacted an airline to cancel Miss Whitmore's travel based on claims she was not safe to fly." Brooks whispered. "He's reading the airline note verbatim." My father's voice rose, almost offended. "We were trying to protect the public." The judge's tone went colder. "Protect the public from what exactly?" he asked. "A probate hearing?" That line landed like a slap because the judge didn't need my emotions. He had their timeline. The court clerk read into the record the incident number, the time of the call, and the name of the reporting party. I heard the clerk say clearly, Richard Whitmore, and it sounded different in a courtroom than it did in a bank or an airport. In court, names become facts. Brooks whispered, apologize to my brother or get out. My wife screamed at dinner, so I said one sentence that destroyed her family. This happened back in September, and my friend Evan suggested I put it here because, apparently, my life has become a cautionary tale about in-laws, toxic family dynamics, and what happens when you finally grow a spine after 7 years of being treated like garbage. My wife demanded that I apologize to her brother in front of 15 people at a family meal. Instead, I rose up, walked over to him while he sat there smirking as usual, and shouted one sentence that silenced the entire room. 3 weddings terminated 25 minutes later that night. Mine is included. Buckle up. This will be a long one. My name is Lucas. I'm 40 years old and work as an aeronautical engineer for a mid-sized corporation in California. Until that Saturday evening in September, I honestly thought I had a decent marriage. Not flawless by any means, but solid enough to build a life around. Solid enough to talk about having children someday. I imagined we'd grow old together. This demonstrates what I know, right? My wife Brooke and I have been together for 9 years. I was married 7 of those years. We lived in a nice suburban home in Riverside. Nothing out of the ordinary, but a lovely home in a good area with a 3-car garage and a backyard large enough for a dog. We had decent careers and no children yet, but we had been discussing starting that conversation more seriously. My annual salary at my engineering firm was around $155,000. Good money, a steady career, nothing fancy, but legitimate work that I actually enjoyed waking up to every day. There's something fulfilling about knowing that your work is really floating about in space right now, allowing individuals on opposite corners of the Earth to communicate with one another. My designs are up there. My calculations. My late nights, early mornings, and weekends are devoted running simulations. That material is important. Even if nobody at dinner parties wants to talk about satellite communication networks. Brooke earned approximately $82,000 while working in marketing for a boutique agency downtown. We were doing better together than most couples our age. We had savings. We had investments. We went on beautiful trips to destinations like Hawaii and Costa Rica. From the outside, we probably appeared to have everything worked out. The house, the careers, and the life goals. But if you've been married for a while, you know that what people see on the outside rarely matches what happens on the inside. In our situation, the problem was named. Tyler, Brooke's older brother, was 44 years old, tall, and had the Kendall good looks that made people assume he was successful before he even spoke. You know the type. Perfect hair, teeth, and handshake. The type of guy who enters into a room and instantly looks for the most important person to speak with. He owned a real estate development company that his father-in-law had practically gifted him. Tyler loved to position himself as a self-made guy, always discussing his vision, passion, and entrepreneurial spirit. But everyone who knew the truth realized he'd married for money and position. His wife, Sophia, came from a wealthy family with country club memberships dating back 4 generations and vacation homes in locations that most people only see on Instagram. Tyler had made it obvious from the start of my relationship with Brooke that he did not think I was suitable for his sister. I never mentioned it directly at first. Just a few comments here and there. You've heard of death by 1,000 cuts. Aerospace engineering, huh? That's consistent labor, I suppose. Or, Brooke, are you certain you don't want to date someone with a bit more ambition? Someone who is going places. Or, my personal favorite, it must be good to have a government-related job where you can simply clock in and out. Some of us are out here truly building something. Always delivered with a smug, condescending, punchable smirk. When he noticed my attitude shifting from polite tolerance to something darker, he always responded with, just kidding, man. But with time, the comments became sharper, more pointed, and more public. Brooke, instead of protecting me, would simply shrug it off as nothing. She'd remark, that's just Tyler being Tyler. Anytime I mentioned it. He means nothing by it. He is like that with everyone. Except he wasn't like that around everyone. He wasn't like that with Lauren's husband, Andrew, who became a partner at his legal firm. He didn't behave like that with any of his cousins who worked in finance or medicine. He was only like that with me, the aeronautical engineer who worked with his hands on complex problems rather than sprinkling money around and called it business. I should have spotted the writing on the wall many years ago. But I loved Brooke. Or thought I did. So I kept my lips quiet, my head down, and continued to attend family functions where I knew I'd be treated as the assistants. The supper that blew everything up was supposed to be a joyous event. Brooke's parents, Thomas and Margaret, were renewing their vows after 42 years together. 42 years. That's a lifetime of collaboration, compromise, and creating something together. They intended to commemorate it with a large family gathering at their home, a catered supper from a nice restaurant downtown, and a full production. Lauren, Brooke's younger sister, was present alongside her husband, Andrew, Tyler, and Sophia. Of course, they'd never miss an occasion to appear at a family gathering. Brooke's aunt and uncle drove from San Diego. The rest of the table was filled by a few cousins, for a total of 15 individuals, all dressed up in their nicest clothing and pretending to be one big, happy family with no dysfunction hidden beneath the surface. I knew it was going to be a terrible night when Tyler drove up in his brand new Tesla and immediately began bragging about how he had paid cash for it. Couldn't even fit all the cash in the briefcase, he remarked with a theatrical laugh as we stood in the driveway. Had to use 3 bags. But when you close a deal like I just closed, you treat yourself right. You know how it is. He stared right at me as he said that last sentence. You understand how it is. As if I'd ever know what it's like to pay cash for a nice car after closing a dubious real estate deal. I simply smiled and nodded. I had been doing the same thing for 7 years. Don't rock the boat. Don't cause a scene. Do not make Brooke feel ashamed by you. Keep the peace. Wasn't that always the mantra? Keep the peace. Swallow your pride. Avoid causing controversy. Allow the minor remark to pass, because responding would just make matters worse for everyone. 7 years of preserving the peace had led me nowhere, except to a dinner table where I was publicly humiliated while my wife studied her plate as if it held the mysteries of the cosmos. But I am getting ahead of myself. Dinner started off well enough. Margaret had excelled herself with her decorations. There are white roses and candles around. Soft music is playing from speakers hidden throughout the dining room. The table resembled something out of a magazine. She had evidently planned this for months. Thomas delivered a moving speech on 42 years of marriage, partnership and commitment, choosing to love someone even on difficult days, and creating something lasting. We each raised our glasses. Everyone got misty-eyed. It was quite gorgeous. For around 18 minutes, everything was picture perfect. Then came the main course, with Tyler's compulsive desire to be the focus of attention. So, Lucas, Tyler announced loudly enough for the entire table to hear. He chopped into his filet mignon as if he were doing surgery. Still working on those, what do you call them? Rocket parts. I felt the familiar constriction of my chest. Here we go again. Satellite components, I corrected quietly, my voice even. For communication satellites, such as those that allow people to make phone calls and access the internet from faraway locations. Right. Right. Tyler muttered, waving his fork dismissively. That sounds thrilling. This is really cutting-edge stuff. How's your pay these days? Still in the mid-6 figures. The table became quiet. Semper Fi 4. Mimi Ascension. Mimi Ascension. You could hear the grandfather clock ticking in the hallway. Everyone understood exactly where this was headed. They had seen Tyler do this before. They had seen it happen at Christmas feasts, birthday parties, and 4th of July barbecues. Nobody ever mentioned anything. They simply let it happen. I'm all right, I replied simply, not taking the bait. Tyler repeated the phrase, letting it hang in the air as if it were something unpleasant. That is exactly what I am talking about, Brooke. Don't you ever want more than just fine? Don't you want amazing and exceptional? Don't you desire a husband who can provide the life you deserve? Brooke squirmed uneasily in her chair, and said nothing. She was scrutinizing her asparagus as if it contained the mysteries of the cosmos. Tyler's wife, Sophia, spoke quietly, grabbing for his arm. Maybe we should discuss something else. This is your parents' celebration. No, I'm just saying, Tyler began, warming up to his subject like a newly discovered star. Consider what I've been able to provide for Sophia. The mansion in the hills with the pool and the view, the automobiles, the twice-yearly vacations to Europe. That is what a guy should be able to offer his wife. Not just fine, not just adequate, not simply getting by. I felt my jaw tighten, but I maintained my voice level. Tyler, different individuals value things differently. Not everyone defines success based on the size of their home or the logo on their car. Of course not, Tyler answered, his arrogant smirk making me want to grab across the table. Some individuals evaluate it by their level of ambition, or, in your case, lack thereof. Tyler. Thomas, Brooke's father, finally spoke. His voice had an edge that I hadn't heard before. That is enough. This is intended to be a celebration. Tyler remarked, Dad, I'm just being honest. Raising his hands in mock innocence. Someone needs to tell him the truth. Lucas is a great person. Sure, I have never stated differently, but decent folks come last. Brooke deserves someone who will truly take care of her. Someone who is truly moving forward in life, rather than someone who is willing to coast around in a mediocre career while waiting for his pension to kick in. That word hit me like a punch in the chest. Middling. I'd worked my entire adult life to get to where I am now. I completed 4 years of undergraduate engineering at a state university while working part-time since my parents couldn't afford everything. 3 years of graduate school, living off ramen and hope while my classmates partied. At my first career, I worked countless 65-hour weeks to prove myself in an extremely competitive field where one mistake might potentially cost millions of dollars in equipment failure. I had 4 patents, actually. My work was practically orbiting the Earth right now, assisting individuals to communicate across countries. Last year, a satellite for which I designed critical components assisted in the coordination of disaster relief after a typhoon struck the Philippines. Real people, real effect, and genuine work that counts. And this trust fund baby, who'd never made a dime on his own and had been given everything he had by his wealthy father-in-law, was calling my career middling. Something changed inside me. Something that had been growing for 7 years had now reached a breaking point. "You know what, Tyler?" I said, carefully placing down my fork beside my plate. "I believe you have made your point pretty clear." "Have I? Though?" Tyler slumped back in his chair, enjoying himself greatly. He enjoyed having an audience. The entire table was watching now. Forks paused in midair, napkins grasped in tense hands. "Because from where I'm sitting, you don't appear to be getting it. My sister could have married anyone. She's beautiful, intelligent, and successful in her own way. And she chose you, someone who is just fine, sufficient, or average." "Tyler." "Stop it," Brooke warned. But her voice was faint and unsteady. She sounded embarrassed rather than outraged. And she didn't look at her brother. She looked at me as if I was the one making a scene. Tyler said, "I'm just saying what everyone else is thinking. Sis. At family gatherings, when we discuss what everyone is up to, we discuss my most recent development endeavor. Andrew recently become a partner at his legal company. Even the cousins are doing intriguing things. And then we get to Lucas, and yep, he's still doing the satellite thing. Nothing new or thrilling, just the same old fine." I looked at my wife. I glanced directly at her, expecting her to defend me, to tell her brother he was out of line, to remind him that I was her husband and needed fundamental respect. She opened her mouth and then closed it. Her gaze slid to her plate. That was when I knew. That's when I finally realized what I'd been ignoring for years. I had lost her somewhere along the road. Maybe I never had her, and I was too busy working and striving to be enough to notice. "Actually, Tyler," I remarked, rising slowly from my chair. "I believe that everyone at this table should be aware of something." The room went completely silent. You might have heard a pin drop on the carpet. Tyler's smile grew. He practically glowed with eagerness. Thinking I was going to cause a scene that he could mock at every family event for the next decade. Lucas eventually lost it. He'd add, "You should have seen him. Completely fell apart." I took a slow, methodical stride around the table toward him. Everyone's gaze followed me. I continued, stopping next to his chair and staring down at him. "That your father-in-law has been funneling money from his pension fund investments into your projects, which is why you've been able to close all of those huge development deals. I know this since I manage aerospace contracts for the same pension fund. I've seen the documents. I've seen these shell companies." Tyler's face turned white, as if someone had pulled a plug and drained all the blood from him. Sophia's glass slid from her hand and landed on the table. Tyler said, "That's a lie," but his voice cracked on the word lie. He sounded like a scared kid, not the confident businessman he'd been pretending to be. "It's not," I simply said. "Your development company is technically profitable on paper, but only because you're getting loans at interest rates that don't exist in the real market. Loans backed by pension fund money that are supposed to be in secure investments for retirees, not prop up your commercial real estate venture. I've been documenting it for months, actually, trying to decide what to do about it, whether to report it, whether to tell Brooke first, but I believe you just made that decision for me." "Tyler, is what he's saying true?" Sophia was staring at her husband with pure horror. "Tyler, tell me it's not true. Tell me my father isn't involved. Tell me right now. Who cares how I get the money?" Tyler sputtered, his composure cracking completely. "The developments are successful, everyone makes money in the end, it's just creative financing. Business people do it all the time, except for retirees who rely on their pension fund to be there when they need it." I said, "Except for people whose life savings are being used as your personal bank. Except for the teachers, firefighters, and nurses who saved their money for 32 years believing it would be safe. And now it's paying your Tesla and your house in the hills." Brooke grabbed my arm hard enough to leave bruises. "Lucas, what are you doing?" "What I should have done months ago," I answered, gazing at her honestly for the first time in years. Sophia screamed at Tyler, demanding to know what other lies he told her during their marriage. "Your brother has been calling me a failure for 7 years, calling my career mediocre, and mocking everything I've worked for. Throughout that time, he has been committing fraud, and you have been allowing him to tear me down. Was everything built on fraud?" Was their entire life a lie? Thomas was on his phone, stepping into the hallway, presumably calling someone about the pension fund situation. His face had turned gray, and he looked like he'd aged 10 years and 15 minutes. Margaret was crying at the head of the table. The candles were still flickering, the roses were still perfect, but nobody cared anymore. Lauren and Andrew were trying to calm everyone down while simultaneously looking horrified by the revelation. Andrew caught my eye and gave me the slightest nod, almost imperceptible, but I noticed it. And Brooke? Brooke was staring at me like I was a complete stranger, as if she'd never seen me before in her life. "You humiliated my family," she said quietly, her voice shaking with barely contained rage. "Your brother humiliated me for years," I replied. "Every holiday, every birthday, every family dinner, you let him. This entire family let him. Every single one of you just sat there and watched." "That's not the same thing," Brooke said. "Tyler was just joking around. He didn't mean anything by it. You just destroyed his marriage, his reputation, everything he's worked for." "Everything he's worked for." I almost laughed. "He's never worked for anything in his life. He married money and then stole even more of it. That's not work, that's a crime." I looked at my wife, really looked at her, and saw something I hadn't seen in 7 years. She wasn't upset because her brother was a fraud. She was upset because I exposed it because, in her mind, protecting the family image was more important than protecting her husband's dignity, more important than the truth, more important than the retirees whose savings were being stolen. "Apologize to Tyler," Brooke said, her voice rising now, her face flushed red. "Apologize right now for making those accusations in front of everyone." "They're not accusations," I said. "They're facts, documented facts, and I'm not apologizing for telling the truth." "Then get out." Brooke's voice cracked like a whip. "If you can't apologize to my brother, get out of my house right now." The room fell silent again, and everyone was staring at us, the aunts and uncles, the cousins, frozen in place like statues. "Your house?" I asked quietly. "The house we bought together?" "The house I've been paying the majority of the mortgage on for 7 years because your salary didn't quite cover your half." "Our house." Brooke corrected herself, "and I'm telling you to leave if you can't apologize." I looked around the table one more time, at Tyler, pale, and sweating. Sophia, mascara running down her face. Thomas, still on the phone in the hallway. Margaret, sobbing into her napkin, and all these people who'd watched Tyler tear me down for years and never said a word. My voice was calm and steady as I said, "I'll pack my things tomorrow, you can have the house, and I'll have my lawyer contact you about the divorce." I was angry at my wife, who was still choosing her brother over her husband, despite the fact that everything had just been revealed. Brooke's face paled. "Divorce? Lucas. Wait. I didn't mean." "Yes. You did," I interrupted. "You meant exactly what you said. You just didn't think I'd actually leave. You thought I'd apologize. You thought I'd cave like I always do, but I'm done caving." I walked out of that house and didn't look back. I drove to a hotel downtown, checked into a room on the 5th floor, and sat on the edge of the bed, staring at the wall for about 5 hours. Just staring, not thinking, not feeling. The next morning, I returned to the house while Brooke was at her parents' house, probably being consoled by everyone and told that I was the villain in this story. I had finally stood up for myself and refused to apologize for being disrespected, so 9 years had passed in 25 minutes. I packed my clothes into suitcases, gathered my personal belongings, grabbed my important documents from the filing cabinet in the office, and left everything else. The furniture we'd chosen together at that store in Costa Mesa, the decorations she'd chosen for each room, and the photos on the walls of vacations, holidays, and happy moments that seemed meaningless. I didn't want any of it. Each piece was a reminder of a life I'd been living incorrectly. That same week, I rented a small apartment across town, the kind of place that's functional but impersonal. Bare walls, basic furniture from a discount store, nothing that required any emotional investment, just a place to sleep, eat, and figure out what came next. It was exactly what I needed. No one asking where I was going, no one making passive-aggressive comments about my work schedule, no one sighing dramatically when I mentioned anything about satellites or engineering specs, just me. My thoughts, and the hum of the refrigerator. For the first time in years, I could breathe. The fallout from that dinner was nothing short of spectacular. Within a week, Sophia had filed for divorce from Tyler. Tyler had been actively siphoning money through a network of shell companies, hiding the trail behind layers of corporate paperwork that would have made an accountant's head spin. When the official investigation began, it uncovered years of systematic financial manipulation. Tyler's development company collapsed within a month, with projects abandoned in the middle of construction and investors scrambling to recover what they could. His father-in-law faced federal charges for his role in the scheme. Tyler looked nothing like the confident golden boy he'd always pretended to be, but rather a scared middle-aged man in a bad situation he'd created entirely on his own. The story made the local business news, then the regional news, and finally some national outlets picked it up because there's nothing the media likes more than a story about rich people being terrible. But here's what really stunned me. Around 3 weeks after I moved out, Andrew, Lauren's husband, contacted me out of nowhere and said, "Lucas, I need to tell you something. I'd wanted to tell someone for years, but I was too terrified of what it would do to the family, too afraid of being ostracized. Tyler has been manipulating everyone in this family for years, lying about his accomplishments, exaggerating his success, taking credit for other people's work, and mocking anyone who isn't impressed by him." "So, what's going on with you right now?" I asked. "I've seen him do it dozens of times, but every time I tried to say anything to Lauren, the family would close ranks around him, saying I was jealous, that I didn't understand how business worked, and that I should be supportive rather than critical." "Why are you telling me this now?" I asked. "Because you're the first person who ever actually stood up to him," Andrew said. "And I wanted you to know that not everyone in this family thought you were the problem. Some of us saw exactly what was going on, but we weren't brave enough to do anything about it. I should have said something years ago, and I'm sorry I didn't." That conversation stayed with me for weeks. It validated something I'd felt but couldn't prove, that I wasn't crazy, that what Tyler had been doing to me for years wasn't normal, and that I wasn't being oversensitive or making a big deal out of nothing. Someone else had seen it, but they'd been too afraid to say anything. It wasn't just about Tyler. It was about an entire family system that had enabled his behavior for decades, protected him, made excuses for him, and attacked anyone who questioned him. Brooke had been raised right in the middle of that system, and she had learned from a young age that protecting the family image was more important than telling the truth, more important than doing what was right. The divorce took 5 months to finalize, and Brooke tried to get everything, including the house, savings, and retirement accounts. Her lawyer argued that I destroyed her family and owed her compensation for the emotional damage. They even tried to claim that my revelation at the dinner constituted emotional abuse, as if telling the truth about a criminal was somehow equivalent to abuse. But I had a good lawyer, a really good one, who Andrew had recommended, and more importantly, I had documentation of everything. 7 years of mortgage payments showing I'd paid significantly more than half. Bank statements proving I'd covered the majority of our bills, while Brooke spent her discretionary income on clothes and trips with her girlfriends. Brooke had invested thousands of our joint savings in her brother's development company without telling me, and when everything was laid out in court, it became painfully clear that I had been carrying the financial burden of our marriage for years. Brooke and her family had been treating me like a convenient ATM who should be grateful for the privilege of being included in their gatherings. But we split everything 45 inches the end, which actually meant I walked away with more than half of what I'd originally contributed. The judge didn't buy the emotional abuse argument, but I didn't care about winning or getting more. I just wanted it to be over, to close that chapter and never look back. About 7 months after the divorce was finalized, I was at a grocery store on a Sunday afternoon, filling my cart with the simple meals of a single guy. I was in the produce section, examining avocados, when I heard someone say my name, Lucas. I turned around and almost didn't recognize the woman standing there. Margaret, Brooke's mother, looked like she'd aged a decade in 7 months, with grayer hair and new lines on her face. "Margaret," I asked, "how are you doing? Could we speak for a minute?" She asked quietly. "I know I don't have the right to ask, but can we?" We stood there in the produce section, surrounded by people picking out apples and arguing about whether the tomatoes were ripe enough. And Margaret told me something I'd never expected to hear. "You were right," she said. "About Tyler. About everything. Thomas and I had known there was something amiss for years. If not decades. We just didn't want to see it. We encouraged him to believe that he was unique, that rules did not apply to him in the same way they did to others, and that he deserved success just because of who he was. We let that belief ruin him. We let it destroy everything. Why are you telling me this?" I asked. "You deserved better," Margaret said, her eyes welling up with tears. "From all of us, from this family, but especially from Brooke. She was so afraid of disappointing us, of not living up to what we expected, that she forgot how to be your partner. She forgot that marriage entails choosing your spouse over everyone else, including your family, especially if your family is wrong." "How is Brooke doing?" I asked, surprised by my own question. "Alone," Margaret simply replied. "She moved back in with us for a while after the divorce, but it didn't work because there were too many memories in that house. I felt a twinge of sadness for what could have been if we had been different people. She is now living in a small apartment, working long hours, and not dating anyone. I believe she is trying to figure out who she is without us telling her who she should be. If she'd been willing to see me for who I really was rather than through her family's distorted lens, I'd have said, I hope she figures it out, and I truly meant it." "Lucas," Margaret said as I started to turn back to my shopping cart. "I know it doesn't mean anything now, but I'm sorry for what Tyler did to you, all those years. Tyler's trial began 3 months ago, after a pension fund investigation uncovered so much fraud that federal prosecutors threw the book at him. Tyler deserved a family that stood by him, and we all failed him. I nodded and walked away. Tyler's lawyers tried to negotiate a plea deal, but the prosecutors weren't interested because too many retirees had lost too much money. After determining Tyler was a flight risk, the judge denied bail, and he's been sitting in a federal holding facility waiting for his trial to conclude. The Mitchell family's golden boy, dressed in an orange jumpsuit and eating cafeteria food, is facing 11 to 14 years in prison if convicted on all counts. It turns out that all that talk about being a self-made man doesn't mean much when the feds start subpoenaing your shell company records. His father-in-law flipped on him almost immediately. Tyler accepted a plea bargain and was sentenced to 4 years in federal prison in exchange for testifying against him. He is already serving his sentence in a low-security facility in Arizona, and his family's 4-generation membership in a country club was revoked, along with the seizure of their vacation homes as part of asset forfeiture. Sophia filed for divorce within a week of the indictment, took the kids to Colorado, changed their last name back to her maiden name, and is now working legitimately as a real estate agent. My boss summoned me to his office about 4 months after the divorce was finalized, and I assumed it was about the Henderson satellite project. We'd been having problems with the thermal management systems, and I'd been working extra hours to fix them. I can't say I blame her for wanting to leave. Instead, he slides a folder across the desk. Senior systems engineer, he says. 18% raise. Your own team of 5. And first crack at the DoD contract we've been chasing for 3 years. I just stared at him. What changed? You did, he said. Over the last 7 months, you've been different, more confident, more willing to push back when something goes wrong, and more willing to take ownership. I was at a downtown Italian restaurant with Emily about 9 months after my divorce, and the encounter I'd been dreading happened. Whatever happened in your personal life has made you better at your job, so I'm giving you more work to do. The raise brought me up to $176,000. It wasn't cash money from Tesla, but real money earned by you. We'd been dating for about 4 months at the time, and we were talking about our students, my new project, and possibly taking a trip to San Diego for the long weekend, when I looked up and saw Brooke standing by the hostess stand. She froze like a deer in headlights. She looked different, thinner, and tired. The confident marketing executive who'd always been so put together now looked like she hadn't slept properly in months. She was alone, with no date or friends, just her in a nice dress that seemed to hang a little looser than it should. For a second, I thought she might come over, cause a scene, or try to talk. Instead, she just gazed at me, then at Emily, then back at me. I gave her a slight nod, and she turned around and went out of the restaurant. Emily saw the whole event. Ex-wife? She asked. Yeah, she looks terrible. Yeah. Emily reached across the table and held my hand. Good. I laughed. My chest tightened for the first time in nearly a year when Andrew called me again about a month ago. He and Lauren had separated, not because of anything dramatic, but because Lauren couldn't let go of what had happened. She blamed me for destroying her family, Andrew for not defending Tyler, and everyone except the person who was actually responsible. She continues claiming things would have gone back to normal if you simply kept your lips shut, Andrew said, as if the fraud would have stopped on its own, and those retirees would have magically gotten their money back. She can't understand that Tyler did this to himself. How are you holding up? I asked. It was better than I imagined. I've been keeping this family's secrets for 9 years, watching Tyler get away with everything while the rest of us simply smiled and nodded. It's exhausting to pretend you don't notice what's right in front of you. He paused. You know what the worst part is? I believe Lauren is aware of the reality deep down. Tyler was sentenced to 13 years in federal prison, plus restitution payments for the rest of his life, and the judge specifically mentioned his blatant disregard for working people's retirement savings. She just can't admit it because that would mean admitting her entire family was built on lies. He said. I knew exactly what he meant. The guy who used to brag about paying cash for Teslas is now standing in front of a height chart in an orange jumpsuit with a booking number under his chin. During the sentencing, she called it one of the most egregious cases of pension fraud she'd seen in 22 years on the bench, and the evening news showed his mugshot. I'd be lying if I said it didn't feel good watching that segment. Emily and I were eating dinner when it came on, and she just raised her glass. The guy who called my career middling will now spend the next decade and a half learning what it's like when the government takes everything you have. To karma, she said. To karma. Thomas called me the day after the sentencing, the first time we'd spoken since the grocery store conversation with Margaret. I wanted you to hear it from me, he said, his voice sounding old and broken. He's going to prison. My son is going to prison. I didn't know what to say, so I just waited. You were right about everything, Thomas continued. We raised him to believe he was untouchable, and we made excuses every time he cut corners, telling ourselves it was just ambition, drive, Tyler being Tyler. He laughed bitterly, and it's funny how that phrase keeps coming back to haunt us. I'm sorry it turned out this way, I said, and strangely enough, I meant it. Not for Tyler, who deserved every day of his sentence, but for Thomas and Margaret, who had to watch their son be led away in handcuffs after enabling him for 42 years. Lucas, Thomas said before hanging up. For what it's worth, and I know it's not much, you were the best thing that ever happened to my daughter. She just didn't see it. Emily moved in with me 3 weeks ago, and we found a bigger place, a 2-bedroom apartment with a view of the mountains and enough space for her books and my project equipment. It's nothing fancy, Tyler would probably call it middling, but Emily actually cares about what I do. Last Tuesday, I came home stressed about a design flaw we discovered in the thermal coupling system. Most people's eyes would glaze over after 10 seconds of that conversation, but Emily sat with me for 2 hours, asking questions, assisting me in thinking through the problem, and genuinely trying to understand. She even sketched out a potential solution on the back of a napkin, which turned out to be pretty close to what we ultimately implemented. You know what I enjoy about your job? You're literally putting things in space that help people communicate, she added that night. That's way cooler than Tyler stealing from the elderly. Exactly. You build satellites. He built a prison term. I laughed so hard that I almost choked on my food. Tyler is in federal prison, beginning a 13-year sentence. His father-in-law is right behind him. Sophia is rebuilding her life in Colorado. Lauren and Andrew are separated, and Brooke is alone in a small apartment somewhere, probably still telling herself I'm the one who ruined everything. As for me, I have a promotion, a girlfriend who actually respects what I do, and an apartment that feels more like home than that house with Brooke. My satellite components are still orbiting the Earth, helping people communicate across continents, doing the work that Tyler called middling while he was busy committing federal crimes. The other day, I received an email from my old engineering professor, who wrote, "She said you're the reason she went into aerospace. You gave a talk at her high school career day 3 years ago, and it changed her life." I don't remember that talk, but apparently, while I was busy feeling like a failure because some trust fund fraud kept telling me I wasn't good enough, I was out there inspiring the next generation of engineers, which is funny how that works. If you loved this video, please subscribe to the channel so we can bring you more and better tales. Thank you. Am I the asshole? For staying married 20 years, for our son. Even though my husband emotionally froze me out completely. After I cheated, my husband would never touch me again. For 20 years, we were strangers sharing a home. It wasn't until a routine physical after I retired that a doctor said something that instantly brought my world crashing down. "Dr. Catherine Brooks, how are my results?" I sat in the sterile silence of the clinic's office, unconsciously twisting the strap of my purse. Sunlight filtered through the blinds, creating neat stripes on the white walls. Dr. Catherine Brooks, in her 50s, was a pleasant-looking woman with gold-rimmed glasses. She was staring at her computer screen with a furrowed brow. She looked up at me and then back down, clicking through my electronic chart. "Mrs. Carter, you turned 60 this year, is this correct?" Her voice was gentle, but it set my teeth on edge. "Yes, I've just retired." I tried to keep my voice steady. "Is there anything wrong? Have you found anything?" Dr. Catherine Brooks paused for a few seconds before looking at me with a puzzled expression. "Claire, I need to ask you a very personal question. Have you and your husband kept a normal, intimate relationship over the years?" My face flushed hotly. The question was a needle, piercing the most secret and painful wound of the previous 20 years. It was ridiculous, really. David and I had been married for 32 years, but for 20 of them, we were strangers. It was the summer of 2010. I was 42, and so was he. Our son Ryan had just left for college. Suddenly, the house was vacant. Not a physical emptiness, but rather a psychological one. David and I were college sweethearts. We married right after graduation and settled into a comfortable life. He was an engineer at a large manufacturing company, and I taught English at the local high school. Our life was stable and quiet, like a glass of lukewarm water. There were no waves, but also no passion. Then, at 42, I met Nathan Reed. He was the high school's new art teacher, 7 years younger than me, and his eyes had fine lines that crinkled when he smiled. He had a vase of fresh flowers on his desk, hummed songs I didn't know while grading papers, and offered his umbrella to anyone caught in the rain. He reminded me of the girl I used to be 22 years ago, the one who would cry over a poem and daydream in the moonlight. "Claire, what do you think about this one?" Nathan Reed walked into my classroom one afternoon, holding a watercolor painting of a wildflower-covered hillside. I said, "It's beautiful," and meant it. "Then it is yours." He handed it to me. "I think you look like the wildflowers in this painting. Quiet, but with a life force of your own." That sentence unlocked a door in my heart that had previously been bolted shut. We started talking more in the faculty lounge, walked through the small school garden, and had coffee at a nearby cafe. I knew it was wrong, but I couldn't control myself. The sense of being truly seen, admired, was like rain on parched earth. David sensed something was wrong. "You've been working late a lot lately," he said one evening from his usual seat on the couch. "Just a lot to do at school." I said, Avoiding his gaze as I dashed into the bedroom, he didn't press, instead sitting in the television's silent glow. That silence made me feel guilty, but it also gave me courage. The entire situation erupted over the weekend. I had told David that I had a faculty workshop, but I had actually planned to go sketching with Nathan Reed in the countryside. We spent the entire afternoon by the lake discussing poetry, art, and life. As dusk fell, Nathan Reed suddenly grabbed my hand. "Claire," a voice interrupted his words. "Mom." I whipped my head around. Ryan stood a short distance away, his face pale with fury, and David stood next to him. My husband's expression was blank, but his gaze was fixed on me. My mind turned white. Ryan had returned home from college for the weekend to surprise me. When I didn't answer the phone, he asked David to drive him around to my usual locations to find me. They found me by the lake with Nathan Reed. "Home," David said, before turning and walking back to the car. The ride back was frighteningly quiet. Ryan sat in the back, looking disappointed and angry. It felt like a knife was being twisted in my heart. When we arrived home, David sent Ryan to his room. Then he sat down on the living room sofa, lit a cigarette, and looked at me. "How long?" His calm voice terrified me more than yelling would have. "I'm sorry." I knelt in front of him, tears running down my cheeks. "I was wrong. I was so wrong." "I asked you how long," he reiterated. I sobbed for 4 months. But nothing occurred. "I swear we were just talking." "Enough." He extinguished his cigarette and stood up. "Claire, I am giving you 2 options. 1, we get divorced. You walk away with nothing. 2, we remain married. However, we are no longer husband and wife, but rather roommates from now on." At that point, I finally understood. He didn't hate me. He had just buried his hatred so deep that it had turned to ice. Ryan married Emily, a lovely and kind girl, in 2015. At the wedding, David and I stood next to each other, smiling and toasting. "Your parents have such a wonderful marriage," one guest remarked. David put his arm around my shoulder and smiled naturally. His hand felt as stiff and cold as a rock against my back. Later, in the hotel room, he dropped his arm as the door closed. "Wasn't that exhausting?" he sneered as he spoke. "Yes. It was," I replied, sinking onto the edge of the bed, feeling the absurdity of the situation. "David, how long do we have to keep this up?" "Until we can't anymore," he said, removing his suit jacket and lying on the sofa. "I'm used to it." Those 2 words, "used to it," were like a dagger to my heart. In 2017, our grandson Liam was born. David gave him the name. With a grandchild, we discovered some new topics of conversation. We'd talk about Liam's milestones, pick out toys for him, and laugh together during video calls. "Grandma," Liam cooed at the phone screen. "That kid looks exactly like Ryan," David said from beside me one day. It was the first time he had made an unsolicited personal comment to me in years. "Really?" I inquired, testing the waters. "Was Ryan this happy as a baby?" "Yeah." He nodded, and then stopped talking. Nonetheless, that brief exchange gave me a glimmer of hope. Maybe time can heal. Perhaps we had a chance. I was wrong. Ryan's family paid him a visit over Thanksgiving that year. For once, the mood was pleasant. "Mom, Dad, are you both doing well, health-wise?" Emily inquired with genuine concern. "We're great," I said, smiling. "That's good," Emily said, looking between us. "Frankly, I've always admired you two. I've been married for so long and I'm still in love." Before I could respond, Ryan slammed his fork down. "Mom, stop acting," he said, his tone cold. "Emily does not know, but I do. You two haven't been married for years. You are just putting on a show for everyone." The air became still. "Ryan," David warned, his voice low. "Dad, you stop, too." Ryan stood up. "I am 30 years old, not a child. Do you know how suffocating it has been to watch you two live like this? Do you think I could not see it?" Emily was horrified and tugged at his sleeve. "What are you talking about?" "I'm sorry," Ryan said, looking at his wife. "I've been hiding this from you. My parents' marriage is a sham. They've stayed together for appearances." "Ryan." I stood up. Tears in my eyes. "Mom, don't cry." His tone softened. "I understand you regret it. I know you've been trying to make up for it for years. But what about Dad? Has he been happy? Have you ever considered that?" I was speechless. "What's the point of continuing like this?" Ryan inquired, looking from me to David. "It would be better to get a divorce and start fresh. Dad is only 49. You are only 49. You both have a long life ahead of you." "That's enough," David said, getting up from his chair. "Eat your dinner." The Thanksgiving meal ended in silence. Ryan's words sowed a seed in my mind. He was correct. What were we doing, besides torturing each other? I was afraid to ask for a divorce. I was terrified of losing what little I had left of my family, especially David, even if all he offered me was coldness. In 2019 I turned 52. The school hosted a small party for me. "Claire, why isn't your husband here?" one of the younger teachers inquired. "He's stuck at work." I lied with a smile, my heart breaking. The truth was that David had no idea it was my birthday. He had not acknowledged my birthday in years. When I arrived home that night, there was a plate on the kitchen table with 2 still warm pancakes. "Eat," David said, coming out of the kitchen. "For your birthday." Humor. Humor. I stared at the plate. "My favorite is buttermilk with blueberries." Tears started to fall. "You remembered?" "I just remember the date," he replied flatly. Don't read too much into it, but I couldn't help it. This was the first thing he had made for me in 12 years. "David," I sobbed. "Is there a chance for us?" He remained silent for a long time. For so long, I assumed he would not respond. "Claire, some things are in the past for a reason." He turned and walked to his study. "They'll get cold if you wait." I sat at the table and finished every last bite of those pancakes. They were salty, and I wasn't sure if it was from the batter or my tears. Our 32nd wedding anniversary happened in 2020. Ryan insisted on celebrating. The pearl anniversary is in 32 years. "Mom, this is a big deal." "Mom." He reserved a nice restaurant. Emily held Liam during dinner, while Ryan raised a glass. "To Mom and Dad, thank you for everything you've done over the past 32 years. May you always be so happy together." May you always be so happy together. David and I clinked glasses and drank. "Ryan, the truth is, your mother and I," David began. "Dad." "I know," Ryan said. "But no matter what's happened between you two, in my heart, you are the most important people in my life." David drank his wine quietly, without saying anything else. That night, back at home, we lay in our separate rooms. I was in the bedroom, he was on the couch, and the door between us was a physical representation of the barrier between our worlds. "David," I called into the darkness. "Yeah." His voice came from the living room. 32 years, I replied, my voice thin. "Have you hated me for 32 years? The silence continued. "I don't hate you," he finally stated. "I'm just tired." "Tired?" The word was more heartbreaking than hatred. "I'm sorry," I said quietly. Tears running down my cheeks. "Don't apologize." His voice was now loud. "It's all in the past. But was it real?" The pandemic struck in 2022. David and I were both retired and stuck at home together. We spent more time together in those months than we had in the previous 12 years. We cooked together, watched the news, and tracked the case numbers. For a brief moment, we felt like a real couple again. "Wear your mask," he'd say before heading to the grocery store. I'd watch him leave through the doorway, a small everyday concern that made my heart ache with a fragile hope. Perhaps we should start again. I was wrong. One night, I prepared a special dinner and opened a bottle of wine. "What is the occasion?" David inquired, sitting down. "There's no reason. Just wanted to have a nice meal with you," I said, pouring him a glass. He looked at me and took a sip. "David," I took a deep breath. "Can we try again for real this time?" He lowered his glass and looked at me. A bitter smile crossed his lips. "Try it again, Claire. Do you think this is a game where you can simply hit reset?" I know I was mistaken. "You were mistaken." He cut me off. "Do you have any idea what the past 20 years have been like for me? Every night, I lie on that couch, listening to you breathe in the next room and wondering why I was torturing myself like this." "So why didn't you divorce me?" I cried. "Because I did not want to hurt Ryan. Because I did not want to become the subject of town gossip. Because I didn't want you to be humiliated at work." His eyes were red. "But have you ever thought about how I felt? Did you ever think about how seeing you with that man affected my heart?" "I apologize. I'm so sorry," was all I could say repeatedly. "Stop saying sorry," he stood up. "Let's just keep things as they are. It is fine." That night, I threw away the entire meal, and my last hope. By 2026, Liam would be 11. Ryan and his family came several times a year, and the boys' energy brought life to our quiet house. "Grandma, how were you and Grandpa when you were younger?" Liam asked one day, climbing into my lap. "When we were young," I stroked his hair. "Oh, Grandpa was very handsome, and Grandma was very pretty. How did you meet?" "In college?" I smiled. "Grandpa chased after Grandma for a very long time. Does Grandpa still like Grandma?" The question took me off guard. "Of course he does," I admitted with a strained smile. "But I don't think Grandpa likes Grandma very much," Liam explained, tilting his head. "He never holds your hand, and you don't sleep together." "Liam," Emily said, walking over. "Don't say things like that." "I'm not lying," my teacher replied. People who love each other hold hands and hug. All right. It's time to do your homework, Ryan said, pulling his son away. I sat on the couch, my heart a hollow cavity. Even an 11-year-old could see that our marriage was not normal. In 2027, I will turn 60. My old school district held a health screening for retired teachers. I underwent a full workup, including blood tests, x-rays, and an ultrasound. You're in great shape, Mrs. Carter, said the nurse, smiling. A little anemic, perhaps. Eat more spinach. I took my test results to Dr. Catherine Brooks, a gynecologist. She furrowed her brow as she looked at my chart. Claire, I need to ask you a rather personal question, she stated. Looking up, have you and your husband had a normal, intimate relationship over the years? The question caused my face to burn. Is that related to my checkup? It does, said Dr. Catherine Brooks, pointing to the screen. Based on your findings, I'm seeing some unusual indicators. Could you please tell me more if you are comfortable doing so? I hesitated before telling her the truth. My husband and I haven't been intimate in 20 years. Dr. Catherine Brooks looked surprised and sighed. 20 years? She removed her glasses. Claire, do you realize the physical impact this can have? I don't. A long-term lack of intimacy can lead to hormonal imbalances, a weakened immune system, and even increase the risk for certain diseases. Dr. Catherine Brooks explained gently. And from a psychological standpoint, it takes a significant toll on your mental health. I looked down at my hands in shame. Claire, can I ask why? Her tone was pleasant. I interrupted, asking if it was a problem with your husband or my fault. I wronged him. Dr. Catherine Brooks looked at me with pity. I see. She typed some notes. Claire, I need to conduct a more thorough examination. Have you got time today? Yes. Then come with me. I followed her into an examination room and lay down on the cold table. She positioned an instrument over my abdomen, her gaze fixed on a monitor. She abruptly stopped. Claire, her voice quivered slightly. Have you had any previous gynecological surgery? No, never, I said, my heart beginning to race. Why? Dr. Catherine Brooks did not respond, instead continuing the exam. After what seemed like an eternity, she put down the instrument. You can dress. Let's talk again in my office. When I was seated, she handed me a cup of water. Claire, I have to tell you something, she said, taking a deep breath. The exam shows evidence that you've had surgery on your uterus. That's impossible, I exclaimed. I've never had surgery. But the results are very clear. Dr. Catherine Brooks brought up the images. Do you see this here? This is distinct scar tissue. She paused, her expression becoming more serious. And? My throat felt tight. Based on the location and formation of the scarring, this surgery was likely performed many, many years ago. She stared at me intently. Claire, are you certain you have no memory of this? My mind was a chaotic jumble. Surgery? What surgery? When? Could this be a mistake? I grasped for the last shred of hope. No. Dr. Catherine Brooks shook her head. The image is too clear. This is not a mistake. Claire, I recommend you go home and think carefully, or ask a family member. I walked out of the hospital in a daze, the doctor's words echoing in my mind. Surgery. Scar tissue. Several years ago. Suddenly, a thought broke through the fog. I experienced severe anxiety following Nathan Reed in 2010. I couldn't sleep, so I took sleeping pills. I recalled waking up one morning with a dull ache in my lower abdomen. I dismissed it as cramping. Could it be? The more I thought, the more uneasy I became. I hailed a cab and hurried home. David was in the living room, reading the newspaper. You're back, he replied. Without looking up. David, I said, standing in front of him. I need to ask you something, and you have to tell me the truth. He finally looked up, his brow furrowed at my expression. What is it? Did I have surgery in 2010? His face lost its color. He leapt to his feet, the newspaper falling to the ground. My heart sank like stone. So it was true. I hadn't realized I'd had an operation. What kind of surgery was this? My voice shook. Why can't I remember any of it? David turned his back on me, his shoulders trembling as if he were suppressing a powerful force. Do you really want to know? His voice was low. Tell me, I almost screamed. He was quiet for a long time. Just as I was about to ask again, he turned around, his eyes red-rimmed and raw. That year, after I found out about your affair, one night, you took too many sleeping pills, he said. I rushed you to the hospital to get your stomach pumped. During the examination, the doctor discovered you were pregnant. My mind buzzed, and the room tilted. Pregnant? I was pregnant. Whose baby was it? I could barely form a question. David let out a broken, bitter laugh. The doctor said you were 4 months along. His own tears eventually fell. Claire? Do the math. We hadn't seen each other in 8 months. My legs gave out and I collapsed on the sofa. 4 months. We hadn't been intimate in 8 months. The baby belonged to Nathan Reed. I was very pregnant. I still could not believe it. And the baby? What has happened to the baby? David closed his eyes. Tears streamed down his cheeks. I had the doctor perform an abortion, he stated. His voice sounded like it was being dragged out of hell. While you were unconscious, I signed the consent form. I had them take the child. My mind was a white void. I had carried Nathan Reed's child, and David had terminated the pregnancy while I was unconscious. How could you? I whispered. How could I? David let out a roar. You have the audacity to ask me how I could? Claire, you were carrying another man's child. What was I supposed to do? Can you give birth to it? Let the whole world know my wife cheated on me and was carrying another man's child. His words were like knives stabbing me. But it was a life. A life? David sneered. Did you ever consider our family's well-being while cheating? Did you ever consider Ryan's need for a complete and happy home while you were together? And that had a life, it sneered. I received no response. He was correct. It was entirely my fault. So why didn't you tell me? I sobbed. Why did you hide it from me? Tell me? David wiped the tears away. Tell you what? To make you feel guilty? To make you suffer? Or will this make you hate me even more? I wouldn't hate you. You would? He interrupted me. You'd hate me for denying you the right to be a mother. You'd hate me for making that decision while you were unconscious. So, I decided not to tell you. I figured you'd never find out. I assumed this secret would be buried over time. But I know now, I screamed, collapsing. I understand. Do you understand? I understand. I understand. David looked at me with a heartbreaking expression of pain and exhaustion. Yes, you know? He said in a whisper. So, what happens now? What would you like to do? Do you want to hate or forgive me? He moved closer, his voice rising with each word. Or maybe you want to go find that man and tell him you once had his child. No, Claire, some things are in the past for a reason. David turned away. Pretend you don't know. We can continue to live like this. I can't. I exclaimed. I can't pretend I don't know. I can't pretend I don't know. So, what do you want? He turned around. A divorce? Fine. Let's go right now and file the paperwork. I froze. A divorce? Was this really it? Right then, David's phone rang. He responded, and his expression instantly changed. What? Ryan has been in an accident. My heart seized. Okay, we are on our way. He hung up and looked at me, his face pale. Ryan was in an automobile accident. He is undergoing surgery at the hospital. My mind became blank. Nothing else mattered. I rushed after David as he bolted out the door. On the way to the hospital, David gripped the steering wheel tightly, his knuckles white. He'll be okay, I said, my voice trembling. Ryan will be fine. David didn't respond, instead pressing harder on the gas. Emily stood outside the emergency room with Liam, her eyes red and swollen from crying. Mom. Dad. She sobbed when she saw us. Ryan. He was hit by a car while saving a small child who had run into the street. My knees buckled and I almost fell. David caught me and walked over to the surgeon. Doctor, how is my son? The doctor pulled down his mask, his expression grave. The patient was seriously injured. We are doing all we can. He paused. But I have something to tell you. He's lost a significant amount of blood and requires an immediate transfusion. He has a rare blood type, and our supply is low. A rare blood type? David just stared. Which type? Is type AB negative? The doctor stated. It's extremely uncommon. Is there anyone in the family with this type? The quickest way would be to donate directly. David and I looked at each other. I'm O positive, David stated. I'm O positive, too, I stammered. Then determine the patient's blood type. The doctor scanned the chart before coming to a halt. Wait a minute. Genetically, if both parents are type O, their child cannot be type AB. 1. The air in the hallway became ice. I looked at David. His face was deathly white. Are you both sure you're type O? The doctor inquired. Puzzled. Certain? David's voice was barely audible. The doctor frowned, about to say something else, when the operating room doors flew open. We urgently require a family member and a nurse. The patient is critical. We have to get him blood right now. I will contact the blood bank again. The surgeon spoke as he turned to leave. Wait. Emily suddenly spoke up. I am AB negative. Take mine. The doctor paused and nodded. Okay. We will begin preparing you immediately. Come with me. Emily followed the doctor and left Liam with me. I held my grandson with my entire body numb. David stood frozen in the hallway, his gaze fixed on the doors to the operating room. David. I went to his side. Do not talk. His voice was as cold as ice. Not until Ryan is out of surgery. 3 hours later, the light above the O went out. The surgeon emerged, removing his mask. The surgery was successful. He is currently stable, he said, but he will need to be monitored in the ICU. We all gave a collective sigh of relief. Emily, pale from donating blood, came out and asked weakly, "How is Ryan?" "He's fine." I hugged her. "Thank you, Emily." Ryan was moved to the ICU. We could only see him through the glass, lying pale and motionless, connected to a tangle of tubes and wires. "Ryan," I said quietly, tears blurring my vision. David stood beside me, as silent as a statue. That night, Emily drove Liam home to rest. The hospital corridor was empty except for me and David. "Claire," he finally said, his voice filled with despair like I had never heard before. "Tell me, is Ryan my son?" My heart has stopped. What? What are you saying? The doctor said it. We're both type O. Ryan cannot be type AB. He turned to me, his eyes filled with anguish. So, is Ryan my biological son? Of course he is, I exclaimed frantically. Of course, he is your son. Then describe the blood type. I don't know. My mind raced. Perhaps the hospital made an error. Perhaps it is a genetic mutation. Do you actually believe that? David gave a cold laugh. Claire, when you cheated on me, Ryan was already in college. So, if he is not my son, it means you lied to me from the beginning, 32 years ago. No, I grabbed his arm. This is not true, David. You need to believe me. Do you believe me? He shook my hand off. How do I believe you? You had no idea you were pregnant with another man's child. How should I believe you now? But Ryan is your son. I sobbed. Look at him. He looks exactly like you. Like me? David's own tears fell. Claire, do you know what my proudest accomplishment has been over the last 32 years? Having a son like Ryan. And now you're telling me he may not even be mine. He is. He needs to be. Just then, the ICU door opened. A doctor stepped out. The patient is awake. He is asking for you. We rushed in. Ryan lay on the bed, looking weakly at us. Dad. Mom. His voice sounded faint. Ryan. I squeezed his hand. How do you feel? Okay. He looked at David with pleading eyes. Dad, I have something to tell you. David approached the bedside, his own eyes red. What is it, son? Ryan took a shaky breath before summoning all his strength to say a single sentence. Dad, I've always known I wasn't your real son. The doctor's words had shattered my world, but this was the final crushing blow. I stood in the hospital room, watching Ryan's pale face and hearing the words he forced out. The world shattered and reformed into something I could no longer recognize. Dad, I've always known I wasn't your real son. Ryan closed his eyes, exhausted. The only sound in the silent room was a steady beep from the heart monitor. David stumbled back and hit the wall. His face was ghost white under the fluorescent lights, and his lips moved but made no sound. I looked at the man I'd been living with for 32 years. I was used to his coldness, and the wall he had built between us. But now that I saw every line on his face etched with shock and despair, I realized how fragile the heart that had been hiding behind that wall really was. What do you mean? David finally choked out his voice, which was raspy and unrecognizable. A nurse, sensing the tension, said quietly, the patient should rest. Perhaps you should go outside. But I was unable to move. I was frozen to the spot. Ryan opened his eyes again and stared at the ceiling tiles. His voice was as light as feathers. My senior year in high school. I was cleaning out the study. I found your old medical records. My birth certificate. My blood type was listed as AB negative, but the school health screening indicated that I was AB positive. My mind whirled. I remembered the health screening. Ryan had arrived home looking pale. When I asked what was wrong, he simply said he was coming down with a cold. It was 2008. He was 19. I secretly had a paternity test performed, Ryan murmured. A single tear running down his cheek. The results revealed that the probability of paternity was less than 0.2%. 2. Dad. I am not your son. David's legs gave out and he collapsed into a nearby chair. He buried his face in his hands, and his shoulders shook violently. It was the first time in 20 years that I had seen him truly cry, not silently, but with repressed, gut-wrenching sobs. That sound was more painful for me than any accusation. Who? He lifted his head. His eyes bloodshot. And fixed me with a stare. Who was it? I opened my mouth, but no sound emerged. Who? I do not know, I stammered. I honestly don't know. Before David, I had a boyfriend in college. But we split up 8 months before the wedding. After we got married, I was always faithful until Nathan Reed. But that was 22 years into their marriage. Ryan could not be Nathan Reed's son, so only one possibility remained. David, I began, each word like a shard of glass in my throat. I remember what happened before the wedding. My bachelorette party. I drank excessively. The memories are blurry. A face that I had almost completely forgotten appeared. Grant Whitaker is David's best friend and our best man. He relocated to Europe for work just a week before our wedding. We never heard from him again. We had barely spoken. David leapt to his feet, his eyes shifting from despair to terrifying clarity, and finally, to pure rage. Grant. He spat the name out, like poison. It was him, right? I could not deny it. The timeline and blood type both fit. Grant was AB negative. I overheard it at a party long ago. David's voice trembled as he addressed you two. Before my wedding, at home. I was drunk, cried, and collapsed. The night before the wedding rehearsal, I was extremely nervous. I drank excessively. He brought me home. I don't recall it. I swear I thought it was only a bad dream. So you married me while carrying another man's child? David laughed. A raw, terrifying sound. Claire. You are 30 years old. You lied to me for 30 years. I raised my best friend's son. I made him my pride and joy. I gave him everything. You have made me the world's biggest joke. I did not know. I fell to my knees and grabbed his pants. David. I swear I didn't know. My periods were always irregular. I just assumed it was late. If I knew, I would never have done it. Never would have had what? He looked down at me with eyes as cold as a frozen lake. Never would have married me or had him. I was silenced. What would I have done if I had known then? I had no idea. Being an unmarried mother was considered a source of great shame back then. And David was so nice to me, so genuine. Get out. David turned his back to me. I do not want to see you. David. Get out. He roared, his voice cracking with long-suppressed rage. I got to my feet, and stumbled out of the ICU. The corridor was empty and bathed in the hospital's harsh, sterile light. I leaned against the wall, slid to the floor, and buried my face in my knees. For 32 years, I believed that my affair 20 years ago was the greatest sin of my life. A debt I would spend the rest of my life repaying. But now I realized it was just an aftershock, a cruel, ironic echo. The original sin had occurred before the story began, before the wedding march was played. And I, the sinner, had lived in blissful ignorance, stealing 30 years from David's life. I'm not sure how long I sat there before someone sat down next to me. It was Emily. She gently placed an arm around my shoulders. Mom. Ryan told me everything. Her voice was soft. He stated that regardless of what the blood test results show, you will always be his only mother, and Dad will always be his only father. I looked up at her young and sad face. Emily, don't you hate me? Emily shakes her head. Hatred will not change anything. Ryan needs you both. Liam needs his grandparents. Mom, some things cannot be undone, but we can still choose how we will face the future. Her words were a lifeline, but I was unable to grasp them. Did I deserve it? Did I still have the right to be Ryan's mom? To be Liam's grandmother? 2 days later, Ryan was transferred to a regular room. David remained by his side throughout. He spoke with no one unless absolutely necessary. Especially not me. He looked at me like I was a stranger. No, it's worse than a stranger. As if I were the one who had betrayed his entire existence. I brought food and clean clothes to the hospital every day, but I only stayed outside the room, occasionally peering through the small glass window. I would see David sitting by the bed, holding Ryan's hand, and talking quietly. I couldn't hear what they were saying, but I could see Ryan's tears and David's red-rimmed eyes as he attempted to remain calm. It was a beautiful, heartbreaking scene, a father and son with a bond stronger than blood. And I was the one who nearly destroyed everything. Ryan was discharged a week after being admitted. We didn't return to our house. We went to Ryan and Emily's home in Chicago. Ryan was given the master bedroom to recover in, and David and I were assigned to the guest room. We shared a roof but lived 1,000 miles apart. That night, I heard a noise from the balcony. I opened the sliding door to find David standing there, a cigarette glowing in his hand, looking out at the city lights. He had quit smoking more than a decade ago. David. I spoke softly. He did not turn around, instead taking a long drag on the cigarette and slowly exhaling. Claire, I've been thinking. His voice was eerily calm. I wanted to hate you. I wanted to kill you. I wanted to burn everything down and call it quits. My heart contracted into a tight knot. But Ryan spoke to me as he turned, the ember of his cigarette illuminating his face in the darkness. Dad, the love you gave me over the last 30 years was genuine. And the love I gave you was genuine. That is enough. The early winter wind blew, and I hugged myself against the chill while waiting for my sentence. So, I've decided to let you go, David said, crushing his cigarette against the railing. I also need to let go of myself. Could we? I choked out. Can we go back? Will you return? He laughed. A hollow sound caused by exhaustion. Every day in our past was based on a lie. There is no going back. Claire, so what do we do? David remained silent for a long time. A train horn blew in the distance, creating a long and lonely sound. Ryan needs time to heal. Liam is still young. He needs a whole family, he explained slowly. So we'll continue to act as we have for the past 20 years. In public, we are a loving couple. We're Ryan's parents. We're Liam's grandparents. And at home? I inquired, my voice trembling. He looked at me with empty eyes. At home, we're just roommates. This time, it's real. He turned and walked back inside, leaving me alone on the cold balcony. That night, I was unable to sleep. I remembered him saying those exact words 20 years ago. I now realize that wasn't the worst possible outcome. The worst-case scenario was that even hatred became a luxury, replaced by the tired, mechanical motions of partnership. But this time, I had no reason to complain. I had no right to feel sad. I deserved it. The days have passed. Ryan slowly recovered and began working from home. Liam would run home from school, first into his grandfather's arms, and then into mine. His innocent laughter was the only thing that truly warmed the house. David remained polite and distant. He would say thank you and excuse me. If I coughed, he would silently pass me a glass of water, but there was no more eye contact or unnecessary conversation. We were two robots programmed to perfectly play the roles of a happy couple and adoring grandparents. Late at night, I would hear a muffled cough from his side of the room, followed by a deep sigh. I'd lie in the dark, picturing him, the man who had always been proud, now forced to swallow this immense humiliation and pain in private every night. I didn't even have the right to knock on his door and apologize. Christmas came, and we returned to our hometown. Friends and family had gathered, and the house was filled with noise and laughter. David and Claire, you two are still so in love, my cousin remarked wistfully. After 32 years, you still look as happy as newlyweds. David smiled and wrapped his arm around my shoulder, a gesture so practiced it appeared natural. Yep, he replied. She's the one for me. I leaned against him, inhaling the faint, familiar tobacco scent on his shirt. He'd started smoking again. His arm was strong and steady, but I knew it wasn't strong enough to hold me. It was there to support a world that was about to collapse. Ryan stood up to give a toast during Christmas dinner. Mom and Dad, thank you for everything you've done for our family. He looked at us with glistening eyes. I love you. David raised his glass and drank it in one go. I sipped my wine. It burned my throat. And I started coughing. David gently patted my back. The gesture was tender, but his gaze was fixed somewhere far away. At that point, I understood. Some punishments do not involve loud arguments or cold shoulders. They are at a gentle distance. He was right next to me, but he was already a million miles away. Following the holidays, we returned to Chicago. Life continued on its seemingly peaceful course until one afternoon in March. David called me into the study. Claire. Sit down. We need to talk. I sat, my heart pounding from anxiety. The sunlight streamed through the window, creating dappled shadows on his face. I've booked a flight to Oregon for next week, he explained calmly. By myself? My stomach dropped. For how long? I do not know. A month. Possibly longer. He looked at me with an unreadable expression. I need some time alone to think. How about the family? Ryan is doing fine now. Emily is here for Liam. He paused. You take care of yourself. I knew it was his farewell. Not a divorce or a final breakup, but a long, slow escape. He'd been on the run since he found out the truth. David. I mustered the courage to say, stopping him as he turned to leave. If I could rewind time to the night before the wedding, I would. Don't say if. He interrupted me, his voice tired. You've said it far too often over the last 32 years. But time only moves forwards. The mistakes we've made, the wounds we've caused, are now carved into our bones. All we can do is carry them and continue walking. He got as far as the door before coming to a halt, his back to me. When I get back, we'll discuss what happens next. The door closed softly. I sat in the study, gazing out at the bright spring day, tears falling silently. I had no idea if he would ever return or what kind of next he was talking about. But this time, I was not praying for forgiveness. I wasn't hoping to return. 20 years ago, I thought the worst punishment was for him to stop touching me, as if we were strangers living together. I finally realized it was only the prelude. The real punishment was the revelation of the truth, which created an insurmountable barrier between us. On either side of the wall stood two people who had been irrevocably changed by time and lies. And I'll spend the rest of my life repaying a debt I incurred 32 years ago. Whether he returns or not, whatever our fate, this is how my story ends. My brother married my ex at the family lake house. I found $45,000 spent from an account with my name on it. I was scrolling through Facebook on a slow Thursday morning when the first photo appeared. A lakeside vista, rows of white seats, string lights strung between birch trees, and more. A dance floor, a tiered cake, people laughing over wine, and, right in the middle of one photo, my brother Ryan, in a tuxedo, smiling with a woman in a white dress. I paused and refreshed the screen. More photographs kept loading. Ryan and Claire had a beautiful day. Someone had captioned it. I blinked. My thumb hung over the screen, frozen. I wasn't invited, but everyone else in the family was. Aunt Susan is carrying an awful silver clutch. My maternal cousins, including one who resides in Oregon. Uncle Robert's ugly fishing hat is still noticeable even in formal attire. They were all packed into shot after shot, like a great happy reunion that I had no idea had transpired until now. My name is Ethan. I'm 34 years old, and my own family appears to be unaware of my existence. I proceeded down the rabbit hole. More than 185 guests were tagged. My parents appeared radiant. Mom is wearing a forest green outfit. She constantly claimed she was saving for something significant. Dad wore that too tight smile he saves for formal occasions and to conceal worry. Claire's family looked happy as they posed near a lakeside arch. Then came the bridal party shot, 5 guys and 6 bridesmaids. No me. There was no call, no save the date, and not even a vague group text with a time and location that I could have easily ignored. It was not a mistake. They had not forgotten. I had been completely excluded, purposefully and ruthlessly. I sat there, heart thumping in my ears, while the comments poured in. Best day ever. I cannot believe how gorgeous that was. I am delighted to rejoice with you all. I locked my phone. I unlocked it again 30 seconds later. Still there. Still real. I went back to check my texts. Ryan says nothing. Not for weeks. He sent his last communication in April. A meme about a classic game we used to play as children. It did not even receive a reply. Then one from Dad in June. Just a bland happy birthday, mate. There is no mention of any upcoming weddings. No invitation, no hint. I had not yet met Claire. I had no idea what she looked like until that moment. Mid-scroll, mid-stomach drop. I didn't know her name. I did not call. I did not text. I did not write a comment. I did not hit like. 5 days later, I received a note from Dad. Your brother is heartbroken. You did not reach out. I stared at it for a time. We are sorry you were not invited. Let's not just explain that. As if I had harmed them by not pretending I was unaware that the entire family was celebrating something without me. It's as if I owed them something. I did not respond. I could not. Not yet. I just sat there, feeling the weight of it, wondering when precisely I had been cut out and why no one had the courage to tell me. It is not as if Ryan and I were strangers. We grew up like many brothers. We had arguments on occasion, played video games together, and switched tasks when we believed we could get away with it. We drifted a little after college. Sure, he went into corporate finance. I began freelancing as a web developer and doing contract work. We didn't see each other every week, but we shared birthday greetings, attended family gatherings, and had drinks when we were in the same city. When our cousin Daniel died 18 months ago, we sat together at his burial. He even crashed on my couch once when his work trip was prolonged. It wasn't ideal, but it wasn't terrible. Nothing to imply this, but I'm guessing it didn't start with the wedding. It simply became evident. Looking back, there were fissures. Like when I came home for Thanksgiving 3 years ago, and Ryan told me he was thinking about proposing. He had been imprecise, saying he was still figuring out the timing. Mom had effectively silenced him in mid-sentence. I assumed it was because it was too soon to share, not because they intended to make it a family affair -1. Or the occasion last summer when I offered to host Christmas at my home. Everyone mentioned they were keeping things small, and travel was difficult this year. But then I noticed the photographs on Mom's Instagram. Ryan's place was lit up like a Hallmark movie. They sat around a fireplace in matching jammies. Each of those times stung a little, but I shook it aside. Life gets busier. People create plans. Miscommunications occur. That's what I've told myself till now, until 185 people arrived at a lakeside site, and no one believed I merited a seat. I began to reflect deeper, recalling small incidents that didn't seem significant at the time, such as how Dad always seemed to play peacekeeper but never genuinely took my side, or how Mom would compliment Ryan's job promotions as if he were receiving gold stars, but never inquired about my work unless it was to urge I try something more stable. And birthdays. Oh, birthdays. Ryan got surprise parties and handmade cakes. I received texts and occasionally a regifted bottle of wine. At the time, I just laughed it off. He's the golden child, I joke with friends. I'm just an extra. But when the extra doesn't show up, they're devastated. I wish I could say that I was astonished. But I was not. Not really. Not in my gut. I guess a part of me already knew. The wedding simply ripped the curtain down. And now I needed to decide what to do with it. Whether I should pretend it never happened, respond to Dad's message in a kind and forgiving manner, or stop pretending. I didn't respond. Not that day. Not the day after. Either. But I started paying attention, replaying events, observing how people spoke to me, recalling who showed up when I moved residences last year, who returned my calls, and who asked how I was doing without attempting to change me. Because if my absence from the wedding was so painful for them, why hadn't my absence from their planning been as detrimental? That question kept buzzing in my mind. Every time I opened my phone, saw another photo, or scrolled past the cheerful faces of folks I used to consider family, I noticed something else. There was one photo, which I had never seen before, posted by a mutual friend, not a family. It was a group shot taken behind the groom and bride, just off-center, standing casually with a drink in hand. My ex smiled as if she belonged there. I tapped and expanded the photo. There she was. Maya. I dated the girl for 2.5 years. She broke up with me 20 months ago because she needed space and was not ready for something serious. There she was, wearing a pale blue bridesmaid's dress, squeezing her waist, laughing with someone I didn't recognize, and my brother stood by her, hand on her lower back, smiling. The timeline snapped together. I believe that's when everything changed. Not the wedding. Not the words. Not the images. But that single image. Tucked away as an afterthought. Everything stopped being perplexing and began to make cruel, perfect sense. I did not blow up. I did not anger. I just stared. The silence that followed was not hollow. It was the start of something. It's strange how stillness can feel more intense than screaming. When I saw that photo, I didn't slam the phone or hurl it across the room like you would in a dramatic breakup scenario. I just sat there, quite still. There was no music or TV on in the background. Only the hum of the fridge and the occasional groan from the ancient ceiling fan above me. My intellect was not racing. It was arranging, not worrying, and sorting. Maya, my brother, had a wedding that I was not invited to. A heartbroken text arrived 5 days later. The longer I looked at the photograph, the clearer it got. Ryan's hand rested so securely on the small of her back. The proximity, her smile, not the polite sort you throw around at gatherings, but the true one, the one I used to get after inside jokes and late-night drives singing stupid songs in the vehicle. That was my smile. I remember it since I used to pursue it. Now it was in his wedding photos, and no one told me. Not her. Not him. Nor my parents. You have to understand that Maya was not some random ex. She was in my life for around 2.5 years. I brought the first girl home to meet my folks. The first person I had ever truly considered a future with. She and I had a rough relationship in the end. Sure, but we hadn't ended on animosity, only distance. She claimed to be exhausted and in need of time to reflect. The breakup was quiet, sorrowful, and filled with loose ends. She cried. I cried. We pledged to stay on good terms. Maybe even reunite someday when things made more sense. Apparently, she understood things far faster than I did. I scrolled on, fingers numb and eyes unfocused. Another photograph, this one from the rehearsal dinner. Maya sat next to Ryan, her hand over his on the table, and they both laughed with my mother. My mother's smile was beaming as if she had just won the lottery. I had no idea they knew each other so well. Ryan had met her at family gatherings before, but never in an intimate setting. He'd never asked about her and didn't seem really interested. I used to tell him about our friendship, just like you would with a brother. I confided in him when we were squabbling, when I was arranging our anniversary trip, and when I considered proposing. He constantly had a calm demeanor, as if he didn't care. They said relationships were complicated and I shouldn't rush things. Looking back, those discussions feel like landmines that I stepped on unknowingly. There were no photographs from their first date. There is no time frame to demonstrate when everything switched. Just this, the disclosure, completely formed, as if I had missed the entire movie and had only seen the last 10 minutes. I did not sleep that night. I laid on the couch, the light from my phone screen faded but still on, fueling the storm in my gut. I dismissed every interaction between them that I could recall. Every time I thought she was lingering in conversation with Ryan for too long, it played out in a horrible loop. I felt like an idiot, and much worse than that. I felt cheated. The next morning, I called my best friend, Caleb. On the fourth ring, he responded with that half-asleep voice he has when I wake him up too early. "Are you up?" I asked. "Now I am." "What up? Did you see the wedding photographs?" "Yes, man." I was about to say something then realized. "Wait. You weren't there?" I paused. "No, Cal, I wasn't invited." There was stillness. "Wait, what? Are you serious?" I've explained everything. The Facebook scroll, the text from my father, the photo, and Maya. His reaction ranged between stunned and enraged. He questioned, did they knock their heads or something? How can you not invite your own brother to your wedding, especially while you are marrying his ex? I didn't have an answer, but as I thought about it, I realized how deep this went. This was not a mistake. It was not an awkward oversight. It was planned, coordinated, and safeguarded. I spent the following few days replaying it in my memory. I remembered a chat with Mom last Christmas, when she said Ryan had really matured this year, and how love can arise in the most unexpected places. I assumed she was referring about him settling down in general, but it was most likely about Maya. They were already together back then. I began to spiral. Not in a dramatic, I'm losing my mind type of way. More of a chilly, surgical unwinding. I contacted our cousin Lauren, the only family member who had ever been slightly impartial in our never-ending familial favoritism circus. She responded while jogging, her breath coming in bursts. "Hello, Ethan. Is everything okay?" "Lauren. Did you attend the wedding?" Her quiet said everything. "I only need to know one thing," I stated with a strained voice. "How long had they been together?" She paused. "Look, I didn't know the entire story. I thought maybe you did. I mean, it has been a while, correct? Since you and Maya." I didn't respond. "They started showing up for family events together about 7 months ago. Your mother pretended it was completely normal, as if it had your blessing or something." "My blessing?" "I didn't know, Ethan. I swear I assumed someone would have. This is really messed up." I ended the call gently. I can't recall much after that. Just a sense that the room had slanted sideways and gravity was off. That day, I did not eat, work, or shower. I simply gazed. I wanted to shout. I wanted to rip the place apart. But all I could do was sit there, transfixed by a fact that everyone else knew but me. Nobody thought I deserved to know the truth. Not even Ryan. Not even Maya. Not even my parents. The betrayal wasn't simply because they were together. It was something my entire family knew. They had grinned, posed for photographs, and toasted champagne flutes under fairy lights. All the while, I sat in my apartment, fully oblivious, hoping to see everyone again next vacation. Maybe this year they'll come to me for Thanksgiving. Perhaps I'd finally be enough for Mom to brag about to her family. But I didn't even get a seat at the table. The breaking point came a week later, when Ryan finally phoned me. The name appeared on my computer like it hadn't in months. I glanced at it for 4 rings before responding. "Hello," I said. His voice seemed overly pleasant. "Ethan." "Hello, Guy. I've been meaning to call. Sorry about the delay. Honeymoon planning has been chaotic." I did not say anything. "You doing well?" he asked. "Dad claimed you were distant." "Is this what he said?" A heartbeat. "Yeah. Listen, I know you saw the wedding details. I'm so sorry, Guy. We weren't sure how. What should be done?" I interrupted. "How to inform your brother you're marrying the woman he adores." He became quiet. I waited. "It just happened," he said later. "We ran into each other after you broke up, and there was a connection. We didn't intend for it to be serious, but it was." "How long, Ethan, how long?" He exhaled. "Approximately 14 months." I nodded despite his inability to see me. "Approximately 14 months. So, they'd been together while I was still hopeful that Maya and I could reconcile. While I was sending those awkward texts and grieving the end of the relationship, they were already forming a new one behind my back, under the smiling gaze of my family. And they hadn't simply hidden it. They had celebrated it. "You didn't invite me," I said. "Not even as a guest. You did not even warn me. You just pretended I wasn't real." "We didn't mean to hurt you," he murmured softly. "So why did you do it?" "I do not know. That was the truth. Probably because I wasn't aware. I only wanted what I wanted, and you were inconvenient. I've always had your back," I said, my voice shaking. "When you were fired, I paid your rent. I assisted you in rewriting your resume after you failed your first job. When you crashed my automobile, I did not ask you to pay for it. And this is how you will repay me. Ethan. Please. I didn't mean for it to happen this way. I don't care what you meant. I care about what you did." He began to say something else, but I hung up. I sat there for a long time afterward, the air heavy with betrayal. I was no longer just mourning a relationship. I was mourning a family, a sense of belonging that I'd clung to like a fool. A lifetime of playing the role of the dependable son, the underappreciated sibling, the one who always maintained order. That guy was gone. I did not anger. I did not send a long email. I didn't make a dramatic call out online, but I did start writing something else, a plan. Rock bottom does not always mean flashing lights and sirens. Sometimes it appears quietly, like a weight you didn't notice until it began to crush your lungs. For me, it was a Tuesday afternoon. I was just walking into the grocery store down the street to get eggs and bread when I saw Mom. She was in the produce section, holding a head of lettuce and laughing at what the woman next to her said. I froze. My stomach clenched, not from anger, but from something worse. Shame. I did not want her to see me. I didn't want to hear whatever lie she had concocted to appease her conscience. I didn't want her fake warmth or her eyes, acting as if none of this had happened. So I turned around and walked out, leaving my basket behind, got into my car, sat behind the wheel, and stared at my hands. That was the moment. That's when it really hit home. I couldn't even be in the same room as my mother without feeling emotionally impacted. I went home, turned off the phone, and vanished. For weeks, I operated on autopilot. I handled fewer client calls. I missed deadlines. I declined the invitations. There weren't very many. Caleb attempted to check in, but I kept our conversations short. I was tired of everything. Of pretending that I was not broken. I resisted the urge to text Maya and scrolled past more wedding photos every time I opened Instagram. My apartment became a jumble of pizza boxes, laundry piles, and unopened mail. The only constant was the dull, quiet ache that lived in my chest. However, the world did not come to a halt simply because I felt it should. Rent was due. Bills required payment. And somewhere beneath the wreckage of my pride, I still had clients. So I showed up slowly and quietly. I took on a few small jobs, including web fixes, redesigns, and WordPress themes for boutique brands. The work did not make me feel better, but it did make the hours pass faster. Then something changed. One afternoon, I received an email from a contractor I worked with a few years ago. Jason was a tech startup founder with a ridiculous beard and a penchant for coffee that tasted like burnt tree bark. He needed someone to rebuild the back end of his company's new app. I remember your work. He wrote. Are you still available? I nearly said no. I almost deleted the email, but something inside me clicked. It was the first time in weeks that someone treated me as if I were more than just a discarded brother or ex-boyfriend. I wrote back, we set up a call, and I was back in. The project was intense. 14 weeks, tight deadlines, and complicated architecture, but I threw myself into it. It was not about money. It was not even about distraction. It was all about control. When I couldn't fix my own family, I started over and built something new. I worked late at night, sometimes until 2:30 a.m. My apartment remained a mess. But my code was clean, sharp, and tight, right in the middle of all that. I remembered who I was. I was not Ryan's shadow. I wasn't the backup son. I was not the one who was left out. I was Ethan, the guy who built websites for local bands in high school, then began freelancing in college and ran his own one-man studio for 7 years. I had clients from 3 countries. I'd helped start 3 businesses from scratch. I wasn't just drifting, I was underrated. And the realization hit hard. I went for a walk around the lake near my apartment one evening in the middle of the autumn season. It was late, the air was crisp, and the sky was full of stars. I did not bring my phone. I did not listen to music. I just walked. For the first time in months, I felt still, not happy or healed, but as if I wasn't going to shatter. Every time someone mentioned family, weddings, or betrayal, I would breathe. That was sufficient. However, something else was also changing. I started looking through my photos. Not the wedding ones. My travels, my work, my friends, and the memories that were unrelated to Ryan, Maya, or my parents. I discovered an old photo of me at a coding boot camp I helped lead 18 months ago, smiling and confidently explaining something to a group of eager college students. That guy was still inside. So I tried something I hadn't done in a long time. I rebuilt my website. Not just a portfolio, brand, or platform. I cleaned up my client list, updated my testimonials, and included new case studies. I hired a designer friend to redesign my logo. I even made a blog post about building when you're burned out. It was not poetic. It wasn't viral, but it was genuine, and people responded. Emails came in. Bookings result in a minor increase in site traffic. Then a direct message from someone at a mid-size creative agency. They were looking for part-time contractors and liked my voice. A month later, I signed a retainer agreement with them. And with that, I was no longer just surviving. I started building again. My daily existence changed as well. I began getting up early, not out of stress, but on purpose. I made coffee, opened the windows, and brought light into my cave-like living room. I purchased a plant. It perished. I purchased another one. It did not. Small wins. I reconnected with Caleb. I started saying yes to things again. Dinners, game nights, and even a hiking excursion were activities I would have shunned previously. Therapy followed next. Not because I broke down, but because I didn't want to do it again. I found a man named Dr. Andrew Miller. Quiet, sharp, and did not use excessive force. During our first appointment, I told him, I think I lost my family. He nodded. We unpacked carefully. The favoritism, the quiet, the treachery, the way I always felt like I had to earn affection, whilst Ryan simply accepted it. I shrunk myself to avoid being a burden, and I clung to crumbs of affection like they were food. Dr. Andrew Miller did not do miracles, but he did listen. And for the first time, someone confirmed that maybe I wasn't crazy. That perhaps the pain I had borne since childhood wasn't just bad luck. It was a pattern, which might be broken. Meanwhile, my parents remained mute. No word from Mom. No apologies or explanations. I heard from Lauren once. She texted me, stating she hoped everything was fine. Ryan and Maya had moved into a new place, and Mom was attempting to make things right. I didn't say anything, not because I was angry, but because I was done filling quiet with forgiveness. Caleb and I were out drinking one night when he asked, "So, what's next? Are you just chopping them off forever?" I did not have a response. It wasn't about vengeance anymore. Not in the way I expected. I didn't intend to burn bridges, write angry letters, or post call-outs online. I did not need them to grovel. I simply wanted to stop bleeding. And I did, slowly and silently, but I was paying attention, because revenge isn't always about fire and fury. Sometimes it's about clarity, waiting for the appropriate moment, not out of spite, but with precision. And when it arrived, I'd know because something in me had changed. I wasn't the extra anymore. I was not the one who was left behind. I was the one who got up anyway. It started with a quick email. "Hey, Ethan. Long time no talk," from a name I hadn't thought of in years. Olivia Parker. We'd been to college together, same dorm, same computer science group. She'd been brilliant, bright, and had a brutal sense of humor, as well as a chuckle that could break any unpleasant mood. We lost touch after college when she moved out west to work for a tech company in Seattle. But then she appeared in my inbox. Like a ghost knocking pleasantly. Subject line, fast query, and perhaps an opportunity. I opened it. She was developing a new platform that was large, venture-backed, and in its early stages. A combination of a creative freelancing ecosystem and an AI-powered resource planner. She wrote, "We're building tools for the next wave of remote creatives. I need someone I can trust to lead development on the infrastructure side." Your name appeared more than once. It seemed weird, as if the universe was delivering something I hadn't asked for yet really needed. That night, I connected with her via Zoom. She appeared older, but in a good way, more focused and forceful. We caught up quickly, discussing specifications, timeframes, and team dynamics. The deal was not only lucrative, it was strategic, with great visibility, substantial equity, and long-term promise. She did not only want me to lay the foundation. She wanted me to be a member of the core. I agreed before we even hung up. And with that, I had a new engine. For the first few weeks, I was completely overwhelmed with work. But it wasn't like the desperate, avoid your feelings drowning I'd done after the wedding. This was planned and structured. I participated in team calls, sprint planning meetings, and GitHub threads. I was developing clean code, assisting juniors in debugging their reasoning, and staying up late to create scalable systems that were genuinely useful. I was not simply rebuilding my life. I was developing someone else's vision. I was valuable. That's when the idea of not vengeance began to blossom. Not at first. Just curiosity. You see, when you are burned by individuals you trusted, who make you feel invisible, the sorrow does not stop there. It starts there. And then, gradually, you start to ask, how long has this been happening? What did I miss? What else are they hiding? You should cease presuming good intentions. You start digging. One night, after a particularly lengthy sprint review, I poured a glass of wine, sat down at my desk, and opened an old Google Drive folder that I hadn't seen in over 14 months. It was called Family Docs, and it contained just receipts, bills, joint agreements, and other items from when I used to assist Dad with tech issues or manage the family vacation rental properties web listings for free. He appointed me as administrator of the shared Google account we'd used to keep everything organized a long time ago. Apparently, he never removed me. I wasn't looking for anything special, but as I clicked through, the shape of things began to shift. There were spreadsheets, annual taxes, invoices, and maintenance records. One property was branded Lakeside. I opened it. That's when I realized the wedding didn't take place at a posh resort or Airbnb. It had been at our family's lake house, which we used to visit every summer, but I hadn't been there in about 4 years due to a plumbing problem, and no one was actually using it anymore, but clearly someone had. The spreadsheet corroborated this. There were transactions for furniture, rentals, food, and security that occurred only a few weeks before the wedding. Expenses paid from a joint family account. My name was still on the account. I helped set it up when Dad became overwhelmed with taxes, and they used it without asking or telling me. They'd hosted a $42,500 wedding on land I technically co-owned, with my name on the books, and didn't even have the courtesy to text. That's when the setup started. Not out of spite, but to clarify. Step 1 was simple. Make sure everything was clean on my end. I backed up all of the paperwork, spreadsheets, invoices, and calendar invitations from the previous 7 years. I logged the IP addresses. I downloaded PDF copies. I kept a version history of every change I made to whatever I had access to. I wanted proof, not necessarily for court, but for me. Step 2, contact my lawyer. I hadn't spoken to Rebecca Collins in a while. She was a straight-talking, old-fashioned family friend. She helped me establish up my LLC when I initially started freelancing. I scheduled a session on the pretense of wanting to resolve some property ownership difficulties. When we got on the phone, I described everything except the emotional turmoil. Just the facts: shared account, property, and unauthorized use. She whistled. Ethan, this is bad for them. Do you want to press charges? Not yet, I said. But I'd like to know what my alternatives are. We spent an hour discussing logistics. It turns out that my parents had never properly removed me from any of the ownership records. Technically, the lake house remained in a family trust, with my name as one of its beneficiaries. That means I had every right to seek documents, prevent repeat instances, and even request an audit. It also meant that the $42,500 wedding required my permission for any substantial upgrades or rentals. They hadn't received it. Step 3, acquire allies. This was not about mobilizing troops. I was not going to march through Thanksgiving dinner with printouts and accusations, but I did begin having quiet chats. For example, I invited Lauren to coffee. She appeared frightened, as if she expected me to eventually explode. Instead, I posed a simple inquiry: how long have they kept things from me? She groaned and told me how Mom had begun treating Maya as a daughter-in-law even before the separation. Ryan began turning up to family functions without alerting me, claiming that I was too busy at work. Mom would tighten her lips whenever she inquired about me. He's figuring it out, she'd remark. Do not pry. I thanked Lauren. Then I told her about the property, the account, and the unpaid obligation of inclusion. Her expression altered. She didn't know. And now she has. I wasn't looking to turn Lauren against them, but it was critical that someone else noticed what I saw. That this was more than simply feelings. It was about choices. Repeated ones, financial, and legal ones. Over the next few weeks, I continued to quietly rebuild. My position at Olivia Parker's startup was going better than expected. We launched our beta, received coverage from 3 mid-tier tech blogs, and signed a couple high-profile clients. I kept my head down and worked, but in the background, the gears were turning. I made a formal request with the family trust accountant for an audit of expenses and future plans for the lake house. Rebecca Collins advised that there be no accusations. Only transparency. It was the type of motion that caused a ripple without creating a splash. I was exerting my presence without setting anything on fire. A week later, I received a call from Dad. He sounded exhausted. Cautious. Ethan, he said, received your email. I wanted to talk. I let the silence stretch. You know, you've always had a portion in the lake house, he said. That has never been in question. So, why was I never consulted? He exhaled. There wasn't time. The wedding came together quickly. 4 months of planning is not a quick process, Dad. It was complicated. No. It was convenient. You did not want to cope with me. More silence. Finally, he remarked, look, if this is about Maya, it's not. I lied. Because it was. Of course it was. But it was also about them, the erasing, and how they had turned me into a ghost in my own existence. I wasn't looking for closure. I was making certain they felt the impact of my absence. We'll talk as a family soon, Dad responded, attempting to appear reasonable. Figure this out. Sure, I answered. Let me know when everyone's ready to be honest. I hung up. But I didn't wait because I wasn't just establishing a boundary. I was setting up the board. It occurred silently. No explosions. No confrontations. Just a series of courteous, formal notices that flipped my family's world upside down. The kind of vengeance you don't notice coming until it's halfway through your house, taking your beloved chair out the door. By late October, the leaves had begun to fall. I was 14 weeks into my new work at Olivia Parker's startup, and we had recently secured a huge investment transaction, bringing my share to the low 6 digits on paper. I was sleeping better, smiling more, and taking care of myself in minor, mundane ways, such as cooking my own food and responding to texts from friends in a timely manner. That was when I received a notification from the trust accountant. He had concluded the audit. The numbers were worse than I had anticipated. Over the last 14 months, the shared family property account, in which I retained legal ownership, had been used to fund $45,000 plus for the lakeside wedding, $8,750 for landscaping upgrades, $6,900 for venue cleaning and painting, $3,400 in floral design and tent rentals, $2,250 for guest parking and off-site transportation, and, most notably, $18,600 for a guest dock renovation designated for reception launch viewing. When I offered to assist refurbish the pier so I could take a few friends up for the summer, Dad told me it was too decayed to replace nearly 4 years ago. Now, it appears to be wedding worthy. What made this even worse was that all of those transactions had been approved and paid through the trust account, which meant they were theoretically made with my money. My name appeared on the paperwork. My ownership status had not changed. They not only excluded me, but also utilized me. Rebecca Collins reacted angrily when I showed her. She said, "You could easily take them to court right now and win." But I didn't want a courtroom. I desired closure. Real, undeniable, and permanent. So I asked her to write a formal letter. Not pushy, not dramatic, but firm. It sought complete payment for half of all wedding-related expenses, dock renovations, and unapproved upgrades, as well as an offer. I was willing to sell my part of the lake house for market value. And because I had the foresight to hire a property assessor the previous month, I knew exactly what that value was, $995,000, which meant my portion was $497,500. We mailed the letter certified, with a return receipt request, and I waited. 2 weeks later, I received a call from Mom. She did not sound angry. She sounded hurt. When her control faltered, she would resort to that passive, gasping hurt. "Ethan, I just received your mail. I assumed you would. This is so much money. Where are you expecting us to acquire this?" "I do not. I anticipate you to refinance, liquidate, or sell the property. Would you really sell your part of the family lake house over this? You already did when you utilized it without my permission." She did not speak for a moment. I could hear a tremor in her breath. Then she said, "This isn't like you." "You are correct. It is not." That was the last time I spoke with her. A week later, I received an email from a real estate attorney representing my parents and Ryan. They wished to negotiate. They offered me $190,000 as a reasonable compromise. I declined. I didn't become angry. I provided an official value, images of the trust agreement, copies of the audit, and a clear line, $480,000, or I forced the sale. They called my bluff, and I followed through. Rebecca Collins filed the petition. Because of the trust arrangement, I had the ability to seek a sale in court if no buyout deal was achieved within 120 days. They attempted to stall, claimed emotional value, and even suggested that I had already verbally given my portion. But every stalling attempt simply made matters worse. It turns out that forcing the sale of a family home makes matters extremely public. A listing appeared in January. Charming 4-bedroom waterfront property suitable for parties or full-time living. The real estate agent released glossy images of the recently painted dock, the planted gardens, the wide-open reception area, the same location where my brother married, and the same pier where they toasted a new life that I was not invited to see. The offers arrived swiftly. By February, the home had sold for $1,015,000. After taxes and fees, I received a wire transfer for $486,000. Clean, lawful, and final. A week later, I shared a simple message on Facebook. No names, no bragging, just this. It's funny how people label you dramatic for setting boundaries after they've spent years making you feel invisible. Anyway, thank you for the dock upgrade. The post received 158 likes, 19 comments, and a few private notes from extended family. Most just remarked, "Wow," or "I had no idea." One of my cousins commented, "I'm proud of you for standing up for yourself. You deserved more." But the finest message came from an unexpected source, Maya. It appeared unexpectedly on a Wednesday night. "I've heard about the house. I did not know everything. I apologize for everything. I looked at it for a long time. Then I blocked her, not because I was furious, but because she no longer deserved to be at my table." Ryan also tried calling several times. He once left a voicemail. "Ethan, this situation has gotten out of hand. We didn't expect things to go this way." But that's the issue with folks who take you for granted. They never expect it to cost them anything. They believe your silence equals agreement, your compassion means weakness, and your absence from their celebrations means you're too insignificant to matter, until you bill them for the venue. Ryan and Maya had to leave their condo and return to live with mom and dad for a bit, according to what I've heard. The selling of the lake house had a much greater impact on their finances than they had anticipated. They'd taken out loans to pay for the wedding, hoping to return the costs by renting out the lake property in the future. But that future was no longer possible. Meanwhile, I relocated and spent some of the money to purchase a stylish modest condo downtown. Floor-to-ceiling windows, hardwood floors, and a short walk to the greatest coffee in town. I continued to work with Olivia Parker, invested in a few small firms on the side, purchased a cat, and gradually resumed dating, but I never reached out. Not to Mom, Ryan, or the others who sat on that dock toasting a new family while pretending I didn't exist, because I finally knew what they never did. Being invited is not equivalent to being included. And now they are shut out because I changed the locks. And this time, I preserved I let my stepfather try to break in. 3 years of silence turned into one night of proof. The call arrived while I was still in uniform. "Ma'am, your stepfather is here. He has bolt cutters." For a brief moment, the world went silent. Not because I was afraid, but because I had been waiting for this specific sentence. For years, I imagined him standing in front of that downtown storage unit, jaw tight and hands shaking with entitlement, convinced that whatever my father had left behind belonged to him now. He thought the lock was the final barrier. He didn't realize the lock was never the point. I did not raise my voice. I did not instruct the manager to stop him. I smiled, reached into my desk, and touched just one thing. He'd never find the real key. I've never told my mother about what my father left in the downtown storage unit. Not while he was alive, not after his death, and certainly not after she remarried. Some people believe secrets stem from guilt or fear. Mine was not. Mine came from instinct. The same instinct that keeps you alive when you're deployed abroad. When you learn to read a room before others do. When you understand that silence can be a form of preparation. My father taught me that. He was the type of man who believed in paperwork, backups, and plans that could withstand emotions. When I was younger, I assumed it was paranoia. I now realize it was love expressed quietly. He never raised his voice or delivered dramatic speeches. He had just prepared. Of course, there was grief when he died, the kind that sits heavy in your chest when you realize you'll never be able to ask him questions. However, there was also a folder, a key, and instructions written in my father's precise handwriting. "Don't rush. Don't explain. Keep this private." The 12x10 storage unit was in the heart of the city, sandwiched between a nail salon and a shipping warehouse, unremarkable. It was climate-controlled. My mother believed it contained old furniture and taxpayers. She once recommended cleaning it out to save money. I told her I'd handle it when I left. I never did. 3 years after my father died, my mother met Michael Harrington. He presented himself as charming yet humble, a widower who understood loneliness. He brought flowers, fixed minor repairs around the house, and complimented my military service with a performative respect that felt rehearsed. He said things like, "Your daughter's uniform must make you proud," while his gaze lingered a little too long on the house. I was stationed in another state at the time of their wedding. I watched the ceremony on a screen, standing in a quiet corner of the base with my cover tucked under my arm, looking at my mother's hopeful but fragile smile. I told myself I wasn't being fair. I told myself that grief makes people suspicious. Then Michael Harrington inquired about my father's assets. It was casual at first. A comment here and a question there. "Has Dad left a will? Were any accounts still open?" He asked my mother once in front of me, smiling as if it were a joke, just to make sure everything was in order. That's when I realized my father had taught me something else. People with nothing to gain do not consider what is not theirs. I did not confront him. I did not warn my mother. I didn't bring up the storage unit, even when Michael Harrington asked why my father had kept one downtown for so long. I smiled politely, responded vaguely, and returned to base, the weight of certainty sinking into my bones. Michael Harrington lacked curiosity. He was searching. I replayed conversations in my bunk late at night. He asked questions in a specific order. The way he expressed concern is responsibility. The way he mentioned family property, even when he meant my father's. I started documenting. I did not want vengeance. I wanted clarity. My mother forwarded dates, phrases, emails, and text messages without thinking, asking if I understood what Michael Harrington meant by liquidating unused assets. I kept it all quiet and methodical. The storage unit became more than just a secret, it became a test. I agreed with the facility manager, an elderly man named Walter Green, who had worked there longer than I had been alive, that only I could enter the unit. No exceptions. I updated the file, added notes, an extra lock, and then, as my father had suggested years ago, I installed something else, something invisible unless you knew exactly where to look. Michael Harrington never did. I received updates from the base in an indirect manner. My mother mentioned that Michael Harrington had helped organize paperwork, that he wanted to streamline finances, and that he had offered to drive downtown one afternoon to check on the storage unit for me. I told her no, firmly and calmly. It was the first crack. After that, his tone shifted. He began calling me less daughter and more difficult. I told my mother I was secretive. Said that my service had made me rigid. I wrote everything down. Still, I waited, because my father had made it clear. The truth does not work unless it appears on its own. The call arrived on a Tuesday afternoon. I was back on base, fresh from drill sweat and still cooling beneath my uniform. Walter Green's voice was tight as he spoke. "Ma'am, I didn't want to alarm you," he told me. And that alone revealed everything. "But your stepfather is here. He claims that the unit is now his wife's property. He has bolt cutters." I closed my eyes, not in fear, but in recognition. This was it. I asked Walter Green to do exactly what we had discussed. Call security, notify the local police, document everything, and say nothing more. Then I sat down, unbuckled my duty belt, and opened the drawer on my desk. Inside was the key, not the spare or the obvious one, but the genuine one, smooth from age and heavy with intent. My father once told me, if someone tries to force their way into something you've properly protected, let them. The mistake is part of the evidence. If someone asks about the unit, take note of the question. If someone tries to get to it without you, let them reveal themselves. At the time, I thought he was being overly cautious. I assumed grief had made him pessimistic. I still didn't understand how clearly he saw people. My mother met Michael Harrington approximately 14 months later. He worked in consulting, which appeared to mean he talked a lot but explained very little. He was attentive in a way that impressed the neighbors, opening doors, carrying groceries, and checking on my mother's comfort level. When I first met him in person, he shook my hand firmly and told me how much he respected military discipline. "You must be very organized," he remarked, smiling. "Your father was, too." This was not a compliment. It was a probe. The questions came quickly after that. How long had my parents owned this house? Was it paid off? Did my father have retirement or life insurance? He asked these questions while my mother sat right there, laughing it off and saying things like, "Michael Harrington worries too much. But worry has no direction." His did. I began noticing patterns. Michael Harrington would pose a question, then return to it weeks later, phrased differently. He'd repeat details that my mother hadn't revealed. He remembered numbers, dates, and addresses, and he always spoke about my father in the past tense, but his gaze remained fixed on the future. When my mother called, I carefully listened from the base. I learned to hear what was not said. The pauses before she responded, the way she lowered her voice without realizing it. Michael Harrington's opinions gradually became factual in her sentences. He believes it would be simpler if everything was in one location. She once told me, just for emergencies. He was always using emergencies as an excuse. I asked her what he meant by everything. She hesitated before saying, "You know, accounts, papers, that storage unit your father had. He doesn't understand why you keep it." That was the first time he referred to it directly. I did not argue. I did not defend myself. I simply stated, "Dad asked me to handle it, and I am." Michael Harrington was not pleased. After that, his tone toward me changed. Not openly hostile, never so obvious, but tinged with implication. He suggested that I was hiding something. That military life had distanced me, and I no longer trusted my own family, and that's when I realized exactly what he was doing. He hadn't attempted to access the storage unit yet. He was attempting to isolate the narrative surrounding it in order to make my mother question my motives and feel uneasy about my authority over something he desired to control. So I did exactly what my father would have done. I documented. I kept a private log digitally and backed it up 3 times. I took note of dates, exact wording, and behavior changes. I saved text messages in which Michael Harrington described financial access as a concern. Emails in which he recommended consolidating unused property. I did not react emotionally. I viewed it as intelligence gathering. Michael Harrington progressed slowly. He offered to assist with paperwork, inquired if my father had left instructions for the storage unit, and suggested that because he was now my mother's husband, he should manage certain things on her behalf. I refused every time, not loudly or dramatically, but consistently. Michael Harrington, for example, is frustrated by consistency, because it leaves no room for improvement. I was not surprised when he finally went to the storage facility by himself. I had been waiting for it. I had already prepared Walter Green, the manager, months ago. I had already updated the access restrictions. I had already confirmed local laws governing property rights and spousal claims. Michael Harrington believed that marriage had given him a shortcut. What he didn't realize was that my father had anticipated this exact assumption. As I sat on my bunk, phone in my palm, following Walter Green's call, I felt something unexpected. Not fear, not anger, but relief. Because when someone arrives with bolt cutters, they stop pretending. They stop presenting greed as a responsibility. They no longer hide behind concern. They reveal themselves. And my father had planned everything around that moment. I stood, slid the key back into place, and made my own call. Not to my mother, Michael Harrington, or the attorney. I said, "Something is happening. And I believe we are exactly where my father expected us to be." I did not tell my mother what was going on at the storage facility that day. Not yet. That restraint was not cruelty. It was a strategy. By then, I had grasped something my father had attempted to teach me without ever putting it in words. When someone is being manipulated, the truth must arrive in the correct order or it is rejected on impact. My mother was still engrossed in the story Michael Harrington had written for her. In his version, he was the responsible husband, the one who tied up loose ends and ensured nothing important was hidden from her. And I was the distant daughter, too rigid from military life, too secretive, and too controlling of family property. He had been planting those ideas for months. I could hear it in my mother's voice when she called later that evening. She sounded tired and cautious, as if she was selecting each word after consulting someone standing just out of frame. Michael Harrington stated, "You were upset about the storage unit." She began. I paused for a moment before responding. "What did he tell you I was upset about?" She paused. "He believes you don't trust him. He claimed you wouldn't even let him check on your father's belongings. That it has an exclusionary feel. That was his favorite word recently." "I'm not upset," I explained calmly. "And I am not excluding anyone. Dad asked me to manage that unit. And I am. But he is my husband now," she said softly. "He worries about me." There it was the pivot. Concern is reframed as entitlement. I could almost hear Michael Harrington in the background, nodding in agreement that the seed had taken root. "I know he worries," I said. "But worrying doesn't create ownership." She didn't respond right away. She spoke in a defensive tone. "Why are you so cold about this?" I closed my eyes. This was the moment I'd been hoping to avoid. Because if I pushed now, if I told her about the bolt cutters, the attempted break-in, and the legal restrictions, Michael Harrington would twist it right away. He'd say I was exaggerating, overreacting, and had misunderstood his intentions. So I did not push. "I'm not being cold," I explained. "I'm being careful." She sighed. And I could hear the distance close in. "You've changed," she explained. "Since the service." It hurt more than I expected. Not because it was correct, but because it was not hers. I logged the call after we hung up. Date, time, and exact phrasing. I noticed how quickly Michael Harrington turned a failed break-in into a story about my lack of trust, and how effectively he made himself the injured party. This was the pattern that my father had warned me about. Isolation never begins with distance. It all starts with doubt. Over the next week, Michael Harrington became increasingly agitated. Not openly, not in ways that would startle anyone outside the house. He made small, cumulative moves. He started answering my mother's phone for her. He suggested she stop forwarding my emails until everything was resolved. He suggested that she refrain from bringing up finances with me in the future because it upsets me. My mother complied slightly more each time, not because she agreed, but because resisting him required energy that she lacked. Grief had already taken a lot from her. Michael Harrington was offering simplicity. A single voice, one plan. That is how effective control works. From the outside, it appears to be a partnership. From within, it feels like relief. I watched it from a distance, documenting everything, waiting for the moment when denial was no longer an option. Michael Harrington did not expect that moment to come so soon. The facility sent me the security footage. I watched it alone late at night, sitting at the small desk in my room. The screen showed Michael Harrington arriving in the early afternoon, neatly dressed and carrying a tool bag. He didn't seem nervous. He seemed entitled. He spoke with Walter Green for nearly 7 minutes. Even without audio, I understood what he was saying. His gestures were confident and dismissive. He pointed to the unit, as if it belonged to him. Then came the bolt cutters. I noticed his posture change when Walter Green refused him. He tightened his shoulders, leaned in, and made a sharp gesture toward the lock. His expression was clear. No surprise, just irritation. That footage meant more than he realized. Irritation is not concern. It is frustration with an obstacle. I sent the file to the lawyer, along with my log, messages, timeline, and everything else I had been quietly gathering. She responded quickly. "This is an escalation," she wrote. "And it's clumsy." He acts as if marriage grants him rights, which it does not. She was correct. And the clumsiness was new. People like Michael Harrington are cautious until they feel entitled. Then they rush. I knew what was coming next. He'd push harder. He would pressure my mother for access. He'd portray me as the enemy more aggressively. He'd try to force a decision before I could act. So I made a move. I requested an emergency leave. Not because I needed to be home, but because my presence would alter the situation. Michael Harrington's story revolved around my absence, the idea that I was far away, unreachable, and abstract. He needed me to remain distant. I packed lightly, pressed the uniform, and secured the documents. The key remained hidden, silent, and patient. Before boarding the plane, I called Walter Green. He'll be back, I told him. Walter Green did not hesitate. I figured as much, he said. Men like that don't stop after one. Not at all. No. I agreed. They continued to escalate. As the plane took off, I looked out the window at the lights dimming beneath me. I thought about my father, how he'd prepared for this without ever mentioning it, and how much faith he had in my ability to wait. Michael Harrington believed time was on his side. He thought the pressure would break me. What he didn't realize was that every step he took, every lie, attempt, and manipulation was limiting his options. And I was letting him because when the truth came out, it would not be an argument. It would be presented as evidence. I landed just before sunrise. The city appeared the same from the airport shuttle window. Gray sidewalks, blinking traffic lights, people already late for something, but I felt different while walking through it. Grounded, focused, as if every step I took was part of a route I had memorized years before without realizing it. I did not go home first. I headed straight to the storage facility. Walter Green waited for me in the small office near the front, a paper cup of coffee cooling in his hands. He stood when he noticed me. Relief was evident on his face. "I'm glad you came," he replied. "He's been back 3 times. I wasn't surprised." "How did he act?" I asked. Walter Green let out a slow breath. Calmer, which bothered me more. He did not bring any tools this time. He brought papers. That caught my attention. He claimed his wife had the right to whatever was in the unit. Walter Green went on to say that he was simply trying to prevent family assets from being mishandled. He asked me to override the access restriction. When you didn't, Walter Green's lips tightened. He smiled, said he understood, and asked what time I got off work. I nodded. That made sense. When force fails, people like Michael Harrington constantly change tactics. They soften, wait, and look for cracks. Did he mention anything else? I asked. Walter Green slid a printed still from the security footage across his desk. It showed Michael Harrington standing in front of my unit, his head tilted slightly, as if listening. He said something that stuck with me, Walter Green explained. He said, "Locks don't protect what I own. They simply delay it." I folded the paper carefully and placed it in my bag. Another piece. Another brick. "Thank you," I responded. "You did exactly what you were supposed to do." Walter Green nodded and paused. "You know," he said, lowering his voice, "I've worked here for a long time. People constantly try to break into units that aren't theirs, but they usually panic, bluff, or threaten." What did he do? He acted as if the outcome was already determined. That made complete sense to me. I did not open the unit that morning. Not yet. That was not the move. Instead, I drove home. The house appeared unchanged from the outside. Same porch light. My father planted the same rose bush several years ago, but the atmosphere changed the moment I stepped inside. The air felt tight and controlled. Michael Harrington and my mother were sitting at the kitchen table when I walked in. He stood up right away, a look of surprise on his face that he quickly covered with a smile. "Well," he said, spreading his hands, "look who's home." My mother stood up slowly. Her eyes searched my face, tangled with relief and apprehension. "You didn't tell me you were coming," she explained. "I wanted to see you," I responded. "In person." Michael Harrington pulled out a chair. He said, "Sit." As if he were doing me a favor. "We were just talking about you." "I'm sure," I replied, still standing. He cleared his throat. "There's been some confusion about your father's things, about the storage unit." "There hasn't," I replied without agitation. My mother frowned. "Michael Harrington says the manager wouldn't let him check on it, that he was treated like a stranger." "That's because he is," I informed him. The word landed harder than I had intended. My mother flinched. Michael Harrington's smile thinned. "You don't get to decide that," he said lightly. "I'm your mother's husband. And I'm my father's daughter," I told him. "And he put the unit in my name." Michael Harrington leaned back, his arms crossed. "Marriage changes things." "Not legally," I replied. My mother looked between us. Why are you two acting like this? She asked. Why is this unit such a problem? I took a breath. This was the point at which my father had warned me that the truth would either clarify or collapse. Because, I said gently, someone tried to break into it. The room went very still. My mother's hand flew to her mouth. What? Michael Harrington's reaction was faster. That's ridiculous, he said. Who told you that? The manager, I replied. And the security footage. He laughed sharply. So now you're accusing me of what? Being a criminal? I'm stating facts. I said, you showed up with bolt cutters. My mother turned to him. Michael Harrington. He stood, his chair scraping against the floor. I went there to protect what belongs to us. He snapped. And I didn't bring anything to break in. That's a lie. I pulled my phone from my pocket and set it on the table. The still image stared up at us. Him. Mid-motion. Tool bag open. Bolt cutters visible. My mother stared at the screen. Her face drained of color. That's you. She whispered. Michael Harrington didn't look at her. He looked at me. And for the first time, there was no charm in his eyes, only calculation. You think this gives you power? He said quietly. You think holding on to old junk makes you important? It's not junk, I said, and it's not about power. Then what is it about? He demanded. I met his gaze without flinching. Control, he scoffed. You're projecting. You've always needed to be in charge. Military life did that to you. Enough, my mother said suddenly. Her voice shook. Enough, Michael Harrington. He turned to her, stunned. You're taking her side? I'm asking you to explain why you lied, she said. Why you went behind my back. He opened his mouth, closed it, then tried again. I was trying to help. By cutting a lock? She asked. Silence stretched. I watched something fracture in her expression. Not fully, not yet, but enough. Doubt had entered. Real doubt. The kind that doesn't go away when someone reassures you. I'm going to the storage unit, I said. Today, and you are not coming. Michael Harrington stepped toward me. You can't stop me. I smiled slightly. I already have. He stared at me, jaw clenched, and in that moment, I knew he understood. He'd lost the narrative, the secrecy, the advantage of acting unseen. This wasn't over, not by a long shot, but the ground had shifted. As I picked up my bag, my mother's voice followed me. What's in that unit? She asked. I paused at the door. The truth, I said. And you deserve to see it when it's safe. Behind me. Michael Harrington said nothing, and that silence told me everything I needed to know about what he would do next. I went back to the storage facility alone. That was deliberate. If Michael Harrington followed, I wanted it documented. If my mother insisted on coming, I wanted her safe at home, away from whatever reaction this might provoke. Truth has weight, and I needed space to lift it properly before I set it down in front of anyone else. Walter Green buzzed me in without a word. He didn't ask questions. He did not need to. The look on his face told me he understood this was no longer just about a lock. The hallway smelled faintly of dust and cold metal. Every footstep echoed, steady and controlled. I stopped in front of the unit and stood there for a moment, my hand hovering near the lock. I thought of my father, of how he used to pause before opening doors. Not out of hesitation, but respect, like every threshold deserved acknowledgement. Then I turned the key. The door rolled up smoothly, quietly, revealing exactly what it always had. A neat, unremarkable space filled with boxes labeled in my father's handwriting. Winter coats. Books. Old tools. A cracked picture frame wrapped in brown paper. Anyone else would have seen clutter, evidence of a life downsized and forgotten. That's what Michael Harrington saw. But I knew the order of this place the way some people know prayer. I stepped inside and moved straight to the back wall, sliding aside 3 boxes marked garage miscellaneous and tax files old. Beneath them was the metal cabinet bolted to the concrete floor, matte gray and unassuming. My father had once joked that it looked like something no one would bother stealing. He was correct. I unlocked it and pulled the contents out, carefully laying them on the small folding table I'd brought for this purpose. First came the documents. The trust paperwork executed years before my parents' marriage even began to strain. It outlined, in plain language, the separation of assets. My father's property, his accounts, his intent, clear, unambiguous, legally airtight, a clause specifically excluding future spouses from claims to anything held in trust. Michael Harrington had never known it existed. Next came the will. Updated 3 times. The last time just 8 months before my father died. It referenced the trust directly, reinforced it, and named me as executor, not because he didn't trust my mother, but because he knew exactly how grief could be exploited. Then came the life insurance policy beneficiary, the trust. Not my mother, not a spouse, not anyone who could be persuaded or pressured into signing something they didn't understand. Michael Harrington had been hunting blind. And then there was the envelope. It was thicker than the rest, sealed with a strip of tape my father had pressed down carefully, as if even the act of closing it mattered. On the front, in his familiar script, he'd written, "If someone tries to take this from you, read this first." I sat down before opening it. Inside were letters, not many, just enough. The first was addressed to me. He wrote the way he spoke, plain, deliberate, without ornament. You will know when someone is crossing a line because they will pretend it isn't there. They will call your boundaries selfish. They will tell others you are difficult so they don't have to be honest. If that happens, do not argue. Document. Wait. Let them reveal themselves. I swallowed hard and kept reading. The second letter was addressed to my mother. It was gentler, softer. He wrote about love, about how loneliness can distort trust. He wrote about how wanting companionship doesn't make someone weak, but ignoring red flags doesn't make them kind either. He asked me if the time ever came to show her this letter, only when she was ready to see it. The third letter was shorter, and colder. It wasn't addressed to anyone by name. It listed dates, conversations, small financial decisions my father had noticed Michael Harrington asking about even before they were married, requests framed as help, questions framed as curiosity, patterns that only become obvious when you line them up. My father had been documenting, too. I sat there for a long time, surrounded by his quiet foresight, feeling the weight of it settle into place. This wasn't just protection, it was patience written down. I took photos of everything, scanned the documents, uploaded them to a secure drive. Then I repacked the cabinet exactly as it had been, except for one thing. I removed the letters. Those were coming home with me. As I rolled the door back down and locked the unit, my phone buzzed. A text from my mother. Michael Harrington says, "You're trying to turn me against him." I didn't answer right away. Then another message followed. "He says you showed the manager fake footage. He says you're hiding money." There it was. The pivot. The last attempt to regain control of the story. I typed slowly. "I'm not hiding anything. I'm bringing the truth home tonight." 4 dots appeared, disappeared, appeared again. "What truth?" "The kind that doesn't need to be forced," I wrote. "And the kind that explains why he needed bolt cutters." I drove home as the sun dropped lower, the city shifting into evening. When I pulled into the driveway, Michael Harrington's car was already there. He was waiting. I could see him through the front window, pacing, talking on the phone, gesturing sharply. The calm mask he'd worn for months was gone. Good, because when people lose their masks, they stop pretending. And pretending had been the only thing keeping him in the house. I parked, grabbed the envelope from my bag, and stepped out of the car. Whatever happened next, I was done waiting. Michael Harrington opened the door before I could reach it. He didn't greet me. Didn't pretend. The anger was right there on his face, raw and impatient. Like he'd finally decided the polite version of himself was no longer necessary. "We need to talk," he said. "I know," I replied, stepping past him into the house. My mother stood near the living room window, arms folded tightly across her chest. She looked smaller than I remembered, tired in a way sleep doesn't fix. When she saw the envelope in my hand, her eyes flickered with recognition and fear. "What is that?" she asked. "Something Dad left," I said gently. "For both of us." Michael Harrington laughed sharply. "More secrets." I set my bag down on the coffee table and turned to face him. "You don't get to frame this as secrecy anymore." He scoffed. "You think a few papers give you authority over this family?" "No," I said. "They give me evidence." That word landed differently. He felt it. I saw the calculation return to his eyes the way it always did when he thought there might still be a way to pivot. My mother stepped closer. "Michael Harrington," she said quietly. "I need you to listen." He didn't look at her. "She's manipulating you," he said. "That's what she's been doing from the start. She doesn't trust anyone. She never has." I opened the envelope and took out the first letter, the one addressed to my mother. I didn't hand it to her yet. I just held it up so she could see her name written in my father's handwriting. "She deserves to hear this," I said. Michael Harrington lunged forward. "That's private." "So was the storage unit," I replied. He stopped, not because he'd been convinced, but because he'd been caught. My mother took the letter with trembling hands and sat down. She read silently at first. Then her lips began to move, tracing the words. Her breathing changed, deepened, slowed. When she reached the end, she pressed the paper to her chest and closed her eyes. "He knew," she whispered. Michael Harrington turned to her sharply. "Knew what?" "That I might be lonely," she said. "That I might want someone so badly I'd stop asking questions." He shook his head. "This is ridiculous." "He's gone." He doesn't get to control our lives from beyond the grave. He's not controlling anything, I said. He's explaining. I laid the trust documents out on the table one by one. Clear headings, dates, signatures. I watched Michael Harrington's face as he scanned them. The confidence drained from his posture with every page. This is fake, he said finally. It's been filed for years, I replied, verified, recorded, reviewed. My mother looked up at him. You told me there was no trust. I told you what you needed to hear. He snapped. The silence that followed was thick and final. I placed the last item on the table. The still image from the security footage. Michael Harrington, standing in front of the unit, bolt cutters visible, intent unmistakable. My mother stared at it for a long time. You went behind my back, she said. I was protecting us, he insisted. She was hiding things. I did what I had to do. No, she said, standing now. You did what you wanted. He rounded on me. This is your fault. You pushed me into this. I didn't raise my voice. No. You escalated because you thought time would force compliance. He took a step toward me. You think you've won? I met his gaze steadily. I think you've run out of moves. That was when the doorbell rang. Michael Harrington froze. I walked to the door and opened it. The officer on the porch nodded politely. Behind him stood Walter Green. Ma'am. The officer said, we received a report regarding an attempted forced entry at a commercial storage facility. Michael Harrington's mouth opened, closed. This is a misunderstanding, he said quickly, stepping forward. Family matter. The officer's eyes flicked to Walter Green, who shook his head. We have video, Walter Green said. And prior notice that this individual was not authorized. The officer turned back to Michael Harrington. Sir, I'm going to need you to step outside. My mother's voice cut through the room. Michael Harrington, do it. He looked at her like he was seeing her for the first time. Not as an ally, not as leverage, as an obstacle. This isn't over, he said to me as he passed. I did not respond. Outside, the officer spoke quietly. Michael Harrington's protests rose, then softened, then sharpened again. I watched from the doorway as the dynamic shifted, control replaced by compliance. When it was over, the officer returned my ID and nodded. You did the right thing, he said. After they left, the house felt hollow, quieter than it had in months. My mother sat down slowly. I didn't want to see it, she said. But I do now. I sat beside her. I know. She reached for my hand. Thank you for waiting. I squeezed her fingers. Dad asked me to. Outside, Michael Harrington's car was gone. Inside, the truth finally had room to breathe. The house felt different the next morning. Not quiet, or just honest. Sunlight moved across the kitchen table where the papers had been laid out the night before. My mother sat there with a cup of tea she hadn't touched, staring at the trust documents like they might rearrange themselves if she looked long enough. She looked older in the daylight, not weaker, clearer, as if something heavy had finally been set down. I keep thinking about all the moments I ignored, she said softly. The little things. That's how it works, I replied. No one walks into a trap they can see. She nodded. He always said he was just trying to help, that he didn't want me to worry. I didn't say what I was thinking. That worry had been his tool. Not her burden. She'd get there on her own. Healing does not occur on a schedule. We spent the morning doing practical things, like changing passwords, calling the bank, and freezing accounts that Michael Harrington had accessed for convenience. The lawyer joined by phone, calm and precise, explaining the next steps in language that cut through the confusion without instilling fear. A restraining order would be issued, along with a formal notice. Nothing dramatic, just toothy boundaries. When it was finished, my mother exhaled like she had been holding her breath for months. Will he be back? She asked. He might try, I admitted honestly. But he won't get far. She looked at me for a moment. Your father trusted you with all of this. Your father trusted you. He trusted the plan, I said. And he trusted that you'd be ready to see it when it mattered. Her eyes welled up, but she refused to blink. I wish I'd listened sooner. I reached for the envelope containing my father's last letter to her, which she had already read but had not yet kept. I slid it along the table. He wrote this for the moment you stopped apologizing for wanting peace. I informed him. Not for choosing him, but for choosing yourself. She pressed the letter flat against her palm, steadying it in herself. I forgot what it felt like to have choices. She said quietly. In the afternoon, we returned to the storage unit together. We didn't need anything from it, but it was time. Walter Green greeted us with the same quiet professionalism he had demonstrated since the beginning. He didn't ask any questions. He simply unlocked the gate and stepped aside. When my mother saw the unit for what it was, not as a burden or a secret, but as a space my father had created to hold context, she came to a stop. Oh, she replied. This is him. I nodded. We rolled up the door and stood there for a while, allowing the smell of dust and old paper to settle around us. She reached for a box labeled in my father's handwriting and smiled through tears. I thought he was letting go, she explained. I didn't realize he was organizing. I opened the metal cabinet and showed her what was left. The documents are now familiar, and the order is intentional. No drama, no surprise, just clarity. This isn't about money, she said slowly. It never was. No. I agreed. It's about consent. We spent an hour going through the outer boxes, looking for things that could finally come home. Books he'd loved. A coat she remembered buying him. And a cracked frame with a photograph from a summer that felt so far away. After we finished, the unit felt lighter, not empty, but resolved. That evening, my mother made dinner for the first time in weeks. Nothing fancy, just soup and bread. We ate at the table without saying much. The type of silence that does not require explanation. Later, she stood at the sink and said something that surprised me. I don't think I want to rush into replacing anything, she stated. Not the house, not my life. I said, smiling. You don't need to replace it. You just have to accept it. She turned to dry her hands. You learned that somewhere. I learned it watching you. I responded. And Dad. Later, as I packed to return to base, she stood in the doorway. I didn't understand your silence. She replied. I thought it meant distance. Sometimes it means preparation, I told him. She nodded and hugged me tightly, unguarded, like she hadn't in years. Thank you for protecting me, she said, even when I didn't know I needed it. The next morning, while driving to the airport, my phone buzzed once. A message sent from an unknown number. Only 4 words. You're going to regret this. I didn't respond. I blocked it, logged it, and continued driving. Because regret belongs to those who act without thought. I'd done the opposite. My father once told me that revenge is loud and short-lived, whereas boundaries are quiet and permanent. My actions were not intended to exact revenge. It was a restoration of truth, agency, and a future that could not be sliced open with bolt cutters. If you're listening to this and something feels familiar, if you've ever seen someone you care about gradually lose their voice while someone else spoke for them, I want you to know this. You are not imagining it, and it is not wrong to protect what is important to you. I'd like to know if you've ever had to remain silent to prepare for the right moment. Would you have done what I did? Please leave a comment below and tell me where you are listening from. We tell stories like this every day. Stories about patience, protection, and getting back to yourself. If you don't want to miss the next one, please subscribe and stay with us. Let us keep going together. You're playing with trash, my mom said. That trash took me to Charlotte, a full scholarship, and a buyout. Jordan Parker is my name. In Kansas City, the smell of grilled hamburgers filled the air, birthday music filled the garden, and fairy lights were hung across the fence. Standing on the patio stairs with a glass raised high, Mom Marianne's voice sliced through the din as if she were the owner of the evening. With her gaze fixed on my brother Cole, Mom remarked, "Some kids make you proud every single day. There are some you wish you could avoid seeing altogether." There was a ripple of laughter. Cole smiled. Dad stayed quiet, same as always. I hoisted my own glass, smiled straight back. Good news, Mom. Your wish just come true. I've already left and moved to Charlotte. The air changed, but the music continued to play. Mom's smile froze. Cole coughed into his beer. I laid my drink down, walked inside, and didn't look back. The last family gathering I ever went to was that one. If your parent ever said something that cut deeper than they meant, or maybe exactly as they meant, drop it in the comments. To ensure you don't miss what happens next, hit subscribe. On the outskirts of Kansas City, I grew up in a red brick home with a garage that smelled like old baseball gloves and oil, and a driveway that was cracked from too many Midwest winters. Mom ruled the place like a scoreboard. Every point went to Cole. He was the high school team's pitcher, the one whose games covered the fridge calendar, and the one who received the new cleats before the season even began. My 9th birthday fell on a Tuesday. I was hoping for something when I got home from school, perhaps a cheap cake with plastic balloons on top from the grocery store. The kitchen counter was empty save for a note. Cole has practice. Order pizza if you're hungry. I ate cereal standing up, milk pouring down the linoleum. Later, Dad came in. Without saying anything, Ty relaxed and tousled my hair. That was his form of sorry. Cole had distinct birthdays. The entire block turned up. Mom leased a bounce house one year, hired a person to barbecue ribs the following. In her sundress, she would stand at the gate and wave people in while narrating to them how Cole had struck out the side in the 7th inning. I would count automobiles while sitting on the porch steps, wondering whether anybody would notice. Mom never concealed it. Cole is going somewhere, she'd say, while folding his uniforms, the fabric soft from too many washes. You must stand by him. In order to show support, I had to give up Saturday mornings to sit in the bleachers and give up my allowance when his fundraiser jar was empty. I did it without grumbling. Complaining got you nowhere in the house. Dad Richard worked downtown, figures and spreadsheets all day. He got home fatigued, kicked off his shoes by the entrance, and disappeared into the den with the TV. Cole would nod and sign the check if Mom spoke out about the need for new equipment. If I begged for $25 for a school trip, he'd glance up long enough to answer, "Ask your mother." That was the end of it. Dad's younger sister, Aunt Margaret, was the only one who saw me. The smell of cinnamon rolls permeated the floorboards of her tiny flat above a bakery across town. She began to appear on sporadic Saturdays, coming into the driveway in her dilapidated Honda with a trunk full of unnecessary food. Despite her frown, Mom would let her in. Margaret waited until Mom was in the shower or out running errands. Then she'd sneak an envelope into my backpack, $60, sometimes $120, folded tight with a rubber band. She would mumble, tapping the side of her nose as if it were our secret code, or whatever you needed, for books. I used the first one to buy a library card at the community center, the sort that let me check out programming books without late fees. Cole had a competition in St. Louis one afternoon. With Dad loading bats into the car and Mom packing coolers, the house was completely empty. Claiming a stomach ailment, I stayed behind. As soon as the minivan pulled away, Margaret tapped on the back door. She didn't inquire. She merely handed me a bus pass and said, "There's a coding club at the tech center downtown. It meets Wednesdays. You should go." I went. The place smelt like burnt coffee and dry erase markers. Kids my age crouched over laptops, fingers speeding across keys. The instructor, a guy with a ponytail and an old NASA shirt, showed me how to create my first line of code. It printed, "Hello, Jordan," on the screen, and something clicked, like a door I didn't know was locked finally swung open. Months later, Mom learned. I had left a printout of a dumb assignment involving variables and loops on the kitchen table. She gripped it with 2 fingers as if it could bite her. She questioned, "This is what you're wasting time on? Cole need new catcher's equipment." It was cracked old stuff. She crumpled the paper and dumped it in the garbage. I pulled it out when she went to bed, ironed the wrinkles, and put it inside my arithmetic notebook. Dad witnessed the entire event. Steam rose between us as he poured coffee. For a brief moment, our gazes locked. First he averted his gaze, grabbed his mug, and shut the door to the den. That was Richard, always selecting the path with the least noise. The envelopes continued to arrive from Aunt Margaret. She never requested gratitude. Once she drove me to the electrical surplus store on the edge of town, the one with bins of dusty circuit boards and tangled wires. A faulty laptop that someone had thrown away cost me $45. She waited in the car, engine running low. She simply grinned and said, "Build something." When I emerged holding the object like a prize, I did. The storage room in the basement is essentially a closet with a folding table and a bare light bulb. I disassembled it, one component at a time. The screen was damaged, the battery dead, yet the motherboard lit up when I connected it to an old power supply. The first machine I ever serviced was that one. I named it nothing. Names were like unfulfilled promises. Cole made varsity senior year. The local paper printed a shot of him on the mound, glove lifted, Mom grinning in the background. They hung it in the corridor, directly above the location of my kindergarten art piece, after framing it. Every day, carrying a backpack full of library books and Margaret's most recent envelope, I passed it on my way to the bus stop. When Cole signed with a scout, Mom held a celebration. Streamers, balloons, a sheet cake that proclaimed future pro in blue frosting. While the living room erupted in laughter, I ate a corner piece by myself in the kitchen. Aunt Margaret spotted me there, leaned against the counter, and placed another envelope into my pocket. "The words keep going," she said. Her voice was steady, like she already knew the ending. The storage room under the basement stairs became my hideout, a cramped spot filled with holiday boxes and Dad's old golf clubs. I pulled a card table from the garage, set up a gooseneck lamp that I had purchased for $3 at a yard sale, and took possession of the corner. The light bulb hummed softly, creating long shadows on concrete walls that smelt like forgotten summers and damp cardboard. I began with large library books on Python and C++, the pages dog-eared from too many hands. There was a spot in the back of the downtown branch where the air conditioner hummed so loudly that it was drowning out everything else. Before Mom realized I was gone, I would check out 4 at a time, pack them in my backpack, and ride my bike home. It was like unlocking a secret language when you read code. Every line was a puzzle that only made sense if you looked at it for a long time. Aunt Margaret's envelope money was used to purchase the first laptop. I met the Craigslist person who sold it to me in the parking lot of a gas station. The screen flickered, the keyboard booted to a command prompt even though it failed to enter the letter J. I carried it down the stairs like contraband, laid it on the table, and spent nights cracking open the case with a butter knife. Dust coated my fingertips as I cleaned the fan, Replaced a bloated battery with one scavenged from a dead remote control. My pulse thumping more than any baseball game upstairs, I sat back and gazed at the glowing cursor when it eventually hummed to life without crashing. One Saturday morning, Mom found out about the arrangement. When she turned on the light after coming down for Christmas decorations, she froze at the doorway. She kicked a stray power cord across the floor and said, "What is all this junk?" A surge protector that I had installed into the dryer socket was connected to extension cables that wound all over the place. She picked up a circuit board I'd rescued from an old printer. "This is Rack Roy. Cole's weight bench requires the basement." I didn't argue. I unplugged everything, coiled the cords, and waited until she stomped back upstairs. After that, I pushed the table more into the corner behind a pile of paint cans, where there was hardly any light. Using my cafeteria money, I hurried to the hardware store after lunch the following day and purchased a longer Ethernet wire. When no one was home, I fed the cable up to the living room router after drilling a tiny hole through the floor joist. Dial-up had died. This was my lifeline. School computers were locked down, but the library offered public terminals with internet. After hours, I would log in, download server setup guides, and use the lab's antiquated burner to burn them to CDs. Since Ubuntu was free and forgiving, I installed Linux on the laptop back in the storage room. Errors flashed red, but I learned to interpret them like warning labels. Reboot, modify, repeat. Cole was away at a baseball camp in Florida over one winter vacation. For 9 days, the house was silent. I scavenged more parts during that period. During bulk trash pickup, a neighbor threw away an outdated desktop tower. Wheels rattling on the sidewalk, I dragged it home in the dark. Inside were 3 hard drives, a dusty motherboard, and a power supply that lit when I tested it. I disassembled what was functional, used an iron I took from shop class to solder jumper wires, and constructed a second Clear's throat machine. It ran hot, fans moaning like cicadas, yet it stayed online. Using a crossover wire, I established a local network between the 3 PCs. The library books dubbed it a cluster. Just enough to run simulations I'd built for fun, nothing special. Using barometer data I extracted from an inexpensive sensor attached to the window, one software forecasted the likelihood of rain. I scanned newspaper cuttings at the coffee shop, while someone else organized Cole's batting statistics. It proved the system worked, but it was useless to everyone else. Mom caught me again during spring cleaning. With rubbish bags in her arms, she wrenched the door open. "You're turning my house into a landfill," she remarked, glancing at the tangled wires and tower fans. She grabbed a box of floppy disks and rattled it. "This is why you'll never amount to anything. Cole is out there training with pros and you're playing with trash." I waited until she went, then reconstructed everything precisely as it was. I suppressed the reverberation of the phrase Rack Roy. That night, I got a third hard drive online, used Aunt Margaret's latest envelope, and configured RAID for redundancy. The machines spoke with one another, exchanging loads and backing up data. I gave the network no name. Questions were raised by labels. The storage room established a rhythm by sophomore year. After supper, I would sneak downstairs, put on headphones to block the TV above, and code until the light went out. Forums became my classma. Tests. Users who responded to queries at 3 in the morning and had handles like Kernel Panic and Bytem. I contributed fixes, got reputation points, learned to debug crashes that froze the whole system. 5 abandoned towers became the first actual server. I aligned them on a metal shelf I'd bolted to the wall, connected with switches obtained at a flea market. Box fans that were zip-tied to the frame provided cooling. It buzzed continually, a deep growl that vibrated through the floor. I hosted a basic web page that showed uptime statistics. It was not publicly accessible. After a month, it felt nicer to see Snort's 99.7% than any report card. Mom never returned. She'd moan about the power bill, but Dad paid it without remark. 1 bit at a time, the devices continued to expand until the corner resembled a miniature data center. I knew every fan curve, every loose screw. It was mine, even though it wasn't attractive. One fall afternoon, a big cream paper package bearing the gold-embossed university seal arrived from UNC Charlotte. I found it on the kitchen counter, partially buried behind Cole's scouting letters and Mom's coupon circulars. My name was typed in bold across the front. I put a butter knife beneath the flap, heart beating as I drew out the acceptance package. The computer science department is the best in the state and offers full ride, scholarship, tuition, room and board, and even a scholarship for books. I didn't bring it up until dinner. Steam fogged the windows as meatloaf and instant mashed potatoes were placed on the table. Dad chopped his portion methodically. Cole scrolled his phone, thumbs flying. Mom passed the gravy boat. I cleared my throat. I was awarded a full scholarship to attend UNC Charlotte. Silence plummeted like a curtain. Cole lifted his eyebrows first. Dad continued to chew. Mom slammed the boat down so forcefully that gravy splattered across the tablecloth. "Charlotte," she said again in a harsh voice. "That's clear. Across the country. No. The letter was pushed across the table by me. It's 820 miles, Mom, not the moon. In February, the program begins. She kept her hands off the paper. You're not leaving. Cole has upcoming showcases. College coaches flying in. To run errands, he needs you here. Maintain a clear schedule. She looked at her father. Richard, tell her. Dad used a napkin to wipe his mouth. It's a long distance, he murmured, eyes on his plate. That was all. My cheeks began to burn up. It's not his support staff that will shape my future. Mom bent over. Your future is helping family. Cole gets drafted. We all profit. If you're so intelligent, you continue to attend classes at the community college. This concludes the conversation. With a loud scrape of the chair against the tile, I got up. You have no say in the matter. I took the mail and made my way to the stairs. Mom called after me about ingratitude, but I didn't stop. I laid the papers down on the bed in my room. Dates for orientation, housing forms, and a campus map with the engineering building highlighted in red. I filled out everything online that night using the family desktop while Cole showered. The admission portal validated by blinking green. The next weeks got stressful. Mom ignored the packed boxes I started stacking in the hallway. She planned Cole's physical therapy appointments during my shifts at the grocery store, causing me to exchange with coworkers. Dad declined to co-sign the dorm contract, but he did drive me to the DMV for a state ID update. Ask your mother, he urged again. Aunt Margaret showed up unannounced one evening, pulling me aside in the garage. I heard she whispered, pressing a debit card into my hand, $650, loaded for the flight, whatever else. Her eyes were steady. You're doing this. I booked the ticket online, Kansas City to Charlotte, one-way red-eye departure. I printed the boarding pass at the library, folded it small, and tucked it inside my calculus textbook. The night before leaving, Mom cornered me in the laundry room. You walk out that door, you're on your own. No coming back for holidays. No money for emergencies. She folded Cole's jerseys with sharp snaps. Think hard. I met her gaze. I have. Departure day dawned gray and cold. I hauled my duffel and a backpack to the curb at 4:30 a.m. Breath fogging in the porch light. No one stirred inside. I'd called a rideshare, $25 from Aunt Margaret's card. The driver loaded my bags while I stared at the dark windows. Headlights swept the driveway. Aunt Margaret's Honda rolled up, engine rumbling. She climbed out in her coat, hair in a messy bun. Couldn't let you go alone, she said, hugging me tight. We drove to the airport in silence, radio playing low classics. She parked at departures. Pop the trunk, text when you land. Check-in was smooth. Scholarship. Kids got priority. I waved through security, Aunt Margaret standing on the other side of the glass until I disappeared down the concourse. The plane taxied out as the sun rose pink over the runways. I pressed my forehead to the window, watching Kansas City shrink below. Mom texted once during the flight. Cole has a scout dinner tonight. Don't forget to call. I deleted it. The seatbelt sign dinged off. I pulled out the campus map. I traced the route from the airport shuttle to my dorm. 820 meters. A new zip code. My own key. Aunt Margaret's last message buzzed as we landed. Proud of you, kid. Build something huge. I saved it, shut off the phone, and strolled into the terminal. Charlotte smelled like jet fuel and possibilities. The ride share to campus took 35 minutes. I checked into the dorm, plastic key card in hand, room 417 empty except for 2 beds and a desk by the window. I unpacked the laptop first, the one I'd rebuilt a dozen times, plugged it in, and watched the familiar boot screen glow. No more hiding in storage rooms. This was mine. Orientation started the next morning. I walked across the quad in new sneakers, scholarship hoodie zipped against the southern chill. No one knew my last name here. No one expected me to carry water bottles for tryouts, just code classes and a clean slate. Charlotte arrived without snow that winter. Just gray skies and a damp chill that seeped through my hoodie during morning lectures. The scholarship stipend covered tuition, but left little for food after rent. I picked up shifts at a diner off campus. Greasy spoons, endless coffee refills, tips in crumpled ones. The manager scheduled me for doubles on weekends, dishes clattering from open to close. Nights belonged to the warehouse on the industrial fringe of town. I stocked shelves for a medical supply distributor, scanning barcodes under fluorescent lights that buzzed like angry bees. The pay was better, cash under the table for overtime. I'd clock in at 9:30, load boxes of syringes and bandages until the forklift horns faded around dawn. Sleep came in snatches between classes, head nodding over textbooks in the library cubicles. One Wednesday shift ran late, a rush order for ventilators, hospitals scrambling ahead of flu season. The supervisor barked for faster stacking. I operated the electric pallet jack, maneuvering pallets down narrow aisles stacked high with crates. My eyes burned from lack of rest, but the clock showed triple time. I reversed too quick around a corner wheel, catching a loose strap. The jack tipped, a tower of boxes shifting toward me. I lunged clear, but my foot slid on spilled packing peanuts. The pallet toppled, metal edge smashing my ankle. Pain rushed up my leg like fire. I struck the pavement, breath knocked out, sirens shrieking from the impact sensor. Workers cried, "Someone killed the power." Ethan Brooks appeared first, a tall guy from my algorithms class moonlighting the same shift. He'd seen the whole thing from the loading dock. "Don't move," he ordered, kneeling beside me. He yanked off his belt, wrapped it tight above the swelling as a tourniquet. "Elevate it." He propped my leg on a flattened box, dialed 911 on his flip phone. The warehouse manager hovered, muttering about incident reports. Paramedics arrived within minutes, Charlotte's response times sharp. They splinted the ankle, loaded me onto a stretcher. Ethan rode in the ambulance, holding my backpack. "You're not paying for this," he said when I protested the bill. "Workers' comp covers it." At the ER, X-rays showed a clean fracture. No surgery, just a boot and crutches. The doctor prescribed rest I couldn't afford. Ethan drove me back to the dorm in his rusty Civic, hazard lights blinking. "You need help with notes?" he stated, no question. He started showing up after his shift, laptop balanced on his knees, sharing code snippets from lecture. We debugged assignments together, trading energy drinks for concentration. The warehouse fired me the next week, policy after injuries. The diner cut hours too, claiming quiet season. Rent loomed. I hobbled to the financial aid office, begged for emergency cash. They gave a loan with interest. Aunt Margaret wired $350 from her savings, no questions asked. It bought groceries and bus fare. Ethan proposed the idea over late-night pizza in the dorm lounge. "We're both drowning in med supply data from that warehouse," he said, wiping sauce from his chin. "Hospitals lose track of inventory during surges. What if we build software to predict shortages?" He sketched flowcharts on napkins, machine learning models trained on shipment logs. I stared at the diagrams. My ankle throbbed in the boot, but the numbers clicked. We had access to public data sets from the CDC, plus anonymized records I'd copied before getting canned. Caleb Morris, a senior in bioinformatics, joined after overhearing us in the computer lab. He brought expertise in neural networks, a quiet intensity that balanced Ethan's energy. We coded in the engineering building's basement, fluorescent hums we'd salvaged from surplus sales. The prototype ran on my old laptop, now with Ethan's desktop and Caleb's gaming rig. It scraped order histories, flagged low stock on critical items like PPE. Accuracy hit 88% on test data. Investor demos started small, pitches to professors, then local health startups. We incorporated as BioPredict AI, filed for a patent on the algorithm. A seed round came from an angel who'd lost a cousin to supply delays during an outbreak. The check cleared high six figures. We rented a cramped office above a vape shop, whiteboards covering every wall. Ethan handled ops. Caleb refined models. Eyeballed development. Crutches gave way to a walking boot, then sneakers. The fracture healed crooked but strong. We launched the beta with 4 hospital partners, dashboards alerting procurement teams in real time. Revenue trickled in from subscriptions. Mom called once, collect from Kansas City. Cole signed a minor league deal. She announced, voice tiny, "You should congratulate him." I let it ring to voicemail. Aunt Margaret texted congratulations on the launch. Added a coffee emoji. The platform scaled fast. We hired 3 interns, upgraded servers to the cloud. BioPredict AI became the backbone for regional health networks, predicting surges before they hit the news. My name appeared on the cap table, equity that grew with every contract. Ethan high-fived me after the first big renewal. "From warehouse floor to this," he laughed, gesturing at the office chaos. Caleb just nodded, already typing the next update. The accident faded to a scar under my sock, a reminder that falling sometimes points the way up. An email from TechCrunch landed in my inbox on a Tuesday morning, subject line screaming 35 under 35. "You made the list." I clicked from my office desk, coffee cooling beside the keyboard. The article profiled BioPredict AI as the tool saving hospitals millions in wasted inventory. My photo, taken at a conference, blazer over jeans, sat next to Ethan and Caleb. The writer called us the trio turning data into lives saved. The recognition exploded. LinkedIn notifications pinged nonstop. Investors slid into DMs, conference invites stacked up. We flew to San Francisco for the awards. Samantha Cole rented tuxes and a gown from a boutique on Fillmore. On stage, the host read our bio while spotlights swept the crowd. I gripped the glass trophy, the team, and kept it short. Cameras flashed. Someone shouted about acquisition rumors. Back in Charlotte, the platform handled real crisis. When a hurricane knocked out power grids in the Carolinas, our system rerouted drug shipments from unaffected warehouses, preventing shortages in ICUs. Hospital admins sent thank you emails with patient stories. Grandmothers getting treatment on time. Kids receiving insulin without delay. Revenue touched low 8 figures from enterprise licenses. A huge pharma giant approached 6 months later. Their VP came in on a private aircraft toward our office, ran numbers on a whiteboard. The offer came over steak at a rooftop restaurant, mid-8-figure buyout, stock options, retention bonuses. Ethan negotiated hard for employee equity. Caleb crunched valuation models until 2:45 a.m. I signed the term sheet at dawn, pen steady. The deal closed in a conference room downtown, lawyers shuffling papers thicker than textbooks. Wire transfers hit our accounts the same week. I paid off student loans that never existed, wired Aunt Margaret enough for a new car. She replied with a photo of the dealership lot, caption, "No more Honda leaks." I house hunted on weekends, driving past cookie-cutter suburbs until Lake Norman appeared. Blue water glinting under pine trees. The realtor showed a modern villa on a quiet cove, floor-to-ceiling windows, dock jutting into the lake, kitchen big enough for a restaurant. I walked the empty great room, heels echoing on hardwood, and pictured gatherings without scoreboards. Closing took 30 days. I moved in with boxes labeled in Sharpie, the laptop that started it all on the counter. The dining area got a custom table, solid oak, 12 feet long, seats for 12, no high chair, no assigned spots. I sanded the surface myself. One weekend, stain smelling sharp in the open air. Ethan helped carry the bench, sweat dripping as we leveled the legs. "This is the upgrade," he said, slapping the wood. Caleb arrived later with housewarming beer, set up a smart hub that controlled lights and music from an app. We christened the table with takeout barbecue, sauce staining the grain, laughter bouncing off vaulted ceilings. The acquisition team kept us on as consultants. I flew to board meetings in New York, presented quarterly forecasts, watched the platform integrate into national networks. Press releases announced BioPredict powering 73% of Southeast hospitals. My equity vested in chunks, enough to fund side projects without begging VCs. Neighbors trickled over for lake parties. Daniel Rivera, the single dad next door, brought his daughter and a cooler of sodas. We grilled steaks on the dock, kids jumping off into summer water. Dr. Amir Rahman, my old algorithms professor, drove down for a weekend retreat, marveled at the view from the deck. "You built more than code," he said, clinking glasses. I hosted coding boot camps in the basement media room, projector beaming tutorials on the wall. Local teens learned Python over pizza, eyes wide at the server rack humming in the corner. One kid fixed a bug in our open source repo. His pull request merged live. I framed the commit message above the fireplace. The table saw its first Thanksgiving without family drama. Ethan carved the turkey, Caleb mixed cocktails with too much lime. Daniel's daughter set the place, napkins folded into swans. We ate until stuffed, dishes piled in the sink, lake lapping outside the windows. No one checked scores or scouting reports. Acquisition perks included a company car. I picked a hybrid SUV, parked it in the 2-car garage. Mornings started with coffee on the dock, laptop open to market dashboards. The buyout money sat in index funds, growing quietly. I donated matching amounts to STEM scholarships at UNC Charlotte, anonymous at first. TechRunch followed up with a "Where are they now" piece. The photographer shot me at the table, sunlight streaming through glass. The story quoted me, "Success isn't a prize. It's space for the people who choose you." Shares skyrocketed. My net worth crossed commas I never imagined. The villa became headquarters for chosen traditions. Sunday brunches with mimosas, game nights where Caleb Morris always won at cards. Daniel Rivera taught us to fish off the dock, catch and release, photos only. Dr. Amir Rahman brought guest lecturers, debates raging until midnight. The table held it all: spills, arguments, toasts. I walked the property at dusk one evening, water still as glass. The oak table visible through the windows, empty but waiting. 820 miles from Kansas City. Zero regrets. The buyout funded freedom. The lake house built the family I designed. 7 years later, an invitation to Mom's 58th birthday arrived in the mail, heavy card stock with gold foil lettering. The envelope listed my old Kansas City address crossed out, new one printed in neat label. I turned it over twice, thumb tracing the return sticker. Curiosity won. I booked a non-stop flight, packed light, and landed Thursday evening. The rental car smelled like pine freshener. I drove the familiar route past the high school fields where Cole once practiced, the diner where I'd wiped tables. The red brick house looked smaller, paint peeling at the corners, driveway cracked deeper. Balloons bobbed from the mailbox, music thumping from the backyard. I parked down the block, walked up in jeans and a blazer. Guests milled on the patio, neighbors, old coaches, relatives I barely recognized. Dad spotted me first near the grill, spatula in hand. "Jordan," he said, voice flat. He hugged quick, smelled like charcoal. Mom appeared in the doorway, apron over her dress, eyes narrowing. "You came," she stated, wiping hands on a towel. No smile. Cole lumbered over, beer gut straining his shirt, handshake limp. Hey sis, heard you're some tech hotshot now. He clapped my shoulder too hard. The party swirled, cake cutting, speeches about mom's community service. I stood at the edge, sipping water. Mom raised her glass from the steps. To family, she toasted, then gaze locking on me. Some kids you wish you didn't have to see every day, but blood keeps you stuck. Laughter erupted. Cole snorted. Dad stared at the grass. The words hit like deja vu, sharper this time. I set my cup down, walked straight to her. Your wish came true years ago. I live in Charlotte permanently. Mom's face reddened. Don't make a scene at my party. No scene, I replied. Just facts. I turned, threaded through the crowd. Someone whispered. Cole called after me about respect. I kept walking, keys already in hand. The drive to the airport blurred, highway lights streaking, radio off. I boarded the red-eye, seatbelt clicked before takeoff. Phone buzzed as wheels lifted. Mom's number. Call me. We need to talk. I blocked it midair, screen going dark. Back in Charlotte by dawn, I deleted the contact, cleared the thread. No more notifications from that area code. The villa waited, quiet, lake shimmering outside the windows. I brewed coffee, sat on the dock, watched the sun climb. 7 years of silence confirmed. Dad emailed once, forwarded from an old account. Your mother's upset. Cole lost his sponsorship. I archived it unread. Aunt Margaret texted a thumbs up emoji, nothing else. The party faded like a bad dream. Work resumed. Monday calls, product roadmap apps. Colleagues asked about the trip. I shrugged. Family obligation done. No details. The fracture from long ago ached in cold weather. This felt cleaner. I changed my emergency contact to Ethan Brooks, updated beneficiary forms. Legal zoomed the documents. No questions. The past stayed in Kansas City, buried under balloon strings and cake crumbs. One evening, Daniel Rivera grilled fish next door. He waved me over. You okay? He asked, flipping fillets. I nodded, accepted a plate. We ate on his patio, kids chasing fireflies. Simple chosen. The snorts blocked number tried from a new line weeks later. Cole voicemail slurred apologies. Money needed for lawyer fees. I deleted without listening. Emptied trash. Permanent. Mom's birthday photos surfaced on a cousin's social. Smiles. No mention of the walkout. I scrolled past, unfollowed the feed. Distance wasn't miles anymore. It was settings. I flew business class to conferences, spoke on panels about AI ethics. Reporters asked about origins. I mentioned the scholarship, skipped the rest. The story stayed mine to shape. Aunt Margaret visited once, drove the lake loop in her new vehicle. Proud doesn't cover it, she said over dinner. We toasted with sparkling water. She left with leftovers. No backward glance. The invitation went into a drawer, then the shredder, paper confetti for a flower bed, roots in fresh soil. Kansas City became a dot on weather apps, checked for flights, nothing more. Charlotte's humidity wrapped familiar now, mornings crisp off the water. I ran the dock path at sunrise. Earbuds in, playlist loud, 1-year marker. No cards, no calls, silence golden. I hosted a team retreat at the villa, strategy sessions around the oak table, whiteboards on easels. Caleb Morris sketched roadmaps, Ethan Brooks ordered catering, productive, peaceful. The lap, low EQ echoed only in memory, faded like old code. I overwrote it line by line. New commits, clean builds. Charlotte Vivian final Christmas that year opened the villa doors, wide string lights twinkling along the dock, pine scent drifting from the tree in the great room. I'd sent invitations weeks earlier, simple cards with lake coordinates. Guests arrived with covered dishes and wrapped gifts, tires crunching on the gravel drive. Aunt Margaret pulled in first, trunk loaded with bakery boxes from her favorite Charlotte. She hugged me at the threshold, coat dusted with light snow from the mountains. Caleb Morris followed in his electric sedan, carrying a crate of craft beer. Daniel Rivera and his daughter bounded up the steps, arms full of homemade tamales. Dr. Amir Rahman arrived last, scarf knotted neat, bearing a tin of spiced nuts. We gathered around the oak table, 12 seats filled exactly. Candles flickered in glass holders, plates piled high with turkey, stuffing, and Aunt Margaret's famous pecan pie. Laughter rose over clinking silverware. Daniel Rivera's daughter passed the gravy, Caleb Morris poured refills. Dr. Rahman shared stories from campus breakthroughs. No agendas, no scorekeeping. My phone vibrated mid-meal. Unknown number, Kansas City area code. I silenced it, but it rang again. I stepped to the kitchen, answered low. Mom's voice crackled through. Cole lost everything. Sponsorships gone. House foreclosed, lawsuits piling up. He needs help. I glanced at the table. Aunt Margaret slicing pie, Caleb Morris snapping photos. Daniel Rivera teaching the kid a card trick. Tell him to call a lawyer, I said. He's family, Mom pressed. You have money now. This table has no room for anyone who pushed me out. I ended the call, Blocked the number, powered off the phone, returned to my seat. Caleb Morris raised an eyebrow. I shook my head once. Conversation flowed on. Dessert shifted to announcements. I stood, glass in hand. One more thing, I explained the Jordan Parker Foundation, seed money from acquisition residuals, focused on full-ride scholarships for low-income STEM students facing family resistance. Applications open March. Mentorship built in. Dr. Amir Rahman offered to chair the board. Aunt Margaret wiped a tear, nodded firm. We toasted the fund, glasses chiming. Daniel Rivera's daughter asked if she could apply someday. Absolutely, I replied. The table erupted in plans, fundraisers, coding camps, alumni networks. Energy buzzed like startup days. Later, we bundled up for dock fireworks. Small show I'd hired, bursts reflecting on the water. Kids oohed, adults snapped pics. Dr. Amir Rahman pulled me aside. This is legacy, he said quietly. I smiled, watched colors explode overhead. Cleanup was communal, Caleb Morris on dishes. Daniel Rivera wrapping leftovers. Aunt Margaret labeling containers. The tree lights glowed soft as the last guest left. I locked the door, stood alone in the quiet, table cleared, chairs pushed in, lake lapping outside. The foundation launched publicly in spring. Press release hit local news, applications flooded in. First recipient, a girl from rural Missouri, parents wanted her married at 18. She coded her way out just like I did. I met her at orientation, handed the check personally. Mom tried once more. A letter forwarded from an old address, pleading for Cole's rehab costs. I marked return to sender, dropped it in the mailbox. No reply needed. Aunt Margaret moved closer, bought a condo 10 minutes away. Sunday dinners became routine. Her recipes, my grill. Caleb Morris and Daniel Rivera joined often. Kids growing fast. Dr. Amir Rahman retired, consulted for the fun, pro bono. The table hosted milestones, grant awards, birthdays. Quiet Tuesdays with takeout. Seats rotated, but the core stayed. No empty spots for guilt. Years on the foundation funded over 40. Graduates sent updates, patents filed, companies started. I framed their emails above the fireplace next to the TechCrunch trophy. One quiet Christmas Eve, I sat alone at the table, coffee steaming. Phone silent. Lake frozen at the edges. Family wasn't blood, it was the people who showed up, stayed, chose back. I'd built that, complete, cut from the old roots, deep in the new. The lesson crystallized. Real family is the table you set, the doors you open, the hands you hold without obligation. Charlotte forever chosen. Kicked out of foster care, I bought a rusted Quonset. No one wanted what I found inside. Changed my sister's life. On his 19th birthday, a boy left the system with only a change of clothes and a cryptic letter about a plot of land that no one wanted. What he and his sister discovered, there was more than just a house. It remained a secret for a generation. If you've ever felt lost or like you had to start from scratch, subscribe. This story is for you. The world gave me 3 things on my 19th birthday. A black trash bag containing everything I owned, along with a legal document that felt like a joke. It was March in upstate New York, where the sky was the color of dishwater and the slush on the ground had forgotten what it was like to be snow. I stood on the cracked concrete steps of the Northwood Group home, which had been my holding cell for the previous 7 years, and felt the cold seep through the worn soles of my sneakers. The door clicked shut behind me, making a quiet, final sound. The sound of an account closing. I was officially an adult and homeless. Mrs. Hartman, my caseworker, had handed me the bag and a manila envelope. She was always tired. "Happy birthday, Ethan," she'd said, her voice flat, as if she were reading a shopping list. "Your final dispersal is in there, $300. And this?" She tapped the envelope. "This is from the county probate office. Something your grandfather left you." I hadn't seen my grandfather since I was 10. He died 2 years before my parents, which always seemed like a cruel backward punchline. I clutched the thin envelope, which had already become damp from the freezing mist. Inside the group home, I could see my sister, Lily, through the wire mesh window in the common room. She was 13. Her face was pressed against the glass, her expression an exact, heartbreaking reflection of my own fear. We could not say goodbye. It was a rule. There are no prolonged emotional displays. It disrupted the routine. So we simply looked at each other. Her small hand was flat on the pane, and I wanted to press my own against it, but I was already on the opposite side of the wall. I was out. She was still inside. The single pane of glass felt like 100 miles of empty highway. The trash bag was lightweight. A few pairs of jeans, some t-shirts, a worn copy of a book my mother used to read to me, and a framed photo of the 4 of us, Mom, Dad, Lily, and me, at a county fair, squinting in the sun. It was the only thing I owned that felt truly mine. $300. It was supposed to be my beginning, my entry into the world. It felt like enough money to slowly starve, but not enough to survive. I walked away from Northwood without looking back because I knew if I did, I'd see Lily's face and be unable to move forward. I would just stand there until I froze on the sidewalk. The bus station was a 10-block walk. The wind blew through my thin jacket. Every gust felt personal. I sat on a hard plastic bench inside, the air smelling of disinfectant and despair. I opened the manila envelope. Inside was a letter from a lawyer I'd never heard of, Mr. Raymond Whitaker, from an unpronounceable town somewhere in the Catskills. The letter was dense with legal jargon, but I was able to piece it together. My grandfather, Samuel Whitaker, had left me something in his will. It was not money, it was a property. Lot 9C is a 3-acre parcel of unincorporated land. According to the letter, in order to claim the deed, I must appear in person at his office and pay the outstanding property taxes and transfer fee. The total amounted to $10. $10 for 3 acres of land. It must have been a mistake or a cruel joke. Land didn't cost $10. A greasy slice of pizza at the station kiosk cost nearly $10. I read the line again. After receiving the $10 settlement for arrears and fees, the deed to parcel 9C would be transferred to my name. It was a grainy photocopied satellite image of the plot that was attached. It was a square of smudgy gray, surrounded by darker gray. A single structure was visible, a long, curved shape resembling a metal bread loaf dropped in the middle of the woods, a Quonset hut. I'd seen pictures of them in history books, rusted semicircular buildings from a previous war, repurposed as barns or workshops. This one appeared abandoned and forgotten, a piece of junk on worthless land. Maybe that's why it cost $10. It was a liability. Perhaps it was contaminated. Perhaps it was on the side of a cliff. My initial reaction was to throw the letter away. It was a distraction. I needed a plan. I needed a job, a place to live, and a way to begin saving money so I could fight for Lily. The state was unconcerned about keeping siblings together if one of them aged out. I was on my own, and she was watching a clock. In 5 years, she'd be standing on the same steps, holding her own trash bag. The thought triggered a physical pain in my chest, making it difficult to breathe. However, the letter would not leave my mind. $10. It was less than 4 hours of work for a minimum wage job. There was a risk, but what were the alternatives? Spending $300 for a week in a filthy motel room before ending up in a shelter. The concept of owning something, anything, even a patch of dirt with a metal can on it, was a tiny seed of an idea that began to sprout in the barren soil of my fear. It was a destination rather than a shelter. I looked at a picture of my family. My grandfather was in the background, a tall, quiet man with kind eyes who was holding a cone of cotton candy for Lily. He was not a man who told cruel jokes. He was a carpenter, someone who built things. He smelled like sawdust and pipe tobacco. He taught me how to correctly tie a knot and read a compass. He was pragmatic. There needed to be a reason. My bus was called over the crackling intercom. It was heading south, toward the city, the shelters, and the anonymous, brutal grind that I had been warned about. On a different platform, another bus was idle. The destination sign displayed a list of small town names, one of which I recognized from the lawyer's letterhead. It was a real choice. This was the first real choice I'd had in years. Take a $10 chance on a ghost or face the expected, miserable future. Standing up, my legs felt unsteady. I walked over to the ticket counter, carrying the trash bag over my shoulder. I purchased a one-way ticket to a town I'd never visited in order to claim a plot of land that was most likely worth less than the paper on which the deed was printed. It was the stupidest and most reckless thing I'd ever done. It was the best decision of my life. The journey felt like a descent into another world. The bus rumbled its way out of the city's gray orbit, past skeletal strip malls and into the rolling, empty expanse of the mountains. I spent hours watching the landscape change. The trees grew thicker, and the hills steeper. Patches of dirty snow clung to the shadows, stubborn reminders of a long winter. The other passengers were mostly elderly, their faces etched with the peaceful resignation of rural life. Nobody spoke to me. I was just another kid with a bag, another ghost on the bus. I felt invisible. For the first time, it did not feel like punishment. It felt like a shield. I called Lily from a pay phone in a rest stop. Another rule stated that we were not to communicate for the first 45 days. But I'd saved the number for a pay phone down the hall from her room, so I knew she'd be there. Her voice was small and slightly shaky. "Ethan, is this you? I'm Lil. Are you okay? Where are you now? They said you were gone." "I am. I'm on the bus. I'm going somewhere." I attempted to make it sound like a plan, an adventure. "Where?" I told her about Grandpa's letter and the land. I tried selling it to her and to myself. "It's our own space, Lily. A real place. It has everything, including a building." "A building? Like a house?" "Sort of." I hedged. "It's sturdy and made of metal." There was a pause. I could hear her thinking, and trying to picture it. "Does it have a roof?" "Yeah," I said, my voice cracking slightly, and I didn't feel like laughing. "It's basically all roof." "Is it far?" Yes, it is far. But I am going to fix it. I plan to make it a home, and then I'll come for you. I promise. We both knew it was a wild and impossible promise. I was 19, with $300 and a worthless deed. The legal battle to obtain custody of a sibling was a mountain I couldn't see the bottom of, but I had to say something. She needed to hear it. I understand, she whispered. Stay safe, Ethan. You too, Lily. I love you. I love you, too. The phone line went dead, and I stood there in the cold, holding the receiver, the dial tone buzzing in my ear like an angry insect. The weight of that promise rested on my shoulders. It wasn't only about me anymore, it was about her. The lawyer's office was on the main street of a town that appeared to have been forgotten for the past 45 years. The buildings were brick and stone, with faded signs from the sun. Mr. Whitaker was a man who complimented his surroundings. He was old, with a well-trimmed white beard and glasses perched on the tip of his nose. His office smelled like old paper and furniture polish. He looked at me through his spectacles, his expression neutral and unreadable. Mr. Whitaker, he said, his voice dry and rustling. You came? I did, I replied, my voice thin. I put a crumpled $10 bill on his polished mahogany desk. He did not look at it. He slid a thick stack of papers towards me. The deed for parcel 9C, as specified in your grandfather's will. Sign here and here. He pointed with his bony finger. I signed where he indicated, my hand trembling slightly. My signature resembled a child's scrawl. Now, he said, leaning back in his leather chair, which groaned in protest, let's talk about the facts of your situation. Your grandfather bought the land 28 years ago. It was cheap back then, and it isn't worth much more now. It has no road access, no well, no septic system, and no electricity. It's essentially a piece of wilderness with a derelict military surplus hut on it. Why did he leave it to me? Mr. Whitaker described your grandfather as a sentimental man. He was also a very private person. He never made it clear what his intentions were. He simply stated that, on your 19th birthday, the property would be offered to you, and only you, for the amount of outstanding taxes. If you declined, the state would absorb it. He paused and looked at me intently. There is, however, another choice. I received an inquiry about the property last week. A developer, as part of a larger LLC, is purchasing land in the area. They are willing to offer you $7,500 for it as is. My breath caught. $7,500. It was a fortune, it was a solid start. It was a security deposit for an apartment. The fight for Lily began with the payment of a lawyer's retainer. It was the prudent, logical, and sane choice. It would fix all of my immediate problems. But then I remembered my grandfather, a man who built things and didn't do things without a purpose. And I remembered the promise I made to Lily. I planned to make it a home. A motel room was not a house. They've been buying up a lot of the old parcels, Mr. Whitaker said, his tone revealing nothing. They are planning a resort, which I believe will include a golf course. They've been extremely persistent. The way he said persistent sounded like a threat. Their opening offer was $7,500. It was what they expected a desperate kid to jump at. It was an insult disguised as an opportunity. I'm not selling, I replied. The words came out before I could fully form the thought. They felt solid and real. Mr. Whitaker raised an eyebrow, a flicker of surprise, respect in his aged eyes. Are you certain, son? $7,500 could give you a significant head start. I'm confident, I said, my voice stronger this time. It is mine. I want to see it. He nodded slowly, a slight smile on his lips. Very good, that is something your grandfather would have liked. He slid a big, old-fashioned iron key across the desk. It was heavy, ornate, and coated in a thin layer of rust. This is for the padlock to the hut. He left it with me many years ago. He then handed me a hand-drawn map on a piece of yellowed paper. The instructions were simple. Follow the county road for 4 miles, turn onto Old Miller Road and walk until it disappears. The property was an additional 0.75-mile hike through the woods from there. Good luck, Mr. Whitaker, he said, standing to shake my hand. His grip was surprisingly strong. I have a feeling you'll need it. The walk took longer than I expected. The sun was lowering, casting long, distorted shadows through the trees. Old Miller Road was more like a suggestion than a road. 2 muddy ruts lead into a thicket of pine and bare-limbed maple. My trash bag felt heavier with each step. The air became colder, and the silence deepened. The only sounds were the crunch of my sneakers on the frozen ground, and my own frantic heartbeat. I felt terrified. I was completely alone, but I was also walking towards something I owned. The thought was like a small, warm coal in the center of my chest. I followed the map, counting my steps, until I came to a line of old, crumbling stone walls, the kind that farmers used to build to mark their land. According to the map, this was my land. I pushed through a tangle of thorny bushes and there it was, the Quonset hut. It was bigger than I expected and in worse shape. It squatted in a small clearing, a massive gray, corrugated beast. Rust bloomed in angry orange patches across its curved surface, resembling skin disease. The two massive doors at the front were dented and scarred. Weeds and small saplings grew up to the edges, attempting to reclaim it for the forest. It did not appear to be very sturdy, it appeared defeated. My heart sank. This was not a home, it was a tomb. I walked around it, the ground soft and spongy under my feet. A few small, grimy windows were placed high on the sides, too high to see through. A crooked stovepipe poked up toward the sky in the back. It was a wreck and a piece of junk. The $7,500 offer rang through my mind. I could still turn back. I could walk back into town, find a phone, and contact the lawyer. I could take the money and run. Nobody would blame me. But I had the key, a heavy, rusted key. It felt like a burden in my pocket. I went to the front door. A thick, rusted chain was wrapped around two handles and secured with a massive padlock that appeared to be as old as the hut itself. It matched the color of the rust on the walls. I slid the key inside. It grated and resisted. For a brief moment, I assumed it was the wrong one, and that this was all a cosmic joke. I pushed my shoulder into it, turning with all of my strength. The loud, protesting screech of metal on metal was followed by a solid, satisfying clunk. The lock sprang open. With a loud clang, the chain fell away. It took all of my weight to open one of the massive doors. It groaned on its hinges, the sound echoing through the quiet woods. I peered in. The inside was vast and dark, a cavern of shadows. A single beam of dusty afternoon light shone through the gloom from a crack in the roof, illuminating a universe of swirling dust particles. The air was thick and musty, with the odor of damp earth, rust, and trapped time. It was empty, or nearly empty. A small wooden crate sat in the center of the vast, curved space, directly in line with that single shaft of light. It was simply sitting there, waiting. It appeared to be deliberately placed. My fear gave way to intense, prickling curiosity. I left my bag by the door and walked towards it, my footsteps echoing throughout the vast space. The floor was made of cracked and unevenly poured concrete. The crate was old, made of dark, weathered wood, with rope handles on each side. There was no lid. I looked inside. It was filled with old glass canning jars. They were packed in straw and sealed with wax lids. At first, I assumed it was food preserves. My grandfather, a practical man, left me food, but when I lifted one of the jars, it was too heavy and didn't contain peaches or beans. The jar was full of tightly rolled bundles of cash. They were old bills held together by crumbling rubber bands. I stared at it, unable to process what I saw. I picked up another jar, then another. They were all the same, and each one contained money. I sat down firmly on the cold concrete floor, my legs suddenly weak. I took one of the bundles out. The rubber band snapped, and a cascade of $20 bills fell into my lap. They were soft, worn, and real. I counted them. $1,200 in a single bundle. There were at least 18 bundles in that single jar. And there were at least 14 jars in the crates. This was not a head start. This was a completely different life and future. This was Lily's future. I began to laugh, a strange, choked sound that echoed against the curved metal walls. The laughter transformed into a deep, gut-wrenching sob. I cried for everything, the years spent in the system, the cold loneliness of the last 36 hours, the terror and desperation. I cried for my parents, and for the quiet, practical man who had built this strange, rusted ark for me, a hidden lifeboat in the woods. He hadn't just left me a plot of land, he had given me a chance. But as I sat there, surrounded by a fortune I couldn't understand, I noticed something else at the bottom of the crate, tucked beneath the final layer of straw. It was a thick, leather-bound journal with my grandfather's name, Samuel Whitaker, written on the cover in faded gold leaf. I opened it. The first page was not a journal entry. This was a letter. The handwriting was neat and precise, resembling that of a manual worker. It was addressed to me. Ethan, it started. If you are reading this, it means you have turned 19. It means you were tough enough to get this far, and you didn't take the easy money. I knew you wouldn't. You have your mother's heart and my stubbornness. That is a good combination. Reading his words was like hearing his voice, a faint echo through the years. This location most likely does not appear to be particularly impressive. The money is for both you and Lily, that's everything I saved. After your grandmother died, I sold the house and began living on the cheap. I wanted you two to have a foundation that the world could not take away. However, the money is the least important thing I am leaving you. The most important thing is this land and hut. This is your home if you want to make it one. The letter went on. He explained that he purchased the land for a low price due to the lack of utility access, but he noticed something that others didn't. He wrote about the developers even back then, sniffing around and attempting to consolidate parcels for a large project. He knew they'd come back. They believe the land is empty, he wrote. They're wrong. Do not let them bully you, son. They are going to try. They'll offer you money that sounds like a kingdom. But what you have here is worth more than their resort. You just need to find it. The final line was underlined twice. The foundation is the key. Everything begins with the foundation. I looked at the cracked concrete floor. The foundation. What exactly did he mean? The money was overwhelming, but the letter, the mystery, was what drew me in. This wasn't simply a handout. It was a task, a puzzle left for me by a man I had barely met but who clearly knew and loved me. I spent my second night at the Quonset hut. I had no sleeping bag, only my thin jacket and the clothes I was wearing. I found a pile of old, musty canvases in a corner and made a temporary bed. I did not touch the money again. I returned the jars to the crate and slid it into a dark corner, covering it with a tarp. It felt dangerous, like a secret that could burn down the entire building. The cold was profound. It seeped up through the concrete and down through the metal ceiling. Every gust of wind outside sounded like a giant attempting to pull the roof off. I lay there in the dark, listening to the sounds of the forest, the hoot of an owl, the rustle of a small creature among the leaves. I was terrified, but it was a different type of fear than I had ever experienced. It wasn't the fear of a bully in the group home or arbitrary rules imposed by the caseworker. It was a primal fear, being a small, warm creature in a vast, cold wilderness. And, strangely, it felt cleaner and more honest. In the morning, I awoke stiff and cold, but alive. The sun was shining through the crack in the roof, filling the hut with a pale, hopeful light. I had work to do. My top priority was survival. I needed food, water, and warmth. I took $150 out of one of the jars. The act felt like a betrayal and a necessity all at once, so I hiked back into town. The town looked different in the daylight, less forgotten and more patient. I went to the hardware store, which smelled like metal and oiled wood. An elderly man with a friendly, weathered face watched me as I wandered the aisles, completely disoriented. "Can I help you find something, son?" he asked. "I need, well, a lot of things," I confessed. I told him a half-truth. I was camping out for a while, fixing up an old place. I did not mention the inheritance or the money. He nodded, but did not press for more information. I was learning that people in small towns respected their privacy. He helped me choose the necessities: a good axe, a bow saw, a heavy-duty tarp to patch the roof, buckets for water storage, a propane camp stove, and a warm sleeping bag. His name was Frank Miller, and he gave me a discount, referring to it as a welcome to the neighborhood gift. I went to the small market and bought groceries. Canned soup, bread, peanut butter, coffee, simple things that felt luxurious. The walk back to the hut, laden with supplies, was arduous, but each step felt deliberate. I was building something. I was starting. The following few weeks were a blur of hard physical labor. I patched the hole in the roof with the tarp, a dangerous task that required climbing the curved roof with a rope. I removed the weeds and saplings from around the hut. I found a small, clear stream about a third of a mile away and hauled it back in the buckets Frank Miller had sold me. I learned how to chop wood, and my hands quickly developed calluses and blisters. I discovered an old wood-burning stove in the back of the hut, rusted but still functional. I spent 2 days cleaning, polishing, and installing a new pipe through the old stove pipe hole. The second night, I started a fire in it. The warmth that spread through the vast space felt like a miracle. It pushed back the dampness, cold, and darkness. It gave the hut a shelter-like feel, rather than a metal can. I talked to Lily every few days from the payphone in town. I told her about the work, about the stove, about the woods. I didn't tell her about the money. It was too big, too dangerous a secret to speak over a phone line, but she could hear the change in my voice. "You sound different, Ethan," she said one night. "How?" "I don't know. Older, less scared." "I am scared," I told her honestly. "But it's a good scared now." The letter from the developers arrived 6 weeks after I did. It was delivered to Mr. Whitaker's office, who called me into town. It was on thick, creamy paper, with an embossed logo of a stylized mountain peak. The company was called Summit Creek Estates. Their offer was now $40,000. "They're getting serious," Mr. Whitaker said, watching my face as I read it. "They mention in the letter that if you refuse, they are prepared to petition the county to seize the land under eminent domain for utility access, claiming your unimproved structure constitutes a blight." It was a threat wrapped in legalese. They were trying to intimidate me. The old me, the kid on the steps of the group home, would have been terrified. He would have taken the money and run. But the kid who had spent 6 weeks hauling water and chopping wood, the kid who had a warm stove and a roof that didn't leak, mostly was different. "What did my grandfather mean?" I asked, pushing their letter aside. "He wrote that the foundation was the key." Mr. Whitaker leaned forward, his expression serious. "I don't know for sure. Samuel was, as I said, a private man, but I know he was a master carpenter and stonemason before that. He worked on a lot of the old dam projects in this state. He knew geology. He knew how to read the land. If he said the foundation was important, he meant it literally." I went back to the hut with that thought buzzing in my head. The foundation, the poured concrete floor. It was cracked and uneven in places, but mostly it was just a huge, gray slab. I spent the next day on my hands and knees, examining every inch of it. I swept it clean of dust and dirt, running my hands over the rough surface. In the far back corner, partially hidden by the wood stove I had installed, I found it. It wasn't a crack. It was a line. A perfectly straight, deliberate line cut into the concrete, forming a large square about 5 feet x 5 feet. It was a seam, a trapdoor. My heart hammered against my ribs. I spent an hour trying to find a way to lift it. There were no handles, no rings. It was perfectly flush. I finally realized it was a counterweight system. I had to press down on one edge, hard. I used a long piece of timber as a lever. With a low groan of grinding stone, the massive concrete slab tilted upwards, revealing a dark square hole in the foundation. A ladder made of iron rebar led down into the blackness. The air that rose up smelled of cold stone and deep earth. It was a cellar, a hidden room. I grabbed a flashlight and descended. The cellar was small and dry, the walls made of expertly fitted fieldstone, my grandfather's work. It was clear he had built this. And in the center of the cellar, on a stone pedestal, was a heavy metal lockbox. Next to it was another letter, sealed in a glass jar to protect it from moisture. I opened the jar and unfolded the paper. Ethan, the letter read. If you found this, you were paying attention. Good man. I built this hut for a reason. Not just to hide the money, not just to give you a roof. I built it on this exact spot for what's under it. My eyes scanned the page. My breath held tight in my chest. When I was a young man, I worked on a geological survey team for the state. We mapped this whole region. Most of it is shale and granite. Worthless. But there's a vein of something else that runs under this ridge. A deep aquifer. Some of the purest spring water in the state. The survey was buried, classified by the state to prevent a water rush. I never forgot the location. This land sits directly on top of the main reservoir. The water rights for this parcel were never separated from the deed, because no one ever knew the water was there. You don't just own 3 acres of land, son. You own the water underneath it, all of it. I sat down on the cold stone floor of the cellar, the letter shaking in my hand. Water. The developers, Summit Creek Estates, weren't building a resort with a golf course without a massive private water source. They couldn't. They weren't after my worthless piece of land. They were after what was underneath it. And they were trying to steal it from me for $40,000. The lockbox contained all the proof. My grandfather's copies of the original geological surveys, the water tables, and a carefully documented legal opinion he had commissioned years ago from a water rights specialist, confirming that the owner of Parcel 9C controlled the aquifer. He had been planning this for 28 years. He had built a fortress to protect our future. The anger hit me first, a hot, white rage. These people, this faceless company, had looked at me and seen an easy mark, an orphan kid they could crush. They had underestimated me. They had underestimated my grandfather. I went back to Mr. Whitaker the next day and laid the contents of the lockbox on his desk. He read through the documents, his eyes widening. He took off his glasses and polished them slowly, a genuine, broad smile spreading across his face. Samuel, you magnificent bastard, he whispered to himself. Then he looked at me. Ethan, this changes everything. This isn't a defensive fight anymore. This is leverage. We don't have to just tell them no. We can set our own terms. The next few months were a crash course in a world I never knew existed, a world of lawyers, hydrology reports, and corporate negotiations. Mr. Whitaker was my guide, my general. He hired a top water rights lawyer from Albany with a portion of the money from the crate. I learned words like riparian rights and commercial extraction permits. The battle was quiet, fought with registered letters and legal filings, not fists. Summit Creek Estates tried to fight back. They tried to bury us in paperwork. They tried to challenge the validity of my grandfather's survey. But he had been too meticulous. His work was flawless. Their case was built on the assumption that no one knew what was down there. Once we proved we did, their whole strategy crumbled. During this time, I kept working on the hut. The legal battle felt abstract, unreal. The physical work was what kept me sane. I bought a small, used generator, which gave me power for lights and tools. I taught myself how to frame walls, how to run wiring, how to install insulation. I watched videos online. I read books from the town library. Frank Miller, from the hardware store, became my unofficial mentor, giving me advice and letting me buy supplies on credit when my cash ran low. I was slowly, painstakingly turning the metal shell into a real home. I built a small bedroom for myself. I built a larger one for Lily. I framed a space for a real kitchen and a bathroom. I spent hours sanding the old wooden planks I'd salvaged from a collapsed barn down the road, turning them into a warm, smooth floor. The Quonset was no longer a cold, empty cavern. It was taking shape. It was taking on our shape. The community slowly, but surely, started to notice. People in town would ask me how the project was coming. They had heard the rumors, of course, the city developers trying to push out the quiet kid who was fixing up the old Whitaker place. Small towns have their own immune system. They don't always take kindly to outsiders trying to throw their weight around. I started getting offers of help. A retired electrician showed me how to properly ground my wiring. A woman dropped off a box of old kitchen supplies, pots, pans, dishes. Frank Miller let me use his workshop to build the kitchen cabinets. They weren't just being kind. They were choosing a side. They were choosing me. The turning point in the legal fight came when Summit Creek's lawyers realized we weren't going to back down and we had the better legal claim. Their bluff had been called. They requested a meeting. I walked into Mr. Whitaker's office to find 3 men in sharp, expensive suits waiting for me. They looked uncomfortable, out of place in the dusty, quiet office. They tried to be charming. They talked about community, about progress, about a partnership. I just listened. Finally, their lawyer, a man with a plastic smile, slid a new offer across the table. It was for $350,000, $250,000 for my signature. 18 months ago, that number would have been unimaginable. It was a number that could make a person disappear and start a new life anywhere. And the lawyer added, "We will, of course, drop our petition with the county." Mr. Whitaker looked at me. He had told me this was my decision. He would support me either way. I thought about the money. I thought about how easy it would be. But then I thought about the feeling of splitting wood in the cold morning air. I thought about the pride I felt looking at the wall I had built, straight and true. I thought about my grandfather and the 28-year chess game he had been playing. And I thought about Lily and the promise I'd made her on that payphone, a home. "No," I replied. The two suits stared at me. The lawyer's smile faltered. "I beg your pardon, the answer is no. I'm not selling the land. I'm not selling the water rights." I pushed a counter-proposal, one Mr. Whitaker and I had prepared, across the desk. "But I will lease you utility access. You can run your pipes through a corner of my property, and in exchange for that, you will pay a yearly fee, and you will fund the drilling and installation of a commercial-grade well and pump system on my property, which I will own and control, and you will connect my home to the electrical grid at your expense. And finally," I took a deep breath, "you will establish a community trust, administered by a local board, to ensure that residents of this town have priority access to water at reduced rates forever." The men were speechless. They looked at the proposal, then at me, then at their lawyer. They saw a kid in a worn flannel shirt and work boots dictating terms to their multi-million-dollar corporation. They saw a ghost they couldn't bully. They left without giving an answer, but we all knew we had won. It took another 6 weeks to hammer out the details, but they agreed. They agreed to everything. They had invested too much to walk away, and my proposal was, in the long run, cheaper than finding and securing a new water source. The day the contracts were signed, I didn't feel triumphant. I just felt quiet. I walked back to the hut, my home. The power company had been there the day before. I flipped a switch by the door, and for the first time, the entire space was flooded with clean, bright, steady light. It wasn't a dusty sunbeam or the flickering glow of a lantern. It was real. The work wasn't over, it would never be over, but it was a home. That summer, I finally went to court for Lily. I didn't go alone. Mr. Whitaker came with me. Frank Miller, from the hardware store, came. 8 other people from the town came. I wasn't just some kid who had aged out of the system anymore. I was a landowner, a business owner. Technically, I had a home, a stable income from the water lease, and a community standing behind me. The judge looked at my file, at the letters of support, at the pictures of the home I had built. He looked at Lily, who sat there, small and brave, in her best dress. He granted my petition for guardianship. Walking out of that courthouse with Lily's hand in mine was the real victory. It was the only one that mattered. We drove home, back to the mountains, back to the Quonset hut. When she saw it, her eyes went wide. It wasn't a rusted, derelict can anymore. It had new windows, a proper door, a small porch I had just finished. Smoke was curling from the chimney. It looked warm and solid and real. "You did it, Ethan," she whispered, her voice full of awe. "You built us a house." "It's not a house, Lily," I said, smiling. "It's a Quonset hut." "No," she said, grabbing my hand, her grip fierce and certain. "It's a home. We stand on that porch now sometimes and look out at the trees. The world is quiet here, the air is clean. We have everything we need. The money my grandfather left is still there, most of it in a proper bank account now, a trust fund for Lily's future, but the real inheritance wasn't the money. It was the land, the water, the rusted metal shell. It was the chance to build something instead of just surviving. It was the gift of a difficult choice. My grandfather taught me that the most valuable things are often hidden, buried under layers of rust and neglect. He taught me that a home isn't something you find, it's something you build with your own 2 hands on a foundation of love and stubbornness. And he taught me that sometimes the greatest act of love is to leave someone a puzzle you know they are strong enough to solve. This whole journey, from that cold sidewalk outside the group home to this warm porch, has been about finding my own foundation. It's about understanding where I come from and choosing where I'm going. And what I want you to take from this, if you've made it this far with me, is that your foundation is yours to build. It doesn't matter what you start with, a trash bag, a $10 deed, a broken heart. You have the capacity to build a life of meaning and purpose. It will be hard. It will be lonely. You will want to quit. But every nail you hammer, every wall you raise, makes you stronger. If this story resonated with you, if you've ever had to fight for your own piece of the world, I hope you'll subscribe and join our community here. And I want you to do me a favor. Go down to the comments and tell me about a time you chose the harder path. Tell me about something you built. I read every single one. And your stories, they matter. They are part of this home we're all building together. A family power play in probate court shut down by one bank letter and a judge's final order. My sister got up before the bailiff finished speaking, calling the case as if he were reciting a grocery list. She was eager to claim my grandfather, not because she wanted to honor him. She wore a fitted white coat over black, the kind of quiet luxury that makes others assume you're right before you speak. Her hair was exquisite. Her face was dry. And when she looked at me, it wasn't anguish in her eyes. It was a calculation. Her attorney, slick suit, gentle voice, expensive watch, stepped to counsel table with a thin stack of papers and slid them forward like a blade. Your Honor, he said, we're moving for immediate transfer of the estate to my client, effective today. Like they had practiced it in the mirror, my parents nodded together behind him. My mother's hands were folded gravely as if she was in church. And my father gazed straight ahead, jaw set like this was a business meeting and I was the impediment. The judge didn't look at them at first. He gave me a glance. His voice was flat when he said, Marianne Hale. Do you object? My sister's lips twitched like she couldn't wait to hear me beg. I didn't. I sat up taller, placed my hands on the table, and made sure my voice didn't shake. Yes, I said. I object. Her lawyer gave her a weak, condescending smile. On what grounds? He inquired, already sure he would get past me. I didn't give him an argument. Not yet. I want to wait until the last person arrives, I replied. The judge blinked once. He asked again, the last person? I gave a nod. Yes, Your Honor. My sister laughed a little, but it wasn't funny. This is absurd, she remarked. Nobody else is there. My father finally moved his head slightly toward me like the way he used to when I was a teenager, and he wanted to tell me I was embarrassing the family. You always do this, he said in a barely audible whisper. Leaning back, the judge adjusted his glasses. Marianne Hale, he said, this is probate court, not a theater. If you have an objection, it needs to be legal. Calmly, I stated that it is legal, but I have no right to explain. With a seductive voice, my sister's lawyer moved closer. Your Honor, he replied, we're requesting emergency appointment because Marianne Hale has been uncooperative. There are assets that need protection, and my client is the responsible party. Responsible, that word was always wielded as a weapon in my family. It meant give us control and quit asking questions. My mother sighed quietly as if she was suffering from my immaturity. She's grieving, she said to the judge, because she doesn't understand how these things operate. My sister's cold, sharp gaze remained fixed on me. I'm simply trying to keep things from falling apart, she said. Grandfather would want it handled properly. I gazed at her, reflecting on how swiftly she had secured legal representation, how quickly the petition had surfaced, and how practiced my parents appeared as backing vocalists seated behind her. In the case file, the judge turned a page. This petition wants full jurisdiction over the estate, he said. It claims the respondent may meddle and is unsuitable to participate. My sister's attorney nodded. That's right. And you're asking me to grant that today? The judge said. The lawyer said, yes, Your Honor. Immediately effective? The judge gave me another glance. He asked, what is your objection? To Marianne Hale. I maintained my stance still. I objected, saying, they're asking you to act without the full record. My sister's laughter was sharper this time. There is no hidden record, she snapped. He's dead. This is what takes place. The judge's patience waned, but his expression remained unchanged. But he told my sister, Miss Hale, you will not speak out of turn. My father's mouth tightened. My mother's eyes furrowed like she despised being reprimanded. My sister's lawyer made a courteous attempt to salvage the situation. Your Honor, if Marianne Hale wants to delay, we object. The estate can't wait. I avoided looking at him. I turned to face the judge. I claimed there wouldn't be a delay. It will take a few minutes. The judge let out a single breath and looked at the courtroom doors, obviously considering whether or not to amuse me. Who are we waiting for? He inquired. I responded with the most straightforward fact I could articulate. The person who actually controls the inheritance, I said. For the first time, my sister's face stiffened. She reflexively blurted, "That's me," but stopped when the judge's eyes shifted toward her. The judge leaned forward a little. "Mary Ann Hale," he remarked to me. "If this is a tactic." "It isn't, back," I said. "I'm asking you to let the record arrive before you sign anything." Silence for a beat. The judge raised his head. "Counsel," he said to my sister's attorney. "You filed a motion for immediate transfer of all inheritance to your client." "Yes, Your Honor," the attorney answered thoughtfully. "You understand," the judge responded, "that this clause is enforceable. The act of filing your motion may have already caused forfeit." The lawyer took a swallow. "Your Honor, we dispute the validity." He was interrupted by the judge. He answered, "You can contest it, but you don't get to pretend it isn't there." Then he gave me another look. "Mary Ann Hale," he said, "you requested to hold off till the final individual arrived. Was this the individual?" "Yes," I said. My pulse had risen into my throat, but my voice remained flat. "The trust department is the trustee. Distribution is within their control." The man in the black suit, still standing beside the clerk like he belonged to a procedure, spoke for the first time. "Your Honor," he said. "I calm and precise. I'm not here to argue. I'm here to deliver notice and confirm the trustee's position." The judge made one gesture. "State it," he said. My parents were not looked at by the man. He didn't look at my sister. He turned to face the judge. "The trustee does not recognize the petitioner's request," he stated. "In accordance with today's motion, the trustee will not allocate assets to any individual. The trustee will administer in accordance with the terms of the trust, and is asking the court to reject any attempt to use probate to confiscate assets under trust control." My sister snapped. "You can't simply." The magistrate held out his hand. "Miss Hale," he snapped. "You will not speak out of turn." My sister shut her mouth, but her respiration changed. Faster now, slimmer. In an attempt to regain ground, her lawyer stood once more. "At the very least, Your Honor, we will take steps to require the complete trust to be produced," he said. "We question whether my client was improperly removed or whether there is undue influence by the respondent." The judge's gaze remained unblinking. "Undue influence is a serious allegation," he stated. "And you just watched audio evidence of attempted coercion aimed at the decedent, which did not come from the respondent." My dad's mouth twitched. The judge faced the black-clad man once more. "Has the trustee provided the trust instrument to counsel?" asked he. "Yes," the man replied. The day before, a full copy was sent by certified service to both parties. My mother's head swung toward my sister's attorney like a whip. The day before, meaning they'd known or should have known, meaning they'd filed nonetheless. For a moment, the judge allowed that information to remain in the room. Then gazed at my sister with something approaching to disdain. "Miss Hale," he said, "the day before, did you receive the trust documents?" My sister's lips parted, and for the first time she appeared less like an executive and more like someone cornered. She began. Her attorney cut in swiftly. "Your Honor, we received a packet," but the judge interrupted him. "Counsel," he continued, "if you received a package containing a no contest clause and yet filed a motion requesting all inheritance effective immediately, I want you to understand what that looks like to this court." The attorney went still. The judge turned to the clerk. "Set a hearing," he urged, "on standing and sanctions, and I want the trustee's letter added into the record." Then he glanced directly at my sister. "And Miss Hale," he added, voice colder now, "if you are a named beneficiary and you triggered forfeit today may have cost you more than you anticipated." My sister's expression became unattractive. Her eyes cut to me, and the fury there wasn't about money. It was about the reality that the institution she thought would crown her had merely identified her as a risk. When she couldn't win with papers, she then did what she always did. With a fresh tale, she attempted to win. "Your Honor," she shouted suddenly, voice loud, turning toward the bench with trained haste. "I need to put something on the record." The judge squinted. "What?" he said. "Just that. The one word my parents had been saving like a bullet, elder abuse," my sister replied, glaring at me. And the judge's demeanor altered, not because he believed her, but because now the court had to decide whether she had proof or whether she was about to hang herself with another false claim. My sister said, "Elder abuse," once more. A louder loudness could transform an accusation into proof. My mother's face softened instantaneously into theatrical anguish. With narrowed eyes, my father reclined in his chair as if this was the strategy they had been waiting to implement. Her attorney stood behind her as if he'd been handed an emergency exit. "Your Honor," he said, "we request an immediate inquiry." The respondent forced the decedent to sign agreements that benefited her, secluded him, and restricted access. The judge's response was not that of a daytime television viewer. He acted like a magistrate. He leaned forward and said, "Counsel, those are serious allegations. What evidence do you have today?" My sister remained still. "Witnesses," she added, pointing to the back. 2 family members appeared to have been drafted as they stood awkwardly close to the rear rows. My aunt and a cousin I seldom spoke to. Their eyes drifted away from me, and their expressions were strained. My mother nodded encouragingly at them like she was guiding them silently. The judge looked at them unimpressed. He stated witnesses may testify. However, I'm looking for something tangible. Medical reports, prior complaints, police reports, a PS participation. Anything. My sister's jaw stiffened. She blurted out, he didn't want to embarrass the family. He was afraid. The judge's face remained expressionless. Then he said, explain why I called emergency services myself. Quiet. My sister made an attempt to change course. He was confused. She said he didn't know what he was doing. The judge took another look at the envelope from the bank. Ah, this trust was executed with a capacity affidavit and witnesses. He continued, that is not confusion, that is formalized intent. My father's attorney rose, voice silky. We also have proof, Your Honor, that the respondent controlled communications and had access to accounts. Daniel Cross got to his feet right away. Objection, he said. This is a baseless argument. The judge raised a hand. Counsel, he told my sister's lawyer. Have you got that proof here? My sister's attorney hesitated a fraction. Then he did what attorneys do when they have a story, but not the record. We would request discovery, he said. The judge's eyes hardened. He responded, discovery is not a fishing license. In order to seize assets held in trust, you do not publicly accuse someone of elder abuse. My sister's face reddened. It's not a strategy, she snapped. The judge reclined. Then bring evidence, he said. Not theatrical relatives. My mother's voice trembled. Practiced. Your Honor, she said. She kept us away. She made him detest us. The judge gave her a single glance. Ma'am, he responded, this is not family therapy. Then he shifted his focus to the one person in the room who had no emotional involvement, just fiduciary obligation. He spoke to the black-clad man. He responded by asking, does the trustee have any documentation of concerns regarding undue influence or abuse? The dude didn't hesitate. According to him, no, Your Honor. Standard intake was carried out by the trustee. The deedant had a private meeting with legal counsel. He affirmed his intention. The trustee received a letter of instruction and supporting papers. The judge's eyes narrowed. Supporting materials? He asked. Yes, the man replied. A statement and a log. The deedant desired that they be kept safe. My sister's head jerked up. Which statement? She demanded. She was ignored by the judge. He told the man to provide it. The man reached into a second packet he'd been holding, one I hadn't noticed because it was thinner and unmarked, and handed it to the clerk. The judge received it from the clerk. After opening it, the judge took out a one-page letter. He read calmly for several seconds, eyes moving with attentive attention. Then he gazed up at me with the weight of what he understood instead of warmth. Did you know your grandfather prepared a written statement anticipating today's allegations? He asked Mary Ann Hale. Yes, I said quietly. He told me he did, but I didn't know what he wrote. The way my sister breathed altered. She pressed her fingernails into the counsel table. The judge glanced at the letter's top. He then read the opening phrase out loud. If you are reading this in court, it means my son and his family sought to seize my wealth by blaming my granddaughter. My mother made a sound like she'd been stabbed. My dad's expression stiffened. Slowly, as though he had realized he was standing on a trapdoor, my sister's lawyer sat down. The judge read just enough to render the record indisputable, but not all of it. He read that my grandfather had requested me to move in following his fall. He read that the only person he had met with was counsel. He read that he had established the trust out of dread of coercive tactics and demands for quick signatures. The judge then came to a point where his lips appeared to squeeze together. He read it once silently, then he read it out loud. My son brought a mobile notary to my house to get fresh signatures the night I phoned emergency services. I declined. I requested witnesses. If they term this elder abuse, they are projecting their own conduct. There was complete silence in the courtroom. Not a cough, not a whisper. I saw my sister's eyes twitch as she sat motionless, as if she was trying to figure out how to survive the record. My father's attorney stood slowly, voice guarded. Now, Your Honor, he said, we object to hearsay. He was interrupted by the judge. It's a statement of intent from the deed and offered to show his state of mind, he explained. And it's consistent with the dispatch audio. He held the letter up slightly. With measured words, he stated, this court will not entertain a last-minute elder abuse allegation used to seize assets held by a corporate trustee. You can submit a petition with supporting documentation, but not right now. Not in this manner. My sister's attorney swallowed. We would like to withdraw the motion, Your Honor, he stated. The judge's eyes remained icy. He answered, you can't undo the consequences. You can, however, cease digging. He looked across at the clerk. I dismissed the motion and ordered a show cause hearing to discuss sanctions for the filing and the false statements made today, he added. My mom's face turned white. My father's jaw clenched. At last, my sister's mask broke. She therefore receives everything. She lost her temper. The judge remained unflinching. The trust gets administered per the terms, he said. And certainly, Mary Ann Hale's appeal to seize all inheritance effective immediately is denied. Now my sister's hands trembled. As the man in black talked again, calm as a machine, outlining the next course of action, she attempted to conceal it by holding onto the edge of the table. The trustee will suspend any distributions to parties that triggered the no contest clause until further examination, he added. We will adhere strictly to the trust phrase. My sister's head jerked in his direction. Suspend, she hissed. No, that's... He refrained from arguing. That is, he said plainly. The judge moved forward and pronounced the last phrase my sister did not expect to hear. You entered this courtroom as if it were already yours, he said to Mary Ann Hale. Now that nothing has been decided in your favor today, you will have to answer for how you attempted to get it. With humiliation and hatred in her eyes, my sister looked at me once more. Then she whispered, barely audible. This isn't over. And that's when the bailiff stepped in close, quiet, unprofessional, and spoke to the judge in a low tone. As he listened, the judge's face slightly changed. He gave one nod. Then he looked directly at my father. Richard Hale, he said. Remain seated. My father froze. Why? He inquired. The judge did not raise her voice. Since, he explained, I've just been informed there's a deputy in the hallway with paperwork for you, and it isn't from this court. My father's face tightened. Once more, the courtroom doors opened, and a deputy in uniform entered with a document that had a bold header across the top. I couldn't read it from my seat, but I saw my father's face turn gray as the deputy said, Sir, you've been served. Dad didn't get up. He didn't demand respect. As if the badge suddenly weighed more than his money, he simply gazed at the deputy. His voice was tight as he asked, What is this? I hope the deputy didn't play games. He extended the packet. Service of process, he said. You can accept it here or in the hallway. The lawyer for my father leaned over and said something urgent in a whisper. Ignoring it, my father grabbed the papers and turned the first page with trembling fingers. His eyes moved across the header. Then, realizing that this was not probate, he froze. This was illegal. The judge watched him read, expression flat. Richard Hale replied, This court has nothing to do with that paperwork, but I will remind you you are still under oath from earlier testimony. My father swallowed. Your Honor, he uttered while trying to remain composed. This is harassment. My family is being targeted because my daughter. He was interrupted by the judge. Stop, he said. Your daughter is not the one who called emergency services to report a coercion attempt. It is not your daughter who submitted a false motion to this court. The attempt to seize trust assets held by a corporate fiduciary was not made by your daughter. My mother's mouth tightened. We were trying to protect the family, she whispered. The judge didn't soften. Then you protected it into a referral, he said. The deputy shifted his stance slightly, and I realized he hadn't come alone. 2 more uniforms stood near the doors, quiet, not approaching, just present in the way law enforcement gets present when they expect people to run or explode. The lawyer for my sister cleared his throat. Your Honor, he uttered slowly, we would request a brief recess to confer with our clients. The judge looked at him like he was exhausted by the idea of more talking. You can confer, he said, but this motion is dismissed. The trustee will administer the trust, and I will see counsel back for the order to show cause hearing. He picked up his pen, already turning away from them. Then he stopped and looked back once like he'd remembered something important. He added, one more thing. Once more, the room became silent. He spoke to the black-suited man. Sir, he said, does the trustee request any protective order? Yes, Your Honor, the man replied immediately. In light of the attempted meddling, the trustee asks for an order that forbids the petitioners from harassing the primary beneficiary and from contacting custodians, financial institutions, or other parties in an effort to obtain trust assets. My sister's head jerked up. Is it harassment? She sneered. The judge's eyes moved to her. Mary Ann Hale, said the judge, you just accused someone of elder abuse with no evidence in open court. You are not in a position to scoff. He turned to face the trustee. Granted, he said. Draft it, I'll sign today. My mom's face was exhausted. You can't keep us from our own daughter, she said in a trembling whisper. The judge did not raise her voice. You can keep yourselves from committing misconduct, he responded. Daniel Cross leaned toward me and murmured. This is the cleanest order we could have hoped for. I nodded once, but my eyes stayed on my parents because now my father had the criminal paperwork in his hands, and I could see the calculation changing behind his eyes. Not regret. Damage control. The judge decided to adjourn. He said the court was recessed. My mother sprang at me in the aisle as soon as the gavel struck. Not literally, but close enough that the atmosphere shifted. She hissed, You did this. Your father was ruined by you. I didn't recoil. He ruined himself, I said quietly. Victoria Hale stepped into her voice a tight whisper, eyes wild. "You're going to lose everything," she said. "I'll make sure you do." I looked at her and kept my voice calm. "You already tried," I said. And the trustee didn't even have to raise its voice. My sister's face twisted. "You think you're safe because a bank sent a suit?" She spat. I leaned in slightly, close enough for her to hear me over the hallway noise. "I think I'm safe because Grandpa planned," I said. "And because you can't bully a record." Her lips parted, and I saw the moment she wanted to scream. Instead, she did something colder. She turned her phone face down like she just sent something she didn't want anyone to see. The Daniel Cross noticed it, too. His gaze flicked to her hands, then to me. "Don't engage," he murmured. "We're leaving." We walked out through the side exit. The courthouse air outside was sharp and bright, like it didn't care what families did to each other inside. At the curb, Daniel Cross stopped and looked me in the eyes. "Here's the concrete ending you wanted," he said quietly. "The trust is controlling everything. The petition is dismissed. The no contest clause is triggered and will be enforced. Your parents don't get access, and the court just signed an order preventing interference." I gave a nod. "And your sister?" I inquired. Daniel Cross's mouth tightened. "If she's a named beneficiary, she likely forfeited today," he said. "That's what her lawyer is realizing right now." We stood there for a moment just breathing. Then Daniel Cross's phone buzzed, and he checked it, and his expression changed the same way it had at the airport when the officer's tone shifted. "What?" I inquired. Daniel Cross held the screen up. A notification official. Short. Hawthorne National Bank Trust Department. Security alert. Attempted access blocked. My stomach went cold because the hearing was over. The order was signed, and someone was still trying to touch the money. Daniel Cross's voice went quiet. "They're doing it right now," he said. I stared at the alert. And in that moment, I understood. My sister hadn't turned her phone face down to stop herself from screaming. She'd turned it face down because she was moving. Daniel Cross didn't waste a second. He called the trust department while we were still standing at the curb. The courthouse doors behind us, and my parents somewhere inside trying to pretend they hadn't just been humiliated. A woman answered with the kind of steady, rehearsed calm you hear from people whose job is to prevent disasters. "Hawthorne Trust." She said, "This line is recorded. How may I help you?" "This is Daniel Cross," he replied. "Counsel for Marine Vale. I just received a security alert. Attempted access blocked. I need details." Trouble. I need details." There was a brief pause in the sound of keys tapping. Then the woman's tone sharpened slightly. "Not panic. Procedure." "Yes," she said. An attempted login was made to the beneficiary portal. It failed multi-factor authentication. Immediately after that, there was an attempt to change the contact phone number on file. My mouth went dry. "Change it to whose?" I inquired. I had the trust officer didn't answer me directly. She asked Daniel Cross, "Are you authorizing me to disclose the attempted change request data to your client?" "Yes," Daniel Cross said instantly. The trust officer continued. "The attempted phone number change request was submitted from a device associated with the petitioner, Victoria Hale." I closed my eyes for half a second because I could picture it perfectly, or her flipping her phone face down in the courtroom like she was hiding shame when, in reality, she was hiding action. Daniel Cross's voice stayed calm. "Did she authenticate?" he inquired. "No," the trust officer replied. "The system blocked the request. A manual flag was placed. Distribution status is now set to hold fraud risk pending review." Daniel Cross let out a slow breath. "Good," he said. "Freeze all changes. No portal contact changes, no phone number changes, no email changes, no address updates without verified in-person identification." "Already done," she replied. "And a report has been generated." Daniel Cross's jaw tightened. "Send that report to my office," he said. "And note, there's an active court order issued today prohibiting interference." "Understood," she answered. "We have the court order on file. The trustee will comply." The call ended, and the quiet afterward felt sharp. Daniel Cross looked at me. "That alert," he said. "It's exactly why corporate trustees exist. They don't get bullied. They don't get guilt-tripped. They log and block." I gave a slow nod. "So, she tried to get in," I said, "and failed." "Yes," he replied. "And she just created a record that will follow her into sanctions." We drove straight to Daniel Cross's office, not for drama, but for one reason, to lock down everything. While my family was still spinning, Daniel Cross had me sign a single-page instruction: all trust communications routed through counsel, no direct contact accepted from family members, and any attempted changes treated as fraud. Then he forwarded the bank's security report to the judge's clerk with a note. Attempted access blocked within minutes of court recess. No threats, no speeches, just a timestamp. An hour later, Daniel Cross's assistant came in and said, "The trustee rep called back." The man in the black suit, Hawthorne's representative, appeared on a video call. Same calm face, same plain suit, Like a uniform. Marianne Hale, he said. I want to make something very clear. I didn't speak. I let him. The trust will distribute only according to the trust terms, he continued. There will be no exceptions due to family pressure. There will be no temporary transfers. There will be no advances. He glanced down at a note, then back up. And due to today's petition and the attempted portal interference, the trustee has formally determined that Victoria Hale triggered the no contest clause. Her distribution is now forfeited pending court confirmation. My chest constricted. Part relief, part disbelief, Daniel Cross asked. And the parents? The trustee rep's face didn't change. Richard and Susan Hale's contingent distributions are under review, he said. Given their participation in the petition and coordinated behavior, the trustee is treating their involvement as interference. He paused, then added, we will file a declaration with the court. That was the moment it felt finished, not because it was emotionally satisfying, because it was administratively final. 10 days later, the court held the sanctions hearing. My sister's attorney didn't make eye contact with anyone. He stood up, cleared his throat, and said, Your Honor, we withdraw all contested claims, and apologize to the court. The judge didn't smile. He didn't accept the apology like it erased the attempt. He imposed sanctions for the bad faith filing, ordered my sister to pay a portion of attorney's fees, and most importantly entered an order acknowledging the trustee's enforcement of the no contest clause. Then he addressed my parents directly. Your daughter did not take anything. He said, your father's documents took control away from you, and you responded with manipulation. This court will not participate in that. My mother cried in a way that sounded real for the first time. Not grief, but loss of control. My father didn't cry. He just stared at the floor like he was looking for a loophole. There wasn't one. Within 3 weeks, Hawthorne National Bank completed the first formal distribution under the trust terms. The house remained protected by title. The remaining assets were administered with receipts, confirmations, and a paper trail my family could never rewrite. And as for my sister, her wealth didn't protect her from a forfeit clause she'd ignored because she assumed courts exist to reward confidence. They don't. Courts reward records. On the night the final confirmation email came through, I sat at my kitchen table and opened the same folder my grandfather had prepared years before. Not to relive the pain, to remember the lesson. When people try to erase you with a story, you don't fight story with story. You fight story with proof. 18 days after the hearing, the court entered the trust's declaration into the record. Hawthorne locked the trust completely. No changes without in-person verification. My sister's forfeit was confirmed under the no contest clause. My parents' requested family settlement was denied, and the sanctions order required them to reimburse legal fees tied to the false filing. Within 21 days, the trustee executed the first distribution exactly as written, and the deed property stayed protected outside probate. No more motions, no more emergencies, just the record finalized. What did you think of the ending? Was it satisfying, or would you have handled it differently? Drop your thoughts in the comments. If you enjoyed this story, leave a like, subscribe, and turn on notifications. See you in the next. In my hospital room, my sister unplugged my monitor and said, "You always fake being sick." 12 minutes later, police walked in. My name is Rowan Elise Bradley. My age is 26. The screams began before I was even completely awake. Before my eyes could fully open, I heard my sister's high, harsh voice resonating down the hallway. My body felt like it had been filled with damp sand. Heavy, unresponsive. My mouth was dry, my head throbbed, and my chest felt constricted in a way that had nothing to do with the accident. I couldn't tell if it was dawn or night. Above me, the fluorescent lights were a drab, buzzing blur that provided no hints. The last thing I remembered vividly was the sound of metal folding in on itself. A stranger shouted that assistance was on its way as my automobile spun, then sirens, then silence. Here I was now, entangled in cables, with one arm in a sling, my leg braced, and bruises spreading like something attempting to come to the surface across my ribcage. Mallory Bradley, my sister, appeared to be examining damage she didn't think existed as she stood at the edge of my bed. My mother rushed straight to the chair by the window, immediately scrolling through her phone like this was an annoyance she planned to wait out. Neither of them asked how I felt. Neither of them touched me. So dramatic, Mallory remarked, staring at the machines and then back at me. You totaled your car for what? A sprain and several shattered ribs. That item was crap anyway. She smiled like she'd made a clever joke. Without raising her eyes, my mother gave a little laugh. I remained motionless. My throat burned too fiercely to talk, and honestly, I didn't trust myself to say anything that wouldn't make matters worse. I had learned a long time ago that silence was safest among them. Mallory's eyes darted to the display as she leaned in closer. She remarked, "This beeping is annoying. Honestly, you always fake being sick. You've been doing it since we were kids." Before I could process what she was doing, her hand reached out and yanked the cord free. The screen darkened. There was a strange silence in the room. Final. I stayed put. I refrained from screaming. I was too tired, too hurt, too used to being disregarded to really react. At that moment, an odd thought occurred to me, quiet and scary. Maybe this is how people lose their brains. Not loudly, not all at once, but slowly until no one believes them. None of us noticed that my room's door was still partially open. Calmly, the nurse entered, her eyes keen, her face unreadable. She didn't speak louder. She refrained from arguing. "You're not leaving," she said simply. "I phoned the police." Mallory went pale like she'd been dumped in cold water. My mother's mouth opened, then closed again. The justifications followed. It didn't mean anything to her. She was simply upset. "This week has been really difficult." The nurse didn't answer. After checking my IV and reconnecting the monitor, she returned to the corridor. Is greater than snorts. Is greater than I could hear footfall. Already going rapidly, radios crackling. Mallory began to pace. "You're making this into a thing," she said. "She's all right. Look at her." Then Nuttick set in. I couldn't answer. I was unable to determine whether the sensation of my chest collapsing was caused by the accident or by being confined in the same room as them. 2 policemen entered 12 minutes later. 1 woman, 1 male. They spoke to the nurse first, then to me. I was asked if I felt safe by the female cop. I didn't answer. I didn't have to. That was enough. They informed my mother and sister that they were being held for threatening a hospitalized patient and tampering with medical equipment. As security led them out, I saw them both falter, deny everything, point the finger at one another, and eventually stop talking. Behind them, the door clicked shut, and for the first time since the crash, I didn't feel like I was the problem. I thought the worst part would be watching them get hauled out like criminals. However, the relief was short-lived and did not become ingrained in my bones. The room seemed larger and more empty as soon as the door snapped shut. And for a few minutes, I just laid there listening to the monitor beep again, like it was trying to tell me I was still safe. My hands trembled under the blanket. My body was finally catching up to what nearly happened, not because I was chilly. I tried to slow my breathing while staring at the ceiling. I suddenly realized that there wouldn't have been a witness if the nurse hadn't been outside and heard the cord break away. Just me, flatlining in quiet while my sister stood there pretending it was nothing. Another nurse walked in not long after, older, friendlier eyes. The serenity that results from seeing too much to be taken aback by anything. After checking my vitals and adjusting my IV, she asked whether I wanted a social worker. I didn't respond. I didn't know what I wanted. However, I was aware of what I didn't want. I wanted them out of that room. I didn't want my mom to tell me that I was going overboard. I didn't want my sister's sneer lingering over me like I was a problem she couldn't wait to fix. After about 25 minutes, a doctor who wasn't the hurried emergency room resident who had sutured me entered. This one moved slower, more methodical, as if she had already read my entire existence between the lines of my chart. Her name badge read Dr. Evelyn Hart. "Are you in pain?" she questioned. I said that I was all right, primarily because that's the simplest word to use when you're too tired to say anything more nuanced. She took up a chair, and the manner she sat told me she didn't come in here to talk about bruises. She told me something I hadn't expected at all. Apparently, what happened with the monitor wasn't the first time my sister had been warned for inappropriate behavior in the hospital. While I'd been unconscious, Mallory had sought to access my chart by saying she was my primary emergency contact. After being turned down, she returned and tried again with a different nurse. When it didn't work, she shifted tactics. She began to inform the staff that I had a lengthy history of acting in an attention-seeking manner. She attempted to persuade them that my symptoms were exaggerated. She said there was no need for my painkillers. As she described it, Dr. Evelyn Hart's voice remained steady, but I could hear the edge underlying it, as if even she was finding it difficult to maintain professional distance. She then brought up my mom. She had been captured on hospital cameras many times rolling her eyes, making faces behind the nurses' backs, mocking the way I was breathing. Small gestures that might seem trivial if you describe them out loud. However, when you're the one lying in bed and helpless to protect yourself, trivial becomes dangerous. The hospital possessed records, timestamps, and witness statements. I was asked by Dr. Evelyn Hart whether I would like to make a formal complaint. I stared at the wall while she spoke because rage wasn't what I felt. Anger would have implied I still believed this was fresh. It felt colder to me. I felt as though I was finally letting go of the possibility that they might have cared in my heart. I had spent years convincing myself that my mother was simply anxious, and my sister was simply bright, and that they weren't as serious as it sounded. To survive them, I continued to tell that falsehood. Now the hospital was telling me it wasn't a misunderstanding. It was a pattern. That night, I was relocated to a calmer floor away from the general ward into a smaller room near the end of the hall. I could see the truth in the nurse's eyes when she stated that it was common for trauma victims. This was more than just recuperation, it was protection. My family was not trusted by the hospital. Neither did I. When my phone was finally given to me the next morning, it was inside a plastic bag with my wallet and watch. Although the battery was almost dead, it illuminated like a warning sign when it turned on. It showed 29 missed calls, 14 voicemails, and 5 consecutive texts from Mallory, all of which were written at roughly 2:40 inches the morning and ranged from angry to terrified. It's unbelievable that you allowed them to arrest us. Call me now, before this gets worse. You're ruining everything. Each message got harsher, more urgent, as if the more she typed, the more she might compel reality to bend back into place. My mother's communications were distinct, condensed, and managed. We didn't intend for it to get this far. Stop making this public. The family is being harmed by you. She continued to use the word family as if it were a shield, erasing the events that had occurred at the time of its use. My Aunt Diane called me in tears at 11:15 a.m. She said she'd heard something. Not all of it, just enough to be terrified. My mother had already contacted her, telling her I set them up, that I was creating a scene in the hospital, that I was unstable and trying to tarnish the family's name while I was doped up on pain meds. My aunt's voice shook when she asked me if any of it was true. I told her the truth, not even all of it, just the part about the unplugged monitor, the nurse hearing everything, the police coming in. I informed her the doctor claimed it was documented. I told her I didn't even have the strength to disagree, and that was the part that terrified me the most, that they would do something like this when I couldn't fight back. My aunt replied softly, "Oh my God," after a protracted silence over the phone. It wasn't as if she was horrified, but rather as if she was finally witnessing something that she ought to have noticed years earlier. Later that day, my cousin Emily texted me screenshots from the family chat. People were taking sides already. I was doing too much, according to certain family members. Some said I should have handled it quietly. Some claimed that my mother was merely concerned and that Mallory was simply emotional. However, there were other notes that, for some reason, made my stomach flip. Family members said that they had witnessed Mallory's behavior for years and were simply too kind to speak anything. People admitted that they were aware of my mother's victimization and fabrication of stories, but they chose to overlook it since it was simpler than dealing with her. That aspect stung more than the accident since it showed I wasn't crazy. It wasn't something I imagined. They knew. They were all aware. And they let it keep happening because it was convenient. I was released 2 days later. Still aching, still rigid, still sleeping in fragments. The hospital workers walked around me with a certain sensitivity, as if they didn't want to frighten an animal that had been in a tight spot for too long. I kept my departure date a secret from everyone. I didn't post about it. I didn't answer my mother's calls. I believed I could get away with it if I kept it a secret. It didn't. As a nurse brought me toward the entryway, I spotted them standing outside. Mallory leaned on the railing, glancing at her phone like she was bored. With a cheap balloon that read "well soon" and a supermarket bag filled with flowers, my mother smiled as if nothing had happened, as if this miscommunication could be resolved with a gentle tone and props. "We didn't mean for it to get so far," my mother replied, edging closer. I didn't answer. I didn't take the flowers. I didn't even slow down. I sensed the nurse's uncertainty as her hands gripped the wheelchair handles more tightly, as if she was waiting for my approval to proceed. My mother followed alongside the chair anyway, half jogging to keep up, claiming I was overreacting, that I was making a private situation public, that I was punishing them for one misunderstanding. Mallory smirked like she couldn't wait to tell the story later, like she was already rehearsing how she'd make herself look innocent. The nurse's eyes were not neutral, but her face remained so. She had seen this dynamic before. She didn't look shocked. She appeared worn out. Without a word, I climbed into the car. Although they didn't accompany me into it, they watched as I withdrew, and I could sense in my chest that the hospital had only been the start. They had been halted in public. People like them don't take humiliation well, and they had been mortified. They retaliate. By the time I arrived home, I didn't unpack. My suitcase was like a caution sign in the hallway. I proceeded from room to room, checking locks, drawing curtains, turning on lights, even during the day. Every automobile that passed made my gut tighten. Every stillness felt like it was holding its breath. It wasn't paranoia. Experience was what it was. And my landlord's voicemail was the first indication. He mentioned that someone had contacted to inquire about changes to my lease. Before the woman on the phone began demanding a copy of my key, he hadn't given it any thought. She hung up when he requested identification verification. He didn't get a name, but she said she was my sister. I didn't need to find out which one. I didn't return my sister's call. I didn't call my mother either. Long after the landlord's message finished, I sat on the side of my bed, holding the phone, and looking at the wall as if it would help me understand how things had gotten out of hand. Now, the hospital seemed surreal, like a closed chapter that I could act as though it had ended. But the call concerning my key told me something significant. They weren't finished. They were merely shifting strategies. My bank, another bank, and the small credit union I hardly used anymore, which I had created years prior when my mother had hip surgery and I needed a shared account to pay for her medical bills, were the next places I called. It felt useful, even affectionate, at the time. Now, it felt like a trap I'd built for myself and forgotten about. When I checked in and saw the balance, my stomach fell. There was just $950 and change left in the joint account. It had been just over $9,500 the last time I checked, maybe about 4 months ago. I refreshed the screen like the numbers may fix themselves. They didn't. 2 sizable withdrawals and transfers were made, but they were spaced just far enough apart to prevent a fraud notice. Here, $2,750. There, $2,900. Clean, lawful, intentional. I didn't even bother calling my mother to ask. I instantly deactivated the account and began removing my identity from everything I could recall. Credit cards, shared utilities, previous authorizations I hadn't thought about in years. I felt like I was tearing out a wire with every click that had been silently depleting me. I placed an order for security cameras that afternoon, one for the side door, one for the front porch, and one facing the doorway from the living room. I detested the thought of it, loathed that I even had to think this way, but I loathed the alternative more. I didn't want to be the woman on the news people thought should have seen it coming. When the technician showed up the following morning, he was courteous and professional and inquired about my history of break-ins. I instructed him to ensure that everything was uploaded to the cloud. That was all the explanation he needed. For the first time since the accident, I slept for slightly more than 5 hours that night. The kind of deep sleep that causes you to lose your sense of location until the sound jolts you back to reality. Just after 12:30 a.m., there was a bang. Not a knock, a dull, firm thud, like a shoulder hitting the door. One more, followed by my name. I stayed put. I stayed down behind the couch with my phone in my hand, eagerly dialing. I knew the voices immediately. Mallory was the first to yell at me to open the door. Calmer and more composed, my mother closed behind her, asking me not to exacerbate the situation, that we could have adult conversations, and that I owed them so much. I didn't respond. The operator ordered me to stay where I was, not to engage, to wait. I saw Mallory pace on the porch, via the live video on my phone. She once waited with a brick she had picked up from the garden bed's edge. My chest tightened to the point where I was unable to breathe. She did not immediately discard it. She just held it like she was debating how far she was willing to go. The police showed up sooner than I thought they would. Just headlights sweeping across the driveway, no sirens. An officer stepped between them and my door without asking many questions. He ordered them to go. They retreated when he refused to move, despite their best efforts to appear casual as if they were simply checking on me. They didn't travel very far. They waited in a car across the street for nearly 45 minutes, monitoring my house like they were waiting for something to change. I then gave my Aunt Margaret and Uncle Robert a call. This time, I told them everything. Not the softened version, not the careful one. I informed them about my sister's brick, the hospital, the bank account, and the landlord. They didn't hesitate. That evening, they drove over with their overnight bags as if they had already made up their minds. My aunt immediately proceeded to the kitchen and began brewing tea. My uncle informed me he would stay up for a while after silently checking the locks. The next morning brought a new form of violation. I entered the kitchen and came to a complete stop. The cabinet door hung awkwardly from one hinge. Every plate within broke over the floor. It wasn't an accident. The window above the sink was forced open just enough to let in a hand or a tool. My aunt swept in silence while my uncle examined the frame. His jaw set in a way I'd never seen before. My hands became numb as my phone buzzed with an email while they were working. Subject line, confirmation of beneficiary change. It came from my life insurance company. It had been years since I had accessed that account. The email claimed a request had been lodged to remove me as the principal beneficiary and replace it with my mother. The digital signature didn't match, so the modification hadn't gone through, but the attempt was enough to make me feel ill. I showed my aunt first. She gave it to my uncle after silently reading it. She voiced a question that weighed more heavily than anything else when she eventually turned to face me again. Had I ever explained the policy to them? I remembered a supper from nearly 3 years previously. My mother said that I should be ready. Mallory joked that she hoped to get the automobile if I passed away. They remembered. Of course they did. My uncle got on the phone with a lawyer he trusted before I could even grasp what it meant. When he handed me the phone, the questions came fast. Had I made a police report? Were they able to access my money? Were they designated as medical proxies? Did the hospital document the monitor incident? When I told him everything, there was a silence on the line, then a sentence that made my skin prickle. This wasn't simply emotional abuse anymore. This design appeared to be quite similar to anything illegal. By early evening, every account I had was closed or relocated. The locks were replaced once more, extra bolts fitted. My aunt texted relatives quietly, telling them not to reveal anything if my mother or sister sought out. That night, my phone rang with another security alert. Motion observed at the front porch just after midnight. A man I didn't recognize was standing slightly out of frame when I launched the app. Jeans, a hoodie, and a phone to his ear. He stepped slowly, then looked directly at my door and uttered my name, not shouting, not threatening, like he expected me to answer. I stayed put. I stopped breathing. He lingered for 2 more minutes before making his way back to a car I didn't recognize and leaving. I didn't sleep after that. I simply kept watching the video repeatedly till my aunt entered the room and inquired as to why I was still awake. When she saw the video, she didn't inquire who he was. "We ought to have stopped them years ago," she murmured softly. By morning, my uncle had marked the video of the man on my porch with the attorney he had spoken to the previous evening and sent it to the police. I gave a short written statement saying I didn't know him, hadn't expected anyone, and hadn't shared my address with anyone outside of close relatives. I was instructed by the officer on the phone to keep my doors locked and to avoid interacting with him if he came back. It felt more like a pause than a plan, but my uncle had another idea. He called a meeting, not with the people causing the chaos, but with the ones who mattered. That afternoon, we were greeted in my aunt's living room by 3 of his siblings, 2 cousins, and 1 business associate. While my uncle arranged everything piece by piece, I sat on the edge of the couch covered by a blanket that still had a hospital disinfectant odor. The hospital report, the unplugged monitor, the attempt to access my medical records, the drained joint account, the life insurance beneficiary change, the man at my door who knew my name. Every detail landed with more weight than the previous one. He was not interrupted. No one tried to soften it. I wasn't surprised that he had records. The reason was that he wasn't alone. Claire, my cousin, acknowledged that my mother had called her a few days prior to inquire about the amount I might have inherited from our grandfather. There was no inheritance, just assumptions, but hearing it said out loud made my stomach twist. Someone inquired as to whether we believed the man on my porch was there to frighten me. I said that I had no idea, just that he appeared too composed. That was when the room went quiet. My uncle didn't raise his voice. He didn't embellish. He simply made a few calls. By nightfall, the procedure had begun to take my mother and Mallory out of the family business account, an LLC from which they received dividend payments despite having no actual involvement. Additionally, he used guilt and tales of needing assistance to freeze the small trust our grandfather had established for family emergencies, which they had been using for years. He assured me that it was being handled and that I shouldn't worry. However, I could see the strain on his face. He was aware that this would not end amicably. He was correct. That night around 8:45, they showed up again. No apology, no warning. My mother held a folder like it proved something. Before anyone could stop her, Mallory pushed through the threshold. They weren't there to talk. They were there to reclaim control. In order to play the victim, my mother accused me of poisoning the family and exaggerating everything. "I'm turning everyone against them," Mallory said, knocking over a lamp. When my aunt told them to leave, my mother snapped that she was just trying to take my money, too. At that point, my uncle came forward. He didn't shout. He made no threats. Calm and clear, he spoke in a single sentence that was audible to all. "I will have you removed from every contract, asset, and dollar associated with this family if you say one more word." My mother froze. When my uncle raised a finger and said, "No more," Mallory stopped speaking. "We're done protecting you from yourselves." He turned to me and asked a question no one had ever asked me before. "Would you like them to be here?" "No," I replied. And someone listened to me for the first time in my life. They were told to leave, or the police would be called again. Until they retreated, my aunt stood between me and the door. There was no crying or yelling, just 2 people realizing what was most important to them. Access was gone. I slept on the couch that night while my uncle changed the locks once more and my aunt made tea. Even though they'd never had keys, I stared out the window for a long time, not because I expected them to return, but because I finally believed they might not. It took time for the fear to go away. Even after they were gone, even after the locks were changed and the house finally went quiet, my body stayed braced like something else was coming. Safety seemed fleeting, like a thin layer covering something brittle. I slept, but not very much. I opened my eyes at every sound outside. Every vibration of my phone sent a jolt through me before I even looked at the screen. The following morning, I did something I hadn't previously permitted myself to do while my aunt prepared coffee and my uncle checked in with the lawyer once more. I launched my laptop and began searching for apartments in other cities. Not those close by, not locations my mom might unintentionally visit. Smaller, quiet cities where nobody knew my last name and had no expectations of me. I didn't tell anyone I was doing it. Not quite yet. Just scrolling felt like a form of breathing. The paperwork for the restraining order was submitted by the end of the week. The hospital records were included. Cross-referencing was done with police reports. My lawyer explained it all in calm, careful language, but the meaning underneath was unmistakable. It wasn't just family drama that happened to me. Interference, intimidation, and attempts at control were all documented. Something inside of me hurt when I saw it written that way. Not because I wanted them punished, but because I finally understood how serious it had always been. My uncle sat me down a few days later and asked me an unexpected question. "Would you like to remain here?" he said. "Or do you want to leave?" He did not present it as a suggestion or a test. He presented it as a decision that I could make. I told him I wanted to leave. We didn't announce anything significant. Nothing was explained in the group message. No social media post, no goodbye tour. I filled one suitcase with the items I couldn't replace early one morning, before the sun had risen. The remainder was either sold, donated, or abandoned. With a few used pieces of furniture that we swiftly purchased, my uncle drove ahead in a rented trailer. My aunt followed in her car with blankets, snacks, and a thermos of coffee like we were going on a normal road trip. We weren't. It felt closer to an evacuation. The distance to the apartment was roughly 90 minutes. It was small, old, and unappealing, but it had functional locks, peaceful neighbors, and an unmemorable layout. That was enough. On the first night, I listened to the building settle while sitting on the floor with my back to the wall. No voices calling my name as if they owned it, no shouting, no footsteps outside my door. I didn't sleep much at first. The silence was too clean, too unfamiliar. I waited for something negative to happen while keeping my phone face down. Nothing did. Weeks became more than a month. I started going for short walks around the block, then longer ones. I purchased 2 chairs and a small table from a secondhand shop. In order to hang the blackout curtains, my uncle helped. My aunt labeled containers and pretended not to notice when I became quiet, filling my pantry as if I were moving into a dorm room. They visited often, but never pushed. They didn't inquire about my healing process. They didn't advise me on how to feel. They just showed up, and that alone felt like something I'd never had before. The restraining order was upheld. No infractions, no odd vehicles, and no midnight calls from unknown numbers. Neither my mother nor my sister spoke to me directly. Once more, that did not imply their disappearance. It simply meant that they were no longer able to contact me. I heard through my cousin Claire once through a number I didn't recognize. She said, "You were right. Before, I didn't want to see it. I now do." I didn't reply, not because I was angry, but because I was done explaining myself. I worked silently from a distance. Nothing impressive, nothing dramatic, just steady. I saved more than I ever had. I prepared meals for myself. I discovered which supermarket carried the best bread. Some days were still heavy. Grief doesn't vanish just because danger does. I grieved the idea of a mother who protected me, a sister who didn't compete with me, a family that didn't treat love like leverage. That grief came in waves, but it passed. Every time, it passed. One evening, my aunt and I sat on the small balcony drinking tea. She looked out over the parking lot and asked if I was happy. I took a while to respond. Happiness felt like too big a word, but I told her I felt like myself for the first time in a very long time. Not the me who remained silent in order to live. Not the one who absorbed blame to keep peace, just me. And that was sufficient. I ceased to wonder which version of the story they were sharing with others. I lost interest. The fact that they were unaware of my residence, employer, and identity was what mattered. I used to be afraid of the silence, but now it felt like nothing. Real space. The kind that you can develop. I am Rowan Elise Bradley, and for the first time in my life, I am. Am I the asshole for refusing to forgive my parents who raised me like a maid until the truth came out at my brother's wedding? I am Mia, 24 years old. For 24 years, I lived as a servant in my own home. I got up at 4:45 every morning to scrub floors, cook meals, and wash clothing, while my brother Logan slept until 11 a.m. in his king-size bed. My parents told me something I had believed for nearly 2 decades. Some kids are born to be served, some are born to serve. You are the second kind. I've never questioned it, not until the bride's father, whom I had never seen, gazed at my face during the family portrait and began to tremble. He took me aside and asked a question that shook everything I thought I knew. Do you know who your real mother is? Before I continue, if this narrative speaks to you, please like and subscribe, but only if you truly want to know what happens next. If you're viewing, please leave a comment informing me where you're from and what time it is there. Now, let me take you back to Logan's wedding morning, which I expected to be the worst day of my life. We lived in a 2-story colonial in Fairfield County, Connecticut, an area where every yard was well kept and every family drove European vehicles. Our neighbors included surgeons, attorneys, and hedge fund partners. From the outside, the Hawthorne family appeared to be living the American dream. From the inside, it was a nightmare. My bedroom was not a bedroom. It was the basement, a concrete floor, no windows, and a flimsy mattress that smelled like mildew. The furnace buzzed 4 feet from my head. In the cold, it was the only source of warmth I had. It was very hot in the summer. Every morning at 4:45, my alarm would go off. By 5, I'd be upstairs in the kitchen, scrubbing the granite counters, preheating the Viking stove, and retrieving eggs and bacon from the sub-zero fridge. The kitchen island was made of Italian Calicut marble. Evelyn once boasted to her book club, "I know every vein in that stone since I polished it every day." Charles would arrive about 7:15, his Wall Street Journal tucked beneath his arm and his Tag Heuer gleaming on his wrist. He would sit in his leather recliner in the breakfast nook, never looking at me. "Is it finished?" he'd inquire without taking his gaze away from the headlines. "Yes, Mr. Hawthorne. Today's coffee is weak. Make it stronger tomorrow." This was the limit of our chats. 24 years of monosyllables and instructions. I'd set his plate on the table, the fine china, the Wedgwood with the silver rim, and go to the kitchen. My seat was never at that table, my position was beside the sink, devouring whatever leftovers remained after the family had eaten. The freezing basement and the unending chores, however, were hardly the most painful aspects. That was how they referred to me. Logan's room was on the second floor, in a corner unit with bay windows that overlooked the garden. He had a 75-inch Samsung TV placed on the wall, a PlayStation 5, and a walk-in wardrobe larger than my entire basement. He attended St. Thomas Academy, which costs $52,000 a year, and has a lacrosse team and a college prep program. I stayed at home, homeschooled, and Charles informed the neighbors whenever they inquired. The reality was simple. Nobody taught me anything. I learned to read from old periodicals that Evelyn had thrown aside. I learned math by counting change in the grocery store. When Logan turned 19, Charles gave him the keys to a white BMW 3 Series. I did not have a driver's license. I didn't have any form of identity. "Your documents got lost in a fire," Evelyn told me when I was 13 and questioned why I couldn't enroll in the local middle school. "It is too complicated to replace them. You're better off here with us." I believed her. Why shouldn't I? She was my mother. Logan had an American Express Platinum card linked to Charles' account. There's no limit. He bought footwear that cost more than I had ever touched in my life. I owned 3 gowns, all of which were Evelyn hand-me-downs that had been adjusted to fit my smaller frame. The family ate dinner together. Logan would discuss his academics, friends, and weekend plans. Charles would nod approvingly. Evelyn smiled, and refilled his drink. I waited in the kitchen doorway to clear the plates. When I was 14, I asked Evelyn why I couldn't sit with them. She laughed as if I had told a joke. "Mia, honey, the table only seats 3. It sat 6 people. I had counted." That night, I discovered something I had never admitted to myself. I was not a part of this family. I'd never been. I was part of the scenery until Grace noticed. She approached me near the bar, her blonde hair swept into a beautiful updo, her engagement ring reflecting the sunset light. "You are Logan's sister, right, Mia?" I almost dropped my tray. "Yes, ma'am. Why aren't you sitting with your family?" Before I could respond, Evelyn appeared at my elbow, her laugh high and bright. "Mia prefers to help others. She's shy, always has been, and happier in the background." She caressed my arm with the tenderness of a woman posing for a photograph. Grace's face furrowed, but she nodded sweetly and returned to her fiancé. I resumed my rounds. That's when I noticed him, Grace's father, Harrison Prescott, standing on the railing with a glass of scotch, observing me without glancing. His face paled, and his jaw tightened. He approached gently. "Excuse me, what is your name?" "Mia, sir." "Mia?" He spoke it as if he were testing the sound. "Do you know? Do you happen to know who your birth mother is?" The question didn't make sense. "I'm sorry." He stared at me for a long time before he excused himself and walked toward the parking lot, phone clamped to his ear. Evelyn watched him leave, her grin frozen and her knuckles white around her champagne glass. The night before the wedding, I sat alone in the basement. I could hear laughter upstairs, Evelyn toasting with her sisters, Logan's college pals clinking glasses in the living room, and the house threading. The only sound down here was the hum of the furnace and the drip of a leaking pipe. I held the black uniform I'd wear tomorrow, pushing out the wrinkles with my hands because I wasn't supposed to use the iron after 10 p.m. Beside me laid the white apron, starched and clean. On my lap was the only photograph I had of me with my family. In the photo, I was 5 years old and stood at the edge of the frame while Charles, Evelyn, and toddler Logan posed by the Christmas tree. They were touching. I was alone. I didn't have a single photo of myself standing next to my parents in the 24 years I'd been here, not one. Why? The question had haunted me my entire life, but I had always ignored it. Asking caused agony. Curiosity led to punishment. But tonight, in the darkness, the question wouldn't go away. How come I didn't look like them? Why were they treating me like a stranger? Why did they keep me concealed for so long? I remembered Harrison Prescott's face at the rehearsal dinner, how pale he had become, and the trembling in his voice when asked about my mother. He gazed at me as if he knew me and was looking for me. But that was ludicrous. Nobody had ever looked for me. Nobody has ever wanted me. Tomorrow, I would serve champagne at my brother's wedding while my family pretended I did not exist, then life would continue as it always had. At least that's what I thought. I had no idea what was coming. I woke up at 4:30 a.m., on the morning of Logan's wedding. The home remained silent. I crept upstairs and began breakfast. The smorgasbord Charles expected before any large function included eggs, Benedict and freshly squeezed orange juice. By 6:30, I had the dining room set with fine china. Then I went to the guest room, where Grace's bridal dress hung in a garment bag. Vera Wang's hand-beaded bodice with cathedral train costs $14,500. Evelyn insisted on storing it in our home, arguing that our closets had superior humidity control than the Prescott estate. The true purpose, I suspected, was to show it to her pals. I meticulously steamed the fabric, frightened of leaving even a single crease. My hands trembled. If I destroyed this outfit, I didn't want to think about what Charles would do. I heard footsteps behind me. Evelyn entered in the doorway, dressed in a lapa silk robe with her hair in rollers. "Don't touch the beading," she instructed. "That imported crystal is worth more than you." "Yes, Mrs. Hawthorne." She crossed her arms while watching me work. "When we arrive at the hotel, you will enter via the service entrance. Don't let anyone see you entering." "Yes, Mrs. Hawthorne." "And don't embarrass us." Her voice was sharp and cold. "This is the most significant day of Logan's life. If you do anything to ruin it, I will make you regret it." Charles's voice roared from downstairs. "Mia, where is my coffee?" Evelyn smirked and left. I stood there, holding the steamer, staring at the bridal gown I wasn't permitted to touch and the life I wasn't allowed to have. Something changed inside me. Small but irreversible. This would be the final time. I didn't know how. I did not know when. But I was finished. Enough. The Ritz-Carlton Grand Ballroom resembled something from a fairy tale. Crystal chandeliers dripped from the 32-foot ceilings. White roses cascaded from every surface, including the altar, centerpieces, and towering arches. 220 gilded chairs fronted a podium where Logan would shortly rise and devote his life to a woman whose family fortune could purchase our entire neighborhood. I entered through the loading dock. The catering manager handed me a silver tray and gestured to the ballroom. "Champagne service. Keep moving. Keep smiling. Do not engage in discussion." I nodded and assumed my place. Guests streamed in. Women wearing designer gowns, men wearing bespoke suits. Diamonds sparkled beneath the chandeliers. I wove between them, offering flutes of Veuve Clicquot with my gaze fixed on the floor. A woman in Chanel stopped me and said, "Excuse me. Are you with the hotel?" "Yes, ma'am." The lie was easy. Charles walked by without a glance. Evelyn paused briefly to murmur, "Your posture is dreadful. Stand up straight." Logan then appeared beside his groomsmen, laughing and adjusting his Tom Ford cufflinks. He saw me and motioned me over. "Mia, please make sure there are extra shrimp at my table. You know how Dad gets." "Of course." He returned to his friends. One of them, a former lacrosse teammate, peered at me. "Who is that?" "Housekeeper," Logan said. "She's worked for us forever." The words pierced through me. The housekeeper is not a sibling or a family member, but I did not react. I'd learned long ago that reactions resulted in punishment. I went back to circulating, offering champagne to folks who looked through me like glass. Then I felt it. Someone was watching. I turned. Across the floor, Harrison Prescott stood alone, his champagne untouched, his gaze fixed on mine. This time, he was doing more than simply watching. He was studying me. The ceremony started at 4:30. A string quartet played Pachelbel's canon as Grace glided down the aisle in her Vera Wang gown, the train trailing 18 feet behind her. Logan stood at the altar, beaming, his hands joined in front of him. Charles and Evelyn sat in the first row, wiping their eyes with monogrammed handkerchiefs. I stood at the rear of the ballroom, tray in hand, and watched my family from 60 feet away. The officiant discussed love, dedication, and the holy connection of marriage. Logan's voice trembled as he recited his vows. Grace's eyes glistened as she placed the Tiffany band on his finger. They kissed. The audience exploded in applause, and I stood there, invisible, clutching champagne I wasn't permitted to consume. For a time, I allowed myself to picture a different life, one where I sat in the front row next to Evelyn. I donned a lavender dress and carried a bouquet of flowers. Logan introduced me to his bride as my sister Mia, rather than our housekeeper. But that life did not exist. Perhaps it never had. The crowd stood during the recessional. Logan and Grace walked down the aisle arm in arm, showered with rose petals. As they passed, Evelyn attracted my attention. Her expression was not warm. It was not proud. It was a warning. Do not forget where you are. I lowered my sight. That observing presence reappeared somewhere in the crowd. Harrison Prescott, standing toward the back, had not clapped once. He had kept his gaze fixed on me throughout the ceremony. I had no idea why, yet a peculiar feeling came into my chest. Something I had not felt in years. Hope. And I wasn't sure what to do with it. If you've gotten this far, I believe you understand why I'm telling this story. You may have experienced what it is like to be regarded as an outsider, even inside your own family, or to serve people who refuse to acknowledge your existence. Allow me to ask you something. Have you ever had to serve someone who refused to acknowledge you were part of their family? If you have, I'd want to hear about it. Leave a comment. Let me know I am not alone. And if this tale hits near to home, please like and subscribe, because what happened next altered all I thought I knew about myself. I will be right back. The event started with champagne toasts and a 14-piece jazz band. I worked the Prescott family table, replenishing water glasses and removing appetizer plates. Grace's mother smiled politely at me. Her aunts and uncles discussed their vacation houses in the Hamptons. Harrison Prescott sat at the head of the table and scarcely touched his food. Every time I neared, I could feel his eyes. It wasn't particularly uncomfortable, predatory, or frigid. It was something else. Something I couldn't identify. When I reached to empty his salad plate, his hand flew out and gently but forcefully grabbed my wrist. "I'm sorry," he murmured quietly. "I need to ask you something." "Of course, sir. What is your name, Mia?" "Yes." "Mia Hawthorne?" "Yes, sir." He released my wrist. His hand trembled. "Do you know who your mother is? Your true mother?" "The same question as during the rehearsal dinner. I live with Mr. and Mrs. Hawthorne," I said carefully. "They've raised me since I was a baby." Harrison's face changed. Something cracked behind his eyes, either due to grief or recognition. "Excuse me," he said quietly, standing quickly from the table. I watched him approach the terrace doors, bringing out his phone. Through the glass, I could see him pacing and speaking intently to someone on the other end. Grace noticed. "Is my father okay?" I did not know how to respond. Evelyn was sitting at the family table, watching the action unfold. Her champagne glass stopped halfway to her lips. She leaned closer to Charles and whispered something. He turned and caught me with his gaze, and his countenance hardened into something I recognized. Fear. I had never seen Charles Hawthorne terrified of anything, until now. The photographer clapped his hands and asked for family portraits. "Bride and groom's families, please gather by the floral arch." The Prescotts came first. Harrison, his wife Diane, Grace's brother, and his wife form a group of elegant relatives dressed in coordinated pastels. Then the Hawthornes. Charles fixed his tie. Evelyn polished her Oscar de la Renta. Logan wrapped one arm around Grace's waist. I stayed behind, tray in hand. The photographer scanned the group before pointing at me. "What about her? Is she a family member?" Silence. Charles's smile tightened. Evelyn looked at the ground. Logan said nothing. Then Harrison Prescott's voice broke through the awkward silence. "Yes, she's family. Mia, please come stand beside me." I froze. "Sir, did you hear me?" His tone was calm yet firm. "Come here." I set down my tray. As I walked toward the group, my legs felt like someone else's. Charles's face flushed red. He couldn't object to Harrison Prescott, the man who was paying for the entire wedding, but I could see his jaw tightening, his rage barely contained. Harrison put his hand on my shoulder. His palm was warm and steadying. "Right here," he replied softly. "This is where you belong." The photographer adjusted the lens. "Is everyone ready?" Big smiles. The flash fired. Harrison kept me close while the photographer showed him the preview on the camera screen. I watched his expression as he zoomed in on the image, focusing on me. His eyes became wet. "Those eyes," he said almost to himself. "The chin, my God." He took out his phone again and walked away while dialing. I only heard fragments. "I know it's her. Get the file, an FBI cold case from 2002, and prepare a DNA kit tonight." My heart has stopped. What did he just say? Charles's hand clamped around my arm as the photographer moved on. Outside, he led me down a service corridor, past the kitchen, and into a narrow hallway lined with crates of champagne. The reception noise faded into a distant hum. "What have you told him?" Charles's face was inches away from mine, and his breath was hot with whiskey. "Nothing. I swear I did not. Don't lie to me." His grip tightened, and I winced. "Why was Prescott asking about your mother?" "I do not know. He just asked, and I told him I lived with you." Charles shoved me against a wall. The crates rattled. "Pay close attention to what I'm saying." His voice became hushed. "If you tell anyone anything about our family, I will throw you out on the street. There's no money, no clothes, nothing. You will be homeless within a week. Do you understand?" Evelyn appeared at the end of the hall, her heels clicking on the concrete. "What is happening?" "Prescott keeps asking questions about her." Charles jerked his head toward me. "Something's wrong." Evelyn's eyes narrowed. She approached slowly, her champagne-colored gown swishing across the floor. "Mia." Her voice was icy. "After the reception, you'll stay to clean. You don't speak with anyone. And whatever Mr. Prescott wants to discuss, you don't say anything. We're your family, we saved you. Without us, you'd be dead in a gutter somewhere." She smiled, that practiced public smile. "Now, get back to work, and if you embarrass us again, I promise you'll regret it." They left me there, shaking, alone among the champagne crates. Charles's words echoed in my head. "Without papers, you don't exist." But Harrison Prescott thought I did exist. He thought I was someone. The question was, who? I returned to the reception floor in a daze. The jazz band had started, and couples swayed on the dance floor, Logan and Grace in the center, their foreheads touching, the picture of newlywed bliss. Charles and Evelyn sat at the family table, laughing with guests, performing their roles as devoted parents. I picked up my tray and resumed circulating, but my hands wouldn't stop trembling. Charles was right. Without documents, without proof of identity, I was no one. If I tried to leave, I'd be picked up by police within days, a vagrant with no name, no history, no one to claim her. This was my life. It always had been, it always would be. I drifted toward the ballroom's edge, toward the exit. Maybe I could just slip away, disappear into the night, walk until my legs gave out, and let whatever happened next happen. What difference did it make? No one would miss me. No one would even notice I was gone. Mia. I turned. Harrison Prescott stood behind me, his face etched with something I didn't recognize. Concern? Grief? May I speak with you privately, just for a moment? I glanced toward the family table. Evelyn was watching us, her smile frozen. I don't think I should, please. His voice cracked. It's important. I've been looking for someone for a very long time. He reached into his jacket pocket and pulled out a photograph. It was old, faded, soft at the edges, like it had been handled countless times over many years. A young woman holding an infant, dark chestnut hair, green eyes exactly like mine. Do you recognize anyone in this picture? Harrison asked quietly. My throat closed. I don't know who that is, but something deep inside me stirred, something that felt like remembering. Harrison led me to the terrace overlooking the hotel gardens. The night air was cool. Inside, the reception continued, clinking glasses, and bursts of laughter, the band launching into a Sinatra standard. Out here, there was only the distant hum of traffic and the hammering of my own heart. Harrison held the photograph toward me again. In the soft light from the ballroom, I could see it more clearly now. The woman was young, mid-20s maybe, with a tired but radiant smile. The baby in her arms was wrapped in a pink blanket, eyes closed, impossibly small. This is my sister, Catherine, Harrison said, and the baby is her daughter, Mia Langford Prescott. I stared at him. I don't understand. 24 years ago, Catherine's baby was taken from Stanford Hospital, kidnapped from the nursery in the middle of the night. His voice wavered. My sister spent 5 years looking for her. She hired investigators, worked with the FBI, never stopped believing her daughter was alive. Anyway, he swallowed hard. She died when the baby would have been 6, heart failure, but the doctors said it was grief. She simply gave up. I'm so sorry, my voice came out as a whisper. But I don't see what this has to do with me. Harrison turned to face me fully. Mia. The baby's name was Mia. She had green eyes, rare in our family, but Catherine had them, too. He gestured toward my face. That nose, that chin, the shape of your mouth, it's identical. I took a step back. Mr. Prescott, I think you're confused. I've been searching for 24 years. Tears streamed down his cheeks. And when I saw you at the rehearsal dinner, I knew. He reached into his other pocket and withdrew a small plastic container. Please let me take a DNA sample. If I'm wrong, I'll never bother you again. But if I'm right, he steadied himself. If I'm right, then the people in that ballroom are not your family. They're the people who stole you. The words hung in the air like smoke. Stole you. For 24 years, I'd been told I was worthless, born to serve, lucky to have a roof over my head. And now this man, this stranger, was telling me I might have been stolen, that the people who raised me might be criminals, that I might have a family who actually wanted me. It was too much, too impossible. I can't, I said, backing away. I can't do this. Mia, please. Harrison's voice was gentle but urgent. I have a lab on standby, AABB certified, the gold standard for DNA testing. Results in 48 hours. Even if the test matches, if it matches, you're Catherine's daughter. You're my niece, he swallowed. And you're the legal heir to the trust she established before she died. I stopped. What trust? Catherine never gave up hope that her daughter would be found. She set up a trust fund in your name, in Mia Langford Prescott's name, to be released if you were ever recovered. It's been growing for 24 years. How much? Harrison met my eyes. $13.5 million. The terrace tilted beneath me. But this isn't about money, he said quickly. It's about the truth. It's about justice. And it's about giving my sister peace, finally knowing what happened to her child. Inside, the band shifted to a slow ballad. I could see Evelyn through the glass doors, scanning the room, looking for me, looking for her property. I thought about the basement, the rules, the cane in the pantry. 24 years of being told I was nothing. And then I thought about Catherine Prescott dying of grief, never knowing what happened to her baby girl. I met Harrison's eyes. What do I need to do? He opened the DNA kit. Just open your mouth. The next 48 hours were the longest of my life. I went back to my routine, Waking at 4:45, scrubbing, cooking, cleaning, but everything felt different now. Every time Charles barked an order, I looked at his face and wondered, did you buy me? Every time Evelyn criticized my work, I heard Harrison's voice. The people who stole you, they noticed the change. What's wrong with you? Evelyn demanded on the second morning. You let the coffee sit too long, and it had turned bitter. Nothing, Mrs. Hawthorne. I'm just tired. You're always tired. She poured the coffee down the sink. Make another pot, and this time, pay attention. I made another pot. I washed the dishes. I folded the laundry. But in my pocket, I carried the slip of paper Harrison had given me, his personal cell phone number written in blue ink. Logan and Grace had left for their honeymoon in Bali. The house felt quieter without him, but no less oppressive. On the second night, I lay awake in the basement, staring at the concrete ceiling, counting the hours. Then my phone buzzed. The old Nokia, the only device I owned, purchased with saved grocery change, glowed with a text message from an unknown number. Results are in. Can you meet tomorrow? 10 a.m. Cafe on Main Street, HP. My heart stopped, then started again, racing. I typed back. I'll be there. The next morning, I told Evelyn I needed to buy cleaning supplies. She barely looked up from her magazine. Be back by noon, I have guests coming for lunch. Yes, Mrs. Hawthorne. I walked out the door and kept walking toward the truth, toward the answer to every question I'd been too afraid to ask. The cafe was a small place on Main Street, exposed brick, mismatched furniture, the smell of fresh espresso. Harrison was already there when I arrived, seated at a corner table with a manila envelope in front of him. His eyes were red, like he hadn't slept. Mia. He stood as I approached. Thank you for coming. What do the results say? He didn't answer immediately. Instead, he slid the envelope across the table. I opened it with trembling fingers. The document inside was covered in numbers and technical language, ALS low-key probability calculations. But one section was highlighted in yellow. Combined paternity index, 99.98%. Conclusion. The tested individual, Mia Hawthorne, is the biological daughter of Catherine Elise Prescott, deceased. I read it 3 times, 4 times. The words didn't change. You're my niece, Harrison said softly. You're Catherine's daughter. You're Mia Langford Prescott. The room tilted. I gripped the edge of the table. This is real. It's real. I've already contacted the FBI. The cold case from 2002 is being reopened. He reached across the table and placed his hand over mine. Charles and Evelyn Hawthorne will be investigated. If they acquired you through illegal means, if they purchased you from traffickers, they'll be prosecuted. Prosecuted? The word tasted foreign. Federal charges, human trafficking, document fraud, child endangerment. Harrison's voice hardened. They could face 12 to 18 years. I sat back in my chair, the DNA report clutched against my chest. 24 years. 24 years of basement and beatings and being told I was born to serve. And none of it was true. I wasn't worthless. I wasn't unwanted. I had a family, a real family, a mother who had loved me so much, she died of grief when she lost me. And now, finally, the truth was coming to light. I want to pause here for a moment because this is where everything changed. For 24 years, I believed I was nothing, that I deserved nothing. And in 48 hours, a DNA test destroyed that lie completely. But now, I had a choice to make. I could walk away quietly, start over somewhere new, and never look back. Or I could let the truth come out, let Charles and Evelyn face what they'd done. What would you do? Tell me in the comments. I want to know. And if you're still with me, hit subscribe, because the final confrontation is coming, and it's going to change everything. 1 week later, the trap was set. Harrison had invited the Hawthorne family to his estate in Greenwich, an 11-bedroom mansion on 6 acres with stone gates and a circular driveway lined with topiaries. The official reason was discussing business opportunities for Logan. Charles had been ecstatic when the invitation arrived. This is it, he'd crowed at dinner. Harrison Prescott wants to bring me into his inner circle. I knew this marriage would pay off. Evelyn had spent 4 days selecting her outfit. A pale blue Armani pantsuit, pearl earrings, her hair freshly highlighted. Logan and Grace were flying back early from Bali specifically for the meeting. No one suspected anything. I was instructed to come along, of course, to help serve refreshments, Evelyn said, as though it were obvious. I did not argue. When we pulled up to the Prescott estate, Charles let out a low whistle. This must be worth $35 million, easy. More, Evelyn murmured, her eyes gleaming. We were ushered into the main sitting room, a cavernous space with 22-foot ceilings, oil paintings, and gilded frames, furniture that looked like it belonged in a museum. Harrison greeted us warmly, shaking Charles's hand, kissing Evelyn's cheek. Please make yourselves comfortable. Logan and Grace should be here any moment. I hung back near the doorway, watching. Charles didn't notice the other people in the house, the man in the gray suit waiting in the adjacent room, the The woman with the manila folder on her lap, but I did. Harrison caught my eye and gave an almost imperceptible nod. The FBI agents were in position. The evidence was ready. And Charles and Evelyn Hawthorne had walked straight into the reckoning they'd spent 24 years avoiding. A housekeeper brought in a tea service, bone china worth more than the Hawthorne family car. Evelyn accepted her cup with exaggerated graciousness, crossing her legs at the ankle like she'd seen in old movies. "This is a beautiful home, Harrison," she said. "Just stunning. Thank you." Harrison settled into his armchair, his expression pleasant but unreadable. "I wanted to discuss something with you before Logan arrives." "Something about Mia?" Charles's cup rattled against its saucer. "Mia?" "Yes." Harrison gestured toward where I stood near the doorway. "She's been part of your family for quite some time, hasn't she?" "Since she was a baby," Evelyn said quickly. "We adopted her when she was just a few months old. Gave her everything, a home, food, education. We've been very good to her." "Adopted?" Harrison nodded slowly. "That's interesting, because I had my attorneys check the county records. There's no adoption paperwork on file for anyone named Mia Hawthorne." Silence. Charles set down his teacup. "The records must be incomplete. You know how government agencies are. Things get lost." "I also checked with the state of Connecticut," Harrison continued, his voice still calm. "No birth certificate, no social security number issued at birth, no hospital records anywhere in the tri-state area." Evelyn's practiced smile was starting to crack. "What exactly are you implying, Harrison?" "I'm implying that Mia has no legal identity, no documentation whatsoever." He leaned forward, which raised a very interesting question. "Where did she come from?" Charles stood abruptly. "I don't know what kind of game you're playing, but I don't appreciate the accusation." Harrison didn't flinch. "It's not an accusation, Charles. Not yet." He opened the leather portfolio on the table beside him. "But I think you should see what's in this folder." Harrison removed 2 documents from the portfolio and laid them on the coffee table. The first was the DNA report, the one I'd already seen, with its highlighted conclusion and its 99.98% certainty. The second was older, a photocopied FBI report with a case number at the top and the word confidential stamped in red. "This," Harrison said, pointing to the DNA report, "confirms that Mia is a 99.98% genetic match to my late sister, Catherine Prescott. Mia is her biological daughter." Charles's face went from red to white. "And this," Harrison tapped the FBI document, "is the cold case file from March 2002. My niece, Mia Langford Prescott, was abducted from Stanford Hospital when she was 7 months old. She was never found." He looked up at Charles. Evelyn's teacup slipped from her fingers and shattered on the Persian rug. "This is insane," Charles sputtered. We would never." "Then explain the documents." Harrison's voice hardened. "Explain why she has no birth certificate, no adoption records, no proof that she was ever legally your child." "There was a fire," Evelyn's voice pitched high. "Records were lost." "There was no fire," Harrison cut her off. "I checked every hospital in a 250-mile radius. No fire, no lost records, no Mia born to any family named Hawthorne." The door to the adjacent room opened. A man in a gray suit stepped through, followed by a woman holding a badge. "Charles Hawthorne, Evelyn Hawthorne." The man's voice was flat, official. "I'm Special Agent Carter with the FBI. We have some questions about the acquisition of your daughter." Charles stumbled backward, his face ashen. Evelyn began to cry, and I stood there watching the walls finally close in on the people who had called themselves my parents. What happened next moved quickly. Special Agent Carter produced a warrant. His partner, Agent Park, now Agent Reyes, I'd later learned she'd recently married, began reading the Miranda rights. "Charles Hawthorne, Evelyn Hawthorne, you are under arrest for suspicion of human trafficking, document fraud, and child endangerment. You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you in a court of law." Charles tried to run. He made it 3 steps before Agent Carter caught his arm and pinned him against the wall. The man who had terrorized me for 24 years, who had starved me, beaten me, told me I was nothing, whimpered like a child as the handcuffs clicked around his wrists. Evelyn collapsed onto the sofa, mascara streaming down her cheeks. "Mia," she wailed. "Mia, please tell them this is a mistake. We're your family. We raised you." I looked at her, at the woman who had slapped me for asking questions, who had locked me in the basement, who had told me I was born to serve. "You raised me as a servant," I said. My voice was calm, steady. "You never treated me like family. Not once. We gave you everything. You gave me a mattress on a concrete floor. I took a step closer. You took my identity, you took my childhood, you took my mother from me." Evelyn's face crumpled. "We didn't know. We thought you knew." Charles's voice cut through, suddenly vicious, even in handcuffs. "You knew exactly what we were doing. Evelyn, don't pretend otherwise." At that moment, the front door opened. Logan and Grace walked in fresh from Bali, tanned and smiling, until they saw the FBI agents and their parents in handcuffs. Grace's smile vanished. What the hell is going on? The federal charges came down within the month. Charles and Evelyn Hawthorne were indicted on 4 counts each: human trafficking under 18 U.S.C., Section 1589, document fraud, and child endangerment. The investigation revealed they had purchased me from an underground adoption network in 2002 for $18,500, cash, untraceable. The network had been shut down years ago, but the FBI had kept records. My name appeared on a ledger listed between a purchase price and a delivery date, like I was inventory. The trial lasted 5 months. I testified 3 times. Charles maintained his innocence until the end, claiming he'd been told I was an orphan, that he'd simply given me a better life. The jury didn't believe him. Evelyn turned on him during her testimony, claiming she'd been coerced, that Charles had threatened her, that she'd always wanted to treat me better but couldn't. The jury didn't believe her either. Final sentencing: Charles received 20 years in federal prison. Evelyn received 14. Their assets were frozen pending civil proceedings. The house in Fairfield County, the one with the Sub-Zero refrigerator and the Calicut marble in the basement where I'd slept for 24 years, was seized to cover legal fees and potential restitution. Logan's world collapsed, too. Harrison Prescott withdrew all financial support the day of the arrest. The $240,000 spent on the wedding, now Logan's dead. His job at Prescott Properties terminated immediately. Grace filed for divorce 2 weeks later. I can't do this. I overheard her tell Logan on the phone, "Your parents bought a human being, they trafficked a child. I can't be associated with that." The man who'd grown up as a prince was suddenly alone, unemployed, and drowning in debt. And me? For the first time in my life, I was free. Logan called me 8 months after the sentencing. I almost didn't answer. The name on the screen, Logan Hawthorne, still triggered something cold in my chest even now, but curiosity won. "Hello, Mia." His voice was thin, unfamiliar, not the confident golden boy I'd grown up serving. Someone hollowed out. "I need to talk to you." I asked. "About what?" I'm in trouble." He laughed bitterly. "That's an understatement. The apartment's gone. The car's gone. Grace's lawyer is asking for damages because of the emotional distress of being associated with my family. I can't get a job anywhere. Everyone's seen the news." I waited. "I was wondering if maybe you could help me out, just a loan, just until I get back on my feet." There it was, 24 years of being treated like furniture, and now he needed something from me. "Logan," I said slowly, "in all the years we lived in the same house, did you ever help me?" Silence. "Did you ever stand up for me when Charles hit me? Did you ever ask why I slept in the basement? Did you ever once treat me like a sister?" I didn't know. "You knew." My voice stayed level. "You just didn't care. I was convenient. I made your life easier. And now that I'm not there to serve you anymore, you have no idea how to survive." "Mia, please." "I'm not going to help you, Logan, not because I hate you but because you need to learn something you never learned growing up." I paused. Actions have consequences, and so does silence. I hung up. My hand was shaking, but my heart was steady. For the first time in my life, I had set a boundary, and I intended to keep it. The inheritance came through 4 months after the trial ended. Harrison's lawyers had worked tirelessly to verify my identity and activate the trust Catherine had established in 2002. The process required court orders, FBI confirmation, and stacks of paperwork, but eventually the final document arrived. Beneficiary: Mia Langford Prescott Trust. Value: $13,962,814.73. Status: active. I read the number 7 times before it felt real. Harrison drove me to the bank himself on the day the funds were released. We sat in a private office on the top floor, surrounded by mahogany furniture and oil paintings, while a banker explained investment options and tax implications. $13.5 million, more money than the Hawthorns would see in 12 lifetimes. But it wasn't the money that changed me. It was the name. Mia Langford Prescott, my real name, the name my mother had given me before I was stolen. Harrison helped me move into a guest suite at the Greenwich estate. I had my own room with windows overlooking a rose garden, a king-sized bed with Egyptian cotton sheets, and a bathroom bigger than my old basement. The first night, I couldn't sleep. I just walked around touching the walls, running my fingers across the curtains, reminding myself this was real. Harrison enrolled me in a college prep program. My lack of formal education did not matter. There were resources, tutors, and people who specialized in assisting survivors of human trafficking to rebuild their lives. A year later, I received an acceptance letter. Yale University offers a full scholarship through a program for human trafficking survivors. I cried for an hour while holding the letter. Then I discovered something else in the estate's archives. A handwritten note from my mother, Catherine, dated 2002, the year I was taken. I went to see Charles and Evelyn once. It was 10 months since their sentencing. I did not owe them anything. Harrison and my therapist both told me not to go, but I needed closure. I needed to look them in the eye and tell them what I'd been carrying for 24 years. The Federal Correctional Facility was in northern Pennsylvania, with gray concrete, razor wire, and fluorescent lights that made everyone appear sick. Charles was led in first, wearing an orange jumpsuit that hung loosely around his body. He had lost weight. His Tag Heuer was gone. His wrists were bare. Evelyn arrived next. No more Oscar de la Renta, no pearls, just prison uniforms and a face that had aged 12 years and 10 months. They sat across from me on a metal table. "You came," Evelyn said quietly, her eyes welled up. "I prayed you would come. I'm not here for reconciliation, I told you. I'm here because I have something to say." Charles glared at me. Even now, broken and imprisoned, his eyes flickered with familiar contempt. "Then say it." I met his gaze. "For 24 years, you made me believe I was worthless, that I was born to serve, that I should be grateful for scraps." I held my voice steady, "But you were mistaken. I was not born to serve. You were aware that I had been stolen." Evelyn sobbed. "We thought we were saving you." "You thought you were getting free labor," I interrupted her. "I am not here for your excuses. I'm here to tell you that I'm done. I am not going to carry your shame anymore. I am not carrying your cruelty." I stood. "I will never forget what you did to me, but I won't let it define me either." I walked away without looking back and never saw them again. I'm writing from my dorm room at Yale. It's small, much smaller than Harrison's estate suite, but it belongs to me. My name is on the door. My books are on the bookshelves. My acceptance letter is framed above my desk. Some mornings, I still get up at 4:45 out of habit. But now, instead of cleaning the floors, I make coffee and read my psychology textbooks. I'm studying to be a therapist, specifically to work with survivors of trafficking and family abuse. I want to help others like myself find their way out of the darkness. I keep two things on my nightstand next to my alarm clock. The first is my new birth certificate, Mia Langford Prescott, born on the 7th of April 2002, at Stanford Hospital in California. Mother's name is Catherine Elise Prescott. The second is a letter Harrison discovered in Catherine's archives, one she wrote to me the week I was abducted, before she realized I'd been kidnapped. "My darling Mia, if you read this one day, I want you to know that you were the best gift I ever received. From the moment you were born, I knew you were meant for great things. Whatever happens, wherever life takes you, remember that you are loved. You're wanted. You are enough." I read it every morning. For 24 years, I thought I was nothing, that I was born to serve, and that I didn't deserve to sit at the table. I now know the truth. I was born to be loved, and I intend to spend the rest of my life ensuring that others feel the same way. Thank you for staying with Mia until the end. Many details from Mia's story have been dramatized to convey important messages and life lessons. However, life is full of unexpected turns, and situations like this occur more frequently than we'd like to believe. Every year, thousands of missing child cases go unsolved. Every day, someone is treated as less than human by those who are supposed to love them the most. If this story moved you, please like and subscribe. And if you know anyone who needs to hear that they deserve better, please share this with them. More stories about strength, truth, and reclaiming your worth are available in the description below. Thank you for watching.